standing upright, brandishing it against Li. This wasn't just any bone spear, but made from the rib bone of a powerful vicious beast, obtained from the Cathy. Damn! Li cursed, growing increasingly agitated. Though his long sword was formed from strong energy, it wasn't a real magic weapon. It began to crack under the impact from the bone spear. Bang! Another clash shattered the sword into fragments of light. Use the Jianyao sword, young master. Someone from the Lu clan shouted. The Jianyao sword was a high-grade imperial-level magic weapon personally given to Li by the clan Harry. If I could, would I need you to remind me? Li inwardly cursed. He'd also pledged the Jianyao sword. Swish! Amanita wielded another precious treasure, a whip that shimmered with divine light, a high-grade treasure from the Cathy as well. Snap! 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 It continuously lashed out, moving like a dragon, each strike carrying formidable power. Even Li couldn't deflect them, resulting in multiple bloody gashes on his body. Bullying me because I don't have a magic weapon? Li raged uncontrollably. When had he ever been so disheveled? No magic weapons? What? Everyone was shocked. As the clan Harry's son, Li should possess numerous treasures. How could he be without a magic weapon? Where did the Jianyao sword and other treasures go? They couldn't understand. However, they didn't dwell on it. With the bone spear and whip, the kitten's combat strength increased significantly while Li's state worsened. Here, use mine. They handed over their own magic weapons to Li, letting him fight with their treasures. Eyes flashing with excitement, Li reached out to catch them. Weren't we told not to interfere? Just joking around. Amanita mocked, spraying a ball of flame at the incoming weapons. The intense heat scorched the flying weapons, forcing Li to quickly fly away, afraid to touch them. The weapons rapidly turned to ashes in the flames. What kind of fire is this? So terrifying. All the spectators recoiled, fearful of being touched by such flames. If they were caught in the blaze, they wouldn't doubt they would end up like the weapons, incinerated instantly. Indeed, this wasn't ordinary fire. It was earth-fired xuanhuan, cultivated after consuming a xuanhuan fruit. Crap! Li roared in fury, ordering his clan members to capture the kitten. Without magic weapons, he was no match. Why are you all standing around? Go get more help inside. Everyone felt frustrated. They weren't supposed to intervene before. However, they couldn't argue, charging forward to attack the kitten. A mob attack, truly shameless. Simon sneered, stepping forward like a ghostly shadow, striking a Lu clan member down with a golden seal imprint. Blood gushed out as he fell to the ground. A cold glint filled the sky as Amira, wielding a long sword, engaged fiercely with the Lu clan members. Although her Sky Ing constitution posed challenges, overcoming them transformed it into one of the strongest constitutions. 60% of her issues had been resolved, making her immensely powerful. Her sword strikes were dazzling, embodying a female sword immortal, effortlessly sweeping away foes in the arena with 6 consecutive victories. Several Lu clan members flew back from her powerful sword technique, bearing massive wounds. Still standing around? Go call more people inside. Li yelled at the guards. Chapter 502. All in. The 2 guards were completely stunned, never expecting that Megan, Mac, and Amira could be so powerful. The Lu clan's disciples who emerged, though not the absolute top geniuses of their clan, were still exceptionally strong, ranking among the first-class talents, with cultivation levels higher than Megan, Mac, and Amira. However, they were no match for Megan, Mac, and Amira, a fact that utterly surprised everyone. Still standing there in a daze? Li was exasperated. He kicked each of the guards once, as it was clear that the Lu clan's disciples were about to be thoroughly defeated. Yet these 2 guards were still stunned. Ah, I'll go immediately. Help! Someone is challenging our Lu clan. The 2 guards shouted while running. Just because you have some skills, you think you can act recklessly on our Lu clan's territory? Olivarmf, today I will make sure you all pay dearly. Li roared in anger. This current defeat didn't count. The top geniuses and powerhouses of their Lu clan hadn't even come out yet. Once they did, Mac and his group would surely be unable to stir up any trouble. Do not be too overconfident, Denny said calmly, not stopping Mac and others from engaging with the Lu clan disciples. The Lu clan was indeed powerful, one of the top forces among ancient noble families. With his own strength, he couldn't contend against such a formidable clan. But this was Ningdu, where the Lu clan wouldn't possibly have many powerful experts. Even if it came down to a final showdown, he had no fear. He had an ultra-powerful enhancement array platform in hand. He feared no one whose realm wasn't exceedingly high. Furthermore, he had left countless accolades in the western regions, being the first person in the world to refine a flawless great elixir. Such news should have spread across all of Bolivarizu. Desmond, people in Ningdu seemed unaware of this accomplishment after seeing him, clearly unfamiliar with what he had achieved in the west. But he believed that someone would eventually recognize him. All 5 parts of Bolivarizu, north, south, east, west, and center, had participated in the events, and representatives from those areas must have come to Ningdu. When they saw him, he would have nothing to fear from the Lu clan. Though the Lu clan was strong, by then, they would certainly not dare to act against him due to his elevated status and lack of deep-seated enmity. How dare you lecture me? A fusion heaven realm expert? Li scoffed, radiating killing intent. He might not be able to deal with Megan, Mac, and Amira, but could he not handle Denny, a mere fusion heaven realm cultivator? Without hesitation, he launched an attack, leaping up and delivering a palm strike toward Denny. Don't show off your half-dead, half-alive self here. Denny remained calm, vanishing instantly from his spot. He reappeared close to Li and struck him with a punch. With a loud bang, Li was sent flying, teeth flying and blood spurting. Foul play. He was livid, never imagining he would suffer at the hands of a fusion, heaven realm cultivator like Denny. This was also due to his earlier severe injuries, significantly reducing his combat power. Otherwise, Denny, no matter how strong, could never have hurt him. I'll take your life. Grinding his teeth, he charged at Denny again, refusing to believe he couldn't handle him. However, he truly couldn't. the reduction in his combat ability left him instantly crushed by Denny. Shocked and disbelieving, Lee stared wide-eyed. Denny was merely at the 6th level of the Fusion Heaven realm. Even with his weakened combat power, Denny shouldn't have been able to overpower him. Desmond, the reality was that Denny far surpassed a 6th level Fusion Heaven realm expert, overwhelming him completely. His body twisted, bones broken, and appearance grotesquely deformed. With another loud bang, he was blasted away, spewing crimson blood, his face pale and devoid of color. Denny refrained from killing him. Harboring a deadly grudge would only complicate things. How daring! Kill them! From within the courtyard of the Liu clan, wave after wave of figures emerged, exploding with rage at the sight before them. Li lay nearly dead, while other Liu clan members were gruesomely injured. Furious, they wondered when anyone dared to challenge their Liu clan, especially with so many beings watching. They would not let these outsiders ridicule their clan. They would slay Denny and his group to demonstrate the might of the Liu clan. They attacked, their powers astonishingly formidable. The younger ones were the Liu clan's top geniuses, while the older ones were Isaias. With no cultivation disparity, what else can you do? Denny bellowed, activating the ultra-powerful enhancement array platform and initiating the principle of balance. Instantly, everyone's cultivation dropped to the Fusion Heaven realm, leveling with Denny. My cultivation! How is this possible? The Liu clan's geniuses and Isaias powerhouses all turned pale, never expecting their realms to be suppressed. Especially the Isaias powerhouses. They were at the convergence realm, yet they were suppressed too. This was the might of the ultra-powerful enhancement array platform. At full force, it could suppress even convergence realm experts. In the arena battle against the Liu clan team, he had used the principle of balance, but back then, the Liu clan team continuously burned their potential, nullifying its effect. Thus, Denny wasn't worried that using the principle of balance now would expose his identity as Thorn in the arena. Moreover, the intense array fluctuations from the ultra-powerful enhancement array platform made it difficult for outsiders to discern that this suppression came from him. Most would assume it was solely due to the array platform. It's this array platform. Damn it! The Liu clan Isaias cursed, convinced it was the platform suppressing them, not realizing it was actually due to Denny. No wonder they dared to fight here. They have such a realm-suppressing array platform. Do any of you know who they are? They are totally unfamiliar to me. The crowd discussed Denny's group with great interest, trying to uncover their backgrounds. However, no one knew Denny or his companions here. Attacking without reason? I only came here to visit old friends, and you shout and try to kill us. Is this how the Liu clan treats guests? Denny roared, choosing not to retaliate directly. He didn't want to form deep enmity with the Liu clan. He was here only to take away the Liu clan team. Hashtag chapter 503, 1 against 13. Come to visit old acquaintances? Who is your old acquaintance? The Isaias of the Liu clan were stunned, not expecting Denny to say such a thing. Come to visit old acquaintances? Could it be that their own clan's temple was flooded by them, and Denny and his group are friends of the Liu clan? I came to find Miles. Denny said. Miles? The expressions of the Liu clan Isaias turned peculiar. They thought Denny and his group came looking for someone else, only to realize they were here for Miles, who was not favored by the Liu clan. To have injured so many disciples of our Liu clan, no matter who their acquaintance is, it can't just be let go like this. Lee roared in anger, saying, they must die. The authority of our Liu clan cannot be challenged. Exactly. The Liu clan Isaias and elite youth shouted together, with no intention of letting this slide. If Denny and his group were here for anyone else, it might have been different, but they were here for Miles. Since they are friends with Miles, there's no need for any courtesy. I had thought your formation platform was impressive, but you're actually all suppressed to the same realm even on your side. One of the Liu clan Isaias noticed Mac, and the others were also suppressed in their realms, immediately putting him at ease. If only they were suppressed, they would have nothing to say and would be controlled by Denny and his group. However, with the formation platform active, all beings within its area fell to the same realm. There was no need to worry anymore. Kill. A Liu clan elite youth sneered and charged forward first. They were prodigies blessed with extraordinary talent, ranking among the best in the Liu clan, always dominating their peers without equal. Now everyone was at the same level, and they were confident in taking down Denny and his group. You will all die here. The Liu clan Isaias sneered, holding back from action as 8 top-notch elite youths rushed over, outnumbering Denny's group 2-1. They too believed these elites could handle Denny's group, so none of them joined the fray. It must be admitted, the top-tier prodigies were indeed very powerful. Mavis, Mac, and Amira each faced great pressure once they engaged. Keep in mind, they were no ordinary individuals. Each of them could suppress other beings of the same rank. For the Liu clan's prodigies to create such threats and pressure meant they were truly formidable. Just this? Lee laughed boisterously as the 8 prodigies fought fiercely, suppressing Mavis, Mac, and Amira. What's there to boast about when outnumbering the enemy? Denny barked coldly, brandishing the purple lane spear. He stepped forward to join the battle, the spear emitting boundless purple radiance and intimidating ripples. 1 against 2, this is your goal, and failure is not an option, Denny told Mac and the others. The purple lane spear was sharp and forceful. With one strike, he held off 2 Liu clan prodigies, leaving the rest for Mac and the others to deal with. They came to Balaverzu for training, and this confrontation offered excellent experience since these Liu clan prodigies were genuinely strong, each outstanding in their own right. Fighting 2-on-1 would greatly benefit Mac and the others. Don't worry, old Tiger can handle it. Mavis grinned confidently, blocking 2 Liu clan prodigies and engaging them fiercely. If little kitten can do it, what more about me? Mac similarly stopped 2 prodigies. Swoosh. Erin didn't speak, her expression cold. Ava wielded her long sword, proving herself through action as she aggressively attacked the remaining 2 Liu clan prodigies. Denny had the easiest time. Despite their world-shaking talent and formidable strength, the 2 Liu clan prodigies were no match for him, far inferior in comparison. Even Blue Clan's holy lineage couldn't compare at the same level, let alone these ancient family lineages. Each stab of the purple lane spear resulted in splattering blood, quickly subduing the two Lu clan prodigies who looked increasingly pitiful. Though Mavis, Mac, and Amira faced pressure, they were also very ferocious and strong, fighting evenly with their two opponents each. The Lu clan Isaias grew extremely solemn watching this scene. Who exactly were Denny and his group? Where did they come from? 2-on-1 combat and yet completely unflustered, fighting effortlessly, especially Denny, who was utterly monstrous. The two Lu clan prodigies in front of him seemed like mere children, incapable of retaliating. Enough. Die. They shouted coldly, unable to watch any longer, joining the fray. If they didn't intervene, the 8 prodigies would surely be defeated one by one. Hold up, your later targets. Denny blocked all the Lu clan Isaias with one sweep of his spear, counting them, 1, 2, 11, close enough, let's make it 3-on-1 for them. The Lu clan Isaias were infuriated, trembling with rage. You should die. Kill. Enraged beyond words, they surged forward with murderous intent. As Lu clan Isaias, their status was exceedingly high. Who dared to defy them? Their hearts burned with indignation. I must be careful not to hurt you. Otherwise, it won't serve its intended purpose. Denny held back, merely stopping the Lu clan Isaias. Upstart, not even fully grown. And you dare to be so arrogant? Too despicable. Upon hearing Denny's words, the Lu clan Isaias grew even angrier. They unleashed everything they had, employing all means and strength to attack him. To their disbelief, even their full-force attacks failed to breach Denny's defense. They were shocked. Denny was too monstrous. After all, their realms were incredibly high, far exceeding the Sky Fusion realm. Even if they were suppressed to this level, they still far outclassed those in the Sky Fusion realm. With the Tao power they possessed, the force they unleashed was stronger than even the peak Lu clan prodigies. Desmond, despite their overwhelming power, combined in unleashing their full might, it wasn't enough. Denny was monstrously incomparable. How strong is he? He's nearly invincible at the same level, isn't he? Who can match him at the same rank? The bystanders were equally stunned. Fighting 1-on-13, 11 Isaias experts, and 2 top prodigies, it was terrifying. 6-layer Sky Fusion realm, isn't he Thorn? Someone couldn't help but ask, having just come from the arena and following Thorn. Denny's realm matched Thorn, and they were both monstrously powerful. He seriously suspected Denny was Thorn. Chapter 504, Behave Yourself? You're right, now that you mention it. The Thorn from the Colosseum was so abnormal and astonishing, and this one is just as abnormal and astonishing, with an equally astonishing realm. Quite a few living beings here had come from the Colosseum. They had also paid attention to Thorn. After someone pointed it out, they too began to believe that Thorn was Denny. However, this was only their guess. They had no direct evidence confirming that Denny was indeed Thorn. The 11 Lu clan Isaias were flushed with anger, unable to break through Denny's blockade. This made them feel incredibly humiliated, wanting to find a crevice to crawl into. Especially with so many onlookers around, they felt even more ashamed, losing all their lifelong dignity in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. They activated piece after piece of heavy treasure, pushing them to their full potential, hoping to use these treasures' power to break through Denny's block. Desmond, Denny was abnormally terrifying. The purple dragon spear in his hand suppressed all their treasures. Behave yourself, do as I say, and stay put quietly. Denny said with a smile. What kind of tone was that? Just like an adult scolding a child. The Lu clan Isaias were so angry they nearly spat blood. They couldn't bear it and fought even harder, unleashing powerful spells and mystic arts toward Denny as if they were free. Didn't you hear what I said? Denny roared, his purple dragon spear sweeping horizontally, its purple flame swirling into a dragon shape, releasing an extremely terrifying force, nearly slicing one of the Lu clan Isaias in half. Whoever dares move again will not be spared, he said coldly. The Lu clan Isaias were practically enraged, but they stopped, afraid to act further. Denny's strength exceeded theirs too much. At the same realm level, they were simply no match for Denny. If they insisted on attacking, their fate would be utterly miserable. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed continuously. Haroun, Simon, and Amira were battling fiercely, their strength growing stronger. They overwhelmed their respective opponents far more than before. Of course, this growing fiercer did not include Simon. He fought increasingly slyly, frustrating his two opponents to near tears, using every means possible, including something like peach-stealing monkey tricks. Swoosh. Chilly light shone like frost, sword she soared like a rainbow. Amira performed excellently, ethereal like a celestial swordsmaster, her power immensely strong. Ava severely injured the two Lu clan prodigies, leaving them unable to fight any further. Ava was the first to successfully fight 2-on-1. So beautiful. Is she really a celestial Kira descending upon the world? Many living beings were mesmerized by Amira's beauty, even the female ones. Amira was truly stunning. I'm prettier than her, just less powerful, Lu Shui said angrily, clenching her small fists. Ava was the weakest among the group, not even matching LB Tinsley and Savannah. Her performance in the Colosseum was poor. She didn't win a single battle. Ava secretly vowed never to be like this again. Ava needed to grow stronger and become as breathtaking as Amira, overpowering all her enemies. I'm going back to the Colosseum, Ava told LB Tinsley and Savannah, intending to return to continue fighting and improving her strength. Ava couldn't participate in the battle here at all. Even against equals, she was too far behind. I'll go too. And me. LB Tinsley and Savannah were also greatly affected. Whether it was Haroun, Simon, or Amira, they were all stronger. The gap between them was significant. Go ahead, work hard. You can do it, Denny said to Lu Shui and others. He took out 3 storage bags and tossed them to each of the 3, filled with large quantities of origin stones. Lu Shuai and the others knew what was inside the bags. They nodded to Denny and left together, returning to the Colosseum. Amira's longsword swept, her fighting spirit undiminished. Ava directly engaged with 3 Lu clan Isaias, while the other Isaias dared not move. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Haroun and Simon simultaneously finished off their opponents. Tinsleo Detsi, you're slow. Grandpa Tiger is faster than you. Speak like your cat fart series. Clearly Uncle Da is faster. Simon retorted, unwilling to admit defeat. That's enough. What's there to argue about? Snow isn't just the best. Denny said, you're both still worse than Snow. Aren't you embarrassed? He was also astonished by Amira's progress. As she cultivated and integrated her heavenly energy, Amira grew stronger, even surpassing Haroun slightly. Haroun was the reincarnation of the White Tiger Sage, yet she couldn't compete. The heavenly in absolute body was truly remarkable and formidable. As for Simon, Denny didn't think he was inferior to anyone. Simon's identity was a mystery, with some secrets yet to be revealed. Once uncovered, Simon would undoubtedly be astonishing. Even he might not be able to match Simon when the time came. After all, he couldn't trace Simon's true origins using the cause and effect record, indicating Simon harbored great mysteries. Roar! Haroun howled, enraged by Denny's words. Ava attacked ferociously, engaging with 3 Lu clan Isaias. Simon joined immediately, battling with another 3 Lu clan Isaias. Damn it, such a good opportunity lost. From a distance and hiding, Emin looked grim and sullen. He went to Cloud Tower looking for Denny, only to learn he wasn't there. Then he received news that Denny was with the Lu clan. His father was the Aiden of Ningdu, and everywhere was within his reach. It was easy for him to find Denny quickly. When he arrived, Haroun and the others were already fighting the Lu clan disciples. Initially, he intended to help Haroun and others, but then changed his mind and remained hidden. Helping at that point might earn gratitude and goodwill from Denny and others, but it wouldn't be substantial. Adding to glory was nothing compared to offering aid in dire need. So, he held back, waiting until Denny and his group were thoroughly suppressed before stepping in. However, things turned out differently. The Lu clan's Isaias elites and prodigies were no match for Denny. He couldn't gain Denny's favor by helping. They can't handle it, but someone else can. His eyes shifted, and he quickly formed another plan. He took out a communication device and contacted the Ningdu defense team. Someone is causing trouble at the Lu clan. Arrest them all. He ordered the defense team to act, planning to intervene later to win Denny's favor. Who is causing trouble that requires my involvement? A voice asked from the communication device, frowning. Uncle Ning, please don't underestimate them. Although their realms are low, they are extremely adept. Even the Lu clan Isaias can't subdue them. Amin responded politely. This Uncle Ning was one of the 6 strongest generals in the defense team, respected even by his own father, possessing immense power. Hashtag chapter 505, understanding everything. In front of the Lu family courtyard, Lee's face was ashen and miserable. He had never imagined that someone as worthless as Miles could actually know a group of such monstrous prodigies. Emma Avon easily defeated a host of Lu clan Isaias. Megan, Mac, and Amira were slightly inferior to Denny but not by much. Even 2-on-1, they still outmatched the top geniuses within the Lu clan. Such figures like Megan, Mac, and Amira were absolutely on par with monstrous prodigies. He bitterly regretted it now. If he had known this beforehand, he would have done anything to avoid conflict with Denny and his group. Prodigies at such a level would inevitably achieve unimaginable accomplishments in the future. It was very likely that one day the Lu clan would rely on Denny and company for support. To make enemies with them now, planting resentment, was simply not worth it. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed continuously. At first, Megan, Mac, and Amira were disoriented and responded frantically during combat, as the Lu clan Isaias were indeed formidable. However, as the battle continued, they gradually adapted, growing braver with each fight. They started turning the tables from their initial disadvantaged positions, and even suppressed their 3 respective opponents, who were Isaias. Does no one recognize them? They are astonishing. How can they be unknown figures? Onlookers couldn't stop discussing, growing more curious about Denny's identity. Desmond, upon reflection, no one could think of anything. No one recognized Denny and his companions. Are they here to find Miles? Not far away, Amin frowned in confusion, unable to understand how Denny and company could be connected to Miles. When he turned Miles into a puppet, he hadn't bothered to investigate Miles's past or perform a soul search. In fact, he didn't do this for any of the other puppets either. He had no interest in their backgrounds. Those he transformed into puppets either lacked notable backgrounds or, like Miles, were disregarded by their clans and thus wouldn't attract attention if anything happened to them. Understanding these individuals' pasts wasn't significant. Regardless, this is an excellent opportunity. His eyes gleamed. Originally, he hadn't thought much about courting Denny, but now he had a plan in mind. Soon, the city's defense forces would arrive, and he could help resolve the issue for Denny and company, thereby building goodwill. Then, using the connection that Miles had with Denny, he could deepen his relationship with Denny. Eventually, he would gradually reveal information about the organization to Denny. Of course, all the information he divulged would be permissible and wouldn't pose any threat to the organization. This process needed to happen gradually, requiring Denny's voluntary participation. This would undoubtedly be a challenging task, but success would showcase his accomplishments, greatly enhancing his status within the organization, possibly even making him a key member. A key member, just thinking about it excited him. His father had high attainments and great strength, but wasn't considered a key member, merely an ordinary peripheral member. I must succeed, he vowed silently, knowing the stakes were too significant to fail. At this moment, there was a commotion among the crowd. Steel-helmeted and bronze-armored guards appeared with long weapons, and a Zeke riding a Kyler arrived with immense authority. The Connor of the 6 defense generals has actually come. This is quite a scene. The 6 defense generals rarely show up unless there's something monumental or Ningguo City faces a major crisis. Onlookers hurriedly moved aside, forming a path while their faces were filled with astonishment. The 6 defense generals were the strongest defenders of Ningguo City, whose power was already beyond comprehension. They had only heard tales of the 6 defense generals' might but had never seen them. Connor, please help us capture those causing chaos at the Liu clan residence. They should be punished for fighting within our territory. They are certainly not benevolent types. The Liu clan Isaias became excited upon seeing Connor. Ordinary guards wouldn't have been of much help, but with Connor, even if Denny and company had more means and greater strength, it would be futile. How strong the 6 defense generals were, even the Liu clan didn't fully know. Ningguo City was a gathering place for ancient families, ancient alien races, and ancient demon beasts, which often led to friction and clashes. Desmond, no creature dared to act recklessly before the defense forces. Each of the 6 generals was extremely terrifying and could harness the power of Ningguo City, rendering them almost invincible. Bold. Fighting is strictly prohibited in Ningguo City. What do you think you're doing? A guard shouted coldly, exuding a heavy aura, clearly a seasoned veteran of many battles. No worries, just sparring with friends. Denny smiled and said. Ningguo City was an ancient city with a long heritage. To protect it, the use of martial arts was forbidden within the city limits. However, minor skirmishes went unpunished. Though the noise they made was considerable, Denny knew the rules well. He had sealed the area with treasures, ensuring the battle inside wouldn't damage the city. Moreover, being a city with such a long history, every brick and stone in Ningguo City was made of special materials that could withstand tremendous force. Even without the seal, their battles wouldn't damage the city in the slightest. Desmond, they had attracted the defense forces, and even Connor, a powerful figure. Something seemed amiss. Invited by the Liu clan? Impossible. Ordinary guards would suffice if the Liu clan wanted to invite someone. How could they summon Connor? Denny had performed a soul search on Hamilton and understood the basic situation of Ningguo City. He knew how formidable and terrifying Connor was. Exaggeratedly speaking, the 6 generals were nearly invincible within Ningguo City. An ancient array system existed within the long-standing Ningguo City. The 6 generals were linked to this ancient array and could borrow and activate its power. If it's not the Liu clan, then who invited Connor? Who can call such a powerful figure? Denny sneered inwardly, almost guessing who had summoned Connor. Understood. Denny unfolded the causal record and conducted a causal investigation on Connor. He didn't perform a complete causal probe, but shortened the time frame to focus on recent causality. With his current strength, he couldn't conduct a thorough causal investigation on such a powerful individual. Chapter 506, Beyond Redemption. So, you're trying to win me over. Denny smiled inwardly. His suspicions were correct. The one who had asked Ning Jeremiah to come over was Min. A friendly match? The guard's expression remained cold as he said, Ning City has specific areas for sparring matches. If you refuse to use those and insist on fighting here, it clearly shows that you don't respect the city's rules. We are rule-abiding citizens, and we hold this ancient city in high regard. Look, I've sealed off the space with precious artifacts to ensure no power leaks out. Ning City has not suffered any damage. Denny replied with a smile. Hmph, if everyone acted like you, wouldn't Ning City be in chaos with private vendettas breaking out everywhere? The guard sternly retorted. Fighting is strictly prohibited in Ning City, and this is the rule. Even if you've used valuable artifacts to contain the energy within this space without causing any external harm, you have still broken the city's regulations. They had received orders to mercilessly suppress Denny and his group, preferably as harshly as possible. In normal circumstances, they wouldn't meddle or enforce such stringent adherence to the rules in cases like these. What's going on? The crowd murmured in confusion, unable to comprehend why the guards were suddenly so strict regarding Denny and his companions. This situation was truly bizarre. In a hidden spot nearby, Min wore a triumphant smile. Everything was under his control. He chose not to reveal himself yet because now wasn't the best time. Denny and his friends hadn't endured enough humiliation. He wanted to wait until they felt utterly aggrieved before making his appearance. You're right. Denny spoke up. No matter what, I have committed an offense by breaking the rules. Whatever punishment you wish to impose, I will accept without complaint. The guard's expression flickered. This was not how he envisioned things going. He had hoped for a confrontation to justify his actions. Instead, Denny admitted his mistake on the spot, leaving him no room to escalate the situation. Ning City strictly forbade violence, and anyone who broke this rule would face corresponding punishments based on the extent of the damage done. Minor offenders would be fined in origin stones, while severe cases could result in banishment from the city. In Denny's case, no actual damage had occurred, which meant any fine in origin stones would be nominal, a punishment too light to qualify as real suppression. Violations of Ning City's rules have been rare, but your disregard for them now sets a terrible precedent that must be severely punished. Ning Jeremiah interjected at this moment. Ning Jeremiah is right. A severe punishment is indeed necessary. Please decide on the penalty, whatever it may be, and I'll accept it. Denny maintained a sincere and cooperative demeanor. The maximum penalty shall be applied. Your tendons in both hands and legs will be severed, your cultivation foundation nullified, and you'll be hung in public for half a month. Ning Jeremiah stated coldly. Haha, Uncle Ning really knows how to handle it properly. Min clapped his hands, grinning widely. Denny snorted inwardly. This was clearly just troublemaking for the sake of troublemaking. Severing tendons and ruining cultivation foundations? This punishment was even harsher than what was usually imposed for serious violations in Ning City. Alright, I accept. Denny did not resist, much to everyone's astonishment. No one, including Min, expected this response. He even went further, saying, not only do I accept it, my friends also agree. However, it wasn't just us involved. The Liu clan members participated too. Denny kept his composure, adding, It wouldn't be fair to punish only us, right? The Liu clan members' expressions changed drastically as they cursed under their breath. Denny was dragging them into this mess. A flicker of surprise crossed Ning Jeremiah's eyes. He underestimated Denny, who had deep calculations behind his actions. This move was strategic, turning the tables by putting him in a difficult position. What could he do? Punish only Denny and not the Liu clan? With so many witnesses around, how could the guard maintain its credibility if they acted inconsistently? It could even jeopardize their authority and possibly lead to a revolt. He couldn't afford to punish the entire Liu clan either, as they would fight back fiercely. What's happening? At this point, the men emerged from the crowd. He had no choice. The situation had spiraled out of control. He also underestimated Denny, who turned the tables without raising a fuss and left Uncle Ning with no easy way out. This didn't align with his plans. Without significant conflict, he wouldn't gain much favor from this incident. Young master. All the guards respectfully greeted Amin and explained the events. Ah, I see. Amin smiled. Uncle Ning, they're my friends. There's no need for such severe punishment. I can assure you they won't make this mistake again. Forgive them for my sake. Since Xiretal Desmond speaks so kindly, Uncle Ning will give you the benefit of the doubt and spare them. Ning Jeremiah readily agreed, granting Amin full respect. Wait a moment. Denny interrupted. How can this issue be resolved so easily? I violated the rules, and I'm willing to accept the punishment. But how does everything change when the son of the Aiden arrives? Is this the end of the matter? He continued. Are Ning City's rules actually set by you? Do you declare someone guilty whenever you feel like it? Ning Jeremiah's expression changed sharply. What did Denny mean? Was he challenging him? Amin's face also darkened. Things were not unfolding as he expected. Friend Taoist, I've already spoken up for you. Can you not take it personally for my sake? Amin smiled, trying to diffuse the tension. One thing at a time. I appreciate your intervention, but I believe even you disapprove of Ning Jeremiah's methods. Denny responded coldly. I'm a stickler for fairness. If I'm wrong, I admit it. If I'm not, I need a reason. Trying to win his favor by playing a charade in front of him, Denny intended to spoil Amin's plan. Ning Jeremiah's eyes narrowed, emitting a dangerous aura. He had never been challenged like this. Joaquin's, how did it come to this? Amin lamented silently. The situation had become completely unmanageable. Chapter 507. Ruthless enough. Amin's mind was in chaos, unsure of what to do. How foolish I have been. Isn't this a perfect opportunity? Why overthink it when I should be firmly standing by Denny? Suddenly enlightened, he realized that he shouldn't be stuck on finding peace between both sides. He needed to stand together with Denny. Wouldn't Denny view him more favorably for doing so? Uncle Ning, as a junior, I truly shouldn't say this. However, this time you've really made a mistake. With a righteous tone, he loudly rebuked Ning Jeremiah. It's true that acting recklessly violates the rules, but imposing such severe punishments is unacceptable. Severing tendons and crippling someone's cultivation base. This punishment is too harsh. I will not stand for it. The battles between Haroun, Mac, Amira, and others had already ceased when Ning Jeremiah arrived with his guards. Now they were all stunned. What was going on? Was Amin drunk, defending them like this and even daring to scold Ning Jeremiah? The onlookers were equally bewildered. Events unfolded far beyond their expectations. This was Ning Jeremiah, an existence even the Aiden didn't dare offend. The men openly scolding Ning Jeremiah, showing no respect whatsoever, was utterly surprising. They became increasingly interested in Denny's identity. Without doubt, Denny and company must have astounding backgrounds for Amin to offend Ning Jeremiah for their sake. No one considered the thought that Amin might be driven by overwhelming justice. Did such justly impassioned people exist in this world? Hee, this must be a premeditated show. They chuckled inwardly, sensing something off. Ning Jeremiah's appearance itself was strange, followed by the inexplicable heavy punishments levied against Denny, making it stranger still. Now, seeing Amin fiercely defend Denny and company, they instantly grasped it. This was Amin's way of courting Denny and company. Denny sneered in his heart. Amin was clever enough, thinking fast and pulling out all stops to curry favor, not even sparing face for Ning Jeremiah. Fine, if we're playing, let's play it through. He wasn't about to let it slide. He detested Amin deeply, even harboring murderous intent. Amin disregarded lives, turning them into puppets without a second thought. A man like that deserved death. Ning Jeremiah hadn't expected Amin to suddenly yell at him either, but he quickly understood Amin's intentions. He was no ordinary man, loyal to the Aiden. Though unaware of Amin's reasons for courting Denny, he chose to cooperate. Young master's words are correct. I did wrong. My recent cultivation setbacks have made my temper worse, causing me to react angrily. This punishment indeed lacked fairness. He lowered his head. If this weren't a staged act, I'd cut off my head and kick it around. Great Ning Jeremiah getting scolded and showing no anger? Who would believe that nonsense? None of the onlookers bought it. He must be Thorn. Some began to think. They figured Amin suspected Denny to be Thorn, thus the relentless courting. Such an extraordinarily powerful Thorn was indeed worth courting. Uncle Ning, you don't need to apologize to me. You should apologize to Evan Hamilton, said Amin. Hamilton. This was the identity Denny gave him, keeping his real identity hidden. I should apologize to young Master Hamilton, said Uncle Ning calmly. Don't bother, I don't need an apology. Denny interrupted. If apologies could solve everything, wouldn't the world descend into chaos? Killing someone and saying sorry. It's not that simple. He sneered internally. Amin was trying to appease him, so he let Amin play along thoroughly. Amin's expression changed slightly. If he didn't know Denny's true identity and the organization's eagerness to court him, he would have slapped Denny dead. Apologizing through Uncle Ning, Denny still pushed. What audacity. Evan speaks truth. Apologies alone aren't sufficient. Mistakes can't be swept away with mere words. Looking at Denny, he asked, What punishment do you suggest? He was done caring, just staying firmly on Denny's side. There's no need for much punishment. Whatever punishment was given to me, apply it to him. Denny remained calm. If I can accept it, why can't he? Especially since the fault is his. This punishment is rather light. Hearing this, Amin raged silently. To demand the 6 guards Commander Ning Jeremiahang be crippled was sheer madness. He hesitated now. Crippling Ning Jeremiahang was too steep a price. Ning Jeremiahang trembled in fury. No matter how composed or loyal to the Aiden he was, hearing Denny call for his destruction enraged him. What hadn't he faced? Now to be ruined by Denny? He stayed silent, waiting for Amin's decision. Uncle Ning, Evan Hamilton is right. Had I not come, wouldn't both Evan Hamilton and the Liu clan be crippled by you? Amin yelled. My father entrusted you to guard Ningdu, a supreme honor and grave responsibility. Desmond, for personal gain, you abandon your honor and duty, harming others at will. Your crimes are immense. Sparing your life is mercy. Don't delay. Cripple yourself and sever your tendons. He resolved that courting Denny was paramount, even sacrificing Ning Jeremiahang. Ning Jeremiahang fumed, veins throbbing on his forehead. Desmondars of loyalty to the Aiden, yet he faced this fate now, discarded at will. Uncle Ning, don't ruin yourself. Self-culpating leaves you a chance to live. Resist and not only will you die, but your family too. Amin coldly warned, recognizing Ning Jeremiahang's resentment, using his family as leverage to prevent resistance. He genuinely feared Ning Jeremiahang's strength, unable to stop a retaliatory move from him. Ideally, he'd prefer Ning Jeremiahang attack. It would earn Denny's gratitude. Ruthless enough. Denny hadn't expected Amin's dedication. If I don't make you bankrupt, my name isn't Denny? He sneered. Amin was worse than beast. Any chance and Denny would kill him. Chapter 508. Overthrowing Darkness. Ning Jeremiahang trembled even more violently. He was truly about to explode with anger. Never had he imagined that his unwavering loyalty would lead to this outcome. Using the lives of his family members as leverage against him, he really didn't think Amin would go this far. Sadness, pain, and regret flooded his heart. He came here merely to play a role for Amin, but who could have guessed that it would backfire on him like this? Bang, bang, bang. Multiple parts of his body erupted in explosions, blood splattering everywhere. He had destroyed his cultivation foundation and severed his hand tendons and leg sinews. He fell to the ground. In the end, he chose to yield. He couldn't allow his family to perish along with him. He became a true waste, not even a normal mortal. With both his hand tendons and leg sinews cut, he could no longer move his limbs. Everyone must be punished for their mistakes. There are no exceptions. Amin bellowed coldly, making sure the act was convincing. He couldn't let Ning Jeremiahang's sacrifice go to waste. He wanted to gain Denny's goodwill. Evan Yuan, are you satisfied? He turned to ask Denny with a smile. Sigh. The image of Ning Capital's defenders has completely collapsed in my mind. Denny sighed and said, why do people choose Everard? It's to ensure that Ning Capital remains forever safe and peaceful, to maintain order and justice for all creatures through fairness and integrity. But what do I see now? I see dictatorship. I see Ning Capital being treated like private property by its defenders. What do you mean, Evan? Amin's face changed. What do you mean? Denny's expression grew cold. You should ask yourself what you've done. The 6 defenders were crippled without any approval from the Everard? Wasn't this what Evan Yuan demanded? Amin forced down his anger. Because of this, I feel utterly despondent. Denny spoke up. Ning Capital has its laws. Crimes have established legal frameworks and procedures. Just because I said something, you cripple the 6 defenders? Where is the law? Where is fairness and justice? Is your conduct any different from Ning Jeremiahang's? You. Amin gritted his teeth so hard it nearly cracked. He had never seen anyone like this before. Hadn't he always stood on Denny's side? Severely punishing Ning Jeremiahang had left him bleeding inside. Yet Denny turned around and bit him back? What kind of person is this? I wanted to cripple Ning Jeremiahang, sever his hand and leg tendons, but it was just out of anger, words and a fit of rage. Denny lamented with sorrow. I always believed Ning Capital to be a place of justice and fairness, but unfortunately, today has shown me that Ning Capital has changed, no longer the fair and just land it once was. Amin's anger surged uncontrollably. Damn Denny, what rubbish talk is this? Justice and fairness? There's no such thing in this world. He helped Denny, and Denny not only didn't express gratitude, but even turned against him. If it weren't for the organization valuing Denny, he wouldn't hesitate to tear Denny apart. The surrounding beings exchanged bewildered glances. Was Denny too stubborn? Did he only believe in justice and fairness? Denny? At this moment, a creature exclaimed in surprise. He happened upon this place and saw many beings gathered. Curiosity drew him over, and to his shock, he found Denny here. After days of searching in vain, he finally found Denny here. Denny looked in the direction of the voice and smiled faintly. Someone who recognized him and knew of his deeds in the western region had finally appeared. Just as he thought, in vast Ning Capital filled with ancient clan offspring, how could there not be someone who knew him? He had met this person in Xiring Mountain in the west, an alchemy prodigy with extremely high talent, renowned in the east. The drama can begin, he sneered inwardly, waiting for the right person to show up. Once someone who knew him appeared, he would gain support, and then he could proceed with what he intended. What happened? This person stared at Ning Jeremiahang, twitching on the ground, in disbelief. Ning Jeremiahang, one of the 6 defenders who wielded the power of Ning Capital and was virtually invincible within it. How could he end up like this? A dictatorship? Denny exclaimed painfully. In my heart, Ning Capital was sacred and grand, its defenders noble and fair. Alas, the defenders I encountered are nothing like that. He recounted the events, saying that Ning Jeremiahang overly punished him due to a bad mood, and when he lashed out in anger, Amin used personal authority to cripple Ning Jeremiahang. The Eastern alchemy prodigy was stunned, unsure of what to say. He had seen ungrateful people before, but never one as ungrateful as Denny. Amin was helping Denny, and instead of gratitude, Denny complained? How tragic for Amin. I've never tolerated dark-hearted people, especially those who bring sorrow to everyone. I suggest replacing all of Ning Capital's defenders with new ones selected by all races. Denny declared boldly. What? The spectators were dumbfounded. Replace all of Ning Capital's defenders? Who do you think you are, saying replace and it happens? I know the path of justice is full of challenges. I'm willing to take the forefront, dispelling darkness and bringing light back to the land. Denny looked at the crowd and proclaimed, will you join me in driving away the darkness and welcoming the light? Only fools would follow you. The spectators thought disdainfully but didn't voice it aloud. Denny might be Thorn, and they didn't want to offend him. The Eastern alchemy prodigy knew Denny's prowess and achievements in alchemy and how highly his clan regarded Denny, seeking to recruit him. But even so, he remained silent, observing cautiously. Overthrowing Ning Capital's defenders was no small matter. He dared not casually support Denny, even though his clan sought to win Denny's favor. Amin was dumbfounded. What kind of person was this? He had stepped in, enduring the pain of crippling one of his own, only to receive this outcome? Denny wanted to overthrow him and his father? His whole body shook with fury. How could anyone do such a thing? Do you refuse or fear? Denny roared. You have witnessed everything. Have I done wrong? Is Ning Capital still a place of fairness and justice? This place is filled with filth. The tension thickened as Denny's impassioned speech hung in the air, challenging the very foundations of Ning Capital's order. Chapter 509. United Strength. The onlookers remained silent. Denny's actions were questionable. He had wronged Amin, who was trying to help Denny. However, upon closer reflection, Denny indeed did nothing wrong and said nothing incorrect. Ning Jeremiahang recklessly imposed the laws of Ningdu to unjustly accuse Amin. To rally Denny's support, Amin made a public statement that would lead to Ning Jeremiahang's self-destruction. They mocked Denny for being obstinate and inflexible. But did Denny truly do anything wrong? Ningdu had turned into an autocracy, where the Everard's word was law, and the established rules and regulations were nothing more than a joke, existing in name only. Amin helping me. Did I not see it? Did I lack awareness and fail to recognize his intentions? But why must I act this way? Denny shouted aloud. What am I doing this for? Am I doing this for myself? If it were for my own benefit, why would I need to do this? Why wouldn't saying nothing be enough? Though the world is murky, you and I still need to uphold our original hearts. An ancient capital like Ningdu can no longer descend further into decay. The faces of many beings turned solemn. Desmond's. If Denny only thought of himself, why would he have become such a villain? Amin sought to win over Denny by crippling Ning Jeremiahang. Had Denny said and done nothing, he would certainly have gained even greater benefits. Desmond, Denny did not choose this path. He dared to voice dissent, to unveil the murky truths. Compared to Denny, they all felt they had failed, living lives shaped by hearsay, mimicking others' behavior. They ridiculed Denny, unaware that they themselves were the most despicable. They actually believed Amin's actions were correct. This was their own sorrow. Ningdu had its laws, rules, and institutions, established when the ancient clans, ancient hetero-clans, and ancient demon beasts first gathered in the city. Over time, as murkiness spread throughout the world, they too became muddled, turning Denny's righteous and just words into ridicule. I support you. At that moment, someone called out in agreement. He had once been sanctioned by the guard team merely over a minor incident. He was fined a large quantity of essence stones, with the warning that if he disobeyed, he would be expelled from the city. For such a minor issue, even if he was at fault, he should not have been fined so heavily. Today's guard team had long changed, no longer prioritizing the protection of Ningdu but rather pursuing personal interests. Me too. Another being shouted loudly. He belonged to a hetero clan and possessed modest strength. While in Ningdu, he also suffered exploitation by the guard team. Ningdu has indeed rotted and needs to change. I agree. Voices of support for Denny rose up, touched by his words, unable to hold back any longer. Indeed, Ningdu's guard team was now extremely excessive. Apart from those top-tier powerful forces, every other force or being had been exploited by Ningdu's guard team. One could enter Ningdu with a token, yet, these non-top-tier forces required payment of essence stones to stay. Otherwise, they could not settle in Ningdu, and the guard team would find reasons to harass them. Amin's face drastically changed. He never expected Denny to successfully incite these beings. I can refine a high-quality pill for your clan. Help me. Denny sent a telepathic message to the Eastern alchemy genius. While many beings supported him, the forces behind them were not very powerful, belonging to small factions. Even if he joined forces with these smaller powers, he could not overthrow Ningdu's guards. He needed a major faction to assist, and the faction supporting the Eastern alchemy genius was precisely such a major power. Please wait while I seek permission. The Eastern alchemy genius did not respond immediately. Denny's offer to refine a pill for their clan was undoubtedly a huge temptation. However, overthrowing Ningdu's guards was a massive undertaking, one he couldn't decide on alone. Hastily, he contacted his clan's Isaias via communication artifacts and reported the situation. Soon, he received a response. They asked him not to agree immediately and to observe further. Would the guards agree to replace themselves so easily? This would inevitably lead to a great battle. His clan did not want to act rashly, knowing the consequences were too severe. Apologies, Evan Denny. There are urgent matters within the clan, and I haven't reached the Isaias yet. He messaged Denny. Denny, being astute, knew this was a delay tactic. Are you doubtful about the reliability of this plan? Denny messaged, I can provide guarantees. This plan is foolproof. An upper-grade 9-turn Jade Lane pill is earnest money and I can promise to refine 2 more high-grade pills for you. Of course, within my capabilities. However, I need your assistance in return. Then he detailed what he needed them to do. Evan, please wait. The Eastern alchemy genius immediately reported Denny's request to his clan Isaias. After some time, he got confirmation. The Isaias agreed. He had already predicted they would accept. Denny's offer was irresistibly tempting, especially the guarantees, which gave them peace of mind. What Denny wanted them to do was unite with other major factions. Every cooperating faction would receive one pill refinement opportunity from Denny. These major factions from all 5 regions knew of Denny's astounding alchemical skills. Such attractive terms would definitely get these factions to agree to help. Individually, these factions might hesitate. However, this wasn't individual combat but united action. Many major factions joining together would make Ningdu's guard team less intimidating. Under such conditions, plus Denny's compelling promises, these factions would surely join. Our clan has already taken action. Some Isaias will come to support us, while others will contact other major factions. He messaged Denny. Soon, news came in. Indeed, hearing about the united effort, these major factions readily agreed, without too much fear or concern. All factions that agreed to join are rapidly gathering towards us, and each clan's top experts are also swiftly coming. He relayed all the information from the Isaias to Denny. Chapter 510, Cry for Justice. To ensure greater safety, the factions joining in did everything they could to rope in other major forces. For instance, the Ancient Odd Race and the Ancient Beast Race were also pulled in. Okay. After hearing the Eastern Alchemy Prodigy's report, Denny was finally relieved. The 5 regions' forces had more than half of their factions join in already. According to the Eastern Alchemy Prodigy, he would continue contacting other factions and had confidence that around 80% of Bolivarizu's major forces would join them. Such power could not be breached even if the Aiden used Ningdu's full might. However, Denny would be extremely tired after this whole ordeal since most of the factions had joined because he had promised to help with alchemy. Soon, a horde of beings surrounded the area. The major forces joined in first contacted their members in Ningdu, sending them over to Denny's side. They all decided to join based on Denny's promise to help with alchemy, so his safety was critical. They came to protect him. We gave them power to make Ningdu better, but they have used such authority for malfeasance and misdeeds, making Ningdu chaotic. My phone clan has decided to replace the Ningdu guard. Desmonds, they are too selfish, unfit for management. One by one, faction members declared support for Denny. Denny, who is he? I'm confused. Is he really Hamilton or Denny? Many spectators looked bewildered. While Denny said he was Hamilton, those faction members called him Denny. Regardless, his background must be very complex. Why would these factions suddenly all converge here in support? This Denny must be behind it. They weren't stupid. Something was off with all the factions joining together. They didn't believe the factions were honestly there to overthrow the Ningdu guard. If they really wanted to, why wait till now? Eamon's face turned ashen. He knew the extent of Denny's influence. A myriad of factions was here for him. Did you ask your Isaias? He shouted. This isn't trivial. I hope you think carefully before deciding. Without their clan Isaias approval, how could these members openly support Denny? Amen clearly knew they were under orders, but still hoped it was personal impulse. Replacing guards is inevitable. Your good days are over. Ningdu will become a city of light again, with no dark corners. Faction members sneered. Individually, they weren't matches for the Ningdu guard, but together, they had a different story. No matter how powerful the Ningdu guard was, it couldn't overpower so many factions. Lu clan members' faces turned deathly pale, amazed by Denny's power. First, Amen sacrificed Ning Jeremiah for Denny. Now, with the call, Denny gathered countless top forces. While these top factions claimed justice, they saw through the act. They came for Denny. Given the Ningdu guard's strength, especially leveraging Ningdu's power, these top forces wouldn't lightly choose to antagonize them. Moreover, the faction members treated Denny with extreme respect, seemingly guarding him. If they hadn't confirmed the factions were here for Denny, they'd be foolish. Soon, they received news from their clans. Is this true? How could this happen? Though they had guessed, receiving clan news shocked them. Denny had united nearly 90% of Bolivarizu forces, inviting even their Lu clan. They never imagined Denny would surprise them like this, refining perfect quality 9 curves crystal pill, surpassing alchemy master level. It's no wonder so many factions rushed in. Denny's offer was irresistible. Helping refine pills while ensuring quality was an extremely rare opportunity, especially given Denny's talent, capable of refining high-grade pills of perfect quality. With such skills, Denny could likely refine Tier 9 pills effortlessly. The value of superior quality Tier 9 pills was unimaginably high. Even with ancient heritage, they had never owned such high-tier pills. Our Lu clan has ties with such a person. Oh God, what grave mistakes have we made? Regret consumed them. If only they had known, they would never confront Denny, but seek his favor instead. Elsewhere, Lee's face was drained of blood, shaking uncontrollably. He too had received clan information, terrified by Denny's prowess, an existence beyond reach, whom he had tried to kill. The clan would never let him off easily. Too dark, too dark. In broad daylight, I see no brightness. Ningdu's guards are truly egregious. He angrily exclaimed, not replacing them is unjust. Well, what is he saying? The surrounding crowd's jaws dropped at Lee's sudden shift. First wanting to kill Denny, now he defended him and criticized Ningdu's darkness? Speechless, they thought about the fact that the Lu clan had been thoroughly beaten, yet was still speaking up for Denny. But what left them even more astonished was the action of Lu clan Isaias. We ensured maximum safety during our friendly duel, yet when Ning Jeremiah came, he said our friend committed serious crimes. Truly infuriating. Ningdu is a reasonable ancient city, not letting vile, selfish people tarnish its reputation. The Lu clan Isaias loudly defended Denny's innocence. Hashtag chapter 511, cold-blooded. Me. Amon's back teeth gritted loudly. The Lu clan, these fickle and spineless individuals, had no regard for face or honor once they saw the situation turning against them. Moreover, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration within. He had a feud with Denny as well. Why was Denny putting him through this torment? First, Denny caused Ning Jeremiah to self-mutilate, and then he incited various forces to overthrow his father's position as Aiden. Did he have some deep-seated grudge against Denny? Was it because Denny knew of Miles? Could it be that Denny was targeting him because of Miles? This was impossible. He immediately dismissed the thought. Even if Denny knew that Miles had become a puppet, there was no way Denny could know that he was the one who turned Miles into a puppet. He left no trace at all. There was no way Denny could possibly track it back to him. The matter of puppets was extremely serious. Any slip-up could lead to major consequences. Therefore, when creating the puppet, he was exceptionally cautious, double-checking and erasing every trace related to him. This was done precisely to prevent any exposure from implicating him. At the same time, this was also why he left a small part of the puppet's instinctual consciousness intact. With the main consciousness erased and not under constant control, he retained a small portion of the puppet's instinctive awareness for everyday activities. But then why? Could it really be my actions offended him, making him a person overflowing with righteousness? No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure out where he might have wronged Denny, leading to such treatment. Capture him first. On the other side, Denny coldly shouted, commanding everyone to seize Amin. I did wrong, I admit it, but please, no need to go this far. I won't resist. Amin hurriedly said. Regardless, he didn't want to give up. Winning Denny over was crucial for him, and he didn't want to clash with Denny. Capture him, let's discuss later. Denny's expression remained cold, completely disregarding Amin's attitude. He had made great sacrifices, promising those who helped him a chance to have him refine medicine for them. He would not let this end easily. He had to kill Amin and save the other puppets. I really won't resist. I realize I was wrong, Amin called out again, genuinely not fighting back. But the powerful figures from the major factions who arrived followed Denny's orders without question, forcibly apprehending Amin regardless of his stance. Hypocrisy and lies everywhere. I will deal with you shortly, Denny coldly ordered, ignoring Amin as he asked the Liu clan members to take him to see Miles. The Isaias of the Liu clan quickly got up, leading Denny to Miles's residence. During the journey, the Liu clan Isaias felt uneasy, as their treatment of Miles was less than favorable, fearing it might enrage Denny. Faster, don't dawdle, Denny harshly reprimanded, finding the Liu clan Isaias's pace too slow. The Isaias's face was full of hesitation, but under Denny's stern command, he had no choice but to hurry, swiftly bringing Denny to Miles's place. Is this where Miles lives? Denny's voice was icy, his face ashen. He already knew the Liu clan treated Miles poorly, but he never imagined they would be so heartless. What he saw wasn't a proper dwelling, but rather an area filled with various beast mounts. Miles had been assigned to live here. When he checked Miles's fate records, Miles still had a house, but now, when he sought him out, Miles didn't even have a room. We saw that he was in poor condition, weak, and on the brink of death. We were afraid he would die inside, so we moved him here, the Liu clan Isaias explained cautiously, unable to hide the truth. Denny glanced at the Isaias, his gaze chilly. Regardless of Miles's condition, he still shared the same bloodline. The Isaias trembled violently under Denny's stare, terrified that Denny might kill him outright. However, Denny only glanced at him before ignoring him. Denny understood that the entire Liu clan treated Miles like this. Dealing with or not dealing with this Isaias wouldn't make a difference. His eyes scanned the stables until he finally found Miles in a corner. Miles was barely conscious, lying in the corner, his face covered in beads of cold sweat, pale and lifeless, his body occasionally twitching. Clearly, Miles was gravely injured, nearing death, with very little life force remaining. It'll be fine, everything will get better. Denny took out a rare medicinal herb, plucked a leaf, and fed it to Miles. Soon, Miles's complexion improved, and his breathing stabilized, regaining some strength. You are? Miles opened his eyes, confusion and emptiness evident. You may not recognize me, but you've done me a great favor. You once saved my life. Denny explained. In the Void Mountain, you accidentally moved an ancient stone statue, opening the door to my survival when I was trapped inside the statue. The Void Mountain was a notorious dangerous place in Baliverizu. Miles had gone there to grow stronger. Of course, what he said about saving his life was fabricated. It was a lie. He never went to the Void Mountain. Since Miles was still a puppet, he couldn't reveal the real reason, or it might tip Amin off. Ah, that's why. Miles managed a weak smile, acting nothing like a puppet. This was the advantage of leaving a portion of consciousness. Without thorough investigation, it was hard to tell that Miles's main consciousness was gone, replaced by puppetry. Miles didn't doubt Denny's words either, as he had indeed been to the Void Mountain and moved a statue unintentionally. At the time, you mentioned coming from the Liu clan, named Miles. I remembered it and vowed to repay you. Today, I finally found you. Denny pulled Miles up and said, rest assured, Brother Liu. I will help you recover your health and return to normal. Thank you, Taoist friend. Miles expressed gratitude, showing no signs of being a puppet. Don't worry. Denny smiled and led Miles out of the stable. Deep down, he knew Amin's consciousness might have already descended upon Miles's body, because he clearly saw a glint of awareness in Miles's eyes, something a puppet shouldn't have. Amin must have used some means to project his consciousness onto Miles. It was a very covert method. Amin planted a special crystal in Miles's body, using its power to project his consciousness. If anything unexpected happened, Amin could instantly destroy the crystal, leaving no trace. Hashtag chapter 512, a do-or-die mentality. Carlo was right in his thoughts. As Carlo came to find Nevin, Daniel's consciousness had already descended upon Nevin's body. He wanted to know the exact nature of the relationship between Nevin and Carlo. Haha, this relationship is truly hilarious. Carlo, did you know that your savior is the one who nearly crippled you in the arena? Daniel's consciousness said with amusement in his mind. Meanwhile, Carlo was leading Nevin out of the Liu clan's courtyard. The members of the major power who agreed to help were already gathered there. You can never succeed? Daniel's main body sneered coldly, no longer saying anything about acknowledging mistakes. He sensed the immense hostility Carlo harbored towards him, a kind of enmity that couldn't be changed. Furthermore, he did not intend to mend relations with Carlo. Of course, this didn't mean he had given up. Not trying to mend relations with Carlo only applied to himself. He still intended to recruit Carlo into the organization. He just changed his strategy. Now that he knew the relationship between Nevin and Carlo, where Nevin was Carlo's savior, this excellent relationship was much more effective than any attempts to win over Carlo through other means. He could manipulate Nevin further to gradually draw Carlo into the organization. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, terrifying beast roars resounded throughout the city as the guards on their mounts rode over. Daniel had been in constant communication with his father, who was aware of all developments. His father also agreed with using Nevin to recruit Carlo into the organization. The position of Everard was crucial and held great significance. His father sought instructions from the organization, which insisted that the Everard position must be preserved at all costs. Initially, his father had some hesitation. Carlo was determined to overthrow his position, and preserving it would put them at odds with Carlo. If they became adversaries, how could they hope to recruit Carlo? Therefore, his father had refrained from sending troops to stop Carlo. However, now that they had a better opportunity, even becoming adversaries with Carlo wasn't too significant an issue. What do you want to do? Scatter immediately. 5 middle-aged men shouted coldly. The expressions of the ancient clans, ancient odd races, and ancient demonic beasts gathered here changed. They had loudly declared their intention to overthrow the Everard long ago, and the city guard had taken no action, making them believe the Everard feared direct confrontation. After all, their combined forces were vast, and even if the Everard could borrow Ningdu's strength, it wouldn't be enough to oppose their coalition. But it seemed they were wrong. The Everard and his guards did not intend to stand down and instead planned to fight them. Where did they get such courage? They were very curious. It felt like the Everard and guards were courting death. Almost 90% of Bolivarizu's major powers had united. Could the Everard really resist? I don't understand what you're thinking. Can't you see the situation clearly? This is Ningdu, our ancient capital agreed upon by all races, not your territory. You are merely elected guardians appointed by us, remember this. Many strong figures shouted without fear. They held an overwhelming advantage, and the city guard's resistance was futile. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, explosions echoed in the sky as 6 figures rode rainbow bridges. Each figure exuded an immensely terrifying presence. These are the 5 guardian generals and the current Everard of Ningdu. Everyone's expression changed drastically. What have I done to warrant you all uniting against me? The Everard's figure descended from the rainbow bridge, his gaze sweeping over the powerful entities of the major forces. The 5 guardian generals also landed, standing behind the Everard. The Ningdu guards have become utterly corrupt, neglecting their duty to protect Ningdu for personal gain. Even if you did not participate, your poor supervision is still part of the problem. Carlo stepped forward, staring directly at the Everard of Ningdu, and said, "You are no longer fit to be the Everard of Ningdu. Step down and relinquish your position." He had paid a huge price to overthrow the Everard's position. The Everard was essential to the organization he belonged to, and holding such a position made their actions far more convenient. He understood this and aimed to strike the organization by overthrowing the Everard. Beijing's Long clan was also a holy clan, but he knew the holy clans dared not reveal themselves due to certain reasons. By bringing together these major forces from Bolivarizu, he intended to deter those holy clans from acting rashly. With so many major forces involved, any move by the holy clans would expose them. So he was confident that the Everard could not rely on holy clan support and had to rely on his own strength. Do you think you can step down so easily? The Everard roared, "Don't think I don't know your scheme. You made heavy promises to these major forces, that's why they helped you." Those unaware of the details were stunned. What heavy promise did Carlo make to gather so many major forces? Don't twist the facts. Carlo shook his head. Do you not see what the guards have become? Ningdu has become your private domain. You dare not provoke the major forces, yet the minor ones suffer under your oppressive rule. No matter the reason, today you must resign because you simply do not deserve it. The Everard ignored Carlo and shifted his gaze to the powerful beings of various forces. Is getting him to refine a single pill worth this? His eyes narrowed. I know your strong individuals from each race are coming here, but remember, you are still in Ningdu, and your strong individuals might not even enter Ningdu. What? A heavy promise is just for him to refine a single pill. Those unfamiliar with the situation were dumbstruck. They thought it was something significant, but it was just refining a single pill. Their expressions turned strange, waves rippling in their hearts. How high must Carlo's alchemy skills be to command such united assistance from major forces? This was undeniable. Carlo's alchemy skills must have reached an unimaginable level. Otherwise, the major forces would never agree. Silence fell among the gathered powerful beings. Their greatest fear had come true. They feared the Everard might adopt a do-or-die mentality, and indeed, the Everard displayed such a mindset now. ####Chapter 513, Capture. With nearly 90% of the top major forces uniting, this was absolutely an overwhelming power that could not be resisted. They had believed that the Aiden would know better than to voluntarily step down from his position. But now it seemed he did not have that intention and intended to stand against them to the end. So what? Denny's face remained calm as he said, even if you can withstand the onslaught of each race's powerful beings, how long can you hold out? If you don't step down willingly, your fate will be very tragic. I don't need much time. I just need to kill you, and all problems will be solved. The Aiden coldly replied. All the major forces had only come because Denny had issued a promise. If Denny disappeared or died, the alliance formed by the major forces would inevitably dissolve directly. Kill me? Dare you? Denny inwardly scoffed. He knew the sacred races highly valued him and had issued strict orders for the Aiden to try to recruit him into their organization. The Aiden talking about killing him in front of him was completely an act, meant to scare him. Of course, these were things that could not be spoken of aloud. If he revealed everything, the united major forces would certainly be scared away instantly. They would never dare oppose the sacred races. Denny ignored the Aiden and spoke to the powerful beings of each race. There's no need for me to explain the value of a top-grade 9-star elixir. You all know it's worth very well, especially since this is a customizable elixir that can be refined according to your needs. He continued, think about it carefully. How much benefit would this bring to your races? The expressions of the members of the major forces turned exceedingly conflicted. This was indeed a tough choice. On one side was their safety, and on the other side were unimaginable benefits. They were at a loss, unsure of how to choose. What? A customizable top-grade 9-star elixir? Those who did not know the extent of Denny's alchemy skills were all stunned. They had never thought that Denny was so incredibly talented, actually possessing such astounding alchemy skills. Even the most renowned alchemy masters couldn't achieve that. Though they hadn't seen Denny refine elixirs, they firmly believed that Denny must possess extraordinary alchemy skills. Otherwise, the races wouldn't have agreed to his promise. Without a doubt, the various races understood Denny's abilities and knew that he truly could refine top-grade 9-star elixirs. Zyrif is the most important thing. Without life, what does it matter even if you have everything else? The Aiden shouted loudly. Zyresen to his nonsense. With nearly 90% of the major forces powerful beings joining together, can he really stop us? Denny said, don't let him scare you. He doesn't dare to harm you in any way. To protect you. If you want to kill him, you'll have to kill us first. The powerful beings of the major forces laughed coldly. They had made up their minds. Denny was right. Could the Aiden really stop the united powerful beings of nearly 90% of the major forces? Furthermore, what Denny had said wasn't wrong either. Each of them belonged to top-tier powerful major forces. Even if the Aiden went insane, he would never dare to do anything to them. Once the Aiden really took action, he would undoubtedly die without a place to bury his body, with no chance of redemption. No one wanted to die, and the Aiden was no exception. Even if he wanted to fight to the death, the time wasn't right yet. They wouldn't back down now. Even if it came to the point of fighting to the death, they still had a chance, and then retreating wouldn't be too late. Capture him for me. The Aiden narrowed his eyes and said nothing more. Denny was the key. Once Denny was captured, many problems would be resolved. Desmond's. The 5 guard generals received the order and leaped from behind the Aiden toward Denny. Swish, swish, swish. Blinding lights shot forth, and the powerful beings of each force wielded various formidable weapons to counterattack, preventing the 5 guard generals from capturing Denny. Undoubtedly, the 5 guard generals were incredibly powerful. With a single stretch of their hands, terrifying power surged, sending a large number of powerful beings flying. I've long heard about the power of the 6 guard generals. Unfortunately, you've been absent for so long that I've never had the chance to spar with you. But now we have the perfect opportunity to spar properly. Azik grinned. His aura was fierce and powerful, far stronger than other powerful beings. Boom! He fought fiercely with a guard general, matching him blow for blow, blocking him. Heh, I've been wanting to test myself too. As long as you're near Ningdu, you're virtually invincible? Let me see that. One after another, strong figures emerged to counterattack. They were more terrifying and powerful than average major force beings. The 5 guard generals were halted, unable to get close to Denny. Almost all the major forces within the city were on Denny's side, including some peak-level powerful beings in Ningdu. However, the number of such peak-level beings was very small, a total of 6. Peak-level beings like these rarely appeared. Denny was fortunate to encounter these peak-level beings in Ningdu. Otherwise, under the attack of the 5 guard generals, Denny would have been instantly captured. You won't drop the coffin until you shed tears. You can't protect him. The Aiden sneered. He was fully aware of the power of the 5 guard generals. As long as they were in Ningdu, no being could defeat them, because the 5 guard generals could borrow the power of Ningdu. Why was he able to become the Aiden? All because he had gained the recognition of Ningdu's power. Every generation of Aidens required the recognition of Ningdu's power to become the Aiden. As a time-honored ancient capital, Ningdu possessed unimaginably powerful, terrible forces. Once the 5 guard generals borrowed this power, no one could stop them. In fact, except for the initial Aiden of Ningdu, all subsequent Aidens were trained by the sacred races. They provided the methods for later Aidens to obtain Ningdu's power. The current Aiden also received this method from the sacred races, allowing him to gain Ningdu's power recognition and become the Aiden. Otherwise, there was no way he could have obtained Ningdu's power recognition. Gaining such recognition was extremely difficult, and not something an ordinary person could achieve. This difficulty was reflected in the fact that whoever could gain Ningdu's power recognition could become the Aiden. After all, if anyone could gain Ningdu's power recognition, wouldn't everyone become the Aiden of Ningdu? Precisely because of the difficulty and the importance of Ningdu's power, they decided that whoever could gain Ningdu's power recognition could become the Aiden of Ningdu. Chapter 514. Actions speak louder than words. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosions echoed throughout the area. The 5 guarding generals unleashed their power, each possessing world-shaking strength and intimidating realms. However, the strong creatures battling them were not weak either. They represented the pinnacle of combat forces from various races, standing at the apex. Their clashes sent shockwaves rippling for hundreds of miles, changing the very colors of heaven and earth. Many weaker entities were blasted aside, spewing blood non-stop, sustaining severe injuries. Fortunately, Denny and company were protected by a powerful figure who shielded them from these aftershocks. Otherwise, they too would have suffered grave wounds. All kinds of great techniques surged forth, creating an awe-inspiring scene. This was a clash between peak combatants, extraordinarily frightening. You have some skill, but don't forget, this is Ningdu. Indeed, anybody daring to fight us here in Ningdu is destined for a crushing defeat. The 5 guarding generals coldly shouted, each rapidly forming seals as beams of intense light shot up from beneath Ningdu and enveloped them. Instantly, They became incomparably radiant and luminous, their momentum greatly increased, each hand wielding immense power with just a wave. They attacked again, their strength surpassing what it had been before. Order laws wrapped around their palms, instantly suppressing their respective opponents. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Blood sprayed out. Every single entity engaging the 5 guarding generals could not withstand more than a few moves, all ending up pale-faced and spitting blood. The 5 guarding generals were harnessing the power of Ningdu. Without that borrowed power, they might have continued the battle, but with it, the 5 guarding generals utterly crushed their adversaries. Capture him. The Aiden's expression was icy, ordering the 5 guarding generals to apprehend Denny. Want to capture me? Can you even do it? Denny roared coldly, showing no fear. Zyrefting one hand. Blazing fire erupted, shimmering with golden light, its high temperature sweeping across the field. Many creatures felt like they were about to be boiled away. Even the green stone bricks of Ningdu could not withstand such flames, burning and deforming under the heat. What kind of fire is this? So terrifying. Many creatures looked stunned. Ningdu's endurance over time meant every brick was extraordinary, made from extremely hard minerals. Desmond, under Denny's flames, the bricks crumbled effortlessly. A terrifying sight. The 5 guarding generals quickly retreated, not daring to come near the flames. This fire frightened them, sending shivers down their spines. Even with Ningdu's power, they did not dare approach this fire. If touched, they had no doubt they would be completely incinerated instantly. Earth Fire Golden Azure Flame. The Aiden's pupils constricted, recognizing the flame. He never imagined Denny would wield such rare fire. His mood grew heavy. What was initially a simple matter had become exceptionally complicated. With Earth Fire Golden Azure Flame protecting him, Denny was beyond capture. Not even magical artifacts could withstand the flame's burn. Swoosh. Denny raised the purple lane spear, its tip pointing directly at the Aiden. Who dares stand against me? He moved forward, the Earth Fire Golden Azure Flame flickering on his body. Zyreek, a fiery deity, each step forward caused many creatures to retreat hastily. The 5 guarding generals showed fierce expressions. When had they ever faced such defiance? They lifted their hands, summoning fearsome power, intent on exterminating Denny. Though Earth Fire Golden Azure Flame could protect Denny, it could not stop such overwhelming force. Don't kill him. The Aiden hurriedly transmitted a message, stopping the 5 guarding generals. Previously threatening Denny was merely a bluff. He dared not truly kill Denny. He was a target named by the organization. Why not kill him? He's too arrogant. The 5 guarding generals clenched their teeth, clearly reluctant. They did not understand why the Aiden wouldn't allow killing Denny, especially after saying so earlier. He still has use. Don't harm his life. Find another way to capture him. The Aiden gave orders without much explanation, directing the 5 guarding generals to devise alternative methods. Denny's lips curled into a smirk. Spear in hand, he stepped forward confidently. The 5 guarding generals hurriedly retreated, not daring to get near the Earth Fire Golden Azure Flame. A bunch of dogs, so scared of fire? Paris grinned, head thrown back roaring as it unleashed the Earth Fire Azure Flame. It was arrogant and domineering, looking down upon the 5 guarding generals. Who dares block Grayson Tiger? While inferior to the Earth Fire Golden Azure Flame, the Earth Fire Azure Flame was still incredibly powerful. Faced with the Temperance's flames, the 5 guarding generals also retreated in fear. Grayson Tiger is coming to burn you all to ashes. Paris bared its fangs, leaping toward the 5 guarding generals. Oh, Moira. Denny's head throbbed. Paris was too aggressive. Only because the 5 guarding generals couldn't kill him did they remain helpless. But regarding the Temperance, the organization did not care about it. Kill it. The Aiden's eyes turned cold, giving direct orders to eliminate the Temperance. Desmond's. The 5 guarding generals regained spirit, unleashing torrents of power, aiming directly at the Temperance. Anger had long built up within them. For the Temperance to challenge them thus was seeking death. Athena. Paris's face paled, fur bristling as it bolted backward desperately. These attacks could easily end its life if it were hit. At the critical moment, Denny used void traversing technique to snatch the Temperance away, making the attacks miss entirely. Scared the life out of Grayson Tiger, Paris nearly cried. How come Denny using the Earth Fire Golden Azure Flame scared everyone, but it didn't work on it? Luckily, Denny reacted quickly, saving its life. Discrimination. Severe discrimination against Grayson Tiger because I'm not human. Paris howled in frustration, unable to understand. It blamed everything on the difference in species between itself and Denny. Don't move recklessly, stay by my side, Denny ordered. Continuing forward with the purple lane spear, he pressed the Aiden and company further back. Are you really unafraid of death? The Aiden shouted angrily. Although you are protected by Earth Fire Golden Azure Flame, if I want to kill you, it would still be easy. Stop, or I won't hesitate to kill you. Don't just talk tough. I moved, come and try to kill me, Denny smiled lightly, continuing his steps without pausing. Understanding everything, Denny knew clearly, the Aiden did not dare to kill him. Chapter 515, Loss of Power. Carlo continued to walk forward while the Aiden and his men kept retreating. Although they had planned to kill him, the Aiden hesitated to make the first move. This brat. The Aiden gnashed his teeth in frustration. The smile on Carlo's face only fueled his anger. He wanted to slap it right off. That mocking smile infuriated him. It was as if Carlo was taunting him for being all bark and no bite. But the worst part was, he really couldn't do anything. He hated how Carlo seemed to know he wouldn't dare to kill. Ah, I get it now. The Aiden also has designs on Carlo. An unparalleled genius who can refine perfect quality potions, who wouldn't have some ulterior motives, who would be willing to destroy such talent. Several living beings remarked. The fact that Carlo could produce perfect grade potions was an invaluable skill, one that might never appear again. Anyone would want to keep such a person like Carlo, and not risk losing him easily. Boom boom boom. Simultaneously, incessant explosions were heard outside Ningdu as powerhouses from various races approached but were held back at the city gates, unable to enter. They attempted to breach Ningdu's defenses with sheer force, trying to force their way in. Sadly, Ningdu's defenses were formidable, untouched by their efforts, remaining impenetrable. Do not do something foolish. If my people or Carlo come to any harm, I will crush you for 10,000 years, letting you suffer endless torment, wishing you were dead. Surrender your position as Aiden, and your lives will be spared. Various race leaders shouted this ultimatum to the Aiden as they laid siege to Ningdu. Both human, alien, and ancient beast clans were involved in this unprecedented attack on Ningdu. Never before had such an event occurred. Aiden, perhaps we should just give up. Inside Ningdu, the guards were terrified. It was clear they were fighting a losing battle. With a single blow, the Aiden killed this guard, his voice icy cold. Whoever dares to speak of surrendering again will meet the same fate. The position of Aiden was crucial, and the organization gave strict orders to protect it at all costs. He dared not lose it. He inwardly raged. Why did Carlo lead the rebellion against him? Had it been anyone else, he wouldn't have been so passive. He would have squashed the rebellion long ago. I admit my faults. Why are you pressing me further? Who among you can communicate with Ningdu's power? I am the Aiden, acknowledged by Ningdu, not someone you can dethrone at will. The Aiden roared, his voice echoing throughout Ningdu and even reaching those outside. Silence greeted his words from the various powerful entities gathered outside Ningdu. They didn't care about the Aiden's position. They had come to help Carlo and gain the opportunity to have him refine potions for them. Why don't we negotiate? Why must it come to this? Push me too far, and we might all perish together. The Aiden glared at Carlo, saying these words. There is no room for negotiation. Ningdu needs justice and fairness. Carlo's expression remained cold as he continued his advance. You talk about justice and fairness, advocating for others, and claiming to restore light to Ningdu. Let's see how bright your true intentions are. The Aiden coldly shouted, adding, retract your Gubalavaro Jeremiah Song flame, or I'll start slaughtering Ningdu's inhabitants. Apart from Carlo, no one in Ningdu could withstand him, not even the powerful figures from the major forces. He could kill at will. You, despicable. Ningdu having you as its Aiden is indeed a tragedy. Why did Ningdu ever recognize you as its Aiden? Many citizens angrily shouted upon realizing the Aiden's attempt to blackmail Carlo. Ignoring the outcries, the Aiden said icily, for the last time, will you retract your flame? I won't, because you cannot threaten me. Carlo maintained a calm demeanor, continuing his steady steps forward. How could this be? You. Hearing Carlo's words, many who initially supported him felt utterly betrayed. They believed Carlo was just using them to become Aiden himself. The Aiden's face turned ashen, stunned by Carlo's cold resolve. Seeing that Carlo wasn't joking, he realized that even starting a massacre wouldn't make Carlo withdraw his flames. You all have members within Ningdu. Do you care nothing for their lives? Withdraw immediately and promise not to force me to abdicate, or I will kill them all. The Aiden bellowed toward the powerful beings outside the city walls, switching tactics to threaten them instead. Knowing he couldn't simply slaughter the populace without consequences, he began to threaten the outside forces. The large presence of various clans within Ningdu was his leverage. He hadn't lost yet, there was still a chance to hold onto his position. I should have explained earlier. You cannot threaten me, not because you can't threaten anyone right now. Can't threaten? What nonsense. Even you, I can easily destroy, let alone others. The Aiden spat. Really? Carlo stopped, a strange smile curling his lips. Come, show me how you'll destroy me. With a loud boom, he thrust his purple lane spear into the ground, causing the entire city to shake violently as if hit by a massive earthquake. What? How is this possible? The 5 guards paled, their eyes wide with disbelief. The power they borrowed from Ningdu was rapidly vanishing. What was happening? No matter what they tried, they couldn't retain Ningdu's power, which vanished entirely in the next moment. The Aiden's expression changed drastically. Attempting to draw upon Ningdu's power, he found it impossible, severed from its source. It's your doing. His eyes locked onto Carlo. How could his connection with Ningdu's power suddenly break? It must have been Carlo's doing. Heh, you claim to be recognized by Ningdu's power, yet you don't understand what it truly is. Carlo shook his head. You aren't fully recognized by Ningdu. You merely borrowed some of its power. You've never touched its core. With a bit of manipulation, you can no longer draw from Ningdu. You touched Ningdu's core power? The Aiden trembled, feeling a sense of dread rise within him. What do you think? Carlo chuckled lightly, knowing he always made well-calculated moves. The Aiden never posed a real threat to him. Chapter 516, Xuanhuan Pill. What? He can actually sever the connection between the Aiden, the 5 guard generals, and Ningdu's power. He is the one acknowledged by Ningdu? Many beings stared wide-eyed, never expecting such a twist. The minds of the influential beings from various factions were also shaken. No wonder Denny had decided to overthrow the Aiden's position. It turned out that Denny had been acknowledged by Ningdu's power and wanted to be the Aiden of Ningdu. You said you have something that could threaten me? Denny's expression was calm. With a wave of his hand, the protective force of Ningdu vanished instantly. Beings from the various races outside immediately surged into Ningdu. You. The Aiden's face was as ugly as could be. Now there was no need for any doubt. Denny indeed had Ningdu's power acknowledgement and could control Ningdu's power. I told you long ago that you pose no threat. Denny remained composed. He displayed the causal record and investigated Ningdu's cause and effect. Although he couldn't fully understand everything, he did grasp some causal relationships. Moreover, most importantly, the causal record revealed the method to establish a connection with Ningdu's power. Using this method, he established a connection with Ningdu's power. The purple lane spear pierced deep into the ground, severing the link between the Aiden and others and Ningdu's power. At the same time, it served as a medium to establish his connection with Ningdu's power. I actually lost to a young man like you. The Aiden still couldn't reconcile with the outcome. He had experienced many storms and truly didn't think he would fall at the hands of a young man like Denny. Your eyes betray your reluctance, harboring anger in your heart. I never leave behind potential threats. Kill him. Denny issued orders to execute the Aiden and others. Is it really necessary to go this far? A powerful being frowned. Not eliminating them leaves countless future dangers. Denny's resolve was firm. The Aiden and Amen were responsible for crafting puppets. To free those puppets, it was impossible to leave the Aiden and Amen alive. Only by killing the Aiden and Amen would the puppets be completely safe. Though some powerful beings were reluctant, they still executed the Aiden and others. Amen could not escape either and was killed on the spot. Numerous beings were chilled. Though Denny was young, he executed decisions decisively without hesitation, proving himself ruthless. I will fulfill my promise. Just prepare the materials beforehand, Denny stated. How many sets of materials should we prepare? A powerful being asked. Alchemizing pills cannot be guaranteed 100% success. He wanted to confirm the amount to avoid last-minute preparation chaos. 3 sets will suffice. Denny said, with 3 sets, I guarantee the successful pill creation. 3 sets. He's too confident. Countless beings were stunned, even having an illusion. Was it so easy to refine an upper-grade 9th rank pill? Do we need to prepare more? A powerful being couldn't help but ask. Though he knew about Denny's alchemy skills, he felt it unrealistic to create one upper 9th rank pill with only 3 sets of ingredients. Desmonda, let me think, then 5 sets. Denny smiled, adding 2 more sets. Refining pills for the various races, he wasn't doing it for nothing, though they had helped him this time. With the causal record in hand, his alchemy would not fail, and the extra materials were his payment. He didn't overcharge, considering the races had assisted him. Oh right, when preparing the materials, remember to have the recipes ready. Without recipes, I can't refine, as I can't know all the pill formulas. Denny added, sure, no problem. We understand. The powerful beings responded. Different types of pills required different methods and materials. They understood the need to prepare the recipes ahead. Then, they bid farewell to Denny and went to gather the materials. Shops selling medicinal herbs in Ningdu were swarmed, many powerful beings vying to buy herbs. Denny promised to help them refine pills, but who could say what might happen? If Denny died unexpectedly, none of them wanted to wait too long. They wished Denny to refine their pills soon. On the other side, Denny first attended to Miles. He had once fed Miles a leaf of a celestial treasure, stabilizing Miles's injuries temporarily. The causal record showed how to heal Miles, restoring his main consciousness. The only issue was the seal on Miles's soul energy. It was a pure sealing force laid by Eamon's father, leaving no trace or connection. To avoid detection, Eamon's father painstakingly laid this pure sealing force. This can't be solved in a short time, but it doesn't matter. When Miles's main consciousness recovers, he can still control his body. During the battle with Miles, he had reached Miles's soul, shaking the sealing force, allowing Miles's consciousness to slowly permeate through the seal. Even if I don't help Miles dissolve this sealing force, he can gradually dissolve it over time. Grass Return Pill could restore Miles's consciousness due to its astonishing ability to heal soul energy. After refining and consuming it, Miles would slowly regain his main consciousness. Denny didn't refine Grass Return Pill directly as he lacked the ingredients. All races are waiting for me to refine pills. It won't take long before I have enough materials for Grass Return Pills. Denny grinned, planning to refine them together later and give them to Miles and other puppets to restore their main consciousness. Heavens, this is too powerful. Bolivarizu is now under Denny's control. When birds like Pong Bird came out from the arena, they were dumbstruck by the discussions about Denny everywhere. They were startled. Not even Bolivarati's strongest state escaped Denny's control. We're too lucky to follow such a transcendent prodigy. Our names will surely be renowned because of him in the future. Excited and agitated, Denny was astounding, destined to become an unimaginable powerhouse. They'd inevitably benefit from association. Meanwhile, within a 1,000-foot waterfall in Bolivarizu, another world existed inside. Ethereal substances danced in the air, each flower exuding spiritual energy, resembling a heavenly realm. Zyringer, go and do your best to secure him. He's crucial, very important. Others from our clan will assist you. An Isaeusly man with sharp piercing eyes spoke gravely to a girl named Zyringer. Xander, do you really think he can refine the Chansquan pill? Zyringer asked. Whether or not he can, we must try. The Chansquan pill is the key to unlocking the Chansquan secret realm. The hill replied deeply. Chapter 517. Visitors. All the races were busy preparing materials, and Denny was also not idle. He continued to enter the arena to hone himself. The puppets that were originally stationed in the arena had now completely disappeared. Denny found them all and placed them properly. Amen and his father were responsible for refining these puppets. Other creatures within the organization did not know the identities of these puppets, nor did the races behind these puppets care about them. Most of their puppets were similar to Miles, and were not favored by their own races. So Denny did not worry about any exposure by settling the puppets down. Clementine, Savannah, Crystal, and others were deeply struck. They had all participated in battles in the arena, gaining immense growth and becoming several times stronger than before. Peng Yao and other flying creatures felt extremely guilty. Although they also grew significantly and gained a lot, it was achieved with the pile of origin stones. Unlike Clementine and others who were all friends of Denny, Peng Yao and others felt ashamed to have spent so much on him. Origin stones are not a problem. What's most important is the honing and growth one gets from it. Denny wasn't a petty person, especially since he always intended to train Peng Yao and other birds. He gave Peng Yao and other birds a large amount of origin stones to thoroughly hone themselves in the arena. Oldemo, if you run short of origin stones, just find me. I bet on your wins every time, and won quite a bit. Mac grinned broadly. Those were truly his happiest moments, as he reaped a large quantity of origin stones each time. Betting on every match? How did you manage that? Ah, old tiger knows, you didn't participate in the arena, just focusing on betting on Oldemo. Amanita shook its head with an educational tone, addressing Mac. With our skills, do we really need that many origin stones? Have you forgotten what Oldemo told us? Rewards are secondary. Self-honing is what's most important. Zyredelda, you're completely prioritizing wrongly, dropping the watermelon to pick up the sesame seeds. Get lost. Even without participating in the arena, I'm still better than you, kitty cat. Mac glared fiercely at the kitten. Just bragging. Amanita, hearing Mac call it a kitty cat, reacted like its tail was stepped on and lunged forward, biting Mac. You dog, attacking anyone who opens their mouth. Mac got into a fight with the kitten. Denny chuckled but didn't stop them. Besides, his requirements for Mac and the kitten were not as strict as for Clementine and the others. Mac was mysterious and astonishingly impressive. Even if disasters occurred in the future, Mac would certainly be able to handle them. As for the kitten, it was the reincarnation of the white tiger demon sage, and after its bloodline was fully awakened, it would directly become a sage. Denny wasn't confident he could reach the sage realm faster than the kitten. Sage was an exalted state, and even in ancient times, very few creatures achieved sainthood, making them true powerhouses. In this era, achieving sage status was nearly impossible, long turning into legend. Even the sage clans that had been passed down from ancient times might not possess sage-level combatants. This era lacked those extraordinary substances needed to achieve sainthood. Though many sage clans preserved high-grade cultivation materials from ancient times, these materials were far from what was needed to become a sage. Such transcendent substances required to achieve sainthood were extremely difficult to preserve, and if they existed in this era, they would only appear in 9 heavens and 10 earths, not elsewhere. May I ask if Denny is here? A group came to the Aiden's residence, wishing to see Denny. After the Aiden and others were killed, Denny temporarily moved into the Aiden's residence. Many creatures in Ningdu wanted Denny to be the Aiden, but Denny declined. He had a heavy burden and many tasks waiting for him. He had no time to stay in Ningdu to manage it. Watch your words. Denny should not be addressed by name directly. The guards frowned, warning the visitors. Denny moved into the Aiden's residence, and they volunteered to assist Denny. Their backgrounds were not simple. They were members of influential families. Even members of smaller forces families wouldn't get a chance to serve in the Aiden's residence. Quite the airs. One youth in the group sneered coldly. Denny couldn't be called by name? He completely disregarded it despite coming with a request for Denny. Denny's alchemy is unparalleled. All races hold Denny in awe. Can you call him by name? The guard said coldly. He himself was noble, hailing from a top-tier powerful clan. Now, having the privilege to guard the Aiden's residence for Denny, he felt even more proud. The previous Aiden and his associates were overthrown and killed by Denny, who could refine perfect quality elixirs. Denny's current status was absolutely revered. Just flattered by a bunch of insects to some heights, and he can't recognize his place? At heart, he's still just a small insect. Baxter spoke arrogantly, viewing himself as superior and not placing Denny in high regard. How dare you? The guards yelled angrily. Who are you mocking? What the youth said was too offensive. Flattered by insects to some height. Wasn't he implying they and Denny were bugs? His eyes turned cold, radiating heavy murderous intent. Forget guarding the Aiden's residence for Denny. Even with his original status, who would dare call him a bug or disrespect him? Baxter exhaled sharply, and suddenly, a fierce wind blew 2 guards off their feet, slamming them against the wall. Blood spurted from their mouths. If you're not insects, then what? A mere breath from me could end your lives. Baxter scoffed disdainfully. You. The 2 guards glared at the youth, teeth clenched tightly. He went too far. Arrogant and ignorant, like frogs at the bottom of a well, completely unaware of how vast the outside world is or how powerful its inhabitants are. Another youth with sparkling golden hair in the group added disdainfully. Subaliveran Mu Jeremiah. Remember why we're here? A girl rebuked the 2 boys impatiently. So what? Subaliveran responded indifferently. If he can help us, it's his honor. We don't need to lower ourselves. Mu Jeremiah added. The Isaiahs think outdated thoughts, fearing he might reject us. Sending us together is giving him too much face. If you ask me, why complicate it? Just grab him and take him away. He'll have no choice but to comply. Chapter 5:18. The Sacred Clan. You're being outrageous. The Violet looked extremely displeased. After all, they were from the time-honored Sacred Clan. Why did Usher and Mu Jeremiah speak like bandits? Ava was truly ashamed to be associated with Usher and Mu Jeremiah. Indeed, this group had terrifying backgrounds. All of them hailed from even more ancient sacred clans. They were children of the sacred clans. Some small fries, if you give him a ladder, he'll dare to climb to the heavens, utterly unaware of the vastness and depth of the world. Wan Zirang, your thoughts are incorrect. We should not make such a fry believe he's anything special. Otherwise, he'll become overconfident and make unreasonable demands on us. Usher said, Brother Hugoin is right. If we treat him too kindly, he might think himself someone significant. In that case, it would become more difficult. Mu Jeremiah added, I agree with Brother Hugoin. We should first warn this little fry, and make him understand his own weight. That way, he won't dare to make unreasonable requests. That makes sense. After scaring him, he will definitely become more compliant. Then, when we offer him a bit of favor, wouldn't he follow us with full gratitude? Others chimed in, agreeing with Usher and Mu Jeremiah's approach. Boom, boom, boom. They directly acted, putting on an arrogant demeanor as they forcibly broke into the Aiden's residence. Various forces had many members inside the Aiden's residence working for them. Their strength and realm were very high, far surpassing others of their rank. However, in front of Usher and Mu Jeremiah, they were nothing. With just a hand gesture, Usher and Mu Jeremiah flung them aside. Wan Zirang sighed heavily. Ava felt that Denny wasn't as simple as they thought. Usher's method seemed improper, and she believed that they should have respectfully invited Denny, which would have been more likely to succeed. But now, it was too late. Usher and company had already forced their way into the Aiden's residence. Any further attempts at stopping them would be futile. Not here. Usher raised his eyebrows upon learning that Denny wasn't in the Aiden's residence. We'll wait for him here. He kicked a member of a major force to the ground and sat on him like a chair, while placing his other foot on another member's face, looking extremely arrogant. None of you can tell how things work around here. Are you all asking to die? Aren't you supposed to quickly bring us tea and water and massage our shoulders? Jeremiah berated them, mimicking Usher by sitting on someone as a chair, then ordering female staff in the Aiden's residence to serve them tea and water and massage their shoulders. Meanwhile, Denny was completely unaware of what was happening in the Aiden's residence. He was currently in the arena, fighting matches continuously without interruption. His consecutive victories kept piling up, becoming higher and higher, making him a legend within the arena. Though his appearance and name had changed, his past victories remained unchanged. His win streak was extremely high, and his realm hadn't altered either. Everyone in the arena knew he was once Thorn. Many speculated that Thorn was indeed Denny. Unfortunately, they lacked proof, as Denny didn't use any means or powers in the arena that could expose his identity. They could only guess but couldn't confirm. After a satisfying fight in the arena, he left it. Great, very effective. I'm now close to the 7th stage Fusion Heaven realm, and I can break through anytime. Denny smiled satisfactorily. Leaving the arena, he walked toward the Aiden's residence. Every living being he encountered along the way treated him with great respect, not daring to be disrespectful. Smaller forces didn't dare provoke him, and major forces sought his help in alchemy. His status in Ningle was very high. As soon as he returned to the Aiden's residence, Denny sensed something was off. Originally, there were always people guarding it, and many staff members were working inside. Why hadn't he seen any guards or heard any sounds from the staff? Back already? Just as Denny entered the courtyard, Usher spotted him and greeted with a smile. Who are you? Denny coldly shouted, eyes flashing with icy light. The living beings working in the Aiden's residence were in terrible conditions, covered in wounds. Some were even used as chairs. Now, he was the owner of this residence. These staff members were also under his care. What were Usher and company trying to do? Such oppression of the staff. Wan Xiring, don't misunderstand. Wan Xiring tried to explain, but her words were cut off. What kind of Dao companion? Does he deserve it? Is he even on par with us? Usher sneered, Wan Xiring, I really don't know what to say. You're so young, unmarried, yet you think like a woman. Desmond's, to the little fry, he might seem capable, but to us, he remains just a small fry. Jeremiah laughed, looking at Denny disdainfully. Everyone here except Wan Xiring had reached a consensus. First, they would intimidate Denny before discussing other matters. Where did these strays come from to act so wildly in my place? Denny snorted coldly, leaping into action. An enhanced array platform unfolded, the essence of balance rippled out, instantly suppressing the realms of Usher and company. He didn't question their identities because he already knew everything. He had activated the causal records and conducted a causal probe on Usher and the others. It must be admitted, Usher and company were genuinely powerful. Without the super-enhanced array platform, Denny wasn't confident he could suppress their realms. However, Usher and company seemed unsurprised, as if expecting this. When Denny dealt with the Isaias of the Liu clan, he had used such suppression techniques, and it appeared Usher and company were familiar with this. Don't speak recklessly. Do you want to lose your tongue? Usher growled, unafraid. Coming from a sacred clan, with strength and talent far exceeding others of his rank, Denny meant nothing to Usher, despite knowing about Denny's considerable strength. Desmond, Usher still didn't consider Denny seriously. The gap between the sacred clans and non-sacred clans was indeed large. Get out of my place. Denny directly attacked, radiating boundless fiery brilliance, his aura fierce like a war god. He powerfully surged towards Usher and company. His confidence was immense, attacking multiple targets simultaneously, enveloping Usher and everyone else, not limiting his attack to just one person. You are courting death. Usher's eyes narrowed as he leaped to meet Denny's assault head-on. Chapter 519. Unwilling but powerless. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Denny and Usher collided, causing massive ripples. Strangely, these ripples did not spread beyond the Aiden's manor. It turned out that Usher and his companions had prepared in advance, sealing off this area with precious treasures to prevent too much attention. You have some skill. Usher's eyes flashed with a strange light, expressing surprise. After colliding with Denny, he immediately realized that he had underestimated Denny, whose strength far exceeded his expectations. Even someone as powerful as Usher could not guarantee a quick victory over Denny. It would require a significant effort to achieve that. Denny had brought considerable pressure upon him. That a non-Saint clan creature could be so strong was something he had never expected. You can't focus on two things at once. How did you manage it? Practicing alchemy, while cultivating? Wan Xiring's mouth opened into an O shape, surprised beyond measure. Alchemy is extremely difficult to practice. Generally speaking, those who cultivate alchemy rarely achieve high cultivation levels or formidable strength. After all, practicing alchemy requires full concentration, and naturally, they would lag behind in cultivation if all their efforts went into alchemy. This fact held true even for renowned alchemy grandmasters, who couldn't break this rule, often having low cultivation levels and not considered true powerhouses. However, Denny was different. He had never studied alchemy, so this didn't apply to him. He devoted himself entirely to cultivation. 5 elements. Usher shouted coldly, forming seals with both hands and invoking an immensely powerful magical technique. A dazzling 5-colored glow shone as a 5 elements grinding mill appeared, grinding everything to nothingness, including the void. It was terrifyingly overwhelming. Denny struck with both fists, unleashing the heavenly lane fist. The dragon's might was imposing, Yet when it met the 5 elements grinding mill, all its power was instantly ground to nothing. Worse still, the mill threatened to grind away his body, especially his fists. Denny had no doubt that if his fists were caught within the mill, both they and his body would be ground to nothing. The Saint clan was indeed formidable, possessing unimaginable depth and shocking methods. However, Denny was no ordinary man, wielding equally astonishing techniques. Swish! A cold glint flickered as Denny invoked the Earth Annihilation Sword technique. One sword strike lit up the sky with its blade of light, slicing the 5 elements grinding mill into 2 halves. How is this possible? Usher shouted in disbelief, never expecting his 5 elements grinding mill to be bisected by Denny's sword strike. There's nothing impossible. Denny remained cold, taking a step and directly crossing the void to approach Usher closely. He continued hammering punches, each like a sun, radiant and golden, blinding. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Blood sprayed, and Usher was in disarray. Denny's close combat ability was freakishly overwhelming, leaving Usher unable to retaliate in any way. You should die. Usher roared, murderous intent rising to the heavens. When had he ever been in such a wretched state? Never before. Though pressed by Denny in close combat, Usher still had hidden treasures left. Swish! A minuscule beam of light shot from Usher's body and into Denny's. Denny's expression changed. He hadn't sensed the fine beam until it entered his body. The surface of your flesh may be abnormally tough, but I doubt your internal organs are. Usher sneered, that fine beam providing him the opportunity to escape Denny's close combat suppression and quickly pull away. Once inside, the fine beam began destroying Denny's internal organs. My flesh is uniformly strong. Denny coldly shouted, opening Jeff Wei and Feng Fu acupoints to channel his physical strength to its limit. Slowly, he forced the fine beam out bit by bit. You! Usher gritted his teeth, never expecting Denny to be so extraordinary. That was a heavy treasure, named Jeremiah Huxian, with exceptionally powerful abilities. Jeremiah Huxian had never failed him before. Once released, it would invariably claim an enemy's life. Desmond, because Denny's body was uniformly tough, even Jeremiah Huxian could not damage his internal organs and was gradually forced out. Swish! Denny took another step, crossing the void again. Just as Usher escaped close combat suppression, Denny once more pressed him down. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Blood gushed from Usher's mouth without stopping. Bone-cracking sounds came from within his body. Denny's attacks were brutal. Usher's bones shattered. Other members of the Saint clan watched this scene with astonishment. They hadn't expected Usher, so strong, to be so easily suppressed by Denny. They joined forces, faces solemn, treating Denny as a major threat. Invoking various treasures, they launched relentless attacks. Denny remained calm, unhurried. Stepping through the void continuously, he moved unpredictably among the creatures, evading capture. But the children of the Saint clan were resourceful and decisive. Working together, they compressed the void, denying Denny the chance to cross it. Swish! Denny raised the xuanhuan halberd, wielding it to unleash boundless radiant energy. This was Senior Zoran's innate mystic weapon, frighteningly high-ranked, with immense power. Under the xuanhuan halberd, Usher and other Saint clan youths couldn't withstand the assault, each being pushed back. Don't bother me. Denny coldly shouted, closing the Aiden's Manor's doors, blocking Usher and others outside. Lord Denny, I didn't attack. Juan Xiring cried out, having observed from the sidelines all along. Ava believed Usher's actions inappropriate and hence did not join the fight. Desmond, Denny paid her no heed, leaving her outside the gate. Damn it. Usher and all S faces turned ashen. They hadn't anticipated Denny's overpowering suppression of them all. Look what you've done. What will happen next? Juan Xiring stomped in frustration. Even though she hadn't participated, she was implicated by Usher's actions. Denny ignored her too. Usher had all said nothing, feeling slightly embarrassed. They had intended to intimidate Denny but ended up being intimidated themselves. Too frustrating. They shouted loudly, deeply aggrieved. United, they were still soundly defeated by Denny. They felt utterly humiliated. Thankfully, no one else saw. Translation completed according to your guidelines. Please let me know if you need further adjustments. Chapter 520, Go. You dare to act wildly in my territory. It doesn't matter who you are. Carlo's icy voice echoed from within the Everard's residence. Carlo, do you know what grave mistake you have made? Do you know who we are? You dare to treat us this way, and you are destined to pay a heavy price for it. Hatcher roared, still full of resentment. How esteemed was his identity? He, an outsider, was expelled like a little worm. It was a humiliation he could never endure. Clank. At this moment, a long spear fell from the sky, nearly skewering Ahil's head. It plunged into the ground before him. Stop shouting recklessly, or next time it will surely land on your head. Came Carlo's voice. He took out healing pills. All were high-grade pills that he had obtained from another state's ancient family treasure house, and distributed them to the injured creatures to help them recover. Afterward, he ignored Hatcher and others outside, and returned to his room. The Lane Spring secret realm, he murmured softly, with unusual light flickering in his eyes. He had once investigated the causality of Hatcher and his group, learning of their purpose, to invite him to assist in refining the Lane Spring pill and thus opening the Lane Spring secret realm. 8 Lane Spring pills embedded into the Lane Spring would open up the hidden realm inside. That was a realm left by the Dragon Clan, rumored to contain rare treasures collected by the dragons. Lanes had a penchant for collecting treasures, which everyone knew. The Lane Spring pill was created by dragons, and it was said only they could refine it successfully. The Holy Clans managed to obtain the formula for the Lane Spring pill and spent great effort finding the materials needed to refine it. However, after obtaining the materials, none of their alchemy masters remained capable of refining it. Over time, no one mentioned the Lane Spring pill again. After the news of me refining a perfect grade pill spread, the Holy Clan suddenly regained hope for the Lane Spring pill. Carlo narrowed his eyes. Earlier, He had investigated the Amin father-son duo's background and knew about the organization behind them. Certain holy clans valued him very much and ordered Amin father-son duo to pull him into the organization at all costs. As for why those holy clans valued him so much, they did not tell Amin father-son duo, and he could not find out either. Now, he understood everything. Those holy clans wanted him to join their organization solely to get his help in refining the Lane Spring pill. They want to monopolize the Lane Spring secret realm and not share it with other holy clans. Unfortunately, Amin father-son duo failed to keep things under wraps, making other holy clans aware of my existence and my successful refinement of perfect-grade pills. Carlo's gaze flickered. Ahil and Enid belonged to a crucial faction of that organization. Besides Hatcher and Enid, there were two others. The rest, such as Gabrielle et al., did not belong to that organization but came from other holy clans. To go or not to go? Carlo whispered softly, but already had his mind made up. He would definitely go. With the inevitable calamity ahead, he also wished to establish some connection with the holy clans in Balaverzu. Moreover, he was intrigued by the Lane Spring secret realm. He had yet to master the Heavenly Lane Treasure technique fully. He only possessed part of it. Perhaps he could find the latter half of the Heavenly Lane Treasure technique in the Lane Spring secret realm. When he confirmed everything through his causality record investigation, he made up his mind to go. However, he didn't give Hatcher and others any good treatment, forcibly driving them away. He would never tolerate being threatened or oppressed. Since Hatcher dared to act so wildly and arrogantly in front of him, he naturally wouldn't indulge them. Meanwhile, more living beings gathered around. Hatcher and others could only leave dejectedly. They didn't dare draw too much attention. Although the holy clans were strong, they knew the current situation was tumultuous, with major disasters lurking. A single misstep could lead to the destruction of their clans. If they wanted to avoid these disasters, they could only isolate themselves and remain unknown to the world. Back in the holy clan, Hatcher and others exaggerated their encounter, saying they had asked Carlo nicely for help but were driven away because he looked down on them. What audacity! We never expected such a little worm to dare lay hands on you. We were negligent not to bestow precious treasures upon you. This time, we'll bestow rich treasures on you, and see how that little worm can still suppress you. Holy Clan Isaias coldly snorted, clearly dissatisfied. Their prestigious holy clan, even during the ancient times when strong races abounded, was revered and feared by all. In today's harsh environment, there were hardly any high-quality cultivation materials, and the strength of living beings was pitifully low. Without exaggeration, their holy clan now stood as supreme existence. A supreme existence at the peak of the world. How could they possibly bear seeing their clansmen and descendants humiliated and forcibly expelled? Not exactly like that. Gabrielle interjected. The truth is that Ahil and company were too arrogant. They forcibly stormed the Everard's residence and injured all the living beings inside. When Carlo returned, Ahil did not treat him well either. Because of their haughty attitudes, Carlo fought back. Gabrielle, what nonsense are you spouting? Ahil scolded. Could it be that all of us are lying? Except for Gabrielle, the other disciples maintained that Carlo, due to being overly popular, looked down on them and drove them away without saying much. Our status is so lofty, while his is so insignificant. Even if Ahil and company had a poor attitude, he should have endured it. That's right. As children of the Holy Clan, how can we lower our heads so easily? Many Holy Clan Isaias coldly snorted, arrogance clear in their tone. Even though they needed Carlo's help, they refused to lower themselves due to his humble background. This time we will bestow treasures upon you. Go again and bring Carlo back. The prestige of the Holy Clan cannot be desecrated. He must pay a price for this. They bestowed riches upon Ahil and his companions, instructing them to try again. As long as our realms aren't suppressed, he's nothing. This time, we'll definitely complete the mission. Confident, Ahil and company departed with the riches. Chapter 521, Territory. I will not go again. Wan Ziring shook her head and did not accompany Usher and the others. Ava was kind-hearted, unlike Usher and his companions. She did not want to oppress others. Is status and face really that important? We are clearly the ones asking for help. Ava sighed heavily in her heart, disapproving of the actions taken by the holy race's strong figures. Just because their race is powerful, does it mean they can oppress others at will? Ava abhorred this notion. Meanwhile, Usher and his companions quickly returned to Ningdu with a precious treasure. Denny, this time I will definitely make you suffer. Usher's eyes flared with anger as he gritted his teeth. He had never suffered such an outrageous humiliation before, and this time he would give Denny a severe lesson. They soon arrived at the Aiden's residence once more. Denny, here I come again. Usher shouted fiercely, his killing intent soaring. He smashed the Aiden's mansion's door with a palm strike and stormed in with the others. You didn't listen, did you? Denny calmly emerged from the room, his expression serene. This time, I'll show you my true strength. Seeing Denny, Usher's face twisted grotesquely. He lifted a bead emitting powerful brilliance, showcasing extraordinary laws and principles. If our realms aren't suppressed, what are you anyway? Usher sneered arrogantly, floating in midair while looking down at Denny. This time, suppress our realms again. Mu Jeremiah laughed loudly, also unveiling a treasure to protect himself. Other disciples followed suit, each one displaying a treasure bestowed by their Isaias. A bunch of strays, barking what? Denny remained unperturbed. As he spoke, the space within the Aiden's residence distorted, and one by one, powerful figures emerged. Top warriors from ancient clans, exotic races, and ancient beasts. Denny had always been cautious. He knew the holy race wouldn't easily give up and would send people to negotiate again with him. Therefore, he had prepared two plans. If the holy race sent someone who wished to negotiate reasonably, he would do so as well. Otherwise, he would not be polite either. He knew the holy race dared not expose themselves, and almost 90% of major forces in Balaverzu sought his favor, giving him ample leverage against the holy race. You. Usher's face turned dark with iron-like pallor. He hadn't expected Denny to predict his return and already summon reinforcements. Denny was too thorough and cautious, rallying so many powerful allies. The sight before him was filled with formidable opponents. Though they were armed with treasures granted by their clan, Usher knew they could never match these foes. Jeremiah and the other disciples also looked grim, realizing that not only could they not seek revenge, but they had also placed themselves in greater danger. Swish. A spear darted out from the void, piercing towards Usher's head. Reacting quickly, Usher dodged the attack. Though not suppressed, his state was still at its peak, allowing him to detect the threat in advance. As I warned earlier, if you dare bark again, your head won't be spared. Denny shouted coldly. Stand still and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll extinguish both your body and soul. Usher gritted his teeth in rage. When had he ever felt so humiliated? But now, he must endure. Whiz. The spear attacked again, and Usher dared not move, allowing it to pierce his skull, blood splattering as his limp body fell to the ground. In my territory, even dragons coil and tigers lie low. Denny roared. Also, my territory isn't just this Aiden's mansion. It's all of Ningdu. Whoever you are, behave when you come to Ningdu. True to his word, he left Usher alive. Usher's essence and soul remained intact, preventing his death. Usher's soul emerged from his body, clinging onto Jeremiah's artifact without daring to speak. Jeremiah and the others fled hastily. Ball of humiliation. If we didn't have to conceal our identities, why would we need to be this miserable? On the road back to the holy race, they clenched their teeth with resentment. Damn it! A senior from the Sioux clan bellowed furiously, his murderous intent overwhelming. Although Usher was not dead and his soul intact, reshaping his new body would not be easy. Even if he succeeded, he would surely be weakened and far from his peak state. I'll go personally. The Sioux clan Isaias, enraged, declared he would go to see who would dare stand in his way. Even though no one would dare stop you, nor could they stop you, doing so would expose all of us. Besides, it's not a minor issue with so many forces involved. One wrong move, and it could lead to serious trouble. While other holy race members were equally infuriated, they retained their sanity and stopped the Sioux clan Isaias. With chaos rampant and an uncertain future, they couldn't act rashly or expose themselves. Sigh. If we had approached him respectfully, promised rich rewards, and treated him with courtesy, everything would have been settled by now, Xuanhuan sighed regretfully. Their holy race had a long history and profound influence. If they had invited Denny respectfully and offered substantial rewards, Denny would have agreed. Instead, Usher and the others chose the opposite path, acting arrogantly and intimidating Denny, complicating matters further. We should secretly capture him. Another senior suggested, still unwilling to lower their heads. You underestimate him. Didn't you notice how cautious Denny is? As soon as Usher and the others left, he summoned a force. And Isaias remarked, all races hold him in high esteem, which changes one's mindset, fostering pride. Usher and the others concealed their identities, yet look at the grand array he prepared. His cautiousness shows he's deeply scheming or has detected something from them. Other holy race members remained silent. Ordinary people were unaware of the holy race, so Denny's actions were indeed unusual, perhaps sensing something. In this situation, stealthily capturing Denny would indeed be difficult. The xuanhuan pill is critical. We should change our approach and humble ourselves. The Isaias sighed reluctantly, though hesitant about this decision. Chapter 522. xuanhuan Mystic Realm. Lower our stance? Do we really need to lower our stance for a kid like him? The strong figures from various holy clans gritted their teeth, feeling deeply unwilling. They were incredibly powerful. Anyone among them could easily annihilate an entire clan. Now, they had to bow down to someone as young as Denny, and they simply couldn't bear it. If we don't lower our stance and negotiate, do you have other ways? The Isaias asked. The strong figures from the holy clans remained silent. In the current situation, they indeed had no way to deal with Denny, who had too many supporters. I'll go, Xuanhuan offered. If you're not willing to lower your stance and negotiate, I will handle it. Ava didn't have so many reservations or place so much emphasis on face saving. She just wanted to do something concrete for her clan. The xuanhuan Mystic Realm was of utmost importance. Once opened, it would benefit them greatly, rumored to hold treasures left by the dragon race. You are being put through a lot of trouble. The Isaias patted Xuanhuan on the shoulder. If he is too unreasonable, you don't have to endure it. The holy clan still has its backbone. I understand. Xuanhuan nodded, then left for Ningdu City. They probably won't act recklessly now. In the Everard's mansion, Denny muttered softly. He deliberately summoned all those powerful figures to intimidate the holy clans. He wasn't one to be trifled with, and still had resources to resist. Not long after, someone reported that a woman outside requested an audience, part of the previous group, named Xuanhuan. You see, they're finally learning some manners. Denny smiled slightly. If others treated him respectfully, he would also treat them with respect. If they bullied him, he wouldn't tolerate it either. This was his character and his bottom line. Bring her in. Denny had Xuanhuan brought in. Mr. Denny, everything before was a misunderstanding. Xuanhuan first bowed respectfully to Denny and then explained that everything earlier was a misunderstanding. Denny's impression of Xuanhuan wasn't bad. When Su Hugoen and others acted arrogantly, Xuanhuan didn't join them or even try to stop them, albeit unsuccessfully. Moreover, as a member of the Holy Clan, it was rare for her to humble herself this much despite having a request for him. He didn't make things difficult for Xuanhuan, saying the past matters were already forgotten and asked what she came for. In fact, we heard about Mr. Denny's unparalleled alchemy skills, so we specifically came to ask for help in refining a specific pill. Xuanhuan continued, rest assured, Mr. Denny, we won't let you work for nothing. We will reward you heavily. How heavy? Denny smiled, asking. Ancient high-grade imperial artifacts, ancient scriptures left by sages, whatever Mr. Denny desires, we can provide. These things don't interest me, Denny said calmly. You've come to see me, which already shows my willingness to give you face. It was indeed our fault. I apologize again. Wan Ziring bit her lip. Also, please believe us. We possess many valuable items. As long as you want it, we can certainly satisfy you. How can I believe you just based on a few words? Denny smiled. I'm not that easy to trust, especially not you people. To prove our sincerity, we are willing to pay some earnest money up front. Wan Ziring took out many precious materials, all highly valuable, many of which had become extinct over time. Ava also repeatedly emphasized that if Denny could successfully refine the pill, they would offer a much larger reward. What kind of pill do you want to refine? Denny asked. We can't disclose it yet. Wan Ziring replied, if it's convenient for you, could you accompany me? Once we reach the place, you will know everything. The secret of xuanhuan pills absolutely could not be leaked, otherwise, it would cause even greater chaos. The legend of the xuanhuan mystic realm was known to many. Mentioning xuanhuan pills would inevitably reveal the secrets of the xuanhuan mystic realm. At that point, entering the xuanhuan mystic realm would become nearly impossible for them to keep secret, and they might risk exposure. They needed Denny to refine the pill at their location. Ask me to go without telling me anything? Denny laughed. Then please go back. I won't agree. He also wanted to enter the xuanhuan mystic realm but couldn't show it too obviously. The holy clans weren't that easy to deal with. I'll consult my superiors. Wan Ziring dared not make decisions on her own and used the communication artifact to consult with her clan's experts. This matter should be handled by you alone. It's indeed quite challenging. Wait a moment. I will come over personally. Her clan responded, and a senior expert from her clan was coming over. My clan Isaias is arriving. Later, he will discuss with Mr. Denny in detail. Wan Ziring told Denny. All right, Denny said indifferently. A senior from the Wan clan moved quickly and arrived at Ningdu City and the Everard's mansion, meeting Denny. He hid his aura, making it impossible for anyone to gauge his cultivation level. He was an Isaiasly man with white hair. We want to refine xuanhuan pills. The Isaias directly mentioned the pills he wanted Denny to refine. Xuanhuan pills, you want to enter the xuanhuan mystic realm? Denny pretended to be surprised. There were too many rumors about the xuanhuan mystic realm. It would be suspicious if he didn't know. The xuanhuan mystic realm is a rumor. We cannot confirm its existence. We only accidentally obtained the formula for xuanhuan pills and wish to try refining it. The Isaias explained. Real or fake? Let me see the formula first. The formula can't be shown to you right now. The Isaias replied, please understand. You should know how astounding xuanhuan pills are. We must be cautious. Can you confirm the formula is genuine? Denny asked. It's a formula our ancestors obtained accidentally, and they verified its authenticity. The Isaias said firmly, the formula is real. This is guaranteed. Xuanhuan mystic realm, where the dragon's treasures are kept. Denny's eyes lit up. After what you said, I do find it interesting. But if you want me to help refine xuanhuan pills, you also need to let me into the xuanhuan mystic realm. The Isaias didn't speak immediately, consulting with other Holy Clan experts. Some did not agree with letting Denny into the xuanhuan mystic realm, but most agreed. After all, Denny was currently the most hopeful person to refine xuanhuan pills. Without his cooperation, they wouldn't get the pills. Chapter 523, Heaven's Tribulation. All right. The Isaias nodded, agreeing to Denny's request. This was not a decision he made lightly. It had already been concluded on their side. The minority had submitted to the majority. He was merely relaying their decision. Who are you all? Denny looked at the Isaias and asked, I need to go with you to refine pills and venture into the Lane Spring secret realm together. I believe I should know more about you. The old one apologizes but cannot disclose this information. The Isaias shook his head. We cannot reveal our identities. It's a principle we adhere to. If that's the case, there's nothing left to discuss. Denny waved his hand indifferently. I won't risk my life, even though the allure of the Lane Spring secret realm is significant. Sir, please do not press further on our identity. The Isaias' eyes glowed as an extremely terrifying and formidable aura emanated from him. Although Sir holds the respect of all ancient clans, you must understand that we do not fear these forces. He revealed his full strength, then continued, Old One displays his realm so that Sir understands. If we truly wished it, even the combined power of Balavarajo's ancient forces would not be enough to protect you. Quickly, he retracted his aura, leaving Denny visibly trembling, unable to bear its pressure. The previous disrespect shown by our juniors towards you is unfounded. I personally came here today to prove our sincerity. We harbor no ill will towards you and respectfully seek your assistance. By showing his true strength, the Isaias communicated their power, but without coercion, a display of sincerity. Denny scoffed inwardly, seeing through the Isaias' game. Could the sacred clan be weak? Any strong figure they sent could virtually sweep away all Balavarajo's forces. But could the sacred clan's elite freely act? The Isaias clearly wanted to show their might. There was no need for trickery. Trust them, no devious plans, no need to inquire further. How powerful, surpassing any strength I've seen. Are such powerful people truly in this world? Denny feigned surprise, revealing a worried expression. Seems like I underestimated others before. So many unknown forces and experts exist in this world. Senior, forgive me, don't take offense due to my immaturity. No worries, the mistake was theirs, not yours. The Isaias smiled. We asked them to invite you respectfully, yet they were arrogant, looking down on everyone, disrespected you. Their fate now is entirely self-inflicted. You speak too harshly. It's my fault. I'll go with you now, Senior. Denny acted terrified, showing deep reverence to the Isaias. He also provided himself an exit, a reason to follow the Isaias. Otherwise, following someone who hasn't disclosed his identity would be strange. No one would leave with another when knowing nothing about them. He pretended to agree out of fear to seem more plausible, avoiding suspicion from the sacred clan's elites. Sir, rest assured, we'll honor our promise. You can enter the Lane Spring secret realm. The Isaias laughed and prepared to lead Denny away. Senior, you're immensely powerful, capable of sweeping through all ancient forces. Denny hesitated. Senior mentioned the ancient forces respecting me, but actually, they feared my mishap preventing pill refinement for them. He sighed deeply. It looks glorious on the surface, but in reality, I have no autonomy. If I leave with you, the ancient forces wouldn't agree. I hope Senior can intimidate these forces, ensuring their silence. Denny didn't have much confidence in refining the Lane Spring pill. He planned to wait until reaching the ethereal realm. This way, forcing the Isaias' hand, he knew the Isaias couldn't easily intervene, thus delaying action while he gained time to enhance his realm. Promises made must be kept. Old One isn't unreasonable. Since you've agreed to help them, assist with the pill first. The Lane Spring pill is significant. Use this time for preparation. As expected, the Isaias chose not to act, allowing Denny to refine for the ancient forces first. In that case, once successful, I'll help you with the pill. Denny accepted. The Isaias handed over a communication artifact. Use this after completing their requests. We'll come for you. Agreed. Denny took the artifact with a smile. Then the Isaias and Juan Zirang departed the Aiden's mansion. Over the next period, Denny refined pills for various forces while training in the arena. His strength and realm improved continuously, inching closer to the ethereal realm. Finally, after a month, Denny broke through the boundary, entering the ethereal realm. Rumbling thunder, dark clouds, lightning crackling. It frightened the entire Ningdu populace, causing dread. Who dares attack me? Enraged, Denny had just reached the ethereal realm when struck by lightning. Only his monstrous physique saved him from instant destruction. This is a heavenly tribulation, Mac exclaimed. Berkeley, you must go outside and transcend the tribulation, or Ningdu will suffer. Heavenly tribulation? Denny's pupils contracted. He never imagined facing such an ordeal. A very unfamiliar term nowadays because since the ancient times, no living being faced a heavenly tribulation. Often with Mac, Denny had heard tales of the primordial era. In the ancient times, each entity encountered a tribulation upon reaching the ethereal realm. Later, only the elite among beings needed to transcend it. By the current era, tribulations disappeared altogether. Facing a heavenly tribulation was both good and bad. Passing meant becoming immensely stronger, achieving qualitative changes. Desmond failing meant potential death, as countless beings perished in ancient times. Translation note. In English, names and terms from Chinese text, particularly proper nouns, have been transliterated using pinyin as requested. Chapter 524. Anomalous colored heavenly thunder. Boom, boom, boom. The rolling thunder was overwhelmingly terrifying, each bolt striking Denny and reducing his flesh to strips. With a swift sound, Denny forcefully endured the strikes of the heavenly thunder and left Ningdu City. Outside the city, he began his tribulation ordeal. During the tribulation, if other living beings were affected by the heavenly thunder, they would also face their own heavenly tribulation. He didn't want the living beings of Ningdu to suffer, for the heavenly tribulation was horrifying and had caused countless ancient beings from ages far beyond this era to perish. Is this what the heavenly tribulation is? Heavens, just how outstanding and monstrous does one have to be to invoke the heavenly tribulation in such an environment as this world? On the walls of Ningdu City, countless beings felt immense shock, never having imagined that they would witness the heavenly tribulation. Boom, boom, boom. One bolt after another struck down, terrifying and shocking. Denny opened the Bolivari Ding and Feng Fu acupoints and connected them with other acupoints, pushing his physical strength to its limits, but it wasn't enough to withstand these bolts of heavenly thunder. He looked pitifully miserable, covered in blood with bones exposed. There was hardly any unharmed part of him left. No wonder the ancients are incomparably stronger than those from primordial times. Denny grimaced in a bitter smile, his white teeth stained with blood. He had deep reflections. The strength of the ancients was not without reason. It was an era when everyone needed to endure a tribulation. How could those who overcame such horrifying heavenly tribulations not be powerful? I, Denny, never admit defeat. So what if it's a heavenly tribulation? I must pass through. Denny shouted loudly, his eyes blazing with fierce light, fear nowhere to be found, filled with indomitable fighting spirit. He performed the celestial lane fist, summoning a 5-clawed celestial dragon which soared up, smashing bolt after bolt of heavenly thunder. Boom! A crimson bolt descended, even more terrifying than the previous ones, instantly turning the 5-clawed celestial dragon to dust. A gaping hole was blasted into Denny's chest, blood dripping everywhere. Anomalous colored heavenly thunder. Mac's face changed drastically as he exclaimed in disbelief. Even the geniuses of the primordial era did not encounter anomalous colored heavenly thunder during their first tribulation when they reached the void realm. Without doubt, Denny was even more monstrous than those geniuses from the primordial era, facing an anomalous colored heavenly thunder right at the start of his tribulation. The anomalous colored heavenly thunder tribulation was an even more horrific tribulation. Ordinary beings wouldn't be faced with such a tribulation. Only true world-defying geniuses would undergo this kind of anomalous colored heavenly thunder tribulation. Even the world-defying geniuses of the primordial era didn't say they encountered this kind of anomalous colored heavenly thunder on their first attempt. Mac trembled all over, muttering, "This is the type of tribulation one encounters later on." The first tribulation mostly serves as a transitional period, allowing the tribulation crosser to prepare for the subsequent heavenly tribulations. That Denny encountered such a more terrifying and horrifying anomalous colored heavenly thunder for his first attempt was something he hadn't expected, surprising him and exceeding his understanding. Swish, swish, swish. Denny circulated the Tao Classic, his body emitting boundless light and his wounds rapidly healing. The Tao Classic possessed astonishing restorative power, and through his cultivation, His physique had developed remarkable self-healing abilities. Under such circumstances, he quickly healed over half of his injuries. So impressive. This is faster than taking medicinal pills to heal from alchemy refinement. The living beings of Ningdu were alarmed. Denny's regenerative abilities were truly monstrous. Boom. However, the heavenly tribulation became even more terrifying and merciless, not giving Denny a chance to rest and recover. The second anomalous-colored heavenly thunder immediately descended. It was an orange bolt, even more terrifying than the previous crimson one. Denny couldn't finish healing himself in time. He cast the white tiger holy art to fend off this orange bolt. Thud. He was heavily slammed to one side, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Most of his bones inside were shattered, bone shards mixing with torn flesh flying about. He carried various treasures that could instantly heal his injuries upon consumption. However, he did not use them. Not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. Using external aids during a tribulation would make the tribulation even more terrifying and prolong its duration. Otherwise, he would have used treasures like the purple lane spear long ago to help with the tribulation. Boom. Immediately after, another anomalous-colored heavenly thunderbolt fell, this time a yellow one. Even while dodging through the air, the yellow bolt chased after him and struck him directly. Half of Denny's body was blown apart, leaving him bloodied and barely breathing. He ignored his severe injuries because the next bolt would soon strike again. Lesser Desolate Art. He performed the Lesser Desolate Art, absorbing surrounding natural energy to bolster his combat power. In mere moments, his combat power surged several times over, his aura becoming exceptionally strong. Brilliant lights burst forth from his body. He again circled the Tao Classic, combining with his already formidable self-healing ability, instantaneously regenerating the half of his body that had been shattered. Mirror Transformation Art. He cast the Mirror Transformation Art, but not to reflect the descending bolts of Heavenly Thunder. Heavenly Thunder was frightening and carried the will of the heavens. While the Mirror Transformation Art was impressive, it was unlikely to reflect the Heavenly Thunder. He might even get caught up in it, suffering even more serious injuries. Instead, he reflected an image of himself, creating a duplicate to fight alongside his original form, together resisting the bolts of Heavenly Thunder. Well, it's worthy of old MO, isn't it? Mac was speechless. Denny's thinking really shifted quickly. Realizing he couldn't randomly mirror the Heavenly Thunder, he mirrored himself instead, cooperating with the mirror image to counter the Heavenly Tribulation. Brilliant idea. Essentially, it was like two Denny's enduring the tribulation, increasing the likelihood of his survival. Rumble. A green bolt struck down, Denny and his mirror image jointly resisting the bolt. This time, he wasn't injured and successfully withstood the bolt. The mirror image possessed equivalent strength to him. Even though the green bolt was stronger than the previous ones, he still managed to hold it off. A blue bolt followed. Both Denny and his mirror image simultaneously cast the Great Desolate Art, spreading the vibrations of desolation throughout the area. Even the living beings in Ningdu felt an overwhelming sense of desolation and solitude. They once again withstood the bolt's attack, welcoming the blue bolt next. This time, the mirror image exploded, and the light mirror formed by the Mirror Transformation Art also shattered violently. Boom. A purple bolt instantly arrived, fearsome and bizarre, carrying shocking force, the scene terrifyingly intense. Earth Annihilation, Heaven Punishment. Denny coldly shouted, fearless. His hands spurred on the sword technique, consecutively casting Earth Annihilation technique and Heaven Punishment technique. The Heaven Punishment technique was the second form of the 9 forms of the Kavin, which he cultivated later on. Each sword technique was more terrifying than the last. He finally withstood the purple bolt strike, the bolt being destroyed by the 2 consecutive sword techniques. Hashtag chapter 525, Cause and Effect Incarnation. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. 7 rays of differently colored heavenly lightning struck, each more terrifying than the last, but Denny ultimately withstood them one by one. The heavenly lightning receded, no longer emanating such formidable power. Instead, strands of auspicious light began to appear in the sky. Then, a shower of light particles descended from the heavens. Denny stood amidst this rain of light, his body exuding an extraordinary aura, as if he had transcended into immortality. So this is the baptism after transcending the heavenly tribulation? Denny was dumbfounded. He felt entirely refreshed, able to clearly sense rapid improvements across various aspects of his being. The celestial pivot acupoint has actually been opened. Denny was overjoyed. This acupoint was significant, much like the Bolivander convergences and wind mansion points, critical for the human body's energy flow. Under normal circumstances, opening the celestial pivot acupoint would require him to accumulate considerable strength within his physical body, likely taking at least another 6 months of cultivation. However, what he hadn't anticipated was that after enduring the heavenly tribulation and undergoing its purification, he had directly opened the celestial pivot acupoint. Haha. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. With the celestial pivot acupoint now open, his physical body had become even tougher than a royal-grade magical weapon. After a short while, he suddenly stopped laughing, his expression becoming exceedingly serious. The purification wasn't over. He had gained far more than just the opening of the celestial pivot acupoint. He sat cross-legged, calming his mind and focusing his spirit. He entered an unusually serene and transcendent state, and the imperfections of his previous cultivation realms became clear in his mind. This revelation left him utterly surprised. He had always believed he had perfected his cultivation up to this point, yet it appeared that perfection had not been achieved. Seizing the opportunity, he didn't waste any time. He promptly recultivated his earlier realms to mend those imperfections. Sometime later, he concluded his cultivation, and the serenity and transcendence faded away. I only reached the Zyreful realm, not yet the Void realm, he sighed with regret. Despite making every effort to repair the flaws, there were simply too many. When the serene state vanished, he had only reached the Zyrif wheel realm. It's fine. I will likely undergo another heavenly tribulation soon. His eyes sparkled with renewed determination, brushing aside his disappointment. After successfully transcending the next tribulation, he could once again enter this transcendent state. Swish. With a single step, he instantly returned to Ningning City, the speed astonishing even himself, rivaling his previous ability to traverse through the void. Well, this is just the power of my physical body. Indeed, without employing any special techniques, merely stepping forward had allowed him to match his former speed through the void. With the celestial pivot acupoint open, his physical body had undergone a qualitative change, becoming stronger and more astonishing. Boom. A punch sent layers of dust flying off the city wall, leaving deep cracks where it struck. This was undoubtedly terrifying. Each brick of Ningning City was ancient and formidable, not easily shaken. Too powerful. Even ordinary void realm beings wouldn't withstand a single punch from me. Denny was once again shocked. This was purely his physical strength, even more monstrous and supernatural than before. You can truly be called a humanoid ferocious beast now, Simon remarked with a strange expression. I believe your physical strength can match that of young ferocious beasts. Perhaps. Denny didn't say much more, bidding farewell to Simon and others hurriedly, then returning to the Everard's residence. Having ascended to the void realm, everything had changed. The record of cause and effect constantly emitted strange fluctuations, signaling some changes. This was also why he bid farewell so quickly. Back at the Everard's residence, he entered his room, closed the door, and let his consciousness sink into his mind. What is this? He was stunned. The record of cause and effect indeed underwent a transformation, forming a translucent figure rapidly becoming more substantial. Before long, the figure solidified, bearing his exact likeness. Cause and effect incarnation, unbound by cause and effect, untouched by dust. Words appeared on the record of cause and effect. An incarnation unbound by cause and effect, untouched by dust? Denny was inwardly astonished. In this world, who could escape the bonds of cause and effect? No one. Even the most powerful beings couldn't escape it. He never imagined that upon entering the void realm, the record of cause and effect would undergo such a transformation, manifesting an incarnation untainted by dust and unbound by cause and effect. He became elated. This was absolutely a tremendous boon for him. Even the strongest cultivators dared not taint themselves with too much cause and effect, striving to sever their ties to it as much as possible. For at the pinnacle of cultivation, cause and effect became critically important. A minor thread could lead to major issues if mishandled. With this incarnation, he could reduce many of his own cause and effect entanglements, making future matters less troublesome. This is far superior to the mirror transformation technique. Denny's thoughts stirred, immediately understanding the immense power of this cause and effect incarnation. This was an incarnation possessing capabilities and methods equivalent to his true self. While the mirror transformation technique could also mirror an incarnation with similar strength and abilities, it required that the reflected target must first fully unleash their greatest power and techniques. If the target did not exert their utmost efforts, the mirrored incarnation would only possess the current strength and methods. He had once used the mirror transformation technique on himself, creating a mirrored incarnation, but compared to the cause and effect incarnation, it paled in comparison. The cause and effect incarnation was almost like another version of himself. Not only did it possess his true body's power and methods, but it also retained all conscious instincts. In essence, the cause and effect incarnation could engage in various battles as his true self would, understanding combat tactics. In contrast, the mirrored incarnation lacked such conscious instincts, possessing only pure power and methods, akin to a puppet. The cause and effect incarnation resembled a living, sentient being with flesh, blood, and awareness. The Void Realm truly lives up to its status as a great realm. Denny couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, the Void Realm differed from other realms. Upon entering the Void Realm, he faced the heavenly tribulation, and the record of cause and effect transformed, giving rise to this monstrous and supernatural cause and effect incarnation. Now I can contact those Saint Clan members, Denny said with a smile. Originally, he hadn't been confident about refining the Lane Spring pill, but now he felt very assured. With the record of cause and effect becoming more transcendent and formidable, he believed he could refine the Lane Spring pill under its assistance. Chapter 526, Comprehensive Guidance. During this period, Denny had completed the refining of all the medicines requested by the various races. He did not let the powerful figures from each race watch his alchemy process, and only told them that he succeeded after using 5 sets of ingredients. In reality, he succeeded on the first try every time, using the remaining herbs to refine the medicinal pills that would free the puppets, which he then gave to Miles and other puppets. The fact that 5 sets were enough for success was also very pleasing to the various races. The value of a successful pill far exceeded the cost of the 5 sets of ingredients. A high-quality 9th rank pill. Denny didn't lie to them. Every pill had guaranteed quality, reaching the pinnacle of perfection. The various races carefully stored these pills, as these were the best medicines they had ever obtained in their history. After breaking through to the Void Realm, Denny found the kitten to help it activate its bloodline again. Roar. Amanita roared, and after the second activation of its bloodline, its tail turned pure white. It also possessed a trace of sacred power, making ordinary beasts dare not meet its gaze. Hope you don't change. Looking at the kitten, Denny sighed heavily in his heart. As he continuously helped the kitten activate its bloodline, the kitten's path to becoming a white tiger demon saint became increasingly closer. In the end, the kitten would understand everything and completely revert to being the white tiger demon saint. He didn't know if the kitten at that time would still remember everything or remember him as a friend. After all, how the kitten would be upon reverting to the white tiger demon saint was unknown to him. Regardless, he would always help the kitten. Amanita had gone through so much with him and had long since become a friend bound by life and death. Even if the kitten might forget him in the future, he would do his utmost to help it. He sought out Amira, wanting to once again resolve her body issues. Not yet. He shook his head. Previously, Amira resolved 60% of her bodily problems, and the strength within her hadn't fully integrated or been digested. At this moment, it wasn't suitable to continue resolving more. If forcibly done, Amira might suffer instead, unable to withstand the even more terrifying and powerful force. Anastasia. He summoned Anastasia. Comparatively speaking, Anastasia was the weakest among them. Savannah and Crystal were both stronger than Anastasia. Bloodline was very important. Anastasia's background was not as good as Savannah's and Crystal's. The Nan clan was an ancient clan, and their bloodline power was astonishing. Crystal need not be mentioned. Her grandfather was the Isaias of the Nan clan, making her bloodline superior. Savannah was also half Nan clan, possessing the bloodline of the Nan clan, her bloodline power surpassing ordinary people. Anastasia came from an ordinary force, her bloodline power not as good as Savannah's and Crystal's, hence the difference in strength emerged naturally. However, Anastasia was no ordinary individual. She once obtained divine inheritance along with him. Under normal circumstances, having divine inheritance would make Anastasia very strong, surpassing Savannah and Crystal. I made Anastasia give up the divine bone. This had a significant impact on her. The presence or absence of a divine bone could be described as the difference between heaven and earth. Anastasia's current weakness was because she did not fuse the divine bone. Had she fused the divine bone initially, Anastasia would have definitely overwhelmed Savannah and Crystal, possibly even rivaling the kitten. The divine bone has major issues and must never be fused. At the time, he sensed that fusing the divine bone was problematic. After all, it belonged to someone else, potentially leading to unforeseen accidents. It turned out his premonition was correct. He later understood that so-called divine bones were imbued with restrictions, causing incidents once fused and controlled by the Netherworld organization in the future. Without the divine bone, the effectiveness of the divine inheritance is limited, and comprehending it becomes even more challenging. Denny specifically brought Anastasia to address this issue. He had long planned to help Anastasia understand the essence of the divine inheritance and enhance her strength and realm. Previously, Anastasia lacked sufficient trials, and becoming stronger might have been disadvantageous, stripping her of the benefits of enduring challenges. Thus, he did not help her until now, preferring to temper Anastasia first and solidify her foundation before allowing her to practice the core essence of the divine inheritance. Lately, Anastasia had been engaging in fierce battles at the arena, suffering numerous defeats but never giving up. Her determination grew remarkably firm. Seeing this transformation, Denny deemed it the right time for Anastasia to practice the core essence of the divine inheritance. Heaven. After Anastasia arrived, Denny had her demonstrate what she had learned from the divine inheritance while he used the causality record to reflect it. The results stunned him. The causality record typically illuminated techniques, then analyzed and simplified them, explaining the core essence clearly to aid understanding and cultivation. This time, all those steps were skipped. The causality avatar formed simply followed Anastasia's demonstration of the divine inheritance, and Denny instantly mastered the inheritance himself. In short, now he didn't need to cultivate it all. After one reflection by the causality record, the causality avatar directly achieved mastery, and his true self also followed suit. It was astonishing. High-level divine arts were notoriously difficult to cultivate. Many cultivators spent their entire lives without mastering certain skills, yet Denny instantly grasped them without cultivation. The Void Realm truly marks a grand boundary. He marveled once again. The efficacy of the causality record became markedly more powerful after he entered the Void Realm. Though he was just at the Void Realm, what new functionalities would it add if he ascended to higher realms, such as the Dao Formation Realm or the Unity Dao Realm? He was incredibly curious and anticipatory about it. Come, I'll demonstrate the essence of the inheritance for you. Focus on comprehension and practice diligently. Denny demonstrated the essence in detail for Anastasia, guiding her patiently, paying attention to every detail. Are you still human? Anastasia was stunned. Denny's talent for comprehension was utterly unmatched. Ava merely demonstrated once in front of Denny, who immediately reached a level of mastery, instantly comprehending the core essence. Do not be distracted. Cultivate and comprehend diligently. Denny provided detailed guidance to Anastasia. Under his tutelage, Anastasia gradually grew stronger, her comprehension of the inheritance rapidly improving. In the end, Anastasia thoroughly grasped the core essence of the inheritance. Subsequently, Denny also found Savannah and Crystal, similarly providing detailed guidance to quickly enhance their powers. Both Savannah and Crystal also underwent rigorous training, increasing their comprehension at appropriate times, greatly benefiting them. Hummingbirds and other flying creatures were not excluded either. Denny guided them all in detail, proving to be a versatile master who could grasp anything. Berkeley, come on, give me some pointers too. Mac chuckled. Can't guide you. Your comprehension at all levels doesn't fall short of mine. Denny shook his head. Mac was a freak of nature. The divine arts he mastered had all reached their core essence. Even Denny couldn't help but marvel at Mac's origin and background, wondering what made him so terrifying. Chapter 527. No respect. After entering the Void Realm, the power of the causal record had clearly become much stronger. However, his investigation into Simon remained superficial, unable to uncover Simon's true origins and outcomes. Surely someone significant, perhaps a reincarnation of a great figure. Carlo thought to himself. After guiding Clementine and others, Carlo officially informed the people of the Holy Clan to come pick him up. It wasn't long before Gabriel arrived in Ningdu to escort him. Simon and the others did not accompany them. Only he went alone as the Holy Clan forbade more people from coming. Initially, he could have negotiated, but for an excuse to gracefully comply, he pretended that he gave in out of fear. Leaving Ningdu, Gabrielle raised her hand, unleashing a magical artifact. A flash of light, and she along with Carlo disappeared from the spot. The spatial disruption prevented Carlo from identifying any directions, with special forces blocking his spiritual senses. He had no idea where they were heading. After some time, he and Gabriel reappeared. Towering mountains stood around, ancient structures like celestial palaces surrounded by misty clouds, emanating an otherworldly grace and grandeur. Another small world. Carlo felt the higher-level cultivation substances here that couldn't be found outside, equivalent to the small world inhabited by the Blue Clan. He immediately deduced this was a small world created by the Holy Clan. Compared to the Blue Clan's small world, Carlo felt this one to be even stronger, containing even richer cultivation resources. The Holy Clan that could settle in Balaverzu, the strongest province, was indeed formidable, possibly stronger than the Holy Clans in other provinces. This is our ancestral land. Gabriel smiled and explained to Carlo, flying him to a massive plaza. There, Carlo saw many familiar faces, Isaeusly figures with white hair, young disciples like Enid, and others. So quickly you've reconstructed a new body? Carlo was surprised, seeing Ahil intact, beyond his expectation. With his realm and strength, Ahil would find it very challenging to reconstruct a new body after his physical form was destroyed, leaving only his soul. Desmond, just over a month later, Ahil had fully restored his body, demonstrating the Holy Clan's formidable strength in assisting rapid bodily reconstruction. Ahil glared at Carlo, still unable to forgive or forget the humiliation of having his body destroyed and being powerless to retaliate. Many other Holy Clan powerhouses were present, their gazes unfriendly, their expressions not gentle. After all, they had lost face and were forced to lower themselves to Carlo's level. Bang! Ahil grew angrier by the moment and finally lunged toward Carlo, unleashing a violent attack. What are you doing? Gabriel shouted, swiftly intercepting Ahil like a swift swallow. Her strength was not inferior to Ahil, completely preventing him from harming Carlo. Gabriel, move aside. Ahil roared, his attacks becoming even more frenzied. Master Carlo came here to help us refine elixirs. What are you trying to do? Gabriel sternly replied, facing Ahil's attacks without hesitation. Boom. At this moment, Enid led others to strike Gabriel, helping Ahil break free. Now that Carlo was on their turf, they needn't consider anything else, especially since various Holy Clan powerhouses harbored resentment towards Carlo. Punishing him wouldn't result in any trouble. An Isaeusly man among the powerful Xuan clan members wanted to intervene but was restrained by other Holy Clan powerhouses. He ruined Ahil's entire body. It's natural for him to harbor resentment. Let him vent a little. Don't worry. He knows his limits and won't endanger Carlo's life. Various Holy Clan powerhouses spoke. Honestly, it wasn't just dissatisfaction. It was deep-seated resentment. A venerable Holy Clan, a strong race from ancient times, and a top-tier force in the present era, was forced to bow down to a mere youth. Moreover, Carlo delayed so long before coming here. Their anger had not abated. If not for needing Carlo to refine xuanhuan pills, they would have killed him instantly. Gabriel was restrained by Enid and others, allowing Ahil to charge forward. His expression twisted in fury as he unleashed a vicious palm strike toward Carlo. Carlo stepped forward, instantly disappearing from his spot, practicing the void path through the transformation of his causal body, elevating his mastery of the void path. Instantaneous arrival. This was faster than transcending space, truly instantaneous teleportation. Stand still, or I'll make your suffering worse. Ahil sneered, refraining from attacking further. Though in the transformation realm, his realm was extremely high. Despite Carlo's incredible speed, if Ahil chose, he could still instantly locate Carlo. This was the gap between realms, a void realm versus a transformation realm, separated by 3 major realms. Even with Carlo's enhanced void path mastery, he could not bridge such a vast gap. Arrogantly, Ahil didn't plan to exert effort to capture Carlo's movements. Instead, he treated Carlo similarly to how Carlo treated him in Ningdu, demanding Carlo remain stationary to be hit. The tide has turned. Last time there were many of you in your territory. This time, there are many of us in ours. He coldly shouted, be compliant, and you'll suffer less. Resist, and I'll make you wish you were dead. Carlo sighed, looking at the Isaeusly man of the Xuan clan. Is this what you meant by no need to worry? I came here, yet you treat me like this. The Isaeusly man of the Xuan clan remained silent, unable to contain the fierce animosity from other Holy Clan powerhouses, which hadn't diminished over time. It's fine. It's just a minor punishment. Your life will not be threatened. Besides, after successfully refining xuanhuan pills, we will reward you generously. Given the situation, despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to go along with it. You, boy, made countless mistakes, the greatest being too arrogant. To treat Ahil and others this way, to put on airs and negotiate conditions with us, wanting to enter the xuanhuan's secret realm. You are too overambitious, not knowing your place. Honestly, you can't enter the xuanhuan's secret realm, nor will you receive the promised rewards. Obey and properly refine xuanhuan pills, and we might spare your life. Numerous Holy Clan powerhouses sneered continuously, showing no respect. Now on their turf, Carlo had no means to threaten them. Presently, Carlo was like fish on a chopping board, entirely at their mercy, forced to follow their commands. Chapter 528. Still capable of intimidation. Are you done talking? Denny's expression was calm, and there wasn't a hint of fear. This left the crowd of Holy Clan experts feeling very puzzled. This isn't right. Didn't Denny come here out of fear? Why did Denny not seem afraid at all now? This was their territory, a separate small world existing outside. Apart from them, no one knew where this little world was located. Why did Denny look as though he had something to rely on? Now that you're done, let me speak. Denny remained unperturbed and said, each of you Holy Clans people are shameless and use force to intimidate others. What qualifies you to call yourselves Holy Clans? How do you know we're from the Holy Clan? Who exactly are you? The expressions of the Holy Clan experts changed drastically. Xuanhuan, who had been about to teach Denny a lesson, also went quiet and his face showed disbelief. What don't I know? Denny continued. Why are you able to be perfectly passed down from the ancient era? Why are you hiding in various small worlds? Sorry, but I understand all this. He stood straight with a compelling gaze. You think I agreed to come help you refine pills because I was scared of your aggressive move? Then he laughed heartily and said, I intentionally displayed my strength in front of me and told me you could destroy all the ancient forces. Your inaction showed respect for me since you need me. Having arrived at the Holy Clan's small world and met the clan's experts, it was no longer necessary for him to keep up appearances. Indeed, his earlier display of fear aimed to quell the Holy Clan's suspicions so they would bring him into their small world. The entrance of the Holy Clan's small world was extremely hidden and governed by special laws. Even if he probed using causal records, it would be hard to find its location. So, he deliberately pretended to be afraid and allowed them to bring him here. You sent some youths to invite me. They were impetuous and ill-tempered. You treated me with great respect and reality. Denny laughed. Haha, do you think I'd believe you? If you were able to act, how could you just watch while I battered Usher's body? I already know who you are and more importantly, that you don't dare make any moves. Your intimidation is merely laughable to me. You, the Holy Clan experts' faces turned dark with anger. They hadn't expected everything to have been an act. So what? You're now within our turf. Even calling out to heaven or earth won't answer you. We may indeed hesitate to openly strike out, but now, you're alone. We can kill you anytime we want. They sneered, calming down quickly. Denny couldn't really threaten them. Who said I wouldn't receive an answer? Denny asked calmly. Isn't the entrance of this small world deep inside Mount Shiobalavara? How do you know? The faces of the Holy Clan experts changed, especially the leader xuanhuan's, which changed dramatically. This was the small world where their race resided. Now exposed, how could his expression remain unchanged? I didn't tell him the location of the small world. I don't know either. xuanhuan's expression also changed as she hastily replied. Ava spoke the truth. It was extremely important. Other members, besides key experts, didn't know its location. Ava needed a magic weapon to enter. Without the magic weapon, even she couldn't get in if she didn't know its whereabouts. You haven't understood me enough yet, Denny stated blandly. For example, the one standing here now isn't my true self, just a clone. Clone? What nonsense are you spouting? The Holy Clan experts didn't believe Denny. How could someone like him confuse between a clone and the original? In fact, they truly couldn't differentiate. The causal clone conjured up by causal records looked exactly like Denny, so much so that even ancient strong ones would struggle to distinguish. Let me introduce my real self. Denny smiled, slicing through the air with his hand. An image appeared, showing someone identical to him. He accomplished this with a communication tool. This was no ordinary tool but a rare ancient artifact collected by the Black Phoenix, capable of communicating and reflecting images. Do you think I'd go to your place unprepared? I'm not going to risk my life recklessly. The image contained a smiling Denny whose voice rang clearly in the ears of the Holy Clan experts. The Holy Clan experts' faces grew dark. They hadn't anticipated that Denny had everything under control. No wonder Denny knew where the small world was. With a close connection, Denny's real self must have found this small world through this tight connection. They weren't wrong. Denny did use this connection to find this small world's location. However, the one present wasn't a clone but Denny's true self. Denny knew it was very dangerous coming here. The Holy Clan might renege on their promise after he refined Lane's spring pills and kill him. Thus, he prepared beforehand, leaving behind a causal clone. Initially, he wanted the clone to come since no one would detect it, but he couldn't do that. To refine Lane's spring pills, he needed causal records, stored only within his body. He had to come himself. By claiming he was a clone, it kept him safe. Knowing it was a clone, the Holy Clan wouldn't act rashly. We still underestimated you. You win. We can't compete with you. Despite their reluctance, the Holy Clan admitted defeat. With his real self outside, Denny posed a significant threat. Good to know. Denny glanced at xuanhuan. Hey, come over here and stand still. Let me slap you twice, and this matter can be considered closed. You. xuanhuan gritted his teeth so hard it seemed they would crack. Great, instead of revenge, he had to endure 2 slaps from Denny? His anger boiled. What? Unwilling? Unless you want me to destroy your newly restored body again? Denny's expression was calm. Young man, grow a bit wiser. Don't always rush into things. If you disagree, see if the Holy Clan agrees unless you want them to allow the Balaverzu experts to visit this small world to learn about the Holy Clan's past. He already knew from Lon Clan that not only did they know that the Nether organization hadn't been destroyed, most of the Holy Clan also knew. That was why those clans remained hidden and dared not reveal themselves, or let the world suspect their existence. Chapter 529. Begin refining. The various holy race powerhouses never imagined that Denny would be so difficult to deal with, forcing them into such a passive situation. However, they also had to reflect on the fact that their investigation of Denny was indeed inadequate. Denny was far more mysterious than they had imagined. Not mentioning other aspects, just the fact that Denny knew about the holy races astonished them. After the ancient battle, all the holy races went into seclusion without appearing in public, leading people to believe they perished in that battle. Desmond, Denny not only knew of their existence, but also did not show any surprise, and even dared to negotiate with them. Without a doubt, Denny was no ordinary person and must know a lot. Success makes kings and failure makes bandits. Just do as you're told, Usher. An order was issued by one of the powerhouses. Though very unwilling, he had no choice but to comply. Denny indeed posed a threat to them. Powerhouses from Balaverzu were all present here, and it was inevitable that their cover would be blown. Once the Netherworld organization resurfaced, they certainly wouldn't spare the holy races either. What they feared most was being discovered by the Netherworld organization. If not for this, why would they fear exposure? They went into hiding to conceal their existence not only from the world, but specifically from the Netherworld organization, making them believe that they no longer existed and had perished in that ancient battle. Usher deflated immediately, obediently landing from the air, not daring to move an inch. Slap, slap. 2 loud slaps rang out as Denny struck Usher's face. Remember this. Don't provoke those you shouldn't. I'm not someone you can mess with, Denny said coldly. So what if he was a holy race descendant? Provoking him still wouldn't be tolerated. Usher felt incredibly humiliated. As a proud holy race descendant, being slapped in public and unable to retaliate nearly made him explode with rage. But however aggrieved and resentful he was, he didn't dare fight back or argue. Doing so would result in an even worse fate. Alright, let's focus on the task at hand. I'm waiting to enter the Lane Spring secret realm, Denny said with a smile. It wasn't just Usher who felt aggrieved. The holy race powerhouses were no different. Though the slaps were on Usher's face, it felt like a slap to all of them. They were completely under Denny's control now. But like Usher, they didn't dare say anything. If exposed, all their clans would be destroyed. The Netherworld organization was terrifying and merciless, and knowing of their existence, they wouldn't be spared. Given that they were top-tier forces posing a threat, the Netherworld organization couldn't afford to overlook them. They hurriedly took out the elixir formula and several batches of prepared herbs, totaling 20 sets. 20 sets to refine 8 Lane Spring pills. We know this is extremely difficult, but we've done our best. We've been collecting since acquiring the formula and could only gather 20 sets. If it were in the ancient era, we could have gathered many more, but unfortunately, the current environment is poor, and many herbs are extinct. These 20 sets of ingredients for refining the Lane Spring pill were indeed the result of their utmost effort. In fact, 15 of the sets were collected by previous generations within their clans. With worsening conditions today, they could only gather 5 more sets themselves. Alright, let me give it a try. Denny nodded, asking, do you have a cauldron? Can I borrow it? All the holy race powerhouses were stunned. What was this? Someone who could refine perfect grade elixirs didn't even have a cauldron? Heaven forbid. How could an alchemist not have a cauldron? Suddenly, they began to doubt Denny, fearing he might waste the materials. You don't understand. Only those with poor alchemy skills overly emphasize the cauldron. Someone of my caliber doesn't care which cauldron is used. Denny explained. Upon hearing Denny's words, the holy race powerhouses really wanted to retort. How boastful. They had never heard anyone say that the quality of the cauldron wasn't important. A good cauldron greatly impacted alchemy. To alchemists, a high-quality cauldron was even more desirable than a divine artifact. In truth, Denny wasn't wrong. For him, the quality of the cauldron wasn't as crucial because the Book of Causality screened out all imperfections, presenting a flawless method of refining. He could succeed with any cauldron. Other alchemists lacked such a perfect method and needed a quality cauldron to increase their success rate. Of course, high-quality cauldrons could also withstand higher temperatures, essential for some elixirs requiring extreme heat. Inferior cauldrons might break before the refinement was complete. Therefore, alchemists demanded high-quality cauldrons. As for Denny, having already studied the formula through the Book of Causality, he didn't need high temperatures. Any cauldron sufficed. My lord, please don't be too overconfident. These materials are very hard to collect. Once lost, they're gone forever. A holy race powerhouse said hesitantly. Why ask me if you don't trust me? Just hand over a cauldron. I'll start refining. Denny replied. Fine. The holy race powerhouses didn't argue further. After all, Denny had refined perfect grade elixirs, even the notoriously difficult 9-turn jade pill. They decided to give him a chance. However, they wouldn't simply hand over any cauldron. They couldn't risk wasting precious materials. Many renowned alchemists were present, each offering their best cauldrons, vying to be chosen by Denny. In their hearts, their cauldrons were the best and highest quality. You guys are too fussy. Denny casually picked a cauldron and started refining. Once he began, everyone fell silent. The eyes of the alchemists lit up with intense admiration. Denny's refining technique was impeccable, flawless, beyond anything they had ever seen. They felt ashamed, realizing years of alchemy practice had been futile compared to Denny, a teenager who surpassed them all. Briefly, they even thought Denny wasn't a young man but a venerable alchemy master who had attained enlightenment. This level of perfection, with 0 flaws, led them to believe only an enlightened alchemy master could achieve such finesse. We've chosen the right person. If he can't do it, I truly don't know who in this era could refine the Lane Spring pill. They sighed in deep admiration. Denny's first attempt left them profoundly shaken. Chapter 530. Activating the Lane Spring Secret Realm. Entering the Ether Void Realm was indeed the right decision for Denny. The Lane Spring pill was of an extremely high rank, and its refining process was exceedingly difficult. Only after stepping into the Ether Void Realm did he manage to use the causal records to illuminate the method to refine the Lane Spring pill. If he hadn't advanced in Realm beforehand, he wouldn't have been able to reflect it out. This is something only I can do. If anyone else tried, there would be no hope of success. The method for the Lane Spring pill came from the dragon race. Its refinement process wasn't suited for humans and required an injection of dragon force. No matter how skilled a human alchemist was, they couldn't inject dragon force and thus would not be able to refine the Lane Spring pill successfully. However, Denny was different. He cultivated the Heavenly Lane Treasure technique and possessed Heavenly Lane force. With this, he could refine the Lane Spring pill. He meticulously followed the methods illuminated by the causal records, and the Lane Spring pill gradually took shape, emitting an inviting fragrance. Now came the crucial step. To crystallize the Lane Spring pill, dragon force had to be injected. Otherwise, no matter how well the earlier stages were done, the pill would fail to crystallize. Denny was cautious, not at all careless as he injected Heavenly Lane force. The fragrant smell emanating from within the crucible grew richer. Roar! A dragon roar reverberated through the sky, bright radiance flooded the heavens, and a translucent pill flew out from the crucible, its surface adorned with dragon patterns. The Lane Spring pill had been successfully refined. It's done. Done on the first try. Oh my god. No wonder our predecessors couldn't refine it despite their high-level alchemy skills. It turns out they lacked the dragon force. The great saints were ecstatic, realizing why their ancestors failed. They clearly saw that it was only due to the injection of dragon force that the lane spring pill was fully formed. Shut up, keep quiet. I still need to refine more pills. Denny reprimanded them, and instantly all the strong ones tightly shut their mouths, not daring to utter another word. Pill after pill, Denny succeeded each time without a single failure, leaving all the powerful figures in awe. Throughout history, they had never heard of anyone who could succeed in every alchemy attempt, especially with such a high-ranking pill like the lane spring pill. How is he still refining? He has already surpassed 8. 8 is enough. Denny succeeded each time, producing far more than 8 lane spring pills but didn't stop. The group of powerhouses didn't know what Denny was up to, but they dared not interrupt him. In the end, Denny refined 20 lane spring pills using all the materials. That's enough. Finished. He chuckled as he put away all the pills. Now, shall we head out? The group of great saints couldn't wait to say. After so much effort, they wanted to enter the lane spring secret realm. Now that the pills were ready, they were eager to get inside. Just a moment, let me absorb the excess lane spring pills. The lane spring pills were very useful for cultivating the heavenly lane treasure technique. Hence, Denny refined all the materials into lane spring pills. This crucible isn't bad. I'll keep it. Denny casually kept the crucible too. In the future, he might need to refine again, and he couldn't borrow a crucible every time. What if no one was around to lend him one? He made the various races set up a cultivation room for him, and inside he began absorbing the lane spring pills. Outside, the powerhouses waited anxiously, but they couldn't do anything. At this point, they couldn't coerce Denny and could only wait. Swish, swish, swish. As Denny absorbed the pills, his dragon aura grew stronger and the dragon force he possessed became increasingly potent. He began practicing the higher secrets of the heavenly lane treasure technique, cultivating deeper levels of it. Undoubtedly, the heavenly lane treasure technique was astonishing. Even among the dragons it was considered a profound technique. It took the absorption of 12 lane spring pills for Denny to reach the higher secrets and cultivate the second great ability of the heavenly lane treasure technique. Lane breath. Opening his mouth, a special breath spewed out, destroying the entire cultivation room which couldn't withstand this breath. Great, very impressive. Even the strength of an ether void realm warrior probably can't resist this lane breath. Denny grinned, satisfied with the power of this skill. The lane breath was more formidable than the heavenly lane fist. What kind of origin does he have? How did he acquire a dragon's treasure technique? In ancient times, dragons were already unseen, and dragon techniques became legends. Where did he get it from? The powerhouses fell into deep thought. The more they knew about Denny, the more mysterious he became. Let's go, head out. Satisfied, Denny instructed the great saints to lead him to the activation site of the lane spring secret realm. The great saints arrived swiftly, their power taking them quickly to the location of the lane spring secret realm. There were no protective forces here because none were needed. Without the lane spring pills, even the strongest powerhouse couldn't open the lane spring secret realm. A spring bubbled calmly, looking ordinary but concealing the true lane spring, the entrance to the secret realm. Denny arranged the pills according to certain rules, placing 8 lane spring pills in. Instantly, the water surged upwards as if a celestial flood had burst forth, extremely shocking. Roar, roar, roar. One after another, dragon roars echoed. Several true dragons encircled the spring, roaring and flying. Strange phenomena appeared, clouds and mist swirling. A massive gateway of light emerged before everyone. All the great saints' eyes turned hot with excitement as they rushed in. Lanes. This was the supreme clan of antiquity, and the treasures they gathered were unimaginably rare and extraordinary. Even obtaining just one treasure from within would match their entire foundation. Then, almost immediately, the rushing saints fled out, covered in blood. Some escaped too slowly and were slaughtered inside, with outside people clearly seeing the gruesome deaths of those slain. There's terrifying power inside. Non-dragons will be annihilated upon entry. Too scary. It's an unstoppable force. The escaping saints were left trembling. Having not even truly entered yet, they were struck by unimaginable power. If they hadn't escaped fast, they would have surely lost their lives. Everyone hesitated, including Denny. Though he had dragon force, he wasn't a true dragon and couldn't guarantee what would happen if he went in. Even with their incredible strength, some saints didn't escape in time and were killed inside. If he recklessly entered, he might also lose his life. The treasures collected by the dragons were tempting, but he wouldn't foolishly risk his life. Chapter 531. Preventing the big ones. Seal off this area. Various Holy Clan powerhouses immediately issued orders to thoroughly seal off the place. The disturbance caused by the opening of the Lane Spring Secret Realm was too significant. They feared attracting other creatures. As for the Lane Spring Secret Realm, they certainly wouldn't give it up. It harbored treasures collected by the dragon race, and even if the dangers inside were extreme, they would never easily abandon it. It's no good. Denny shook his head. He had used the Book of Causality to investigate but failed as the power within the Lane Spring Secret Realm exceeded his current detection range. Get Simon over here. Denny contacted Simon. Simon frequently visited ancient relics, and his experience far surpassed Denny's and possibly even these holy clans. Soon, he got in touch with Simon and informed him of his location, asking him to rush over. I have a friend coming over shortly. He also informed the major holy clans, as this area was already sealed off by them. Initially, he had no bargaining power to bring anyone along, but now everything had changed. He didn't need to bargain. Just a word from him could get Simon here. The various holy clans didn't dare say much and immediately agreed. At the same time, they quickly dispatched people back to look through ancient records to see if there were any relevant entries. After some time, Simon arrived. Ayo you little Simon, you better get off Gerardo right now, or I'll bite you dead. Not only did Simon come, but Mavis, Moira, came too. Simon was riding on Mavis's back. Berkeley asked me to come, not you. You begged me to bring you, so I agreed, said Simon. Screw you, Simon. Gerardo has already paid the price by carrying you all the way here, yet you still refuse to get off? Mavis roared. Mavis had struck a deal with Simon to be his mount, hence Simon agreed to bring it along. Your ride is too comfortable, I don't want to get off. Simon grinned. Gerardo will bite you dead. Mavis turned and bit down, startling Simon, who jumped off hastily, not daring to stay on its back anymore. Haha. Denny couldn't help but laugh. These two were really funny. You're quite something too. How come you let little Simon come but didn't mention bringing Gerardo? Mavis bared its teeth, glaring at Denny. If Denny hadn't mentioned it, it wouldn't have had to endure being a mount for Simon. You didn't say you wanted to come either. Denny was speechless. How could it blame him for this? If you had asked, I would have let you know, Denny replied. Mavis instantly shut up, realizing it hadn't asked because it feared Denny wouldn't agree, given its lack of understanding about the situation here. It had grown tired of staying in Ningdu and constantly fighting in the arena, so it begged Simon to come along. Simon laughed heartily nearby. Unaware of the situation here, Simon knew very well, thanks to Denny's assurance, that the holy clans posed no threat, ensuring their safety. If Mavis had asked, Denny would definitely have allowed it to come along. He deliberately hadn't mentioned it, intending to tease Mavis and enjoy riding it. However, his face soon turned grim. F***K. He screamed in agony, tears welling up. Mavis had bitten his thigh, causing unbearable pain. Teaching you a lesson for teasing Gerardo. Mavis growled while biting, realizing from Simon's smug expression that it had been tricked. Around them, many Holy Clan powerhouses were baffled by the brutal bite, which revealed bone. Not one serious moment. Denny separated Simon and Mavis and asked Simon to investigate the Lane Spring secret realm. Really didn't expect you to find a Lane Spring secret realm. Lanes are incredibly cautious with their collected treasures, hiding them in the most secret places. Simon remarked, I once pursued a Lane Spring secret realm but failed due to false leads. Inside was a giant snake almost devouring me. The memory still left him in awe. That snake was ferocious and had left deep scars on him. Many Holy Clan powerhouses' eyes lit up, wondering if Simon truly understood this, considering his detailed account. You haven't lost your minds to greed and know enough to flee immediately. A Lane Spring secret realm isn't easy to enter. Not only you, even other dragons entering would be killed if they aren't the owner. Simon explained, emphasizing that each dragon's realm was sacred, forbidding anyone else entry. Not even its offspring can enter. Lanes are extremely selfish beings. Simon continued, so, there's no way? Denny frowned. Even dragon offspring would be killed, making their chances even slimmer. Fortunately, he hadn't recklessly entered based on his internal dragon force, or he might not have made it out. There's no perfect solution, only forcing entry. Simon shook his head. Anyone who enters will face lethal attacks from the internal forces, an unavoidable ordeal. Forced entry? How? Are you crazy? First, you tell us to run. Now you suggest brute force? Your advice contradicts itself. They think you know something. Many Holy Clan powerhouses dismissed Simon's ideas, believing forced entry meant certain death. They had experienced it firsthand. The inner forces were insurmountable. Naive is naive. Larger beings will be killed, but smaller ones might survive. Simon glared at them. Your realms are too high. The forces won't spare you. But lower-level individuals may face different outcomes. What nonsense. Higher realms are bad? If we can't do it, would lower realms survive? Many snorted in disbelief. Do you understand anything? Simon retorted. Do you guard against ants? No. You only watch out for bigger threats. I get it now. Lower realms might go unnoticed by the internal forces because they pose no threat to the treasures. Denny mused. That's about right. Simon nodded. Though the forces attack indiscriminately, they don't activate constantly to conserve energy. They start when danger is detected. Otherwise, they remain inactive. Frequent visits to ancient relics had given Simon insights into these forces. Time eroded everything, including lingering energies. For these forces to last, they mustn't waste power. Otherwise, they couldn't have endured so long. We can try. Denny's eyes sparkled. Trusting Simon, he decided to make the first attempt. Chapter 532. An unexpected event. Theoretically, it should be like this, but I have never been to the xuanhuan secret realm, so I cannot be certain of what's inside. Simon said solemnly. Once you go in, you must be careful. If anything seems off, retreat immediately without hesitation. All right. Denny nodded, and then proceeded into the xuanhuan secret realm. He passed through a light portal, gradually disappearing from everyone's sight. Calmness. No danger. At least within the visible range, nothing happened to Denny. No terrifying force erupted. After some time, Denny emerged unscathed. Your speculation was correct. I didn't encounter any forceful attack upon entering. Denny explained. However, I didn't dare to venture too deep. There seemed to be lingering power fluctuations inside. Simon nodded. It's also normal for some forces to appear. It can't be that no forces show up at all. The method for lower realm practitioners to enter is feasible. I will notify the younger generation of our clan right away. Let them come in. The various sacred clan experts immediately mobilized, contacting their clans to bring over all the younger generations. Okay. Denny nodded in agreement, endorsing the arrival of the younger generations from each clan. The xuanhuan secret realm was vast. Even after walking for quite some time, he hadn't reached the true heart of the secret realm. With more people, there would be greater strength and security. If he ventured alone, the chances of an accident were very high. It wasn't long before the outstanding younger members of the sacred clans arrived. Each one stood out with extraordinary qualities, both males and females exuding brilliance and allure, shining brightly. Denny's eyes narrowed. The holy clans of Balaverizu were indeed stronger than those of Jeremiah Howe. Take the Long clan, for example. They paled in comparison. Marianne, the top prodigy daughter of a Long clan, was not even considered among the top here. Many other young men and women surpassed her. If compared objectively, Marianne was only at the upper middle tier. You must act cautiously, never being complacent. If it doesn't work, withdraw. Your lives are the most important. Remember, always be cautious. The sacred clan experts repeatedly warned them with stern expressions. Could they emphasize enough? These young disciples were the best of their respective clans, embodying their future hopes. We understand. Please rest assured, Isaias. The elite youngsters responded confidently. They were exceptionally talented, each one world-class, brimming with self-assurance. Let's go, Denny said, proceeding into the xuanhuan secret realm along with Simon and Haroun, accompanied by these elite sacred clan youths. Outside, the sacred clan experts watched anxiously, fearing something might happen to these young elites. Beyond the light portal lay a very long and deep tunnel. Nothing surrounded them as Denny walked for a long time, without reaching the end of the tunnel. The sacred clan youngsters who entered were also extremely nervous. Although they were confident in themselves, this place was not ordinary. Even sacred clan experts had met disaster and perished here. How could they dare to be careless? Walking onward, they did not encounter any dangers or forces. Power fluctuations ahead. After walking for some time, Denny stopped again, where he had paused last time. This was where he sensed residual power fluctuations. The sacred clan youths also halted, hesitant to rush forward. They carefully gauged the intensity of the fluctuations ahead. I thought it would be stronger. It's just this? A young man laughed, confirming that the fluctuations were equivalent to the Balavara Dao realm. To him, such fluctuations were insignificant. He glanced at Denny and remarked, no wonder, you're only in the Su realm. Such power fluctuations would indeed be formidable and terrifying to you. Desmonda, it's not much of a problem. Not that strong at all. Many sacred clan youths nodded, having confirmed through repeated investigation that the power fluctuations posed little threat to them. Their group included numerous fighters above the Balavara Dao realm, including top-tier Daoyuan realm fighters, and even those who surpassed it, reaching the Iraming realm. The Balavara Dao level power fluctuations indeed posed no threat to them. I'll dissipate the power fluctuations ahead. Baxter, who first spoke, stepped forward. His name was Aaron, a practitioner at the 6th level of the Hadao realm. Dissipating Balavara Dao level fluctuations was child's play for him. Carefully, he moved forward, releasing powerful energy to directly dissipate the fluctuations. He remained cautious, controlling the power precisely without causing any leakage. He feared triggering further unforeseen events. They continued onward, encountering power fluctuations periodically, but none were particularly strong, all manageable within their capabilities. Resolving the power fluctuations one by one, they walked for a long stretch of time. Finally going to get out. Desmond's. Excitement spread among many sacred clan youths as they saw a different scene ahead. Mountains, water, and various green plants. How extravagant. The Lane clan created a small world just to find treasures. This is a higher grade small world. I can almost sense its abundant and vigorous essence energy. If our Isaias couldn't enter, we really should migrate here to live in this small world. They commented with admiration. But something feels wrong, Simon frowned. I've never heard that the Lane clan enjoys opening up small worlds to hide treasures. Maintaining a small world requires immense energy, and if its internal energy disappears, the entire world would collapse, exposing the treasures. His expression turned grave. Be careful, this might not be a typical xuanhuan secret realm. There may be changes. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was amiss. The xuanhuan secret realm here might not be simple. I feel it too, Denny agreed, unsure exactly what was wrong, but sensing unease deep down. Ahead, the serene small world beckoned, drawing many living beings toward it. They rushed inside, eager to discover the treasures within. Don't move recklessly. Suddenly, a youth shouted loudly. Named Jeremiah Chen, he was young but powerful, one of the strongest here, at the 2nd level of the Iraming realm. Although he didn't know the exact dangers, similar unease surfaced in his mind. He feared that impulsive actions might trigger accidents. Come back quickly. Are you mad? Acting rashly here. More cold voices rang out. Those in the Iraming realm all shouted warnings, sensing something was not simple ahead. But it was too late. Some living beings had already rushed forward. Boom. Instantly, the tunnel shook violently, sending everyone swaying. Unbelievably powerful and terrifying energy waves surged. Even Jeremiah Chen and other Iraming realm youths' faces changed drastically. Their impulsive comrades had triggered an unexpected event. Chapter 533, Lane Power Everywhere. The passage collapsed, releasing a terrifying force that made one's heart tremble and quake. It made everyone feel insignificant, completely stripping away any will to resist. Enter the small world. Jeremiah Chen shouted. The rear passage had already disintegrated. There was no way to retreat. They could only enter the small world. He did not hesitate and rushed into the small world first. Other Heaven Mandate realm prodigies also did not hesitate and quickly rushed into the small world. The collapsing force from the passage was too horrifying. They couldn't retreat anymore. Let's go. Denny stepped forward, along with Simon and Moira, rushing towards the small world. Swish, swish, swish. Various blinding lights surged within the passage as all descendants desperately rushed into the small world. Some descendants who reacted slowly were instantly torn apart by the surging forces within the passage, blood splattering everywhere. What the hell? Jeremiah Chen's face changed dramatically. He was the first to rush into the small world, but the situation exceeded his expectations. A giant python suddenly appeared, opening its massive mouth, nearly swallowing him whole. Fortunately, his reaction was quick enough, and his strength was formidable. He hastily changed direction and escaped from the python's mouth. However, he was still bitten by the python, leaving his back bloody and torn, losing a large chunk of flesh. Go! Run! Other descendants rushed out from the passage. Upon seeing the python, their faces changed, and each fled for their lives. No. A weaker descendant didn't manage to escape and was swallowed whole by the python. Damn, how can there be living creatures here? Simon frowned, never expecting there to be live creatures in this small world. Lanes were so selfish that their treasure hiding place wouldn't allow other living things to exist, right? This went against his understanding. I'll handle it. Moira bared its teeth confidently. After activating its lineage, it exuded a certain aura of intimidation that could make other beast monsters submit with just a roar. Even if a beast monster was stronger than it, it couldn't withstand this kind of pressure and would have to submit beneath its feet. The python targeted them, and Moira volunteered to subdue the python. Don't. Denny's eyebrows raised as he sensed a familiar presence from the python. This wasn't an ordinary python. It's fine. Moira was extremely confident. Facing the python's attack, it did not retreat, but walked calmly towards the python step by step. It was confident in its lineage. Even powerful beast monsters would tremble at the sight of it, showcasing its revered and powerful bloodline. A little insect dares to act arrogant before Lord Tiger? Moira actually stood upright, hands clasped behind its back, like an invincible human expert, its gaze proud and unbothered by the python. Tiger entering the python's mouth? Where does it get such confidence? Didn't you see even someone like Jeremiah Xian had to retreat? Some beings, seeing Moira's boldness, sneered, believing Moira was courting death. They hid on the side, watching the spectacle, sure that Moira would be swallowed by the python. Roar. Moira roared, its tiger roar shaking mountains and rivers. Knowing the python's high level of strength, it pushed its lineage power to the limit. Without a doubt, after the continuous activation of its lineage, it truly possessed a very strong aura of pressure. Many descendants here felt uncomfortable, suppressed by it. Quite impressive. What kind of tiger beast is this? Many descendants looked solemn. Moira's display of lineage power was astonishing, clearly not an ordinary tiger. No wonder Moira dared to be so bold. This kind of pressure was very strong, akin to the pressure of a superior on an inferior, originating from lineage dominance. Even highly powerful ordinary beasts would find it difficult to break this pressure. However, unexpectedly, the python remained completely unaffected and directly tried to swallow Moira whole. How can there be no effect at all? So frightening. Everyone's expressions changed. The python was far more formidable. Moira's lineage pressure was ineffective. Ah, what kind of python are you? Moira cried out in panic, stunned, never expecting the python to remain unaffected. Clang. At a critical moment, Denny suddenly threw the purple lane spear, piercing the python's mouth and using the Tao of Void to quickly take Moira to the side. It's not weaker than you. It has dragon power flowing through its veins. Denny's expression turned serious as he retrieved the purple lane spear, then quickly led Moira and Simon away. What? Lane power? Moira was dumbfounded. It had encountered a python with dragon power. Was this a python about to evolve into a dragon? No, that doesn't make sense. Snake becomes a python becomes a dragon becomes a real dragon. I don't know what's happening either, but it definitely has dragon power. Denny rapidly led Moira and Simon away as the python went berserk, slaughtering everyone. If they stayed, they'd surely be devoured by the python. He cultivated the heavenly lane treasure art, having developed dragon power within himself. Although the dragon power within the python was subtle and hard to detect, he noticed it. The python undoubtedly had dragon power. Quack, quack, quack. While fleeing, they heard frog croaks. A gigantic frog appeared, spitting out a long tongue like a red python swiftly coiling towards them. Let me try. Lord Tiger won't believe I can't suppress even a frog. Angered by its previous failure, Moira roared loudly, trying to suppress the frog. However, it failed again. The frog was completely unaffected. Its enormous, bright red tongue instantly wrapped around Moira, ready to swallow it whole. Swish. Denny wasted no time, quickly unleashing Earth Fire Golden Inflammation. The blazing fire, shimmering with intense golden light, scorched towards the frog, burning intensely. Quack. The frog winced as the Earth Fire Golden Inflammation nearly burned it entirely. It stopped swallowing Moira and fled at lightning speed. What is this place? Lord Tiger is finished. Can't even suppress a small frog. Moira whined, feeling thoroughly dejected. Not even a frog was manageable. Could this be a dragon frog with dragon power? This is odd. This frog also has dragon power. Denny frowned, sensing dragon power from the frog. It wasn't an ordinary frog. Then, something strange happened. The surrounding flora and fauna started running away like humans, refusing to approach them. What kind of place is this where trees turn into spirits? Moira gaped as they found themselves in a barren area, surrounded by tree stumps, flower pits, and grass pits. Okay, a python and frog with dragon power, but these plants and trees also have dragon power? Denny's eyebrows knitted together. This was too strange. When the plants fled, he sensed dragon power from them. He struggled to understand, even suspecting whether he might be sensing incorrectly. How could dragon power be everywhere? Chapter 534, The Lane's Tomb. Lane tree, dragon flower, dragon grass? Amanita rolled her eyes at Denny and said, What? That's impossible. I know it's unlikely, but I truly sense the presence of dragon power in these plants and trees. Denny raised an eyebrow, puzzled. He could explain the pythons and toads having dragon power. Perhaps they had dragon blood flowing through their veins, offspring from dragons mating with other creatures. Lanes produced 9 different types of offspring, all unique. This was because dragons were promiscuous, often mating with other species of beasts. But how did this apply to flora? Is this dragon sparing no living thing? I get it now. At that moment, Max spoke up. I understand why there's a miniature world here. It's because of what has happened here. He elaborated on his theory, his expression solemn. This place might have become a tomb. Tomb? Amanita shivered in fear, her fur standing on end. You mean we're inside a tomb? If my guess is correct, then yes, we are in a tomb. Mac continued. A place where dragons hide treasures shouldn't contain a miniature world. Desmond, this place not only has one, but also contains various creatures with dragon power. Even plants and trees possess it. I suspect a dragon died here. Its residual power condensed into this miniature world. Died and still created a mini-world? Tinsleo Detsi, you've got to be kidding me. Amanita glared. Opening a mini-world isn't easy. Even sages struggle with it. Furthermore, it requires tremendous effort to establish one. It found it hard to believe Mac's words. If it was a living dragon, it would be possible, but for a dead one, it was beyond imagination. Lanes thrived during ancient times. By prehistoric eras, dragons were already nearly extinct. Magdalena, you can't imagine how powerful they are. Mac shook his head. You need to always have reverence for dragons. What you call sage-level beings are nothing compared to dragons. They can slay emperors. Slay emperors. Amanita's face paled. It had heard rumors about the 10 great beasts' terrifying strength, but it didn't know just how strong they were. To the world, dragons were immensely powerful but still comparable to ancient sages. However, Mac's words shattered this perception. Lanes could slay emperors. Tigers, the pinnacle of all realms, surpassing all others, whose power could endure for 50,000 years, an unimaginable span of time and force. It never thought dragons could be so powerful. Not just dragons, but all 10 great beasts require eternal reverence. They can all slay emperors, their power reaching unimaginable heights, Mac said gravely. He had read an ancient book detailing the 10 great beasts, each of which was horrifyingly powerful, even overshadowing emperors. They can challenge great tigers and are truly invincible. Great tigers, the rulers of all rulers. Mac's words were more shocking. The 10 great beasts were peers of the great tigers. You must be joking. Where did you read this? Probably some fabricated history. Amanita sneered, doubting the strength of the 10 great beasts. I've read many ancient texts, not as detailed as the one I mentioned, but they all record aspects of the 10 great beasts' power. Mac maintained a serious expression. One account might be fabricated, but multiple couldn't be all false, especially over several periods. Faking records across multiple eras was nearly impossible. The possibility you mentioned is significant, explaining much here, Denny said. Plants and trees having dragon power was strange, but Mac's speculation made sense. The dragon here wasn't too powerful, not one that could rival great tigers, or we wouldn't stand a chance here, even after countless years, Mac added, guessing it was a young dragon, not fully grown. Otherwise they wouldn't even enter this world. So you mean we can find a dragon corpse here? Amanita's eyes widened in amazement. If they could find a dragon corpse, wouldn't they become immensely wealthy? The dragon's blood formed this mini-world, nurturing all within it. Whether the corpse still exists, I don't know. Mac shook his head. The dragon's power may have dissipated over time, making the existence of the corpse uncertain. Whether or not we find the corpse, this place is a treasure trove. Denny's eyes gleamed. All life here has dragon power. Consuming them will make us stronger. Right. Mac grinned. Let's move. Eat anything you see. Everything is a potent tonic. Go. They started acting immediately, eating whatever they could, much to the astonishment of the sage descendants. These guys are reincarnated hungry ghosts, devouring everything like their lives depend on it. Even stones? One of the sage descendants met Denny and company and was taken aback by their veracity. They might eat us next. The group decided to keep away from Denny and company, finding their behavior extremely odd. Delicious. Amanita munched on a large stone, her power surging due to the contained dragon energy. Even soil was not spared, however, it contained minimal dragon power. Not all life here possessed dragon power, only a portion remained due to the passage of time. It's time for revenge. In another part of the small world, Usher, with a fierce expression, declared. With the passage cut off, he believed Denny's connection between avatar and true body would weaken in this enclosed space. Although it's just an avatar, destroying it will still give me satisfaction. He coldly resolved to attack Denny. Chapter 535. Worried but not afraid. Still hoping to gain something here? Dream on. Usher's eyes were cold, and he despised Denny to the core. Having been humiliated by Denny multiple times, he could not endure it and swore to take revenge. Now that your avatar is gone, let's see how you manage to gain anything here. He sneered, his destruction of Denny's avatar intended solely to prevent him from making any gains. This place was perilous and terrifying, with a completely sealed environment. Even if Denny's main body knew about his avatar's demise, there was little he could say or do. He wouldn't dare to confront us openly. If it really comes down to a fight to the death scenario, he won't survive either. Though Denny had leverage against the holy clans. Such threats had their limits. If Denny went too far, the various holy clans wouldn't sit idle and simply give in. Usher had calculated everything. Here, Denny would only suffer in silence and couldn't speak out. Hey, I might even get some interest on this. A strange smile curved at the corners of his lips as he thought of Simon and Megan. Simon and Megan were very close to Denny. Killing them would surely cause Denny immense grief. The python went berserk, everyone got scattered, and Denny and his group are nowhere to be found. But that's not a problem. I can contact other descendants and deal with them together. He began taking action, finding one holy clan descendant after another. As members of the holy clans, have we ever been threatened like this? They cannot live and must pay for what they've done. Also, the treasures inside the Lane Springs secret realm are extremely precious. We shouldn't let these guys take them away. Through continuous persuasion, more and more holy clan descendants agreed. Mostly because they also harbored hatred toward Denny, and what Usher said made sense. The secret realm contained valuable treasures they didn't want Denny to obtain. If Denny gets those treasures and takes them out of the secret realm, they would belong to him, and given our fear of his threats, we wouldn't dare demand them back. One of my peers encountered Denny and his group earlier. One of the Holy Clan descendants remarked, looking puzzled. But they seemed strange, eating whatever they saw, even soil and rocks. Eating soil and rocks? Usher frowned. That's very odd. However, no matter. It will all become clear once we capture them. He urged immediate action, fearing that if they waited too long, the sealed state might be broken, preventing them from acting against Denny. Pity my secret treasure was taken back. Otherwise, I wouldn't fear him. I'm worried his avatar might have brought a realm-suppressing array platform. He voiced his concerns. As you say, such a platform is powerful. We shouldn't act rashly. Otherwise, we risk being at a disadvantage. We should coordinate with stronger descendants, at least in the combined Dao realm. Their discussions continued. Although they were together, their combined strength wasn't formidable. They lacked the combined Dao realm level combat power. Let's send someone to watch them. I'll find my clan's genius. You find yours. Usher sneered, determined to eliminate Denny's avatar, Simon, and Megan. With many descendants of high strength present, they could unite and take action. All right, I'm going. They dispersed to find their respective clan's geniuses. The area was sealed, with special forces surging. Communication among them was difficult, otherwise they wouldn't need to search for people individually, as they usually maintained communication within their clans. Meanwhile, Denny's entire body glowed after devouring and refining a tree, causing a breakthrough to the first rank Void Realm. Simon and Megan also broke through. The benefits of dragon power were significant. Simon reached the 7th rank Early Void Realm, while Megan astonishingly stepped into the Cave Void Realm. Their improvement speed was astonishing, surpassing other beings, including Denny. Recently, they had only been several ranks in the Void Realm. It was understandable why Megan progressed quickly, continuously unlocking her bloodline and assimilating its power, leading to rapid advancement. Simon's quick progression was surprising. He hadn't visibly practiced much yet advanced rapidly. I don't know what's happening. I barely practice but keep advancing. Simon frowned, unable to comprehend his own growth. Could it be related to the scripture he practiced? He shook his head. Although his scriptures were ancient and of high rank, such rapid advancement still seemed unrealistic and puzzling. He felt it was unlikely due to the scripture and might involve other factors. To be honest, I'm not happy with this situation. On the contrary, I'm worried, fearing something wrong with me. Simon chuckled bitterly. I've entered many ancient ruins before. Perhaps I unknowingly picked up something strange from there. Ancient times were mysterious, filled with extraordinary creatures and inexplicable abilities. He feared some creature might be parasitizing his body. Denny sighed and examined Simon's causality again without success, losing another 1,000-year-old medicinal herb. Meet force with force, water with earth. Don't overly worry about the future, though caution is necessary but not excessive pessimism. He comforted Simon. There's always a way when you reach a dead end. We'll find out what's affecting you eventually. Hey, it's just a fleeting sorrow. I've lived independently since I was 6, exploring countless ancient ruins. My fate is tough, and even if an old spirit resides within me, I won't let it succeed. Simon grinned. His resolve was firm. Despite worries, he was not afraid. I'll do my best to help you too. Denny nodded. They continued forward, leaving nothing untouched, devouring and refining everything containing dragon power. Someone is tracking us, Denny whispered to Simon and Megan with a cold laugh, sensing a presence following them for a long time. Megan was puzzled. Why track us instead of searching for treasures? They likely don't have good intentions. Denny's figure flickered, appearing instantly behind the tracker. This person was skilled, reacting quickly and immediately fleeing upon sensing Denny's disappearance. Too slow. Denny exerted the balance Dao, instantly suppressing the tracker's strength. The tracker's speed slowed significantly, and Denny appeared before him. Why are you following us? Denny's gaze was sharp and intimidating. Hashtag chapter 536. Understanding the plan. Didn't Denny need to borrow the power of an array platform to suppress his realm? The man's scalp tingled. He hadn't felt any force from the array, yet Denny had managed to suppress him without using the array platform. Moreover, it shocked him even more. How did Denny discover him? Although his realm wasn't high, it was still 2 levels above Denny, placing him in the 8th stage Cave Void realm. Denny shouldn't have been able to detect him. I didn't follow you. He immediately denied it. I've been observing you for a long time. You've been secretly following us. Denny's eyes gleamed as he roared, Speak. Why have you been following us? For a long time? The man was even more astonished. Denny was too extraordinary, having detected him so early on. He regretted it deeply. Had he known, he would never have tracked Denny. Indeed, he was one of those Usher had recruited to deal with Denny. By chance, he encountered Denny and company, then conceived the idea to track them until Usher and others could gather higher combat forces, saving them the trouble of searching for Denny and company. Being in the 8th stage Cave Void realm, he was far beyond Denny's level. Denny shouldn't have noticed him tracking them. It was precisely because of this that he decided to track Denny and company. But unexpectedly, he exposed himself too soon. You all are too peculiar, eating anything you see. I just wanted to know what you were up to. He defended, not revealing his true intentions. The real purpose couldn't be exposed. Otherwise, Denny and company would be prepared, making it much harder for them to handle Denny later. I don't think the truth is as simple as that. Denny spoke, not easily believing the man. He opened his palm, where earth fire golden ash flame danced. Do you think you can withstand the burning of the earth fire golden ash flame? Kidding me? The man's face changed instantly. The earth fire golden ash flame frightened him just by looking at it, let alone suffering its burning. If he really caught fire, he doubted he wouldn't be burned to ashes instantly. Then tell me the true reason you've been following us. Denny coldly shouted, pushing his hand forward. Sweat poured down the man's body. He was severely dehydrated due to the scorching temperature of the earth fire golden ash flame. He dared not hide anymore and quickly spilled everything. If he didn't speak now, he would surely lose his life. Giving you a chance, and you don't cherish it. Trying to cause trouble for me repeatedly, do you really think I won't dare to kill? Denny sneered, his eyes emitting a terrifying light. Usher was courting death. With a finger, he pointed at the man's forehead, erasing all related memories and knocking him unconscious. Although his realm was lower than the man's, his soul power was absolutely stronger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to detect the man's tracking. Leveraging his formidable soul power, he delved into the man's soul to find and erase the relevant memories. His soul power had progressed so far that it could rival the strength of a Dao transformation realm combatant. This was primarily because the causal record had absorbed the soul powers of the Cathy and Bolivaranquin organization experts. His soul benefited greatly from this absorption, improving far beyond his current realm. Some people choose the path of death when there's a way out alive. Denny returned to Mac and Megan, informing them about Usher's plans. We can do it. We'll take his life this time. Megan snarled. If Usher wanted to court death, they wouldn't hold back. Relations among the holy clans are close, so we can't be too complacent. We must prevent Jeremiah and Sean and others from acting. Denny narrowed his eyes. Although he had a powerful enhancement array platform, suppressing someone like Jeremiah and Sean, who was a heavenly mandate realm prodigy, was still difficult. If it were ordinary heavenly mandate realm beings, he might be able to suppress them. But Jeremiah and Sean and others were top-tier prodigies. It would be tough for him to suppress them. The greater the prodigy, the harder they were to suppress, not to mention world-class prodigies like Jeremiah and Sean, who had already reached the heavenly mandate realm. Not to mention, even cutting Dao realm or Dao origin realm prodigies might not be suppressed by him. The gap in realms was simply too vast. He was in the void realm, while above were the incipient void realm, cave void realm, Dao transformation realm, Dao integration realm, Dao origin realm, cutting Dao realm, and heavenly mandate realm. He was 6 major realms below the cutting Dao realm and 5 below the Dao origin realm. Moreover, these descendants weren't ordinary. Their talents were astonishing. In such a situation, it was indeed difficult for him to suppress these descendants. Let's see how it goes. Max sneered. He was never an easy target. Since Usher wanted to die, he would fulfill his wish. Communication within this small world is difficult. They can't directly contact each other. Now that we know their plans, we have an advantage. Denny's eyes shone. Currently, they held the upper hand since Usher and company didn't know they were aware of their plans. They could fully use this opportunity to maneuver against Usher and company. Let's go. We'll ignore them for now. They continued forward, venturing deeper. Knowing Usher's plans, it wouldn't be easy for him to find them. And this presented them an opportunity to grow stronger before confronting Usher and company. From now on, they carefully concealed their tracks, advancing cautiously into the depths. Deeper areas contained treasures hidden by dragon clans, and possibly dragon corpses. Any gains would bring significant benefits. Roar. A lane wolf appeared, its body covered in chilling scales, with 2 dragon horns on its head. Its dragon energy surged, blood pulsing. Its eyes were crimson red, blocking Denny and company. With immense power, it lunged toward Denny and company. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded non-stop as Denny and company had no choice but to engage in a fierce battle with the lane wolf. This isn't good. We may have entered the territory of a lane wolf. This is a juvenile lane wolf. Mac frowned. This lane wolf's dragon energy was far more potent than the giant python they encountered earlier. They might have mistakenly entered a lane wolf's territory that was even stronger than the python. Fortunately, this was just a juvenile lane wolf, not so overwhelmingly powerful. If an adult lane wolf appeared, they'd likely be in mortal danger. Find a way to escape this area. Denny also noted this point. This lane wolf was clearly young. This small world was so terrifying and dangerous. Adult lane wolves wouldn't allow juveniles to act alone, especially since wolves were pack animals. They couldn't entangle themselves too much with this juvenile lane wolf, or they risked attracting adults, which would put them in great danger. Hashtag chapter 537. Incite them to fight each other. Roar, roar, roar. Almost in the next moment, everyone including Denny heard fierce howls. They sensed a large number of terrifying auras rapidly approaching them. Damn it, the big lane wolves are coming. Moira bared its teeth, its fur bristling up. The young lane wolves showed no intention of letting them go and kept tightly on their trail, not giving them a chance to escape. Whoosh! Denny summoned Earthfire Golden Blue Flame, which emitted a golden glow amidst intense flames. The young lane wolves were startled and fled at top speed, while Denny and his group took the opportunity to escape. They sprinted without daring to stop for even a second. The auras of the adult lane wolves were too terrifying. One adult alone would be enough to wipe out all of them. Shit. Simon's expression changed drastically as they had inadvertently entered another territory of terrifying creatures while fleeing from the lane wolves. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, a large group of enormous lane bees appeared, similarly possessing overwhelming and astonishing dragon power that sent waves of bloodthirsty energy soaring into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Simon and Moira summoned Earthfire Blue Flames, while Denny summoned Earthfire Golden Blue Flame. The roaring flames halted the lane bees, allowing them to escape once more. Did we even enter the deeper areas yet? Not even the middle part. Why are all the creatures we encounter so insane? Moira panted heavily, panting with its tongue out, looking like someone who had narrowly escaped death. The peripheral area has less contaminated dragon blood and essence. The deeper we go, the more bizarre and terrifying the creatures become. The dragon blood and essence they've been exposed to must be much greater, said Simon. Their group wasn't weak, especially Denny. When the ultra-powerful augmentation array platform was activated, his harmonized realm combat strength could still unleash great power. Unfortunately, in front of lane wolves and lane bees, their strength wasn't nearly enough. Even just one big creature was enough to annihilate them all. There's not much else we can do. We can only operate within the peripheral areas. Denny sighed. He still wanted to delve deeper to find treasures hidden by the lane clan and dragon corpses. But from the current situation, it seemed impractical. they couldn't even make it past the midsection. The peripheral area is fine, but our improvement is slow. We can't handle the big ones, and the small ones offer little gain. Simon frowned. The peripheral area had powerful demon beasts, like that giant python. However, that giant python was far beyond their current capabilities. Other entities similar to the giant python were virtually kings of the periphery, also not something they could contend with. As for the lesser creatures, their dragon power was too thin. Even if absorbed entirely, it wouldn't significantly advance their levels. Ultimately, they needed to tackle the big ones. One big one equaled thousands of small ones. Usher and others were eyeing them greedily. They needed to grow faster. Otis pythons and other edgelords are extremely powerful and alert. Even with our Earthfire Blue Flame and Earthfire Golden Blue Flame, it's hard to defeat them. Denny's eyes gleamed. I think we should target the creatures in the mid-region. While they are generally strong, many individuals are weak. We can set traps and lures to hunt the weaker mid-region creatures. The mid-region is mostly populated by group creatures like the lane wolves and lane bees. How can we ensure we attract only the weaker ones? Moira frowned. We might directly attract a large group and end up losing our own hide. Its concerns weren't unfounded. It would be difficult to control what kind of creatures they attracted, and very likely they'd bring in a large group. That's true. Denny nodded, acknowledging the inadequacies of his plan. Bollivarting in the mid-region wasn't simple. We can make them kill each other. Simon chuckled. This is my forte. He elaborated on his plan. We can place treasures between the territories of lane wolves and lane bees to incite them into fighting. Then, we'll reap the benefits. If successful, the lane wolves would battle the lane bees. Inevitably, there would be casualties. Even getting one corpse from either side would be a huge profit. Profitable? If we can retrieve the treasure after attracting them, it's profitable. If not, we'd lose. Regular treasures won't cause them to fight. We need high-value items that will truly incite mutual destruction. Moira didn't have much faith in Simon's plan. It believed they probably wouldn't retrieve the treasure. Their strength was too weak. Even if the lane wolves and lane bees fought to a standstill, they would find it difficult to deal with either. When have I ever made a loss? Simon rapped Moira on the head. Jayla, you're still naive. They can't take our treasures. He grinned. I'll set up a teleportation array around the treasures. Once they start fighting, I'll immediately teleport the treasures away. By then, they'll be in a frenzy, and even without the treasure, they won't easily give up. Alright, but timing must be precise. Denny nodded. Both sides must arrive simultaneously. We can't let any side get there first or teleport the treasure prematurely. If any side reached the treasure first, they would seize it, causing the plan to fail. Zyrique-wise, poor timing in teleporting the treasure would also result in failure. Every detail had to be perfect. They deliberated for a long time, ensuring every detail was solid before beginning the operation. Denny and Moira were responsible for luring the lane wolves and lane bees, while Simon controlled the timing for teleporting the treasures. Each wore an ancient jade talisman Simon acquired from an ancient ruin, completely concealing their auras to avoid detection. They acted separately. Denny and Moira each brought a treasure near the territories of the lane wolves and lane bees to lure them, while Simon prepared the teleportation array in the central area. The spiritual senses of both lane wolves and lane bees were highly acute. After reaching safe positions, Denny and Moira revealed the treasures. The lane wolves and lane bees were immediately drawn by the aura of the treasures and swiftly pursued. Without hesitation, Denny and Moira sprinted toward the central area. It's working. Let's go. They regrouped, planting the treasures into the teleportation array set by Simon. Then they quickly entered the void, hiding themselves. Chapter 538, Dare to Speak of Killing Me. Just as Denny and the others had hidden themselves in the void, the dragon wolf and dragon bee arrived on the scene. Their gazes fell upon the treasures scattered on the ground, and then they engaged in a fierce battle. The plan might be more successful than we expected. In hiding, Simon stared wide-eyed. The dragon wolf and dragon bee were fighting with extreme ferocity. They didn't even pick up the treasures, seemingly intent on killing each other. They share a border, so it's likely they have old grudges. This situation works to our advantage. Denny nodded. Now, they didn't need to rush to teleport the treasures away. The two plants were safe where they were. Splat, splat, splat. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the ground red. The dragon wolf and dragon bee fought to the death, suffering heavy casualties. They are devouring each other's dragon power. Denny narrowed his eyes. No wonder the dragon wolf and dragon bee were trying to kill each other. They both coveted the other's dragon power. Roar. A thunderous howl echoed as a much larger dragon wolf descended into the fray. It was terrifyingly powerful, swallowing many dragon bees whole at once. Denny and the others trembled, retreating quickly. Thankfully, the ancient jade talismans they wore were potent enough that the enormous dragon wolf did not detect them. Buzz. The void vibrated as an enormous dragon bee, spanning tens of yards, appeared. It battled the enormous dragon wolf. They were the king of the dragon wolves and the king of the dragon bees. When they clashed, it was like two suns colliding, terrifyingly magnificent. The earth cracked and mountains crumbled. Both creatures possessed world-ending power, creating devastating shockwaves. Without hesitation, Denny quickly unfurled the crimson golden threaded cassock, protecting himself, Simon, and the kitten. The shockwaves were too terrifying. Without protection, all three would die, unable to escape. He recited Buddhist scriptures, causing boundless light to flicker from the cassock, shielding them from the shockwave's force. Oldemo, you're playing with fire. Simon frowned, saying, you dare tamper with Buddhist practices? There was no other choice, just like I told you. Denny shook his head. He had been with Clan Nan's ancestor, Simon, and the kitten when he went to Black Mountain and explained what happened afterward. I know you had no choice back then, but it's best to avoid Buddhist practices. They're deeply mysterious. No one knows their origins or true nature, Simon sighed. Their influence is unparalleled within the realm. What's done is done. Let's worry about the future later. Denny replied. Still, Your path ahead is full of dangers. Both physical cultivation and Buddhist practices will cause immense troubles. Simon worried about Denny's future. The future will take care of itself. Let's focus on the path before us. Denny had no choice. It was impossible to sever the ties now. He had already made choices that led to this. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, the battle between the Dragon Wolf King and the Dragon Bee King intensified. Their fight dimmed the sun and moon, shaking the earth. A terrifying aura spread across thousands of miles. Such battles were too terrifying for Denny and the others to watch directly. Their level of power was far beyond their comprehension. Explosions echoed continuously as the kings battled, while the other Dragon Wolves and Dragon Bees also fought. It was a bloody melee. The battle lasted a long time before the kings separated, standing apart. The other beasts also withdrew. Both kings were heavily injured, covered in blood. Neither gained any advantage over the other, both having suffered great losses. Roar. The Dragon Wolf King howled and led the other wolves away. On the other side, the Dragon Bee King also retreated with its kind. They didn't intend to continue fighting, as doing so would result in mutual destruction. If their strength wasn't evenly matched, one side would have already been wiped out by the other. Success. Amanita grinned, drooling as it eyed the fallen beasts. After the Dragon Wolves and Dragon Bees left, they rushed out from hiding to collect the corpses. However, another group arrived to do the same thing. Attracted by the intense battle between the kings, these newcomers swiftly came after it ended to claim the remains. What are you doing? Amanita glared angrily at them. After successfully inciting the battle, someone was trying to steal their victory. It was unacceptable. What do you mean, what are we doing? A blue-haired youth said, we're doing exactly what you're doing. He continued gathering the corpses without stopping. Despite being dead, these beasts' flesh still contained tremendous energy. Knowing these weren't ordinary beasts, they couldn't pass up such a rare opportunity. We worked hard to get the Dragon Wolves and Dragon Bees to fight, and now you want to steal our spoils? Isn't that too much? Denny frowned, equally dissatisfied. Each step of their plan was dangerous. For these people to show up and reap the rewards, it was too convenient. You got them to fight? Huh, we could say the same thing. Ezra sneered, stopping his actions. He stared at Denny, a murderous aura radiating from him, saying, this space is sealed. Denny, do you really think you can threaten us? Let me tell you honestly, we've already decided to kill you here. It was clear Usher had contacted this person, who had agreed to participate in their plan to kill Denny and the others. Desmond's pride comes before a fall. Denny, did you really think you could share the secrets of the Lane Spring with us? The others stopped and surrounded Denny, also exuding a deadly aura. Do you really think you can kill me? Denny's gaze was piercing, saying, without Dao Yuan realm power, you dare speak of killing me? Chapter 539. Vigorous Essence of Lane Power. What does this mean? The faces of the group of Ezras surrounding Denny changed. Could it be that they had underestimated Denny? They were all at the level of combined Dao realm and above. Yet could Denny actually suppress all of them? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Array pattern shimmered as Denny didn't hesitate to activate a super amplification array platform and immediately unfolded the Balance Profound principle, enveloping the Ezras within its domain. He can really do it. No wonder xuanhuan went to contact a Destiny Realm combatant from his clan. The expressions of the Ezras abruptly changed. Without exception, their realms were suppressed. This was an unresistible suppression. No matter how much they struggled, they couldn't fend off this suppressing power, only letting it suppress their realms and strength. Combined Dao Realm, Change Dao Realm, Void Cavern Dao Realm, Embodied Void Dao Realm, Void Dao Realm. Swoosh. Denny moved swiftly, reaching one of the Holy Clan members instantly. His fist struck with blazing radiance, sending the Holy Clan member sprawling on the ground, spitting blood continuously, bones breaking inside him, unable to even stand up, spasming convulsively. Attack. The Ezra gritted his teeth, summoning a mystical weapon, a wolf tooth club, and struck forward with full force. Bang. The wolf tooth club smashed into Denny's head, instantly shattering, causing the Ezra's eyes to bulge out in shock. What kind of monstrous physical body is this? Roar. Moira let out a long howl that shook the mountain forest. Leaping up, it bit down hard, tearing half of the Ezra's body off. Simon appeared suddenly behind another Holy Clan member, wielding a golden seal in hand. He slammed it down, cracking open the member's skull, blood gushing forth. Denny didn't need to use any mystic techniques or profound arts. Just sheer physical prowess allowed him to dominate here. With the heavenly pivot point opened, his physique had reached an extremely monstrous state. He moved freely, each punch felling one Holy Clan member after another. You. The Ezra trembled violently, never expecting Denny to be so terrifying. xuanhuan had told him about Denny's abnormality, but he hadn't taken it seriously. Being in the 8th layer of combined Dao realm, far surpassing xuanhuan, he didn't believe Denny could suppress his realm. Moreover, even if his realm was suppressed, he wasn't afraid. Not an ordinary person, equally talented, he rarely lost battles against peers. Even if his realm was suppressed by Denny, he believed he could still battle Denny and wouldn't be much weaker. However, now he realized deeply how foolish his previous thoughts were. He and Denny weren't on the same level. Denny was a giant eagle soaring in the 9 skies, while he was merely a small insect among weeds, incomparable. Pft, pft, pft. Blood splattered everywhere as Denny left no one alive, slaughtering everyone here. He didn't have time to waste. Dragon wolves and dragon bees might be attracted by the commotion. Let's go. He, Simon, and Moira quickly collected the corpses of the dragon wolves and dragon bees, then sped away from the scene. Only after finding a safe place did they stop and set up detailed defenses. Come, it's time to enjoy the spoils of victory. Denny skillfully skinned the dragon wolf carcasses, washed them clean, then summoned Earthfire Golden Crimson Flame, controlling the heat for grilling. He sprinkled various seasonings, filling the air with mouth-watering aromas. Simon and Moira couldn't help but follow suit, their noses twitching, stomachs growling with hunger. Before long, the dragon wolf was fully grilled. They ate as they refined, the dragon wolf's flesh containing astonishingly potent dragon power and essence. Wow, I feel like I'm burning up. After eating just one piece, Simon was sweating profusely, cheeks flushed red. The dragon power and essence in the roasted meat were incredibly potent. He didn't dare eat more, quickly circulating his internal energy to refine the dragon power and essence. Even Gerardo can't take it. Moira spat out a burst of hot breath. Despite not being an ordinary beast, it also couldn't handle it. The dragon wolves were nothing like those dragon force-containing things they had encountered before. These were truly colossal, equivalent to countless lesser ones combined. That's intense. Denny shook his head. Having eaten a piece of the roasted meat, it felt like he had drunk the strongest liquor, his entire body burning as the dragon power essence surged within. However, he was stronger than Simon and Moira. Circulating the Tao scriptures, his temperature dropped immediately, dispelling the intense heat and returning to normal. In a short time, he refined the dragon power essence in his body, taking another large bite of the roasted meat to continue refining. Such roasted meat was akin to a treasure medicine. All aspects of their bodies improved rapidly, with impurities flowing out from their skin as the dragon power essence enhanced their constitutions. Denny and Moira excreted fewer impurities, while Simon shed more, his entire body becoming slimmer due to excessive internal impurities. Freak. This kid must be a reincarnated fierce beast. Simon and Moira looked bewildered. They had only eaten a small piece of the roasted meat they had torn apart, but Denny had already consumed more than half the dragon wolf roast. Such a refinement speed was shocking. Wait for me. Denny took out a spatial ring, entering its special time space to refine intensively. The dragon power essence in the roasted meat was too potent. He quickly reached the peak of the second layer void realm, nearly breaking through to the third layer void realm. He chose not to advance directly, feeling it would be superficial, with his own power not being solid enough. Pursuing perfection, he didn't want flaws due to rapid advancement. In the special time space, he gradually strengthened himself, consolidating thoroughly before advancing to the third layer void realm. Thus, he went back and forth between the time space, refining dragon power essence outside and hammering his strength inside. Initially capable of entering the third layer void realm directly, through continuous refinement, he absorbed the dragon power essence multiple times, eventually stopping when his strength couldn't absorb more. Come, you two, suppress your realms and battle me. He didn't advance directly yet, asking Simon and Moira to suppress their realms and battle him. Battling peers gave him no pressure, so he asked Simon and Moira to suppress their realms 3 levels higher than his and engage in combat. He instructed Simon and Moira to attack with full force, holding nothing back, allowing him to be further tested in these intense battles. Chapter 540. It has finally descended. No wonder you're such a freak. You set the bar for yourself way too high. Mac and Megan sighed in amazement. Denny's requirements for himself were indeed very high. His strength did not come from nowhere but stemmed from these extreme demands. Denny continuously honed himself, never growing weary of it. Finally, he could no longer progress, breaking through his current realm to reach the third tier void realm. He similarly required Mac and Megan to follow this regimen, preventing them from breaking through casually. He had them enter the time-space dimension for refinement, suppressing their realms with the principle of balance, and strengthening them through bloody battles. A long period passed as they continuously cycled through this routine. Their realms and strength skyrocketed. Only after they had refined all the corpses of the lane wolves and lane bees did they stop this intense training. Denny's eyes sparkled, exuding boundless vigor. His realm reached the 9th tier void realm, reaching its peak, ready to step into the ascendant void realm at any moment. Mac and Megan also significantly improved, each rising 5 to 6 tiers in their respective realms. Is everything okay? Denny frowned, suppressing his realm to prevent him from ascending to the ascendant void realm. Because now was different from before. Previously, when he broke through a realm, there were no issues. Now, if he broke through, the heaven tribulation would descend upon him. If he were outside, he wouldn't worry much and could directly break through to welcome the tribulation. But here, within the Lane Spring secret realm, he feared something unexpected might happen during the tribulation. Mac and Megan remained silent beside him. Even the erudite Mac couldn't provide assurances or say much more. To his knowledge, no sentient beings ever underwent tribulations in special places. They always sought safe locations first. There must be a trial. Our journey in the Lane Spring secret realm has only just begun. I can't keep suppressing my realm without progressing. Denny's eyes gleamed as he decided to break through. Already at the pinnacle of the 9th tier void realm, the current suppression placed immense pressure on him. He couldn't endure this while exploring the Lane Spring secret realm. It could lead to dire consequences. As for exiting the Lane Spring secret realm now, even if he wanted to, it was impossible. The realm was now completely sealed, offering no way out. You stay far away. Don't get caught in the aftermath. Denny earnestly instructed Mac and Megan. Understood. Mac knew the terrifying and formidable consequences of being affected by the heaven tribulation. He and Megan quickly moved far away, stopping only when they were sufficiently distant. Denny took a deep breath, fully aware that he was taking a huge risk. Any mishap would undoubtedly spell disaster. Sitting cross-legged, he calmed his mind and began to break through his current realm, entering the ascendant void realm. Swish, swish, swish. Blazing light radiated from him. Already at the peak of the 9th tier void realm, breaking through was effortless. Soon, he ascended to the ascendant void realm. From afar, Mac and Megan watched Denny intensely, anxiety etched on their faces. Denny was equally tense, muscles taut, eyes fixed on the sky. No heaven tribulation? After a long wait with no signs of tribulation, Denny breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it might have been shielded. However, before he could finish his sigh, his expression changed dramatically. Rumble, rumble. Thunder rolled ominously, darkening the skies. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck down instantly. The heaven tribulation hadn't been shielded. It had appeared. Oh no, Denny is in big trouble. Mac's face paled. This place was not ordinary, and a tribulation here could lead to unforeseen disasters. So be it. Denny shouted loudly, knowing it was too late to avoid the tribulation. Determined to survive, he struck with both fists, colliding with the falling thunder. His power was formidable, instantly exploding the thunder. Rumble, rumble. Zyragning flashed, and the heavens roared as terrifying power surged from the sky, forming a waterfall of thunder, an astonishing sight. Denny faced the thunderous cascade head-on, his physical strength bursting forth entirely. Covered in golden light like a golden statue, he weathered the bombardment. What's that? Heaven tribulation? The living beings within the Lane Spring secret realm were all alarmed. The noise made by the thunder was immense. They couldn't help but be disturbed. No need to search far and wide. Hey, Brother Eve, let's go slay Denny together. He's the only one who would summon the heaven tribulation. Usher sneered coldly. Everyone knew Denny had undergone a tribulation outside Ningdu City. Seeing the tribulation here, he immediately guessed it was Denny undergoing it. Forget the grudge between you and him. Forget how he forced our Sioux clan to bow. Just because he disrupted our arrangements in Ningdu, his death is insufficient retribution. Eve spoke coldly, killing intent surging within him. The fall of Ningdu's Everard greatly impacted them, losing many advantages. They could no longer easily profit from the arenas. Let's go. He stepped forward, joining Usher towards Denny's location. He wasn't simple. Being a top prodigy of the Sioux clan, his realm was in the heavenly mandate realm, one of the strongest warriors among the holy clans. Heaven tribulation? There's no doubt, that's Denny undergoing tribulation. After searching for him so long without success, he reveals himself now. Let's go and kill him. Many members of the holy clans, filled with murderous intent, rushed toward Denny's location, eager to slay him. It didn't take long for them all to arrive at Denny's tribulation site, but they dared not get too close, fearing the tribulation. Damn it! Mac cursed, quickly activating the ancient Jade Charm's power to shield their presence from the holy clan members. They knew these members harbored intentions to kill them. If discovered, the holy clan members wouldn't let them off. Fortunately, the tribulation's disturbance was so massive that the arriving holy clan members didn't notice them, giving them time to activate the charm. The ancient Jade Charm activated, shielding their presence entirely as if they no longer existed. No one could sense them anymore. This is too difficult. Even if Denny survives the heaven tribulation, it'll be hard for him to evade these holy clan members' attacks. Megan gritted her teeth. Many high-level fighters among the arriving members made it hard for Denny to suppress them all. If surrounded by these members, Denny was sure to face great danger. We can't just sit here waiting for doom. Max spoke up. I'll draw over the giant serpent. I'll also lure other powerful beasts. Megan replied. Then they split up, aiming to draw over powerful creatures like giant serpents. If successful, these holy clan members would likely be frightened off, making Denny safer. Hashtag chapter 541. The Heaven Tribulation's Anomaly. Boom, boom, boom. One terrifying bolt of heavenly lightning after another struck down. Even though Denny's physical body was incomparably monstrous, under the increasingly horrifying and formidable strikes, he too began to struggle. Wounds appeared on his body, and blood started to flow. So, it really is impressive to be able to summon a heaven tribulation in this era. Eve squinted his eyes. Possessing unparalleled talent, he had stepped into the heavenly mandate realm at merely 23 years old, a monster among geniuses. Desmond now, he could not help but admire Denny. Even someone as freakish as him could not have summoned a heaven tribulation like Denny. Though he was unwilling to admit it, he had to acknowledge that Denny was stronger than he was. Who would have thought? Even in the ancient times, not many beings could summon a heaven tribulation. Jeremiah and Shin arrived and stood beside Eve, agreeing with his words. He too admired Denny. Denny wasn't from the sacred clan, lacking the privileged cultivation resources and environment, yet he could still summon a heaven tribulation, truly astonishing. If nothing unexpected happens, the accomplishments he will achieve in the future are beyond imagination. In ancient times, those who summoned a heaven tribulation invariably became mighty figures, overseeing countless beings. A Quinlan nearby spoke softly, her tone filled with admiration for Denny. Ava was Caitlin, equally blessed with supreme talent, and she was also one of the top combatants among the sacred clan, having reached the higher realms of the heavenly mandate stage. He dares to challenge our sacred clan now, when he is nothing. Once he grows, won't we just become his pawns? Eve sneered coldly, his killing intent thick. He must not live. Keeping him alive will certainly cause trouble. Hold on, can an avatar actually summon a heaven tribulation? Suddenly, Caitlin seemed to realize something, her delicate face showing surprise. He said this was his avatar. Jeremiah and Shin's eyes glowed with sharpness. We've been tricked. Avatars can't summon heaven tribulations. This is his true form. The one outside is the avatar. So clever, saying it so casually about being an avatar to lessen the threat we feel towards him. Eve understood everything. He laughed coldly. This makes it even more imperative to kill him. The explosions grew even more terrifying, and the injuries on Denny's body multiplied. Although he was exceptionally strong, the heaven tribulation was even more monstrous, the danger growing by the minute. Mac and the kitten returned, their faces grim, unable to lure powerful demons like giant pythons. The shockwaves caused by the heaven tribulation were too terrifying. No matter how they provoked or attacked the giant pythons, they remained unmoved. Don't push us too far. If you do, we might as well fight to the death with them. Mac held the powerful array platform tightly. They didn't have many good options. Eve and company were too powerful, and most of their plans wouldn't work. Once they made a move, Eve and the others would attack instantly, overwhelming them regardless of their efforts. Roar. At that moment, a loud dragon roar echoed across the sky. Zyrecting flashed and converged into a massive thunder dragon, charging towards Denny. A special place for the tribulation indeed doesn't work. The heaven tribulation has undergone a mutation, becoming even more fearsome and terrifying. Mac's face turned pale. Never heard of a heaven tribulation forming a tangible entity. It must be the lane power here causing this. Roar. The thunder dragon roared, its massive body striking Denny, sending him flying. Bones shattered inside his body, and fresh blood poured from his mouth. Maybe we don't need to do anything ourselves. Eve laughed. The heavens formed a thunder dragon. How can he possibly survive? He is destined to die under the dragon's assault. Foolish, to dare initiate the tribulation here. The thunder dragon formed by the heavens is far more terrifying than the earlier lightning. His death in the heaven tribulation is self-inflicted. Jeremiah Chen shook his head. Denny's boldness was astounding. Initiating a tribulation was already perilous, but doing so in the secret lane spring realm was suicidal. Pity, I wanted to exchange insights with him. Caitlin's beautiful eyes revealed disappointment. Ava admired Denny and felt she would gain much from sparring with him, but it seemed she could only dream of it now. With the thunder dragon appearing, Denny had no hope of surviving this tribulation. On the other side, the thunder dragon relentlessly attacked Denny, worsening his condition. Despite this, Denny's eyes remained bright and determined, without any sign of dimming or giving up. I will overcome this tribulation, and you cannot kill me. Denny laughed coldly, his gaze sharp. Stepping through the void, he instantly reached the sacred clan disciples. You! Damn it! Seeing Denny come closer, the sacred clan disciples' expressions changed drastically. They fled frantically, fearing being affected by the tribulation. But it was too late. The thunder dragon attacked immediately, engulfing the area in terrifying force. They couldn't escape and were inevitably caught in the crossfire. Rumble. Instantly, bolts of lightning rained down from the sky, drawing out their own tribulations. Don't! They screamed as lightning tore apart their bodies, blood flowing endlessly. To take everyone down with you. How despicable you are, Denny. Disgusting. Unaffected sacred clan disciples quickly retreated, not expecting Denny to be so ruthless, using the tribulation against them. If you want to kill me, I won't let you off easy either. Denny stepped through the void again, instantly reaching another group of sacred clan disciples. Rumble. Instantly, these disciples too were caught in the tribulation, bringing upon their own heaven tribulation. The remaining sacred clan disciples, whose expressions drastically changed, dared not watch Denny's tribulation anymore. Even Eve and the others fled swiftly. You've got guts, Oldemo. Mac cheered for Denny, mocking the misfortune of the sacred clan disciples surrounding and attacking Denny. You will die. Eve's face was icy cold, escaping like a stray dog. This humiliation enraged him. Right. You will die even if you pass the tribulation. Many sacred clan disciples yelled, their killing intent intense. Escaping like stray dogs was disgraceful, but they wouldn't let it go. Even from a distance, they kept watch on Denny's situation. If Denny did not survive the tribulation, it would be over. If Denny passed the tribulation, they would not forgive him and would attack instantly to eliminate him. Chapter 542. Enter the central zone. Pooh. Carlo spewed blood from his mouth. The thunder lane strike hurled him out of the void, shattering bones and flesh flying everywhere. His face was pale. He had originally intended to use the heavenly tribulation to exterminate the group of sacred race descendants, but now that plan was impossible. The sacred race descendants had retreated too far. There's no other way. He looked into the depths of the small world. Now, he could only rely on the heavenly tribulation to push him deeper in. Deep within were all kinds of terrifying creatures. The sacred race descendants might dare not enter there to kill him. Only there could he calmly endure the tribulation. Otherwise, even if he survived the heavenly tribulation, he would still meet a very tragic end, unable to escape the pursuit of the sacred race descendants. Roar. The dragon's roar echoed throughout as the thunder lane attacked once again. Carlo opened the 3 acupoints at Ding Bolivari, Crown Point, Feng Fu, Wind Mansion, and Tian Shu, Celestial Pivot, pushing his physical power to its limit as he dashed towards the depths. Old Ma. Harold's expression instantly changed. He understood Carlo's intention, to enter the depths to shake off the sacred race descendants. But how would Carlo come out from the depths? How would he stand his ground there? The creatures inside were far more terrifying than these sacred race descendants. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Carlo was essentially escaping from a wolf's den only to jump into a tiger's lair. Ma kid. Moira's face was full of anxiety. If Carlo truly entered the depths, his situation would undoubtedly become even more dangerous. Bold and decisive enough. Holden's eyes flashed with unusual light. He didn't expect Carlo to be so daring as to take such a risk. Forget the depths. Even entering the central zone was something he wouldn't dare do himself. Although he was powerful, in front of the creatures in the central zone, he was nothing, just another prey that any creature could easily kill. He can't come out now. Either way, it's a dead end. Barker said. Even if Carlo survived the heavenly tribulation, he would have no way of surviving in the depths. Carlo was already on a path to certain death, and the outcome would only be death. What a formidable opponent. Toria shook her head repeatedly. Ava hadn't necessarily wanted Carlo's life. She was more interested in fighting him. Carlo's exceptional abilities had left her impressed. Unfortunately, once Carlo entered the depths, there was no possibility of coming out alive. Ava turned to leave, not intending to wait here further because it was pointless. Carlo was as good as dead. Everything in the Xuanhuan secret realm was astonishing. Ava didn't want to waste time here and planned to continue exploring and honing herself within the Xuanhuan secret realm. The sacred race descendants like Barker also left this place, as it was an indisputable fact that Carlo was doomed. They also didn't want to waste their time here. Holden stayed behind. He feared that Carlo might return after going in, using the depth as a ruse to trick them into leaving, then taking advantage of the heavenly tribulation to return. You can't possibly survive. He sneered continuously, preferring to waste some time here to ensure Carlo's demise. Boom, boom, boom. Carlo charged deeper, with the thunder lane chasing from behind. It spewed terrifying thunderbolts from its mouth, splitting mountains apart. Pooh. Carlo spat blood again, suffering heavy blows. The thunder lane's attacks were too terrifying, even at his peak physical power. He gritted his teeth, ignoring his injuries, continuing forward. He was still too close to the edge zone, where danger still existed. Of course, he wouldn't charge straight into the depths. That would indeed mean no return. He needed only to undergo the tribulation in the central zone. On the way, the creatures of the central zone didn't dare to show themselves. The heavenly tribulation's vibrations were too terrifying for them to even dare to observe what was happening. We're here. Carlo's eyes gleamed as he officially entered the central zone. Here was safe. No matter how bold Holden and the others dared to be, they wouldn't dare rush in here. Roar. The thunder lane attacked instantly, spewing out a massive bolt of thunder. The scene was both horrifying and spectacular. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Carlo roared coldly, fully unleashing his strength. He had been holding back before, given Holden and the others watching him like tigers eyeing prey. He couldn't fight the thunder lane at full power. Now, without Holden and company around, he could fight the thunder lane freely. Roar. He also roared loudly, emitting a dragon-like sound. A breath of air gushed out, colliding with the thunder lane's lightning. It was the second-level secret art of the heavenly lane treasure art. Boom. The thunder exploded, completely unable to withstand Carlo's dragon breath. Having absorbed a large amount of dragon force, the heavenly lane treasure art exerted even greater power, increasing the attack potency of the dragon breath. Swish, swish, swish. Rays of auspicious light emerged from Carlo, instantly healing his broken bones and dispersed flesh. With his physical power fully activated and the Tao scripture thoroughly driven, his recovery speed was incredibly fast, nearly instantaneous. Roar. The thunder lane roared again, discharging lightning bolts that rained down, creating an overwhelming storm of lightning. Fight! Carlo roared coldly, fearless, radiating intense light. His fighting spirit soared as he fought without reservation. Boom, boom, boom. He punched continuously, executing the essence of the heavenly lane fist. Each punch was more terrifying than the last, blasting lightning bolts away. His state differed dramatically from when he was in the edge zone. He was fully unleashed, employing every means possible. This was a battle to the death. Either he or the thunder lane would perish. He had no choice and no retreat. The heavenly tribulation underwent changes. The thunder lane inherited the power of the xuanhuan secret realm, displaying terrifying strength. Its claw strikes shattered space, spreading terrible power like ripples. Bang! Carlo was thrown back, his internal chi and blood churning fiercely. Despite his efforts, the thunder lane remained overwhelmingly powerful. If I yield, I'd already be dead. He bellowed coldly, heavenly tribulation cannot claim my life. Whoosh! Cold light flickered, sword intent surged. He used the 9 stances of the cavern, striking the ground, sword light piercing the sky. Earth cracked, stones scattered, and space collapsed. Even though the thunder lane's attacks were relentless, the sword light slashed through its body. The thunder lane's tough surface was instantly breached, releasing celestial thunder fluid, sizzling with electric sparks. Roar. It roared loudly, not in pain, as it was a being created by celestial thunder, incapable of feeling pain. It attacked, the dragon roar shaking the heavens, its strength magnified beyond previous levels, containing even more terrifying power. Carlo suffered heavy damage, his body and soul greatly impacted. He crashed into a mountain peak, spitting out fresh blood. The heavenly tribulation appeared, causing the causal record to recede. The original protective force safeguarding his soul vanished. Now his soul lacked the protection of the causal record. This was extremely dangerous. Without the causal record's protection, his soul could be utterly annihilated, leading to his complete death. Hashtag chapter 543, repeated restoration. As long as his soul was indestructible, no matter what problems Denny's physical body faced, he would be fine. Previously, the book of cause and effect always protected his soul, giving him a kind of assurance. No matter what, he wouldn't die completely as long as his soul remained intact. Now, he had lost this protection. The book of cause and effect no longer safeguarded his soul, making him even more vulnerable. Roar, roar, roar. The thunder lane let out continuous roars, its attacks unrelenting. It strengthened its power, lightning surged, and terrifying sound waves rippled out, worsening Denny's injuries. His physical body split open with one gash after another. Even at the peak of his bodily strength, it didn't stop the blood flowing from all over his body. Internally, his soul figure also suffered severe blows, cracking in places, with soul blood oozing out. Soul blood contained an immense amount of essence. Losing even a small drop would result in significant damage, which was incredibly difficult to recover. This belonged to the primal force. Aya! Denny screamed, pain engulfing him. Both his body and soul were undergoing intense agony. This pain was beyond human endurance, tearing both his flesh and spirit apart. But he was not ordinary. His heart was exceptionally resolute. He endured the pain, sealing his soul to prevent the outflow of soul blood. He fully understood the importance of soul blood and could not allow any loss, for fear of severely damaging his primal force, which would make recovery even harder in the future. Tinsleo Bolivarong Shu. Lesser Desolate Technique. Clenching his teeth, Denny shouted, sealing his soul area while simultaneously performing the Lesser Desolate Technique to gather surrounding elemental forces. The Lesser Desolate Technique was indeed astonishing and extraordinary. Even within this mysterious and terrifying xuanhuan secret realm, it could draw substantial power. With a swoosh, the elemental forces around Denny rushed into his body. He had refined the lesser desolate technique, so its power now was much greater. Now, the range and depth of the lesser desolate technique's gathering ability had improved significantly. Originally, it only gathered surface-level elemental forces, but now it could tap into deeper layers. This newfound power was formidable and potent, belonging to a higher level. Ea! Denny's roar sounded like a dragon's cry. The power gathered by the lesser desolate technique contained vast amounts of dragon energy. Without using heavenly lane treasure art, he emitted a dragon-like roar, his blood vitality as strong as a true dragon. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed Heavenly Lane Fist, where a 5-clawed celestial dragon emerged and clashed fiercely with the Thunder Lane. Thanks to the accumulated dragon energy from the lesser desolate technique, combined with the Heavenly Lane treasure art, the resulting might was unimaginable. Previously, his Heavenly Lane Fist couldn't match the Thunder Lane, but now it possessed enough power to confront it. Da Beliverang Shu. Greater Desolate Technique. In a cold voice, Denny shouted and performed the Greater Desolate Technique, reducing the Thunder Lane's strength. A desolate and barren atmosphere enveloped the area, amplifying the effectiveness of the lesser desolate technique. The Greater Desolate Technique weakened the Thunder Lane further, allowing the Heavenly Lane Treasure Art's 5-claw dragon to gain the upper hand and suppress the Thunder Lane. Jeremiah Hinju Tian. One sword slays heaven. Denny's eyes were cold, decisive, and ruthless. Seizing the advantage, he used the second move of the Cavan 9 formulas. One sword slays heaven. Whoosh! A brilliant and dazzling sword beam shot skyward, resembling the light from the creation of the world, immensely grand and awe-inspiring. Under this sword beam, the light of the heavens seemed dimmed. The sword beam pierced through the clouds, striking the Thunder Lane, splitting it in two. Rumble. Suddenly, thunder roared in the air, and bolts of lightning descended onto the Thunder Lane. Instantly, the severed Thunder Lane reformed, its body even larger. Cursed. Denny's expression changed. The recovered Thunder Lane became even more powerful, breaking through the effects of the Greater Desolate Technique and tearing the 5-clawed celestial dragon to shreds. Roar. The Thunder Lane's roar grew even more terrifying, dealing heavy blows to both Denny's body and soul, causing them to bleed. Without hesitation, Denny quickly channeled the Tao Classic, strengthening both his body and soul. The Tao Classic was a comprehensive ancient text that allowed simultaneous cultivation of body and soul, ensuring their indestructibility. So what if you recover? Having fortified his body and soul, Denny coldly shouted, performing layered attacks. The Heavenly Lane Treasure Art and White Tiger Sacred Art merged, instantly enhancing their combined power as they surged forward. Earth Desolate Technique. He did not hesitate, unveiling a higher-level technique from the Desolate Classic. Boom after boom of terrifying explosions resonated as the ground rapidly dried up and turned desolate. This power spread toward the Thunder Lane, demonstrating the might of the Earth Desolate Technique, a sacrifice of surrounding Earth's power for even more terrifying strength. The Desolate Classic was enigmatic and profound, definitely not simple, with origins of great importance. Denny had never underestimated it, and always studied it. With his advancing realm, the Book of Cause and Effect revealed even greater might, allowing him to refine higher-level techniques from the Desolate Classic, the Earth Desolate Technique, far surpassing the Greater Desolate Technique. The sacrificial power was truly fearsome, growing stronger with more shocking sacrifices. Here, in the Xuanhuan secret realm filled with astounding dragon energy, the resulting sacrificial power was especially formidable and terrifying. Even though the Thunder Lane became more powerful after recovery, it could not withstand these layered attacks. Boom after boom, the thunderous explosions continued. The Thunder Lane shattered under the force of the Earth Desolate Technique. While the combined attack of the Heavenly Lane Treasure Art and White Tiger Sacred Art didn't inflict much damage on the Thunder Lane, the primary damage came from the Earth Desolate Technique. Its sacrificial power was too strong for the Thunder Lane to resist. Can it still recover? Denny's face paled as he stared intently at the shattered Thunder Lane. He wasn't sure if it could recover again. Though he hoped it wouldn't, if it did, he wasn't afraid. Just another round of combat. Again? Denny's expression turned unusually grim. The shattered Thunder Lane reformed once more, becoming even more powerful and terrifying, sending ripples of shock through his heart. Hashtag Chapter 544. Astonishing benefits of the baptism. The Thunder Lane, having fully recovered, was now even more massive than before, its body undulating with an overwhelming power that seemed to stir up towering waves. Come, Denny bellowed. Though he had hoped the Thunder Lane wouldn't recover, it had indeed come back to life. With no other choice, he could only continue the battle. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed endlessly, the terrifying shockwaves rippling for thousands of miles. All the creatures in the vicinity, without exception, dared not show themselves, cowering in their territories, fearful of even a touch of the heavenly tribulation. This was no jest. If they were caught in the heavenly tribulation, their fate would undoubtedly be tragic. Death was the only outcome. How could he have held out until now? Eve's face turned pale. Though Denny had entered the central zone and was out of sight, Eve could still see the Sea of Thunder swirling amidst the clouds. The Sea of Thunder was still present, unmistakably indicating that the heavenly tribulation hadn't ended, and Denny was still enduring it. He found it hard to believe this reality. The Sea of Thunder had surged multiple times, each time releasing an unimaginable amount of power. Even at such a great distance he could feel the terror it carried. All this power from the surging Sea of Thunder fell upon Denny during his heavenly tribulation. Eve truly couldn't understand how Denny managed to hold on so long. Desmond's. Usher gritted his teeth. He too had never imagined Denny could withstand this long. He had thought Denny would be killed by the Thunder Lane soon enough, considering how formidable it was. But Denny remained unscathed, surpassing his expectations, proving to be tougher and stronger than he had imagined. Go for it, Oldemo. You can do it, kid. Mac and Mavis cheered silently for Denny, Even though they knew this tribulation was far more terrifying than any previous one. Desmond, they still believed Denny could overcome it successfully. Boom. Denny unleashed his full potential, pushing his latent abilities to their limits in another intense battle against the Thunder Lane, finally destroying it once more. It's recovering again. Denny's expression darkened. The Thunder Lane he had barely managed to destroy was now back. This heavenly tribulation shouldn't transform like this. It's trying to kill me. The Thunder Lane kept recovering, giving Denny an increasingly ominous feeling. Did the heavenly tribulation absorb the power from the xuanhuan's secret realm, or would it stop only when all the energy within it was exhausted? If so, wasn't he doomed? While astonishing and bizarre, he couldn't compete with the entire force of the xuanhuan's secret realm. Fortunately, after another all-out effort, suppressing his potential once more, Denny defeated the Thunder Lane again, which did not reappear this time. Meanwhile, the presence of the heavenly tribulation began to rapidly dissipate, and the aurora started to slowly descend. After all, a heavenly tribulation was not a death sentence. Its primary purpose was to temper those who faced it, not to kill them. He made it through? He's receiving the baptism. Eve and the others were utterly astonished, never imagining that Denny could defeat such a powerful Thunder Lane and pass through this transformed heavenly tribulation. It was truly astonishing and unbelievable. Well done, Oldemo. Brock always knew you could do it. Mac and Mavis grinned widely. Although Denny was trapped in the Central Zone and unable to leave, at least he had successfully resolved this crisis. Only the challenges of surviving in the Central Zone and finding a way out remained. This was certainly something to be happy about. Note: I've made minor adjustments for fluency and natural reading flow in English. The term huajie, resolved, is better translated as resolved in this context to ensure it reads naturally. Oldemo, wait for us. We'll get stronger quickly and come find you inside. Mac said resolutely as he and Mavis left the area. There was no point staying here anymore. Eve and the others knew Denny wasn't dead and was undergoing the baptism in the Central Zone, but they could do nothing to help him. Even with 100 lives, they dared not enter the Central Zone. Too many fearsome beasts lurked there. Entering would be tantamount to suicide. Let's go. Eve's eyes glinted coldly, filled with malice as he stared toward the Central Zone. He wanted to kill Denny desperately. However, he was well aware he couldn't pass through, and even if he did, he might lose his own life immediately upon entering, let alone killing Denny. He also knew Denny stood no chance of coming out alive from the Central Zone. Staying here was a waste of time. So, he left the place with Usher and the others. Should we really make an enemy of him? It feels like a bad idea. Something serious might happen. Desmond's, I share the same feeling. Other members of the Sacred Clan were thoroughly shocked by Denny's successful passage through the heavenly tribulation. Denny was too extraordinary and monstrous. Their initial intentions wavered. They didn't want to be enemies with someone like him anymore. Even the heavenly tribulation representing the will of the heavens failed to subdue Denny. Despite some having higher realms than Denny, they felt it was best not to oppose him. What are you thinking? Will he come out of the Central Zone? He won't. We're overthinking this. Many of the Sacred Clan members mocked themselves, thinking too much about something that was impossible. They then left the area, realizing staying here was a waste of time. Meanwhile, Denny felt a wave of relief wash over him. His injuries, including those to his soul, healed rapidly and completely under the power of the heavenly tribulation baptism. The strength brought by the heavenly tribulation baptism was incredibly potent and astonishing. Min Feng acupoint. Denny's expression was agitated. After passing this heavenly tribulation, he had opened yet another major acupoint in his body during the baptism. This acupoint, like the previous three, was immensely important, harboring incredible power that could cause a qualitative transformation in his physical body. The baptism of the heavenly tribulation is too strong. Under normal circumstances, I don't know when I could have opened the Min Feng acupoint. Denny marveled inwardly. Opening such crucial acupoints was extremely difficult. It might take a very long time through regular cultivation. Desmond, during the heavenly tribulation baptism, he had previously opened the Ira Shu acupoint and now the Min Feng acupoint. The benefits of the heavenly tribulation baptism were truly astounding. There are other improvements as well. Not just his physical body, but his soul and inner energy had also seen significant enhancement and improvement, making him stronger in all aspects. Hashtag chapter 545, pursued. Qualitative change, compress, and then elevate. Carlo felt the power within his body shift. Although the celestial tribulation had become more terrifying and dangerous, the benefits it brought were significantly greater than before. His overall strength was compressed, and then elevated to its peak, doubling and even more than doubling. Cause and effect record? His consciousness delved into his mind with a hint of anticipation. After he entered the Void Realm last time, the cause and effect record gained new functionality, forming an embodiment of causality. Now, after elevating a significant realm, the cause and effect record might add new functions again. The cause and effect record emitted auspicious light, indeed acquiring a new function, sending strands of power from it into his body. Karmic flame. He opened his palm, revealing a translucent flame on his palm. This was the karmic flame, which, when ignited, would summon all previous causes and effects, even insignificant ones, burning those who are ignited. Good people who do not commit evil fare better. If one has done much evil, the flames will be fiercer and more vigorous, making escape from the karmic flames impossible. Carlo comprehended the efficacy of the karmic flame. It differed from Earth Fire Gold Song Flame, as the latter required the target to catch fire directly, while the karmic flame only needed to be unleashed to appear on the enemy, summoning all their past actions. This was undoubtedly a powerful ace in the hole. Once summoned, it was inevitable, exposing the enemy's past deeds. Who in this world could be purely good, without committing any evil? Perhaps some exist, but they would be few and far between, described as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Let's see if I can use this opportunity to leave. He moved swiftly, crossing through the void. The celestial tribulation had just dispersed, and creatures in the middle zone might still be under its influence, offering a chance to escape. This was a perfect opportunity. If he didn't seize it now, he might be trapped in the middle zone indefinitely. After all, the creatures in the middle zone were exceedingly powerful. Even though he had reached the void realm, facing these creatures gave him no advantage. Damn! Carlo's face darkened as he rushed out. Indeed, the creatures in the middle zone were still under the influence of the celestial tribulation and showed no action. However, Holden and others stood guard outside, preventing him from escaping. There were many disciples at the Tao Origin realm and the Tao Severance realm, especially with Holden present. Holden was at the Heavenly Mandate realm, making a direct confrontation impossible. Boom! Holden noticed him, striking with a palm that sent a horrifying force rippling through space. Carlo retreated rapidly, unable to resist such power. Even though he withdrew instantly, he was hit by the shockwave, causing fiery pain across his back, turning the flesh into a bloody mess. The power of the Heavenly Mandate realm was formidable. Holden's eyes turned cold, determined to pursue and kill Carlo despite the risks, amazed by Carlo's freakish abilities. Carlo's abilities were astonishing, and Holden wanted to eliminate him as soon as possible. With different paths, Carlo was destined not to walk alongside them. Holden feared that if he did not eliminate Carlo now, dealing with him later would be nearly impossible. Enough ruthlessness. Carlo had no choice but to dash deeper into the zone. Holden was dead set on killing him, leaving no room for hesitation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Holden's figure flashed, moving extremely fast. The power of the Heavenly Mandate realm was immense. Thanks to the Void Tao, Carlo could escape through the void. Had it been any other being, even at the Tao Severance realm, it would have been impossible to evade Holden, who could catch up instantly. However, even with the Void Tao allowing Carlo to break speed limits, the distance between him and Holden rapidly closed. Holden at the Heavenly Mandate realm was too fast. Where do you think you're going? Holden roared, increasing his speed, surpassing lightning, catching up to Carlo in an instant and delivering a palm strike. The celestial tribulation couldn't take my life, and neither can you. This matter won't be settled so easily. You'll pay the price. Carlo turned, delivering a palm strike, unleashing Earth Fire Gold Song Flame to scorch Holden. Earth Fire Gold Song Flame. Holden's pupils constricted, retreating quickly, daring not to touch the flame. As a disciple of the Holy Clan, well-versed in various phenomena, he recognized this as a famous ancient strange fire. Carlo continuously crossed through the void, using this opportunity to widen the gap between him and Holden. You cannot escape. Holden, full of murderous intent, although obstructed by the Earth Fire Gold Song Flame, did not give up pursuing Carlo. He became cautious, avoiding another sneak attack by the Earth Fire Gold Song Flame, flashing towards Carlo at blinding speed. The disparity in realms was too vast. The distance between him and Carlo kept shrinking. He maintained a certain distance and delivered a palm strike with overwhelming force. With a loud thud, Carlo was struck, staggering slightly and almost falling over, spewing hot crimson blood from his mouth. Fortunately, he had undergone purification earlier, enhancing his physical form and other aspects. Otherwise, this palm strike would have taken his life. Nonetheless, though he didn't die, he suffered severe injuries, losing half his vitality, in a very poor state. Karmic Flame. Baring his teeth, without hesitation, Carlo quickly summoned the Karmic Flame, instantly enveloping Holden in intense translucent fire. The flames burned fiercely, indicating that Holden had committed many acts of evil. Otherwise, the flames wouldn't have burned so intensely. Despite this, Holden's realm was too low for the Karmic Flame to exert much power. It revealed only minor causal connections, insufficient to harm him. Even minor causal connections produced such fierce flames, showing Holden to be a great evildoer, responsible for countless misdeeds. Why are you not dead by me, yet reappear? And you? I clearly broke your wings and gouged out your eyes. How can they still be there? In the blazing flames, Holden murmured to himself, seeing his past misdeeds unfold before his eyes, as if seeking revenge. I don't care who you are. If you dare appear before me, I'll kill you again. Holden, ruthless, eyes gleaming with viciousness, launched a powerful attack, shaking everything around him. Under the impact of his mighty force, everything vanished quickly. Primarily due to Carlo's lower realm, the Karmic Flame could not unleash sufficient power to harm Holden. If Carlo were at a higher realm, the causal connections would deeply entangle Holden until he died. On the other side, Carlo had already fled far away. He knew the gap between him and Holden was too wide. The Karmic Flame could not resolve matters and served only as a temporary deterrent. Thus, the moment he summoned the Karmic Flame, he fled rapidly, distancing himself from Holden. Chapter 546, The Astonishing Power of the Ancient Jade Amulet. Eve's strength was formidable, and the karmic fire could only impede him for a limited time. Soon, he broke free from the flames engulfing him and continued his pursuit of Denny. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, terrifying roars resounded from the forest as the creatures that had been suppressed by the power of heavenly tribulation gradually came back to life and began moving about in the woods. Damn it! Eve cursed, reluctance in his eyes and hesitation on his face. He wanted to continue chasing Denny, but the wildlife in the forest was reviving. If he persisted, he might get trapped and be unable to escape. He felt extremely reluctant. He had intended to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate Denny but failed, allowing Denny to escape. In the end, Eve did not risk his life by continuing the chase. Instead, he retraced his steps and left the central area. Meanwhile, Denny sprinted forward, delving deeper into the forest, past the central area. Even the creatures deep within were coming back to life, emitting terrifying roars. Denny trembled all over, his soul impacted. These deep-dwelling creatures were truly horrifying. Without hesitation, he quickly submerged his soul into the Book of Causality to seek its protection. At the same time, he took out the great red golden silk kasaya and draped it over himself to withstand the shockwaves from the roars. He cautiously found a temporary safe spot, then maximized the power of the ancient jade amulet he wore before sitting down to practice the Tao scripture and heal his injuries. The ancient jade amulet had been obtained by Mac from an ancient relic. It could perfectly conceal his presence without leaving any trace, making him undetectable by other living beings. He had once used it to lure a dragon wolf from the central area, which had failed to sense his presence. Creatures deeper within were undoubtedly more terrifying and powerful than those in the central area. Denny was uncertain if the ancient jade amulet would work against these creatures. Still, it was better to activate it than not. As he practiced the Tao scripture, auspicious light periodically enveloped his body, rapidly healing his injuries. After some time, his wounds were completely healed, and his condition returned to normal. He stopped practicing and stood up. This place was not entirely safe, so he had no plans to further practice the Tao scripture. After entering the ethereal realm, the Book of Causality revealed higher levels of scripture and profound meanings, but with the nearby roars getting louder, he dared not stay. Even with the ancient jade amulet, he was unsure if it could shield him from detection by the deeper creatures. Roar, roar, roar. The roars grew closer, causing Denny's heart to race. Fortunately, the great red golden silk kasaya protected him from the force contained within the roars. Otherwise, at such close range, the force would have obliterated him instantly. He hid himself, not daring to move, fearing discovery by the approaching creatures. Thud, thud, thud. The ground shook violently, cracking open like spiderwebs spreading outwards. A terrifying creature approached, resembling a mountain-sized elephant radiating overwhelming dragon power and awe-inspiring dragon might. It was a lane elephant beast. Denny's pupils contracted. This beast exuded more formidable dragon power than even a highly evolved dragon-like creature. Apart from its appearance, the lane elephant beast was more like a dragon. Its bloodline contained dragon might, and even unseen, the intense dragon power made anyone think it was a dragon. Indeed, the depths were astonishing, drenched in dragon blood and abundant with dragon essence, benefiting the deeper creatures immensely. He didn't dare breathe heavily, fearing it might alarm the lane elephant beast, an unstoppable existence. He doubted even the strongest among the Holy Clan could contend with it. On another note, he activated the Buddha relic within him. If discovered by the lane elephant beast, he would use the relic to protect himself. Although he did not know how to fully unleash its unimaginable power, this relic contained the entire life force of a Buddha, potentially offering unexpected effects. Thud, thud, thud. With each step of the lane elephant beast, the ground shook more violently, and it drew closer to Denny. Denny's muscles tensed, his heart racing. If discovered, it would be a matter of life and death, for the lane elephant beast was terrifying beyond words. It didn't notice me. Denny's pupils contracted, staring at the ancient jade amulet hanging around his neck. Under its concealment, he remained undetected even by the lane elephant beast, which left the area. What is its origin? Curious, he probed the ancient jade amulet using the Book of Causality. Headache. The cost is too great. Denny frowned. The ancient jade amulet's origins were indeed significant. The Book of Causality required a treasure herb at least 5,000 years old, yet still, it couldn't reveal its full history, only what he could currently perceive. A herb 5,000 years old was practically sacred. Such age implied immense growth and power. He ultimately decided not to pay the price. He could ask Mac about the ancient jade amulet directly. Fortunately, it worked, or I wouldn't last a moment here. Denny felt relieved. The depths were terrifying, far beyond his capabilities. Even top-tier Holy Clan experts would struggle to survive here. With this ancient jade amulet, I can return safely. No creatures can detect me, especially not those in the central area. Having come this far, he thought it would be a waste not to explore the depths. The secret to Lane Spring's inner domain lay deeper inside, and he did not want to leave without exploring. Making up his mind, he ventured deeper. Uncertain of the ancient jade amulet's true capabilities, he proceeded cautiously. Mac might not know about the amulet's power. If he did, he would surely have taken me and Megan to explore the depths. Denny mused. Mac feared the central area, indicating he was unaware of the amulet's astonishing power. Otherwise, Mac wouldn't be so fearful. Chapter 547, Lane Lotus. The ancient jade amulet emitted a soft, hazy light, protecting Denny from any of the deep creatures noticing him. Despite this, he was filled with lingering fear. On his way, he encountered numerous terrifying creatures, each no weaker and some even stronger than the dragon elephant beasts. For instance, he saw a fiery red lion that moved swiftly, effortlessly defeating a dragon elephant beast and devouring it whole. There were also plants that were frighteningly dangerous. A vine appeared out of nowhere, instantly wrapping around the dragon lion, draining all its dragon power and essence in moments. Even the rocks in the depths had become sentient, smashing a creature to death and absorbing all its dragon power and vitality with ease. This guy, if I could take back one of these creatures, plants, or stones, I could sweep through all the holy tribes. Denny couldn't help but say. Unfortunately, he could only imagine such things. If he dared to target any of these deep creatures, plants, or stones, he would surely meet his doom. They were far beyond his capability to contend with. What is that? Denny finally reached the deepest part, witnessing an utterly unbelievable scene. A plant resembling a lotus, colossal as a mountain, shimmered with supreme holy radiance, piercing the sky. Its leaves unfolded in majestic waves. Is this the Lane Lotus? Denny trembled all over. The main body of the lotus resembled a dragon's body, its leaves like dragon claws, and the top like a massive dragon head. Droplets of dew hung on the lotus leaves, crystal clear and ethereal, dropping down into fierce competition among terrifying demons. Blood splattered, the void became chaotic, and the area beneath the Lane Lotus teemed with demons, strange plants, and bizarre rocks. As the dew fell, not only did the demons fight desperately, but the odd plants and strange rocks also vied fiercely for the drops. Roar! A dragon leopard roared, eventually securing the dew. It was covered in wounds, but after the dew dropped into its mouth, it glowed with intense holy light, not only healing itself but becoming even stronger. With a roar, it smashed a peculiar rock, which had previously dealt it a heavy blow, into pieces. On another side, it bit through a vine, the same plant that had easily killed a dragon lion earlier. In an instant, several fearsome creatures turned into blood mist under its tail swipe, dead before they knew what hit them. After obtaining the dew, the dragon leopard became invincible. Nothing here could match it. Realizing their inferiority, the other creatures, plants, and rocks quickly retreated. The dragon leopard didn't pursue them. Instead, it lay down under the lane lotus, repeatedly touching its head to the ground as if thanking it. Afterward, it left the place. Denny's heart pounded wildly. This was truly a peerless lane lotus. Just one drop of its dew could make a dragon leopard immensely powerful and invincible. As the area quieted down, Denny cautiously emerged from his hiding place, walking towards the lane lotus. He carefully inspected it, searching for remaining droplets of dew. Without doubt, the dew was incomparably powerful, and obtaining it would bring him immense benefits and advancement. Unfortunately, there were no droplets left on the leaves. Perhaps the creatures, plants, and rocks could sense the appearance of the dew in advance, hence their presence beforehand. Did a real dragon die here? Denny marveled, coming closer to the lane lotus. At its center was a prominent bone, upon which the lane lotus rooted itself, seemingly growing out of it. He immediately recognized it as a genuine dragon bone with pure, untainted dragon power. A stark contrast to the dragon power possessed by the creatures, plants, and rocks within the secret realm. Moreover, he saw various treasures, precious materials all connected to the lane lotus as nourishment. This lane lotus grew out of a dragon's body? Denny exclaimed. Examining the surroundings further, he noticed white bones connected to the roots of the lane lotus. To verify his suspicion, he carefully followed the roots and unearthed the soil. Indeed it did, he exclaimed, leaping high to get a bird's eye view, awestruck. Following the roots, he found numerous white bones, all dragon bones, forming an enormous dragon corpse. The dragon skeleton was incomplete, clearly worn away by time, but its general shape showed it belonged to a juvenile dragon. An adult dragon's body and bones differ significantly from those of a juvenile, being longer and marked with dragon patterns. This skeleton lacked such length and markings, confirming it was indeed a juvenile dragon. The years have consumed much of the dragon bone's power, perhaps absorbed by the lane lotus. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare approach it, let alone remain so calm. The residual dragon power in the bones was extremely weak, and the dragon aura almost non-existent. He felt no discomfort here. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to remain as calm as now. Lanes were too terrifying and powerful, even in their youth. The lane lotus hasn't leaked any of its power either, Denny observed. The lane lotus kept its power within, preventing any leakage, likely to withstand the passage of time. If it allowed power to leak, it might struggle to survive the long ages. But how to explain the dew? It's pure dragon power. Denny squinted, puzzled. The lane lotus retained its power without leaking any yet still produced dew containing pure dragon power, creating a paradox he couldn't quite grasp. By his reasoning, the lane lotus retained power to endure time, but the production of dew containing pure dragon power would deplete its strength, making it hard to survive the long ages. Suddenly, the giant lane lotus began moving, its leaves swirling in the top, resembling a dragon head, shaking violently. Strands of dragon light flickered, unusual phenomena arose, and Denny even heard dragon roars echoing. Not good. Denny's face changed dramatically as a tremendous suction force suddenly emerged, aiming to draw him into the dragon-headed apex. Chapter 548. Traversing back to the ancient era, the towering lane lotus atop the clouds swayed, causing the entire small world to shake violently. Strands of immortal light and auspicious mist rained down from the top of the lane lotus, crystal clear and shimmering, with sacred waves radiating astonishment. A tremendous suction force pulled Denny's body upwards. He brought out the Buddha relic and strung up 108 prayer beads, chanting scriptures while exerting all his might to resist this force. He had no idea what would happen. How could he allow himself to be sucked away like this? The purple lane spear thundered, emitting a dragon's authority. One by one, he revealed treasures to prevent himself from being sucked away. The reincarnation bell rang, and an ancient path stretched upward. The eternal source halberd gleamed brilliantly, bursting forth with supreme righteousness as it slashed horizontally. And there were many other treasures, radiating shocking lights in unison. However, none of these had any effect against the celestial light and auspicious mist descending from above. The Buddha relic was obscured, the 108 prayer beads dulled, their Buddhist light erased. The purple lane spear's power reversed, the reincarnation bell's ancient path instantly collapsed, and the eternal source halberd's righteousness was nullified. No! Denny roared, fully mobilizing the power within him, struggling desperately against the suction force. But the suction force was too terrifyingly powerful, and he was utterly powerless. His body was rapidly pulled up to the top of the lane lotus. There, a flower bud bloomed, emitting a refreshing fragrance, its soft and sacred light glowing. Inside it, supreme laws floated, akin to the opening of heaven and earth. The flower bud was incredibly massive, even larger than mountains in the celestial palace. Denny was sucked into it, strands of celestial light and auspicious mist falling upon him, purifying his body. He trembled as images flashed before his eyes, scenes resembling ancient histories, time rewinding, the great battle of the ancient era. He looked on in disbelief, witnessing the battle that drastically altered the geography of the present day. Numerous divine warriors fought fiercely, titanic ferocious beasts roared as they slew enemies, and nameless alien peak fighters obliterated stars with a snap of their fingers. The so-called enemies were none other than the Desmond Spring Organization. He knew the terror of the Desmond Spring Organization, that even gathering all the world's strongest forces in the ancient era could not annihilate it. But now, seeing it with his own eyes, he felt even more profound shock. The divine race, born with innate divine power, beloved by heaven and earth, perfect in every way, wielded boundless divine powers. Desmond, before the Desmond Spring Organization, they were like lambs. Even divine kings and emperors could not withstand being effortlessly slaughtered. Bolivarman sages, revered by all living beings of the present age, met their end one after another. Many saints perished. The most prosperous alien races of the ancient era, once rulers of heaven and earth, faced extinction. Innumerable invincible beasts that could swallow the sun and moon, trample the universe, were stripped of their flesh and bones by members of the Desmond Spring Organization, their heads severed. Is this the true terror of the Desmond Spring Organization? Denny trembled, seeing the truly horrifying creatures of the Desmond Spring Organization. Monstrous beings covered in red fur, beyond comprehension. They moved through darkness, sinister and fearsome, their fangs sharper than holy weapons, easily crushing treasured artifacts. At this moment, Denny's mind shook. In a daze, he seemed to see a pair of immense eyes, like the sun and moon, staring at him. Are there really such eyes? Denny's pupils contracted sharply. How could there be such eyes? He was a creature of the present age, not someone from the ancient era. Could those eyes have seen through time and space to gaze upon him? Worn, desolate, cold, gray, chaotic. The eyes were terrifying, filled with myriad horrifying visions. Bang! Void collapsing, time and space disrupted. The owner of those eyes slowly extended a hand toward Denny, reaching through time and space. Ignoring the limits of time and space? Denny's heart raced violently. The owner of those eyes was undoubtedly an unimaginable source of terror. Could this succeed? His heart was heavy. Facing such unimaginable terror, he felt helpless, unable to do anything. However, at this moment, the scene before him suddenly shifted. History reversed, and he saw the prelude to the great battle. His body staggered, and he fell into the scene. His eyes were lost and incredulous. Had he truly arrived in the ancient era, or was he trapped in an illusion? Around him were ancient forests, white mists swirling like immortal mist, ethereal and pure. He circulated Taoist scriptures, absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth through his pores. He was electrified. The spiritual energy was far purer than that found in the small worlds created by the Holy Clan. The spiritual energy of the world existed and entered his body, yet he still found it hard to believe he had come to the ancient era. Causality record. He unfurled the causality record, probing a towering tree nearby. It was a tree without power, easy for the causality record to investigate. Soon, the causality record displayed the causes and effects of the tree. He froze. The causality record showed that this was indeed a tree from the ancient era. It was true. He never imagined how he had come to the ancient era. Did the Lane Lotus possess the power to traverse time and space? Even if the Lane Lotus could, why did it send him to the ancient era? Moreover, the young dragon was long dead. How could it still possess such formidable power? It must be an illusion. Denny pondered thoughtfully. He had experienced such illusions before. They were trials left by Senior Zoran. At the time, he had nothing, not even the causality record. If he hadn't awakened at a critical moment, he would have failed that trial. If it's an illusion, it makes sense. Denny nodded. Senior Zoran could temporarily block the causality record. The Lane certainly could too. What the causality record shows is likely caused by the illusion. The causality record's power was undeniably extraordinary and terrifying. However, due to his low realm, its effectiveness was limited and easily obstructed by strong forces. Being in an illusion of the ancient era isn't bad. At least I can observe the creatures and scenery of that time. Denny smiled, embracing whatever came his way. Excessive worry was futile since this power far exceeded his control. Calmness was essential to finding a way to dispel the illusion and return to reality. If he panicked now, he wouldn't be able to return or break the illusion. Chapter 549, Fire Phoenix Grass. Carlo calmed himself, not rushing or getting anxious. Since this was an illusion, there had to be a way to break it. He couldn't panic now. Otherwise, things would go awry. Where am I? Carlo strolled through the forest, which resembled a fairyland, beautiful and picturesque. The environment was exceptionally suitable for cultivation, making him feel invigorated just walking in it. That's the Fire Phoenix Grass? Carlo froze, spotting a blood-red herb not far ahead that perfectly matched the descriptions in ancient texts. The peerless holy medicine grown from the bath of the Fire Phoenix's blood. And it's even a mature one. Carlo's expression turned strange. The Fire Phoenix grass stood tall with large leaves, radiating an intense yet gentle aura. Clearly, it was many years old, a truly mature herb. The illusion sure looks real. Carlo marveled. From every angle, the Fire Phoenix grass seemed authentic, with its holy energy flowing naturally and its radiant glow shimmering softly. I've never tasted a truly mature holy medicine before. Even if it's an illusion, getting a taste wouldn't be too bad. Carlo smiled, taking steps toward the Fire Phoenix grass. Soon, he reached it and could almost touch it with his outstretched hand. The moment his palm brushed against the herb, he felt as if he were being transformed into an immortal. Bathed in holy light, he felt incomparably comfortable, his strength multiplying manifold. This is too amazing. Carlo was utterly absorbed. He'd never felt so comfortable. Was this what a peerless holy medicine felt like? With one hand, he grasped the Fire Phoenix grass and yanked it out, then tore off a leaf to chew. The illusion isn't quite perfect. Valuable treasures are often accompanied by danger. A supreme holy medicine without any peril nearby? How unbelievable. Carlo muttered as he chewed. Even harvesting a few hundred-year-old herb wasn't this easy. It was always perilous and terrifying. But here he was, effortlessly plucking the fire phoenix grass and eating it. Something practically impossible outside the illusion. He quickly realized it was indeed an illusion. Too hot. Carlo's face flushed red, steam rising from his nose and mouth. Before finishing half a leaf, he couldn't endure it anymore. His insides felt like lava, burning with terrifying force. The sensation was unbearable. Hastily, he sat cross-legged and channeled the Tao scriptures to refine the lava-like power within. Swoosh, swoosh. His body emitted a brilliant light as the overwhelming force surged through him. It took a long time to fully refine the power. 3 ranks higher? Unbeknownst to him, he had ascended 3 levels while refining the internal power. He had gone from the first stage of ethereal realm to the 4th. How wonderful it would be if this wasn't an illusion. Carlo sighed regretfully. Holy medicines were astonishing, causing no side effects when consumed. He had broken through 3 levels instantly, with no flaws at all. If it were real, he would have been overjoyed. He carefully examined these 3 new ranks. Each one had reached true perfection, surpassing even the effects of his previous training and tempering. One more bite. Carlo hesitated, but decided against it. The medicinal properties of holy herbs were too potent. The experience was excruciating, and a single misstep could result in being overwhelmed by the inner power. He had narrowly escaped being torn apart earlier. Thankfully, he had promptly refined the power, stabilizing himself. It feels like I walked through the gates of death. Carlo shuddered, daring not to eat again. Even though it was an illusion, he didn't know what would happen if he died here. Nor did he want to risk another near-death experience, knowing it was fake and wouldn't yield any real benefits. You picked the fire phoenix grass and ate it? Suddenly, a violet appeared beside Carlo as if out of nowhere. The girl had a pure and delicate appearance, with black hair cascading down her back, an elegant figure, sparkling eyes, and an ethereal charm. Desmond's, I ate it. So what? Carlo was nonchalant. It's just an illusion. Why be so serious? You, arg. Fuming, she stomped her feet and slapped him, sending Carlo flying, completely unable to resist. Is this illusion too unrealistic? A violet around my age, stronger than Isaias of the Holy Clans? Carlo was covered in bruises and bleeding profusely but didn't care. It was all fake anyway. How did you get in here? The girl suddenly noticed something odd, her face changing dramatically. This place belonged to her mistress and was guarded by formidable arrays. Even cultivators of the highest realms, gods, and kings couldn't enter, let alone someone like Carlo with such low rank. Thus, there was no need for restrictions around the fire phoenix grass. Without her mistress's permission, no one could enter. Ava couldn't fathom how Carlo, with such low rank, managed to infiltrate. Was he brought in by the mistress? Her face turned peculiar, thinking her guess might be correct. There were no signs of the array being breached. Clearly, Carlo hadn't stormed in. Even if he tried, he lacked the power. So, the only explanation was that Carlo had been brought in by her mistress. That's right, I came in with your mistress. Ava said I could eat the holy medicine freely. Following the girl's train of thought, Carlo added, you attacked me without asking and injured me severely. That's outrageous. I'll tell your mistress about this. The girl's face changed. Ava hadn't expected Carlo to be genuinely brought in by her mistress. Sir, I'm sorry. I acted rashly. Please forgive me. Ava hastily apologized, berating herself for her hasty nature. Who could sneak past her mistress's protection? Ava had acted recklessly and mistakenly harmed the mistress's guest. I'm not petty. You don't seem to be lying, so I won't hold it against you. Carlo nodded. Give me some elixirs to treat my injuries. The holy medicine's effect was too strong for me. Chapter 550. Unbelievably fake. Hearing that Denny wouldn't press charges, Jeanette heaved a sigh of relief immediately. Ava hastily took out a pill and walked over to Denny's side, handing it to him. This is Latoya personally refined medicinal pill. It's astonishingly effective. Sir, take it, and you'll recover instantly. Is it really that powerful? Denny, half believing and half doubting, accepted the pill and swallowed it down in one gulp. The pill entered his stomach, and he instantly felt wave after wave of warm currents flowing within his body. The original pain vanished, and he felt unusually comfortable all over. It's indeed quite powerful. Denny couldn't help but exclaim. This pill was truly astonishing. After swallowing it, his injuries were completely healed. Most importantly, he hadn't even needed to refine this pill for it to take effect. This was somewhat unexpected and went beyond his common knowledge. In his understanding, all pills required refinement. This was the first time he had encountered a pill that didn't need refining and could directly exert its effects. Well, this is an illusion from the ancient era. I can understand why it's surprising. He wasn't too puzzled, as everything could be justified if it was truly from the ancient era. That era was far more advanced than his own. Oh no, it's not working well. My body still feels pretty uncomfortable. Can you give me a massage? Denny put on a feigned, pained expression. He didn't know what would happen next, so he might as well enjoy himself now. Isn't Latoya pill effective? Jeanette looked rather strange. Normally, there shouldn't be such a problem. Even if Denny had just entered the void realm, let alone her, she would have been instantly healed even if she only had half a life left after taking this pill. Moreover, looking at Denny, his injuries seemed to be completely healed. The flesh that had been torn off had grown back, and his spirit and vitality were particularly strong. However, she didn't say much more, hurriedly going over to rub his shoulders and back. After all, she was the one who had injured Denny initially. This feels much better. Denny smiled contentedly. Massage all over. He lay on a stone, savoring the moment. Do you have anything tasty? I'm hungry. After some time, he spoke to Jeanette. Desmond's. With a wave of Jeanette's hand, beams of light flickered, revealing a stone table. On it were various kinds of fresh, spiritual fruits and fragrant divine nectars. These were the fruits she had picked for Latoya. Because she was picking these fruits, she discovered Denny. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known he had come inside. These are all there are? No meat. Denny was unsatisfied. How could he only eat fruit when he loved eating meat? However, he still picked a grape and ate it. Instantly, his eyes lit up. These grapes were incredibly delicious, the best he had ever tasted. Especially, these grapes contained abundant essence, and after eating them, his entire body was enveloped by gentle power, enhancing his overall strength. You go get some meat and bring some wine. What's the point of eating these fruits and drinking water? Denny waved his hand, instructing Jeanette. Sir wants to eat meat and drink wine? Latoya has never eaten meat or drunk wine. Jeanette looked troubled. Her Latoya never touched wine or meat, and she didn't know where to get them immediately. What? You can't meet such a simple request? Do you want me to ask Latoya? Denny deliberately put on a stern face. I dare not, I dare not. Jeanette became tense. I remember, the Ape King of the Holy Ape Clan once visited Latoya and offered self-brewed monkey wine. Latoya, who never touches alcohol, disregarded it and ordered me to set it aside. I'll fetch it for Sir. Ava dared not let Denny go to Latoya. If Latoya knew she had injured her guest, Latoya wouldn't spare her. Go fetch it. What are you standing around for? Jeanette said she would go but hadn't moved. Regarding the meat, Jeanette really can't find any. Jeanette timidly explained. Wine was available, but she really couldn't get meat because her Latoya didn't eat it, and she had never cooked meat either. You must have some tamed demon beasts, right? Bring one or two, and I'll cook it myself. All right, Jeanette will do it. Jeanette laughed and quickly left. After Jeanette left, Denny started eating and drinking voraciously. None of the fruits and juices here were ordinary. They were all extremely delicious, and he wouldn't miss out. It's going to explode. Denny helplessly found that although the fruits and juices were tasty, the power within them was too strong. Eating a little bit caused an accumulation of energy inside him, forcing him to refine it. No waste. He hurriedly circulated Tao scripture, refining while eating and drinking. Tao scripture was extraordinary, and his physical strength was astonishingly strong. His refinement speed was very fast, and his realm kept rising. Only he could do this. It would be impossible for others. The power contained in the fruits and juices was too vigorous, which other beings in the void realm couldn't handle. After some time, he had almost finished eating and drinking, and the fruits and juices on the stone table were almost gone. Ninth stage of the void realm. Denny stared, astonished. In just a few hours, he had successively raised 5 levels, reaching the peak of the 9th stage of the void realm, ready to step into the hollow void realm anytime. Isn't it too fast? Might there be problems? His eyebrows furrowed, thinking the advancement was too quick, especially without combat experience. He felt the power gain seemed hollow. But after checking, each stage was remarkably complete, better than continuous combat training. I'm worrying too much. This is an illusion, not real. Fast advancement here is also fake. Why should I worry so much? Denny shrugged, no longer thinking about it. Soon, Jeanette returned, carrying a jar of wine in her left hand and leading a huge fierce beast with her right. It was a golden lion beast, looking exceptionally mysterious, with terrifying aura. Its realm was unknown. Is this your tamed demon beast? Denny stared in disbelief. He felt most Isaias and experts from holy clans wouldn't be a match for this golden lion beast. Demon beast? We don't tame low-grade demon beasts. All we keep are precious bloodline ferocious beasts, and this gold lion beast is the worst of them. Jeanette timidly asked, does Sir want to eat low-grade demon beasts? Gold Zairian beast? The worst of the ferocious beasts? Denny's mouth twitched. Jeanette was unreliable. According to ancient records, the gold Zairian beast was an exceedingly powerful ferocious beast in the ancient era, feared even by the divine races. Chapter 551. Latoya. This place, what is it? A lowly servant girl can almost wipe out an entire holy clan, and a Zairian beast I casually grabbed for food turns out to be a beast that even the divine race dare not provoke. Denny was speechless. The illusions were getting too exaggerated. Had he been transported into the territory of a supreme ruler? Otherwise, how could everything be this terrifying and shocking? Is young master upset? Raquel looked at Denny nervously and said, is young master feeling that the golden Zairian beast is not good enough? Oh, Raquel was mainly worried that if stronger beasts would make young master uncomfortable, with your realm being relatively low, eating higher stage beasts might cause problems. At the time, she was indeed conflicted while picking the beasts. As a distinguished guest of Latoya, Raquel naturally dared not slack off and wanted to offer the best hospitality to Denny. Desmond, as she had mentioned, Denny's realm was lower, and consuming high-stage beasts could genuinely lead to issues. Well, it's okay. Since you've brought it over, there's no need to trouble yourself further. Let's just eat this one for now, Denny nodded. All right, how does young master plan to cook it? Let's barbecue it. Denny struck the golden Zairian beast with his palm, intending to end its life before skinning and cleaning it for barbecuing. The moment his palm hit, his expression immediately changed. Damn it. His hand felt like it was about to fall apart, hurting so much he wanted to cry. Desmond, the golden Zairian beast remained unscathed, standing there calmly. He had been too careless. This beast was far beyond his strength. To think he could kill the golden Zairian beast with a single palm strike was sheer delusion, inviting punishment. Let me do it. Just give me your orders, young master. Raquel slapped her palm on the head of the golden Zairian beast, which instantly fell to the ground, completely dead. Ava was truly powerful, killing the golden Zairian beast without spilling a drop of blood. Skin it and clean the meat thoroughly. Denny instructed. Raquel immediately skinned the golden Zairian beast and cleaned its flesh as instructed. Denny summoned Earthfire Golden Azure Flame and controlled the heat to barbecue the golden Zairian beast's meat. Young master is truly remarkable to possess such a strange flame. Among the top 20 ranked strange flames in the world, many living creatures have searched for them in vain, and even Latoya does not have one. Raquel exclaimed in amazement. Thanks. Denny responded calmly, but inside he was elated. He had been treated like a bumpkin here, everything astonishing him non-stop. Now, he finally got to astonish Raquel as well, making him happy. Thankfully, he had earth fire golden azure flame, otherwise, he'd still be troubling Raquel. The golden Zyarian beast's meat was incredibly potent. Ordinary flames couldn't cook it at all. Barbecuing was his specialty. He strictly controlled the temperature to ensure the meat wasn't burnt by the earth fire golden azure flame. Soon, an enticing aroma filled the air. Denny took out some barbecue spices and sprinkled them on the meat, making the aroma even more tempting, causing Raquel to drool. Is this roasted meat? It smells amazing. Raquel couldn't help but exclaim, her mouth watering. She never thought grilled meat could be this fragrant. It will smell even better when it's done. Indeed, the golden Zyarian beast, a revered beast, had delicious meat. Its grilled flavor was irresistibly tempting. Even Denny couldn't stop salivating. It smelled much better than any meat he had grilled before. If one wanted delicious grilled meat, it seemed only beast meat would suffice. The damned illusion. It has raised my appetite. If I want to eat grilled meat in the future, I'll have to catch a beast first. But where will I find one? Denny grumbled inwardly. The grilled meat was golden and dripping with oil, topped with various spices, looking irresistible. Not to mention the irresistible aroma emitted by the meat. Even deities might find it hard to resist. What is that delightful smell? Amidst green mountains and flowing water, blossoms in full bloom, a beautiful girl strolled leisurely among the flowers, appreciating the scenery. Her delicate nose picked up the aroma, stimulating her appetite. Ava had never smelled anything like this. With a thought, she instantly knew the source of the aroma. Her slender eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she spoke softly. Who is he? How did he get in here? Does Raquel know him? Ava chuckled, her frown smoothing out. The little girl has grown up and has started yearning for love. Most likely, it's her lover. Even the fruits and juices meant for me, she fed him. Better not disturb them. Raquel grew up with her, though a servant, she had always treated Raquel like a sister. A gentle breeze blew, bringing the scent of grilled meat again. Though she didn't intend to go initially, the aroma changed her mind. Checking up on her might prevent her from being deceived. Ava found an excuse, primarily because she wanted to taste the grilled meat. It smelled unlike anything she had ever experienced, and she wanted to know what it tasted like. In an instant, she appeared beside Denny and Raquel. Neither Denny nor Raquel noticed her arrival. Denny was focused on cooking the meat, while Raquel stared at the meat, drooling onto her clothes. It's ready. Denny retracted the earth fire golden azure flame, satisfied. The golden Zyarian beast's meat was cooked to perfection. He hadn't wasted a bit, and it would be an incredibly delicious meal. Who are you? He glanced up and nearly dropped the meat, shocked by the sudden appearance of the beautiful girl. When did she arrive, and why hadn't he sensed her? Raquel? Raquel spoke plaintively. What was happening? Did Denny forget her so quickly? Ava realized Denny wasn't looking at her. Following his gaze, she saw the beautiful girl and gasped, Latoya? The beautiful girl was none other than the Latoya Raquel often mentioned, the owner of this place. No need to worry about me. Continue, I was just walking by. Latoya laughed lightly. Her phoenix eyes were stunning, her tall figure clad in sleek black hair, with smooth, lustrous skin, exuding an unearthly aura that made one feel small and unworthy. A fairy. Denny's eyes nearly bulged out. He had never seen such a Quinlan. Especially Latoya, transcendent and supreme aura. He felt like he was meeting a celestial Kira. Latoya frowned, displeased. It was a good thing she came. Otherwise, who would have known Raquel's lover was a lecherous scoundrel? With Raquel still present, how could Denny act so boldly? Chapter 551. Young Mistress. What kind of place is this? A mere servant can nearly wipe out a holy clan, and a lion beast grabbed randomly for me to eat turns out to be a ferocious beast even the divine race dare not provoke. Denny was speechless. Was the illusion too exaggerated? Did he get sent into the territory of an almighty ruler? Otherwise, how could everything be so terrifying? Is the young master upset? Raquel asked nervously, looking at Denny. Does the young master think the golden lion beast is too poor quality, not up to standard? Raquel is mainly worried that if I brought a stronger beast, it might make the young master uncomfortable after eating. The young master's realm is still low. Eating a higher stage beast might cause problems. At that moment, she had been torn over picking the beast. As an honored guest of the young mistress, she naturally dared not neglect him and wanted to treat Denny with the best. But as she said, Denny's cultivation level being lower made it easy to have issues if he consumed high-level beasts. Alright, since you've brought it here, let's not make things difficult. Desmonda, we'll just go with this one. I'll manage for this meal, Denny nodded. Alright, how does the young master plan to cook it? Let's do barbecue. Denny slapped a palm towards the golden lion beast intending to end its life and then clean and grill it. Immediately after striking, his expression changed. Damn. His hand almost disintegrated, the pain almost making him cry. Desmond the golden lion beast remained unscathed, completely unaffected. He'd been too careless. This beast's strength far surpassed his own. It was sheer delusion and self-inflicted torture to think one slap would kill it. I'll handle it. Just instruct me, young master. Raquel slapped the golden lion beast's head, which immediately fell limp, dead on the spot. Ava was truly powerful, killing the golden lion beast without spilling a drop of blood. Remove the skin, then wash the meat clean. Following Denny's instructions, Raquel stripped the skin off the golden lion beast and cleaned its flesh. Denny summoned Earth Fire Golden Cyan Flame, using it to barbecue the beast's flesh. Young master is truly impressive to possess such extraordinary fire. It's ranked within the top 20 in the world, sought by countless beings yet rarely found. Even our young mistress doesn't have one, Raquel marveled. Haha, no big deal, Denny replied calmly but felt inwardly delighted. He'd been treated like a country bumpkin here, amazed by every little thing. Now he finally amazed Raquel, which made him very happy. Thankfully he had the earth fire golden cyan flame. Otherwise, he'd need Raquel's help again. Ordinary fire couldn't handle the golden lion beast's meat. Grilling was his forte. Controlling the flame temperature carefully, he quickly filled the air with mouth-watering aroma. Is this grilled meat? So fragrant. Raquel couldn't resist saying, drooling at the corner of her mouth, surprised by the smell. It'll be even more fragrant when done. The golden lion beast's meat was indeed delicious beyond words, grilled to perfection. Even Denny himself couldn't stop smacking his lips. It was far better than anything he'd cooked before. Apparently, for roasted meat, one must choose beasts. The damned illusion has heightened my appetite. To enjoy grilled meat in the future, I'll have to catch beasts. Where will I find them? Golden oil oozed from the perfectly grilled meat covered with spices. Such sight alone was enough to awaken anyone's appetite. The irresistible aroma was irresistible even to gods. What fragrance is this? Amidst green mountains and blooming flowers, a beautiful girl walked gracefully, mesmerized by the scenery. Detecting the aroma, she perked up, never having smelled anything like it before. With a thought, she pinpointed its source. Ava frowned slightly and wondered aloud, who is he? How did he get in? Is he someone Raquel knows? Smiling, she mused, that little one has grown, in love. Zyrically a lover, feeding him fruit and juice, bringing him the golden lion beast. I shouldn't disturb them. Having grown up together, though a servant, Raquel was treated like a sister by her. The breeze carried the scent again. Originally planning not to go, she changed her mind due to the irresistible aroma. Better check on them to ensure they aren't deceived. Finding an excuse, she actually craved the grilled meat. Wanting to know its taste, she appeared beside Denny and Raquel. Neither noticed her. Denny focused on grilling while Raquel stared, mouth-watering uncontrollably. All done. Denny put away the earth fire golden cyan flame, satisfied with the perfect roast. No part of the golden lion beast was wasted. It promised unparalleled flavor. Who are you? Seeing the beautiful girl, Denny nearly dropped the meat, startled. When did she arrive unnoticed? It's me, Raquel. Confused, Raquel realized Denny wasn't looking at her and followed his gaze, screaming, young mistress? This beauty was none other than the young mistress, the owner of the place. Don't mind me, continue your feast. I just happened to stroll by. The young mistress smiled, her eyes stunning. Tall with silky black hair, her porcelain skin and exceptional aura exuded heavenly elegance, making others feel inferior and unworthy. A fairy. Denny's eyes nearly popped out. He'd never seen such beauty, especially her transcendent aura, like meeting a celestial Kira. Frowning, the young mistress was displeased. Good thing she came, revealing Raquel's lover as a flirt. How could Denny act so shamelessly with Raquel around? Hashtag chapter 552. The space-time lotus. Cough, cough. The young lady coughed twice, warning and reminding Denny that he was still staring at her with wide eyes. To her surprise, Denny completely ignored her warning and kept gazing intently at her. Ava glanced at Jeanette, feeling speechless. Denny was staring so intensely at another woman, yet Jeanette showed no signs of being upset. Jeanette, we are sisters, not mistress and servant. You must understand this. Ava reminded Jeanette. Jeanette understands. Latoya has never treated me as a servant. Jeanette nodded in agreement. What do you understand? The young lady thought to herself, feeling helpless. Your lover is staring at another woman like she doesn't exist, and you say you understand? Beautiful, too beautiful. Am I in a fairyland? Denny muttered to himself, completely disregarding the darkening expression on the young lady's face. He didn't care about all this. In his mind, everything was just an illusion. The young lady was furious. Who dared to look at her so boldly and without restraint? If it weren't for Jeanette, she would have slapped Denny dead already. Jeanette, don't just look at people's appearance. He may be handsome, but his heart is too fickle. He's not suitable for you. Ava couldn't hold back any longer and had to point it out directly. Denny was clearly a lecherous person, and she disapproved of Jeanette being with him. Desmond's Latoya, what you say is true. Jeanette nodded in response. What did you say, Latoya? Ava suddenly realized something. Latoya said Denny wasn't suitable for her. What did that mean? Wasn't Denny a friend of Latoya? Look at him. His eyes are entirely focused elsewhere, full of lust. He's just a playboy, the young lady remarked. Why should his eyes be on Jeanette? Isn't he Latoya's friend? Jeanette's face turned red with embarrassment. Why did it feel like Latoya was treating Denny as her suitor? My friend? What kind of friend is he to me? I don't even know who he is. Didn't Latoya bring him in? Jeanette was confused. I thought you brought him in. The young lady also felt puzzled. Could it be that she guessed wrong, and Denny wasn't Jeanette's lover after all? I don't know him either. He said he's your friend, and he even asked me to massage his shoulders and rub his legs. Jeanette stomped her feet in anger, realizing she had been deceived. Denny wasn't Latoya's friend at all. What audacity trying to scam here. The young lady coldly snorted, emanating a powerful aura that almost suffocated Denny. Her strength was overwhelming, far beyond Jeanette's or possibly all the holy clans combined. Damn it, he even plucked and ate the fire phoenix grass leaves. Jeanette was enraged. Ava had been made to serve Denny by rubbing his shoulders and legs. Latoya had never ordered her to do such things. Who exactly are you? The young lady's voice became cold, causing the temperature around them to plummet as if winter had arrived, piercingly cold. Denny couldn't speak. The terrifying aura emanating from the young lady made his entire body tremble on the verge of collapse. The young lady extended a finger and pointed at Denny's forehead from a distance. In an instant, she looked like she had seen a ghost, her face filled with horror as she stammered, "My soul energy was nearly swallowed by you." What? Jeanette's expression changed drastically, unable to believe that Denny could swallow the young lady's soul energy. Let me see what's inside your head. The young lady quickly regained her composure and began performing a secret art, sending powerful soul energy into Denny's brain. But almost immediately, her face paled, and she rapidly withdrew her soul energy. The things in Denny's head were too horrifying and sinister. Even someone as powerful as her couldn't handle it. If she hadn't retreated fast enough, even her holy soul might have been sucked away. You slipped in here silently. You're indeed extraordinary. The young lady's expression turned serious, no longer underestimating Denny. Ava started deducing his origin. With her abilities, not only Denny but even saints or divine kings wouldn't be able to hide anything from her. But in this case, she failed and couldn't deduce Denny's background. The treasure in his head. Her eyes lit up as she realized why she failed. Something in Denny's head blocked the flow of destiny, preventing her from deducing anything. However, she wasn't entirely fruitless. She sensed the power of time on Denny. Not from this era. Her expression grew even more serious. Not from ancient times, but from the future. He came reversing the flow of time from the future. Ava was filled with astonishment. Who had such immense power? Could it be the tiger's doing? Who are you? From which era do you come? Ava retracted her intimidating aura and questioned Denny. Denny's origins were mysterious, quite extraordinary, possibly backed by unimaginable forces. This illusion isn't that simple. See? Now give me a reason to believe this isn't an illusion but a real journey back to ancient times. Denny sneered. Having experienced the illusions left by Senior Zoran, where the illusions provided many reasonable explanations to make everything seem real, he felt this one was starting to do the same. I'm not that easy to deceive. Let's see what explanation you'll give. He spoke indifferently, recounting his own situation and how he got here. Chant Cyrian. No wonder. That's not Chant Cyrian, but the space-time lotus. It rooted on a dragon corpse, absorbing its power and essence, opening the gateway to space-time. The young lady's eyes narrowed. Rumors proved true. Legends tell of one of the 10 great terrors of ancient times, Zabagio, Candle Lane, breaking into the chaotic origin ground and bringing out the space-time lotus. Later, disaster struck in ancient times, leading to Zabagio's tragic death and severe injuries to his offspring, whose whereabouts became unknown. Now it seems, Zabagio's offspring took the space-time lotus with them. The 10 great terrors Zabagio? Chaotic origin ground? Space-time lotus? Keep spinning your tales. Denny didn't believe it. This was just the illusion convincing him of its reality. Truth or fiction, hard to discern. Whether you believe it or not, the facts remain. The young lady shook her head. Ancient powerhouses and even the strong ones of her era had sought the space-time lotus, all in vain. And now, the space-time lotus appeared in an era of gradual decline. Not only Denny but even she found it hard to believe, deeming it incredible. The Desmond Spring organization hasn't been completely eradicated? That makes sense. Its roots run deep, extending beyond this world. How could it be thoroughly destroyed? Ava sighed heavily, learning from Denny that the Desmond Spring organization wasn't completely eliminated and some remnants survived. Chapter 553, May. No matter what you say, I don't believe it. Carlo held firm to his belief that this was an illusion. Though Latoya spoke convincingly, it all still seemed too bizarre to be real. Consider it an illusion if you will. Since you've come to this era, you can't have come for nothing. You need to shoulder the burden of dismantling the Bolivaranquin organization. Latoya did not argue much with Carlo over whether this was an illusion or reality. Ava also had no way to prove it to him, since he had already made up his mind that it was an illusion. No matter what she said, he would only think it was the illusion trying to confuse him. It didn't matter anyway, as Carlo would eventually go back. Once he returned, he would naturally understand everything. Hey, have you heard of May? Grace shouted at Carlo, her expression tinged with anxiety and concern, fearing any bad news. May? How could I not know? Who doesn't know about May? Ava is hailed as the foremost figure of the ancient times, her cultivation unfathomably deep, sweeping through all foes. In the battle against the Bolivaranquin organization, she shone brightly, slaying their strongest leader. Carlo said, full of admiration. May was truly astonishing, her talent unrivaled across ages. Despite her relatively short time in cultivation, she surpassed ancient era's veterans and dominated every enemy, earning her the title of fairy. What was her final fate? Grace quickly followed up, eager for an answer. It said she fell victim to the Bolivaranquin organization's strongest leader's ambush. Although she ultimately killed the leader, she herself perished. Carlo sighed, feeling deeply regretful. Such a remarkable woman, if she hadn't died, could have truly become a fairy. What? Impossible. Latoya would never die. Grace was disheartened, her eyes glistening with tears as she stared at Latoya. Sweetheart, who can escape death? Only a fairy can achieve eternity, but becoming one remains so elusive. Countless strong figures throughout history have failed on the path to immortality. None has succeeded. Latoya smiled gently. But Latoya, you have the potential to become a fairy. Throughout history, many have had such potential, yet how many succeeded? They all lie buried in the earth, vanished from the world. Latoya, you're still young. You've only cultivated for 2 millennia, and now you've reached the tiger realm. Just one step away from becoming a tiger. Your future is bound to be even more astonishing, capable of achieving the rank of fairy. Grace gritted her teeth and said firmly, you don't understand. Even though I've touched the tiger realm, crossing this step is incredibly difficult. 1 step or 1,000 steps, it makes no difference, Latoya said with a bitter smile. I find it so challenging just to reach the tiger level, let alone the path to immortality. There have been people who achieved the tiger rank after 1,000 years, but they still fell on the path to immortality. The path to the tiger realm is hard. The path to immortality is harder. There's still hope to become a tiger. Although few in history have achieved it, there are still tigers. But no fairy has ever existed. A fairy is ethereal and unattainable, almost like a myth or impossibility. I don't believe it. Latoya, you can definitely become a fairy, Grace cried, saying, Now that we know Latoya will be ambushed, you must surely be able to avoid that calamity. Can history be rewritten? No. Latoya shook her head and said, causal chains are too intertwined. No matter what happens, history cannot change. Even if I don't participate in the battle against the Reincarnation organization, my fate is already determined. At her level, she saw things far more clearly than ordinary people. Even knowing ahead of time won't help. Grace refused to give up. If history changes now, the causal relationships of future tigers or great tigers would also be altered, Latoya explained. That would affect the entire timeline. The heavenly Tao would not allow it. No matter how I try to avoid it, I am destined to battle the leader of Reincarnation and fall victim to his ambush. Can causal chains not be changed? I don't agree with that. Carlo shook his head. If causal chains cannot be changed, then what about him? He possessed the book of cause and effect, through which he could change outcomes. Simply put, he has always been altering causes and effects, changing the original outcome. You don't understand yet. Once you reach a certain level, you will realize that what seems like changing causes and effects isn't real. It's merely your perception, Latoya explained. Is that so? Carlo still didn't believe. Could it be that every cause and effect he altered was predetermined? Wait, after all this talk, don't tell me you are May? He suddenly realized something, his expression turning strange. Why can't I be May? Latoya chuckled softly. Too ridiculous. An illusion bringing out May. Why not bring out Senior Zoran too? Zoran? That kid? He did show promise and receive guidance from me once. Carlo's lips twitched. Senior Zoran, now a kid? To be honest, Senior Zoran indeed received guidance from May. In the notebook left by Senior Zoran, this event was recorded, expressing deep respect for May. Zoran wrote that without her, he would not have achieved what he did. Latoya, let's not leave here. Let's stay here forever. I don't want anything to happen to Latoya. Grace cried. Sometimes knowing the result in advance isn't a good thing. Latoya looked at Grace and said, I told you, everything is predetermined. No matter what, the outcome will not change. Grace looked at Latoya, wanting to say more, but Latoya stopped her. Let's not talk about this anymore. Latoya turned to Carlo, saying, during this period, I will personally guide you. I will also arrange battles between you and prodigies from various clans to hone and enhance you. Sure, I don't mind. The stronger the opponent, the better. Carlo agreed nonchalantly, still believing it was all an illusion. The meat is getting cold. Eat first, then Grace, go and inform the clans that I have taken on a disciple and wish for their prodigies to challenge him. Latoya instructed. Disciple? Carlo's face changed. Some things began to strangely align. In the notebook left by Senior Zoran, it was recorded that May took on a disciple to hone them and invited various clan prodigies for sparring matches. I remember the name was written down. He quickly fetched the notebook left by Senior Zoran and flipped through it, searching for the disciple's name. But when he saw the relevant passage, the disciple's name had completely faded away, disappearing. Chapter 554, Invitation to a Gathering of Talents. Blank, I don't know who it is. Denny shook his head. No matter how he tried to recall, he couldn't remember the name of the disciple recorded. This was unusual and not normal. With his memory, how could he forget so easily? Impossible. Cassie looked at Denny and said, that's you, no doubt. Though you are not from this world, you have appeared in this era. Records about you will be passed down, but they can't be deeply investigated. If they are, everything about you will disappear. Traces not belonging to this era would be erased. A rule of the heavenly Tao. No one could break this rule and leave marks in an era that wasn't their own. Screw it. Let's eat meat. Denny's head hurt from thinking too much, so he simply stopped. Cassie's explanation was too profound for him to understand or investigate further. He couldn't even tell if all this was an illusion or reality. How could he delve deeper? If he really did, he was bound to lose himself and wouldn't know how to move forward. He tore off a large piece of roasted meat and started eating. As the roasted meat entered his stomach, it seemed like he was on fire, enveloped by a surge of power, causing his realm to uncontrollably break through to the next level, reaching the cavernous void realm. Originally, his strength had already reached its peak. The roasted meat contained an astonishing amount of power, making it impossible for him not to break through. Ultimately just an illusion. So what if it's powerful? Can it even create a heavenly tribulation? He laughed, having long noticed this point. After breaking through a major realm, he should have been struck by heavenly tribulation. Now, since nothing happened, he confirmed that this place was indeed an illusion, not reality. I told you, you are not from this era, so the heavenly tribulation cannot transcend time and space. Once you return, the heavenly tribulation will immediately descend. Cassie said. Ava stretched out her jade-like hand, tearing off a small piece of roasted meat. Her face showed some hesitation. She never ate meat. However, she eventually took a small bite. The smell of the roasted meat was too enticing for her to resist. To say she couldn't hold back might be an exaggeration. With her lofty realm, how fragile could her heart be? It was only that she didn't insist strongly, curious about the taste of the roasted meat, wanting to try a bite. Otherwise, no matter how fragrant or delicious the roasted meat was, it wouldn't have affected her. Quite tasty. Ava took a bite, savoring the rich flavor of the roasted meat, which left her wanting more. Ava tore off another piece and continued eating. I'm going to start eating too. Cassie had praised the food, so Raquel couldn't help herself. Ava tore off a large piece of roasted meat and began eating without regard for her image. You. Denny was furious. He wanted to stop them but couldn't as he was busy refining the power from the roasted meat he had eaten. The power contained in the roasted meat was too intense. He had to refine it, otherwise, there would be big problems. Let me finish refining first. He sped up the circulation of the Tao scripture, refining the power within his body. Before long, he finished refining and opened his eyes. You ate it all? He was dumbfounded. Not only was the roasted meat gone, but even the bones were devoured. Raquel was still crunching on the last bone. Don't worry, I have many ferocious beasts. We can get another one. Cassie waved her hand, summoning a gigantic beast instantly. Ava instructed Denny to roast this giant beast. No way. I'd rather die than do it. Denny shook his head vigorously. He didn't want to be free labor. Even if he did roast it, he wouldn't eat much, probably just a small bite, with the rest surely being consumed by Cassie and Raquel. Fine, then prepare well. Cassie left, instructing Raquel to notify all clans that she would be cultivating Denny and gathering the talents of all clans. Okay. Raquel nodded and went to notify the clans. Soon, all the clans received the notice, creating a buzz throughout the entire world, stunning all beings. What? Cassie actually took a disciple? Ancient Brenton, a prodigy comparable to the ancient sages, Cassie only took him as a nominal disciple. Who is this person, able to become a true disciple of Cassie? Many beings widened their eyes. This news was undoubtedly explosive. Cassie was an immensely powerful figure who had taken a real disciple, an astonishingly shocking event. I must go. Me too. All the invited prodigies set out without exception. Raquel mentioned that those who performed well would receive guidance from Cassie, a supreme opportunity. Her achievements were astounding, rumored to have touched upon the tiger's path. To receive her guidance would absolutely be invaluable. Even those not invited also set out, hoping to witness the competition among the various clan prodigies and to see Cassie. Numerous strong figures also headed towards Cassie's venue. Before long, someone arrived first at Cassie's venue. He rode a Bishia Jeremiah Fang beast, exuding extraordinary demeanor, with exceptionally bright eyes. He came from a certain holy land, highly talented and renowned. Jasper. Raquel smiled lightly, welcoming Jasper inside. Ava knew of Jasper's reputation, a standout among the younger generation, astonishingly talented. A massive dragon soared across the sky, riding clouds and mist. Its body was enormous, like a moving mountain, covered in green scales that gleamed coldly, radiating a hint of dragon majesty. Arriving before the venue, it didn't dare to be presumptuous, swiftly descending from the sky and transforming into human form, bowing with a smile to Raquel. Jeremiah Hayu from the Janjiao clan. Raquel nodded, welcoming Jeremiah Hayu inside. He was also an outstanding prodigy among the younger generation, invited here. The sky darkened as 9 fearsome beasts pulled a luxurious palace, obscuring the sun. As the palace approached the venue, the occupant didn't dare to be presumptuous. Ava descended from the palace, a breathtakingly beautiful Kira in a magnificent gown, with skin like jade and an aristocratic, elegant demeanor. Princess Thornyu from the Chinchio ancient kingdom. Ava was also a famous prodigy, with an extraordinary constitution, possessing a royal body and born with great majesty. Subsequently, more beings arrived. Prodigies from various divine races gathered, each surpassing the other, even more brilliant and dazzling than the celestial suns. Prodigies from superclans like the Jeremiah Gang clan, Ancient clan, Sea clan, etc., arrived one after another. This was definitely a grand event, bringing together the most promising and stunning young individuals of this era. Amitabha. A young monk chanted the Buddhist mantra, drawing numerous gazes. The Buddhist sect remained mysterious even in the ancient times. No one knew how deep the sect's influence went, nor dared to easily provoke it. Chapter 555. Folk histories are not all false. Indeed, Fairy has great influence for Yuri to come too. Yuri possesses a naturally enlightened Buddha appearance. It's rumored that he is the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha, respected even by powerful figures within the Buddhist sect. Many beings commented. Yuri rarely walked among people, so his presence here was indeed unexpected and caught them off guard. They had all thought Yuri wouldn't come. At such a young age, why act so deep? Speak frankly, are you truly the reincarnation of some ancient Buddha? An audacious individual strode up to Yuri without hesitation and asked. Zaire Jeremiah Hudo from the Dao clan. He's a formidable figure, born with a Daoic body, which caused celestial phenomena to celebrate his birth. The Dao clan is one of the oldest races, no less powerful than the Buddhist sect. No wonder the man was so audacious. Everyone recognized him as Zaire Jeremiah Hudo from the Dao clan, unafraid of the Buddhist sect. Amitabha, I am the ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddha is also me, and the world can be both the ancient Buddha and vice versa. Yuri clasped his hands together in reply. Communicating with people from your sect is exhausting. You always say useless things. It's boring. Zaire Jeremiah Hudo waved dismissively and impatiently left. Jade Flower Fairy opened her dojo wide, welcoming not only invited beings, but also those who were not. Within days, countless creatures had arrived at the dojo, with their numbers rapidly increasing. What a grand scene. Denny was astonished these past few days, never imagining he'd encounter so many remarkable races and cultivation sects. Otis Black Bear Clan, rumored to possess unmatched strength, capable of carrying the heavens, but alas, they've long been extinct, unseen in this era. Who knew they looked like this? Denny marveled. These bears were ferociously mighty beasts. He had only read about them, never seen one. They perished in a great battle against the Netherworld organization. A black bear glared fiercely, radiating menacing energy. It was unfriendly towards Denny. What do you mean extinct? If they're extinct, what are you? This fur, this giant back, truly amazing. Denny ignored the black bear's glare, even touching its body. He admired how accurately this illusion matched historical records. Go away. The black bear roared in anger. No one dared touch it like this. If not for being in Jade Flower Fairy's dojo, it would have unleashed deadly fury on Denny. Hey, aren't you from the Taiha sect? Ancient texts mention that an Isaias of the Taiha sect fell in love with a Yaka from the Yaka clan, stealing the Taiha pearl to win a smile. Is that true? Seeing a youth in a Taoist robe, Denny ran over with a grin, asking. Recognizing the Taiha sect's attire, his curiosity was piqued by a folk history account. The Yakas are famously hideous. Their looks are unbearable by human standards. Initially, Denny found the folk history unbelievable. How could a human fall in love with a Yaka, even stealing a treasured relic to earn a smile? The Taiha sect and the Yaka clan, both extinct from the war against the Netherworld organization. Hearing Denny's words, the Lemuel clenched his teeth in rage. This was a stain on the Taiha sect's reputation, and mentioning it before him infuriated him enough to want to kill. Can someone really like a Yaka? Denny stared wide-eyed, saying, while we shouldn't judge by appearance, Yaka have black, scaly bodies covered in tentacles. How does that look appealing? What did you say? Nearby, a buck overheard and erupted in fury. You're ugly. Before Denny could respond, the Lemuel retorted fiercely. After the incident, the Taiha sect and the Yaka clan became mortal enemies, constantly clashing. So what if our clan is ugly? Your Taiha sect's Isaiah stole the Taiha pearl for nothing. Our Yaka still didn't care. The buck mocked. The Taiha sect Isaiah's efforts were futile. The Yaka hadn't liked the Isaiah regardless of the stolen relic. Then return our Taiha pearl. Even when you insisted on giving us the Taiha pearl, we refused. If you want it back, prove your worth. The buck sneered. Are you looking for death? Enraged, the Lemuel struck out at the buck, who fought back fiercely. Seems folk histories aren't entirely false. Denny felt his worldview shaken. Yakas could indeed be deemed attractive by some, showcasing the courage of the Taiha sect Isaiah. Sioux clan member. Denny gnashed his teeth upon sensing a familiar aura, the Sioux clan's presence and bloodline. How could he not hate them? Usher, Eve, and others sought his life. Chased by Eve, he was forced into the Lane Springs secret realm, ending up in this ambiguous reality or illusion. The Sioux clan prodigy saw Denny staring and smiled, nodding slightly. Unaware of Denny's identity, Jade Flower Fairy had yet to introduce him, yet recognizing only renowned prodigies and strong figures could enter here. You look suspicious, smiling like that. You don't seem like a good person. Denny retorted irritably. Even forgetting Usher and Eve, he harbored no fondness for the Sioux clan. The Sioux clan remained unharmed during the battle against the Netherworld organization, contributing minimally and prioritizing self-preservation. The Sioux clan prodigy's lips twitched. What had he done to warrant such words? Was there something wrong with his friendly greeting? A mere void passage cultivator, daring to speak thus. If outside, he'd have killed Denny outright. Choosing not to tangle with Denny, he turned and left without further ado. Hypocritical scoundrel, typical Sioux behavior. Denny scoffed. Suddenly, his expression froze upon seeing a girl wearing familiar attire, memories flooding back. Chapter 556, a task once entrusted. Excuse me, are you a fellow Taoist from the Xuanhuan Holy Land? Denny walked over to the girl with a serious expression. He recalled his journey to Black Mountain. In Black Mountain, he met Scarlet, the holy Kira who ferried souls across the Black Marsh River, hailing from the Xuanhuan Holy Land. The girl before him was dressed in the same attire as Scarlet. Desmond's. The girl nodded cautiously, slightly on guard. Ava had been observing Denny all along. How he provoked the Otis-backed Black Bear tribe, Tyagate, Yuksha tribe, and Sioux clan. Ava believed that Denny was no good person and suspected he approached her with ill intentions. Has Taoist Scarlet arrived? Denny asked. What do you want? Everyone knows that Senior Katrina Scarlet has long gone missing. The girl's face darkened. It seemed Denny was deliberately causing trouble. Scarlet was the pride of their Xuanhuan Holy Land, yet she vanished under mysterious circumstances. The Xuanhuan Holy Land was still heartbroken over this, and they had searched for her all around the world. Latoying? Denny sighed. The timeline matched up. Scarlet and Wei Hugo of Jeremiah Hushan Holy Land both went missing simultaneously. After unsuccessful searches by the Xuanhu and Jeremiah Hushan Holy Lands, it was finally suspected that the Netherworld organization had dealt them lethal blows. This led to the declaration of war on the Netherworld organization and marked the beginning of that great battle. He was currently living in the time just before the outbreak of that battle against the Netherworld organization, which he had witnessed while riding Lane Lotus. Did you go to Black Mountain? They might also be there. Denny said. Although he felt everything was an illusion, he couldn't bear the tragic fates of Scarlet and Wei Hugo. Wei Hugo lost his life in Black Mountain, and his soul returned to the Black Marsh River. Scarlet became the fairywoman of the Black Marsh River for eternity, never dying nor aging, forever destined to fairy souls. Black Mountain. The girl's pupils contracted, reflecting a moment of thought. Indeed, they hadn't searched Black Mountain due to its terrifying reputation. Even invincible warriors who ventured and never returned. How could they dare enter Black Mountain lightly? This is your tribe's alchemy cauldron. I found it outside Black Mountain. It's very likely that Taoist Scarlet entered Black Mountain, Denny explained as he prepared to produce the alchemy cauldron. Upon leaving Black Mountain, he met Scarlet again and conversed with her for quite some time. Scarlet admitted she had stolen the alchemy cauldron, one of the Xuanhu Holy Land's greatest treasures, to explore Black Mountain alongside Wei Hugo. This was her greatest regret, so she handed the alchemy cauldron over to him, hoping he would return it to someone from the Xuanhu Holy Land. He had entrusted the investigation to Jeff Tinslao sect, but they had not yet provided him any information. Hearing what Denny had said, the girl suddenly became agitated. But soon, her face turned gloomy. When Denny said he would take out the alchemy cauldron, nothing came out. Are you playing with me? Ava erupted in anger. Denny was seriously provoking her. It doesn't make sense. I distinctly remember carrying the alchemy cauldron. Denny frowned, puzzled by its disappearance. Scarlet had given him the alchemy cauldron herself, yet he now couldn't find it at all. You should be grateful we're at May's sanctuary, or you wouldn't have a grave. The girl scoffed, turning away to avoid killing here. Why did this happen? Denny himself was baffled. He remembered clearly putting the alchemy cauldron away, only for it to vanish mysteriously. Could it be that this wasn't an illusion, and he truly traveled back to ancient times? Was the alchemy cauldron already available in this era, thus unable to manifest as a second item? Or perhaps taking out the alchemy cauldron would change the course of history, so Heavenly Tao erased it? If he produced the alchemy cauldron, the girl would surely believe his words, and the Wanchu and Jeremiah Hushan Holy Lands wouldn't suspect the Netherworld organization, thus not declaring war on them. This would undoubtedly alter history significantly. What is the truth? Denny let out a heavy sigh, more confused than ever about his situation. Seeing the dazzling figures of the deity race's geniuses made Denny think of the Gavriel he encountered in Black Mountain. The Gavriel was a renowned strong figure in ancient times, unparalleled among enemies. Unfortunately, his arrogance drove him into Black Mountain, seeking the opportunity to ascend to emperorhood. Trapped within, he managed to obtain precious medicinal herbs, extending his lifespan, only to encounter Crystal, who plotted against him and stole his divine power and essence, leading to his death. Denny saw the Gavriel moments before his death, confessing his regrets for being arrogant and abandoning his family. He had tasked Denny with apologizing if he ever met his descendants. He had also entrusted Jeff Tinslayo sect to investigate, yet they had not yielded results. Deity race encompassed various lineages, collectively known as one people. Approaching a group of deity geniuses, he asked, "Do you know where the descendants of the Gavriel are?" Regardless of whether this place was an illusion or reality, he wished to apologize on behalf of the Gavriel. "I am." A radiant, holy youth stepped forward. "Gavriel was my father." Though the boy looked young, he was likely over 100 years old due to the deity race's extended lifespans. "I once encountered the Gavriel. He asked me to convey his apologies." Denny spoke earnestly. "Apologies? Why apologize? Has something happened to him?" The deity boy trembled. "I don't know. He said he was entering a perilous land to seek a chance at becoming an emperor. He felt he probably wouldn't come back, so he asked me to convey his apologies." Denny didn't reveal the true nature of the Gavriel's death, unable to bear the impact it might have on the youth. He even refrained from mentioning Black Mountain. He feared the youth might follow the same path into Black Mountain's horrors. To become an emperor? That's not an easy feat. The boy laughed sadly. Throughout his life, he went into countless dangerous places. My mother and I pleaded with him countless times to stay with us and not obsess over becoming an emperor. But he never listened, saying he would definitely achieve God-emperor status. Nothing could stop him. He was deeply remorseful. If given another chance, he would have stayed and not ventured into danger, Denny comforted. Indeed, the Gavriel deeply regretted his choices, often reminiscing about his family while trapped in Black Mountain. If given another choice, he certainly wouldn't have ventured into such danger. Chapter 557 Pierre. What's the point of saying so much? He still ended up going? Baxter looked gloomy and said, "Every time he says it's the last time. If it fails, he will stop. But he never changes. Even after repeated failures, he still persists." He gave a bitter laugh, self-mocking, and said, "Grayson?" These two words sum up my impression of him. They were apart more often than together. This was his relationship with the Chavez. Not only for him, but also for his mother. The Chavez constantly traveled in perilous lands, and their reunions were very limited. Is not every cultivator like this? For higher realms and strength, they are willing to take risks, willing to stake their lives. Denny sighed, not knowing how to console the youth. With the power of the Chavez, few creatures could threaten him in this world. Unfortunately, at that level, the strong one's obsessions grew even stronger. If one doesn't become an emperor or transcend to immortality, they might as well not think about it. If not achieving immortality, time would devour everything, making all cultivation meaningless. All beings were striving for the eternal goal of immortality, even though they knew the chances were incredibly slim. Next time, I won't let him leave no matter what. If he insists on leaving again, I'll sacrifice my life to make him stay. Baxter's eyes shone, his voice firm and resolute. He no longer wanted his father to take such risks. He wanted his father to stay by his side. Denny remained silent because he knew the Chavez would not return, and even whether the youth would survive was uncertain. All divine clans were annihilated without exception. Every branch perished in the battle against the Desmond Springs organization. In Denny's era, the divine clan had already become a legend, unseen for a long time. That's Joaquin Zoran. Denny was stunned. Amidst the throng, Ezek slowly approached. He exuded brilliance, with a handsome and rugged face. His intelligent eyes shone brightly, and his demeanor was unparalleled. He hadn't seen Joaquin Zoran's middle-aged appearance before, but he once fought young Joaquin Zoran. The middle-aged version of Joaquin Zoran bore traces of his youthful features, so Denny recognized him immediately. "You're too kind. I, Zoran, don't deserve such praise." Zoran was modest and courteous. Since arriving here, he became the focus of attention. Young prodigies admired him, while various races surrounded and welcomed him. This period, Joaquin Zoran hasn't created the source-seeking decree yet, Denny commented. After the war fully erupted, Joaquin Zoran created the source-seeking decree, which played a crucial role in defeating the Desmond Springs organization, exposing spies hidden among various races. The Blue Origin Spear? Denny raised his hand to summon the Blue Origin Spear, wanting to confirm something. However, the Blue Origin Spear vanished just like the spirit refining cauldron, and no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find it. Even the notes left by Joaquin Zoran vanished, and even the memory of the source-seeking decree became hazy. But the mirror transformation technique is still clear. Denny frowned. The mirror transformation technique, like the source-seeking decree, came from Joaquin Zoran's inheritance. However, unlike the source-seeking decree, the memory of the mirror transformation technique did not disappear. Could it be because the source-seeking decree hasn't been created yet? The mirror transformation technique was already created earlier, and due to its creation, Joaquin Zoran received recognition from ancient era creatures, hailed as a genius. Denny murmured. Was the heavenly Tao afraid that he would prematurely reveal the source-seeking decree, thus altering history? But this is all an illusion. Why am I thinking so much? He shook his head, feeling increasingly entangled, unsure if this place was reality or an illusion. At this moment, Joaquin Zoran felt moved and walked towards Denny step by step. I always feel there's some connection between us. Have we met before? Joaquin Zoran looked at Denny and asked. No, but we do indeed have deep ties. Denny replied. What kind of ties? I received. Denny wanted to say that he inherited Joaquin Zoran's legacy, but he couldn't finish his sentence, constrained by some force. Forget it. He shook his head, stopping further discussion. This feeling was truly uncomfortable. He bid farewell to Joaquin Zoran and wandered elsewhere. Cheater, you actually dare to come here. A stunningly beautiful Violet, furious, was chasing a slightly chubby, rat-eyed boy. Why call me a cheater? I sold things at my stall, didn't force you to buy, it was your choice. The rat-eyed boy shouted while running. You have the nerve to say that? Hearing the slightly chubby boy's words, the girl became even angrier. You deceived me into believing it was your family heirloom, obtained by your grandfather at great risk from some secret realm, an extremely precious treasure. You also said your grandfather was ill, needing medicine urgently, hence selling it. But after I bought it and had it appraised by our clan, it turned out to be nothing, just a worthless thing disguised by you. Why believe me? It's your lack of discernment and greed for bargains. The slightly chubby boy boldly replied. It's you. Return my divine command order. Many younger generation beings shouted and joined in pursuing the slightly chubby boy, all having been cheated by him, suffering heavy losses. Can cultivators lie? I tricked you smartly. It just means you weren't smart enough. The slightly chubby boy showed no fear, moving ghost-like. Despite numerous chasers, he evaded capture. You despicable one, you're dead meat. Kill. The area became chaotic, with more and more joining the pursuit. Wow, the slightly chubby boy was truly relentless. No telling how many beings he had deceived. Simon. Denny's mouth gaped wide in disbelief. The slightly chubby boy looked exactly like Simon. What's happening? Did Simon fall into this illusion too? Not Simon, he's called Pierre? Denny's expression was bizarre. He opened the causal records to investigate the slightly chubby boy causally. The causal records showed this person was not Simon but Pierre, a notorious scammer from an ancient era, orphaned and unscrupulous. There's deeper causality. Denny's expression became even more peculiar. Pierre possessed astonishing causality, but unfortunately, Denny's current strength and realm were too low to reveal Pierre's true profound causality. Deceivingly similar. Could he be Simon's predecessor? If this isn't an illusion but the ancient era, Denny's lips twitched. Pierre really resembled Simon, not only in looks but also in personality. Hashtag chapter 558, the Jeffrey. After Pierre made his appearance, the place was in complete chaos. Numerous beings chased after Pierre, but strangely enough, he managed to escape every time, using astonishing means. Truly unscrupulous, even stealing the holy Kira's undergarments. Denny was speechless. Pierre really had it in him to sneak into a sacred place and steal the holy Kira's undergarments while she was bathing. Who is spreading these lies? When did I get that? The Gianna was infuriated. People around her were discussing it non-stop. Ava shouted, I didn't. He tricked my junior sister, taking her precious treasure with a piece of scrap iron. Everyone laughed but said nothing, as they were well aware of what had transpired. The Gianna was merely making excuses off the cuff. This incident had already spread far and wide, and the Gianna's admirers had once pursued Pierre across the world. Her actions now only served to cover up the truth. You're talking again. Damn, I'm furious too. Who told you that your undergarment was woven from celestial silkworm silk? I suffered huge losses just to infiltrate your sanctuary. Damn. It turned out to be an ordinary spirit silk garment. I lost big. Pierre raged loudly. A sanctuary wasn't someplace anyone could enter easily. He meticulously planned for months and used many valuable treasures to gain entry. In the end, it was all for naught, leaving him devastated. You didn't destroy it, right? A being asked anxiously. Would I be even more at a loss if I did? Of course, I kept it. Pierre showed genuine skill, evading countless chases effortlessly and without any apparent danger. That's good. The one who asked immediately felt relieved. What do you want? The Gianna's admirers glared angrily at this being. How dare someone inquire about the Gianna's undergarments? No, I was just curious. This being was terrified and dared not speak further. Oh damn, how annoying. Stop sending me messages. Why is a mere undergarment so valuable, attracting so many? Pierre yelled, as numerous beings messaged him, offering high prices to purchase the Gianna's undergarment. I'll hold an auction someday, inviting you all. Highest bidder wins. Pierre shouted. The Gianna's face turned green. Auctioning her undergarments. Would she even have a shred of dignity left? I will definitely kill you. Ava gritted her teeth, furious beyond words. Ava even summoned a semi-sacred artifact from within the sanctuary to chase Pierre. Oh my god. You're really ruthless, carrying a semi-sacred artifact with you. Gotta run, bye. Pierre vanished, not daring to stay, knowing that the situation was escalating dangerously. Exceptional. Even Denny couldn't help but give Pierre a thumbs up. Despite having no powerful background, Pierre managed to play powerful figures like a fool, which left Denny admiring. Swish. Suddenly, a rainbow bridge appeared in the sky, leading directly to the training ground. An Isaias led a young man into the grounds. All beings arriving here held reverence for May, entering on foot without daring to fly directly in. However, this Isaias was different. The rainbow bridge penetrated deep into the training ground, intending to go straight through without stepping down. Jeffrey. The crowd's expressions changed as they recognized the Isaias. This was a terrifying figure with immense strength, not inferior to May, rumored to have touched the tiger realm. Boom. From deep within the training ground, terrifying light shot out. A massive palm struck towards the Jeffrey, glowing brilliantly with great authority pressing down on heaven and earth. Do you welcome Hill like this, kid? The Jeffrey grinned, showing yellow teeth in a bizarre and eerie smile. Behind him, gray mist surged, revealing the outline of a horrific skull biting off the attacking giant palm. The so-called three demons referred to the heart demon, blood demon, and corpse demon he cultivated. Truly terrifying and frightening, both evil and righteous. Your visit, senior, is an honor for us. Please come in. May appeared, welcoming the Jeffrey, recognizing him as a terrifying figure even she respected. Kids these days are impressive, reaching such realms at such a young age. Jay can't deny feeling old. The Jeffrey looked at May, slightly pondering. May's aura startled even him, suggesting she might have made progress on the tiger path. Senior, let's talk inside. May lightly smiled, inviting the Jeffrey into the training ground. The Isaias nodded and followed her in. The young man who came with the Jeffrey landed near where other talented individuals gathered. Many geniuses were wary of this youth. The Jeffrey had an unpredictable nature, and this youth accompanying him was certainly not an easy person. Who is this? Is he a disciple of the Jeffrey? Never heard of him before. He doesn't seem extraordinary, nor does he possess a high cultivation level. Some geniuses whispered among themselves, unfamiliar with the youth. They hadn't seen or heard of him before. Not everyone was intimidated by the youth. Several beings approached, laughing and trying to ingratiate themselves, hoping to benefit immensely if they befriended him, given the Jeffrey power. Oh, are you all genuinely interested in becoming friends with me? Baxter smiled, his pale skin giving off a sickly look, yet not detracting from his handsomeness. His smile was somewhat mesmerizing. Desmond's. Being able to make friends with you is our greatest honor. If we could become friends, we'd be truly fortunate. Those surrounding the youth laughed, responding warmly. Pop. No one expected that the youth would suddenly thrust his hand into a human genius, extracting his heart. Everything happened too quickly. The human genius, whose heart was extracted, didn't see it coming. Baxter ate the heart bite by bite, finishing the entire heart. He licked his blood-stained fingers and said eerily, "Thank you for the sincerity. Friends should indeed help each other. Haha, traveling for several days has made me hungry." Too horrifying. Baxter was indeed following the Jeffrey, exhibiting an eerie and formidable nature. The heartless human genius, pale-faced, hurriedly sealed his wound with force. Though severely injured, his cultivation level was extremely high, ensuring he wouldn't die. "Good for you, friend. Enjoy your meal." He forced a smile, not daring to express anger, for the Jeffrey was too terrifying to challenge. Chapter 559 Seizing Control. Too hungry, one heart is nowhere near enough. Baxter's greenish gaze fell upon the other living beings, who were instantly terrified to their bones. He wanted to eat their hearts? Now they all bitterly regretted coming here and provoking this youth. How dare they even consider flattering him after witnessing how eerie and terrifying the old Norris was? This was clearly jumping from the frying pan into the fire. With a plop, the youth plunged his hand into another being's body, forcefully yanking out its heart and then devouring it in large bites. The scene was bizarre and chilling. The youth seemed like a great demon who feasted on human flesh. All the living beings felt their scalps tingle as they decided to keep away from this youth who was just as sinister as the old Norris. "Ah, I have matters to attend to. Let's part for now. Talk later." Each being around the youth quickly bid farewell, too afraid to stay. If they stayed any longer, there was no telling if their hearts would end up in the youth's stomach. "Don't go. My friends, are you turning away because you don't want to be friends with me?" Baxter wore an aggrieved look. "Master said no one should make me suffer. If anyone does, Master will slaughter their entire clan." He looked at those leaving. "Can you bear to make me suffer?" The beings trying to ingratiate themselves with the youth were taken aback. Now, they couldn't leave. The youth was determined not to let them go. His aggrieved look was clearly a threat. If they left, the old Norris would massacre their clans. Their powerful backers weren't simple either, at least Saint clans with many strong members. But before someone like the old Norris who had brushed against the imperial realm, they still weren't enough. "There's no such thing. Haha, I thought about it. My affairs aren't so urgent. Besides, nothing is more important than Dao friend." They stiffened and returned, not daring to leave. "I knew you were all good friends of mine." Baxter laughed, then stretched out his bloody hand again, extracting another heart and eating it. "Friends help each other. I'm starving. Thank you for your hearts." He grinned, blood dripping from his mouth, looking incredibly bizarre and frightening. The creatures who tried to curry favor with him could only sigh, not daring to say more. Without hearts, they wouldn't die and could regrow new ones. It wasn't necessary to break ties with the youth. Alas, being heart-torn by him, it was what they deserved for provoking him. "You're so beautiful. Your heart must be more beautiful and delicious." Baxter targeted a violet, licking his lips while staring at her greedily, his eyes green and ominous. The girl dared not speak, her face pale as the youth reached towards her, aiming to extract her heart. Clang! Suddenly, a spear descended from the sky, straight towards the youth's hand. A gleam flashed in the youth's eyes. His hand swiftly withdrew as the spear planted itself firmly into the ground. "Haha, sorry. It's this newly obtained dermic weapon that I love so much. Got carried away playing with it, almost hurting you. Truly sorry." Charles repeatedly apologized, retracting the spear. The girl glanced at Charles, her expression peculiar. Here, no one lost control over their dermic weapons. Charles's excuse was laughable, yet she knew he was helping her out. Ava couldn't understand why Charles was helping her after mocking her earlier. Indeed, Ava wasn't anyone else. She was Desiree from the 10,000 Origins Sacred Land, whom Charles had previously asked about Scarlet. Charles wanted to tell Desiree about Scarlet, but the spirit pot that could verify his claims had vanished, making Desiree think he was mocking her. It's normal to lose control over a new dermic weapon. No worries. Baxter named Dorian grinned widely, showing no intent to blame Charles. Everyone watching was stunned. Dorian didn't pursue Charles. It exceeded their expectations. Had Dorian changed his nature? Moreover, they were amazed by Charles's audacity. How dared he provoke Dorian? Who is he? Does anyone know him? They whispered among themselves, wanting to know more about Charles. But none recognized Charles, giving no insights into his background. Still magnanimous, Dao friend? Charles laughed, puzzled internally. Dorian behaved calmly, completely unlike what he expected. Ready to clash with Dorian, Dorian smiled, ignoring Charles, and looked at Desiree. Come, my friend. Let me see your beautiful heart. Everyone snapped back to reality. Indeed, Dorian hadn't changed his nature. He simply planned to eat Desiree's heart right in front of Charles. In fact, their guesses were correct. Dorian intended to do exactly that. How could he forgive someone daring to challenge him publicly? Eating Desiree's heart in front of Charles was his way of confronting Charles next. You wanted to stop me? Let's see you do it again. Dorian smirked, amused. Charles provided entertainment, and he prepared to play along. Once more, he extended his bloody hand toward Desiree. Clang. Again, the spear shot down from above, directly aimed at the youth's hand. Baxter was prepared, knowing Charles wouldn't give up easily. His body erupted in blinding light, aiming to shatter the descending spear. However, his expression quickly changed as he rapidly withdrew his hand. He hadn't expected Charles, merely a void passage cultivator, to possess such strength that he couldn't shatter the spear. If he hadn't withdrawn his hand in time, it would have been pierced. Intriguing. He laughed inwardly, now even more interested in Charles. Despite his lower realm, Charles showed extraordinary strength, revealing Charles's hidden depth. Truly sorry, did it again. Charles apologized once more. Chapter 560, Tiger Dada. Again, he couldn't restrain himself. Who was he fooling? Was Denny determined to defy Dorian now? All living beings looked at him with odd expressions. One didn't have to die like this. Dorian was cruel and unpredictable, and it was hard to die well once one angered Dorian. Those whose hearts had been gouged out were the best examples. Desiree stared at Denny lost in thought. Had she misunderstood Denny before? Ava felt somewhat moved. Even the fellow disciples of the Holy Land dared not stand up for her, nor did they dare provoke Dorian. Desmond, Denny was unyielding, determined to protect her without fear of Dorian. So what if you possess such a high realm and strength? Aren't you still timid, unwilling to take any risks? Ava sighed heavily, filled with helplessness. Compared to Denny, her realm was much higher. Denny was only at the cave void stage, while she was at the heavens mandate stage, an enormous difference. But she wasn't as free-spirited and fearless as Denny. Facing Dorian, she didn't dare say much either. Isn't everyone here the same? Ava sighed again. The reputation of the Carlos was terrifying. Not just her, but even those with higher realms than hers dared not go against Dorian. The heartless elites that had been killed earlier possessed higher strength and realms than her, being at the 9th level of Heaven's Mandate, yet they also dared not argue back. Sorry, please continue, Evan. This time I promise I won't disturb you again, Denny said apologetically and retracted his spear once more. Dorian's realm wasn't strong. Any elite present had a realm higher than Dorian, but Dorian came with the Carlos. Thus, no one dared to provoke the Carlos. If Dorian hadn't come with the Carlos, even if Dorian hailed from the top Holy Land, he wouldn't have survived. Many elites would have torn him apart. Dorian's realm was roughly equivalent to Denny's, 1-level cave void. It was strange that the Carlos's disciple had such a low realm. Normally, disciples of someone as formidable as the Carlos should be overpowering their peers. Desmond, Dorian wasn't so. He was already 15 or 16 years old, and there were many of his age who were stronger than Dorian. Am I not the same? Denny laughed. There might be other reasons. Although his realm wasn't high, he had still become a disciple of Immortal Addie. He hadn't formally taken her as his master, nor had he acknowledged her as such, but Immortal Addie had publicly announced that he was her disciple. No problem. Dorian grinned, his mouth full of blood. Crimson blood splattered on the ground, creating ghastly blood flowers. He looked bizarre and terrifying. If you can't control your magical weapon, destroy it directly. It will be bad if it hurts you again. His hand extended, an ominous black fog surged, emitting strands of dark aura that made one uneasy and filled with dread. What kind of power is this? Many living beings frowned, looking serious. Dorian was merely at the cave void stage, yet that dark aura was uncomfortable even for them. This was indeed astonishing. Considering their realms were far above Dorian, at least in the Heaven's Mandate stage, Dorian's power shouldn't affect them. However, they felt a significant impact, physically and mentally uncomfortable. The dark aura contained large amounts of negative forces. Evan, you are wrong, Denny chuckled without fear, saying, subduing unruly, uncontrollable magic weapons is what makes it interesting. It's like taming a disobedient, ferocious beast. It's boring when they obey. He chanted scriptures, special light waves rippling, holy and flawless. He seemed transformed into a solar deity, incomparably radiant and dazzling. The scriptures cleansed the heart and purified the soul. The discomfort brought by the earlier dark aura quickly dissipated under Denny's chanting. Moreover, all living beings felt refreshed, their spirits entering a peaceful and harmonious state, warmth flowing through their bodies. Is this the legendary Dada scripture? It seems it is. Some living beings felt Denny's recitation matched the legendary Dada scripture. They were awestruck. If it was truly the Dada scripture, it was undoubtedly terrifying. The Dada scripture was an ancient supreme scripture, allegedly created by Tiger Dada. It could purify all negative and dark forces and assist in enlightenment and cultivation, possessing boundless mystical properties. And Tiger's scripture, and this wasn't an ordinary one. Tiger Dada surpassed regular tigers and belonged to the category of great tigers. This was a supreme scripture, the pinnacle among texts. As Denny chanted the Dada scripture, the character D gradually condensed above his head. Under the illumination of Da, all black mist and dark forces were unable to approach Denny. Davian clenched his eyes, his expression heavy. He hadn't expected that Denny was even more extraordinary than he had imagined. He clearly knew about the Dada scripture and seemed to understand more about it than the other beings present. The scripture created by Tiger was exceedingly profound and supreme. The essence contained within Tiger's scripture was absolutely complex and paramount. Even if a sage obtained in Tiger scripture, they would need a long time to study and comprehend it. Otherwise, it would be impossible to grasp its essence. However, Denny, who was only at the cave void realm, could comprehend the essence of Tiger scripture. This was astonishing and beyond his expectations. Denny's talent was absolutely unimaginable and incredibly frightening. Is this scripture difficult? Is it very famous? I just bought it casually from a stall and practiced it when I had nothing to do. These words from Denny were truly infuriating. The creatures gnashed their teeth, almost cracking them. It was as if Denny had bought the Tiger scripture casually and practiced it for fun, only to comprehend its core essence. This was driving them crazy. They hadn't yet fully understood the doctrines and mystical techniques within their own clans. Even Davian's lips twitched involuntarily. Hell, too much showing off. He had seen people show off before, but never to this extent. Not famous at all, just a broken technique. Practicing it is purely a waste of time. Davian spat hatefully. Desmonda, this technique is indeed not good. With such little power, your released aura seems weaker than a candle flame. This technique can barely disperse it. It's too poor. Denny nodded. This was indirectly belittling him. Davian's gaze turned malevolent. When had he ever been mocked like this? Come, offer me your heart and fresh blood. He sneered, thoroughly enraged by Denny. Regardless of who Denny was, this time, he was determined to make Denny pay with his life. Anyone who dared provoke him would never have a good outcome. For smoother readability, here is the edited version. You can actually condense the character Dura. It seems you've obtained the true to scripture and have grasped its core essence and profundity. Davian narrowed his eyes, his expression grave. He hadn't expected Denny to be even more extraordinary than he had imagined. Clearly knowledgeable about the Dai scripture, Davian seemed to understand more about it than the others present. The scripture created by Tiger was exceedingly profound and supreme. The essence contained within Tiger scripture was absolutely complex and paramount. Even a sage obtaining Tiger scripture would require extensive time to study and comprehend it. Otherwise, grasping its essence would be impossible. Denny, only at the cave void realm, comprehending the essence of Tiger scripture was astonishing and beyond his expectations. Denny's talent was absolutely unimaginable and incredibly frightening. Is this scripture difficult or famous? I just bought it casually from a stall and practiced it when I had nothing to do, Denny said nonchalantly. His words were infuriating. The onlookers gritted their teeth in frustration. Denny's casual purchase and practice of Tiger scripture, leading to comprehension of its core essence, was maddening. They hadn't fully grasped the doctrines and mystical techniques within their own clans. Even Davian's lips twitched in annoyance. Hell, so much showing off. He had seen people boast, but never to this degree. Not famous at all, just a broken technique. Practicing it is purely a waste of time, Davian said through gritted teeth. Desmonds, this technique is indeed poor. Your released aura seems weaker than a candle flame. This technique can barely disperse it. It's too weak, Denny nodded, indirectly belittling him. Davian's gaze turned malicious. Never had he been mocked like this. Come, offer me your heart and fresh blood. He sneered, thoroughly enraged by Denny. Regardless of Denny's identity, this time, he was determined to make Denny pay with his life. Those who dared provoke him would never have a good outcome. Dorian narrowed his eyes, appearing serious. He hadn't expected Denny to be even more extraordinary than he thought. Clearly, he knew about the Dai scripture and seemed to understand it better than others. And Tiger created scripture was extraordinarily transcendent and supreme. The profound truths contained within Tiger scripture were extremely complex and paramount. Even sages needed a long time to study and comprehend these truths. Desmond, Denny, barely at the cave void stage, could understand the essence of Tiger scripture, a fact that astonished and exceeded his expectations. Denny's talent was absolutely unimaginable and terrifying. Is this scripture very difficult? Very famous? I just bought it casually from a stall and practiced it when I had nothing else to do. Denny spoke nonchalantly. This is infuriating. Don't brag if you don't want to die. All living beings clenched their teeth, almost grinding them down. Denny's words were truly irritating. Just bought the Tiger's scripture randomly and happened to comprehend its essence. They wished to kill themselves. They still hadn't fully understood the doctrines and mystic arts within their clans, let alone the core essence and profound truths. Dorian's lips twitched involuntarily. Hell, too much boasting. He had seen people show off, but never this much. Not famous, just a broken technique. Practicing it is a waste of time. Dorian spat out hatefully. This technique really isn't good. It has such limited power. I saw the aura you released, not even as strong as a candle flame. This technique can barely disperse it. Too weak. Denny nodded. This was indirectly belittling him. Dorian's gaze turned unfriendly. When had he ever been ridiculed like this? Come, offer me your heart and blood. He sneered. Denny had thoroughly enraged him. He didn't care who Denny was. This time he must make Denny pay with his life. Daring to provoke him always ended badly. Hashtag chapter 561, Dawn. Dorian's expression turned cold, completely enraged. Threads of the darkest and most malevolent aura began to seep out of him. Coupled with the blood covering his mouth and body, he looked like a fierce ghost crawling out from the depths of hell. The sacred light waves emanating from the Great Virtue Sutra were repelled by this aura, which surrounded him in a shroud of black mist. He appeared like a ferocious deity, his eyes flashing with menacing light, making him even more terrifying. What is his background that he can possess such dark and malevolent energy? Even the energy within the Nine-Een Mountain isn't as scary and terrifying as what he emits. Not only were young prodigies present here, but also some powerful figures from various factions. They looked at Dorian with expressions filled with both gravity and bewilderment. The Nine-Een Mountain was an ancient graveyard where countless lives had been buried, exuding a frightening darkness. Some of them had ventured inside before, nearly losing their courage due to the overwhelming presence of spirits and the dense, almost tangible darkness, akin to the netherworld. Desmond, the dark aura emanating from Dorian was even more terrifying than the darkness from the Nine Mountain. This was a qualitative difference. Although they hadn't ventured deep into the mountain, they could still sense that the dark energy from Dorian far surpassed that of the Nine Mountain. What kind of background did Dorian have? How could he be so terrifying? The dark aura from his body carried an ancient flavor, as if it was the first wisp of darkness that emerged when the world was created, a primordial force of darkness. No wonder Dorian could become the disciple of the Lawrence. Perhaps the Isaias took him as a disciple precisely because of this. Denny frowned slightly, feeling a bit oppressed. Even chanting the Great Virtue Sutra did not help against that dark aura. Ba. At this moment, Esau recited a Buddhist chant and stepped forward. His head was crowned by a Buddha ring, and his entire body was flawless, seemingly unaffected by Dorian's dark aura. His expression remained calm. I feel like you resemble an old friend of mine, he said, looking at Dorian with clear eyes, exhibiting the grace of a great Buddha despite his young age. Every move he made was imbued with supreme Buddhist intent and Zen meaning. Many strong figures frowned, feeling wary of Esau. The Buddhist realm was mysterious, emphasizing reincarnation, and Esau was indeed astonishing, possibly being a reincarnated ancient Buddha. That supreme Buddhist intent was something even some high-ranking Buddhists lacked. What old friend? I don't know any monks. Surprise flashed in Dorian's black eyes. Despite the full eruption of his inner aura, Esau could approach him without being affected, which genuinely surprised him. After all, the aura within him was exceedingly terrifying, influencing even well-renowned experts. The Buddhist realm was truly mysterious. A small monk could surprise him this way. Two beams of Buddha light shot from Esau's eyes, scanning Dorian from top to bottom. Dorian felt uncomfortable, as if he were completely transparent to Esau. Ba, now I understand. You must not recognize me yet, nor remember becoming the Lawrence disciple. Your consciousness has not returned, and you are still undergoing trials, Esau said calmly. What did that mean? Everyone's faces were odd. Did Dorian becoming the Lawrence disciple seem like some kind of unfairness? Note, the term weiqi, unfairness/unjust, seems out of context here, so it's better to phrase it as a question to maintain the ambiguity from the original text. Esau's words seem to imply exactly that. Did Dorian have some horrifying background? Excuse me, we will meet again in the future. We can talk then. Esau clasped his hands together and left Dorian's side. Several living beings, curious about Dorian's identity, approached Esau and inquired about it. The Dawn from the ancient times. Esau spoke softly, without hiding anything. What? He's the ancient Dawn? The king of darkness, the ruler of the night? All living beings were shocked by Esau's revelation. The Dawn. This was a renowned figure of great terror during the ancient times, an invincible entity rumored to have stepped into the imperial realm, becoming an emperor. Compared to the Dawn, Lawrence was incomparable, like a firefly's light versus the brilliance of the sun. If he truly is the Dawn, it's indeed a waste for him to have someone like Lawrence as a master. His 12 lesser demons, each possessing immense power, are many times stronger than Lawrence. Their faces showed confusion, eyes wide with shock. The identity of the Dawn was too terrifying. The final journey, you went to the Netherworld Prohibited Zone. It seems you gained something there. By the time you return, you might have already become a grand tiger. Esau looked at Dorian and whispered these words. An emperor was not the end. A grand emperor was. The Dawn failed to break through to the grand emperor level and thus ventured into the ancient first sinister place, the Netherworld Prohibited Zone, seeking a breakthrough. He really is the Dawn? Zyreving beings were speechless, still unable to accept this reality. The ancient Dawn, the king of darkness, the ruler of the night, standing right before them. How could they accept it? Esau is truly a reincarnated being. Too terrifying. He said he knew the Dawn. They realized the rumors about Esau weren't baseless. Esau was indeed a reborn ancient Buddha. An ancient Buddha from the ancient times, who knew the Dawn. How powerful must Esau be? He couldn't be the ancient Buddha Dharmakara, could he? Recalling ancient records, who could match the Dawn? The ancient Buddha Dharmakara had many entanglements with the Dawn. They were utterly shocked, remembering certain ancient records, thinking it was possible that Esau was the ancient Buddha Dharmakara reincarnated. Dharmakara Buddha was undoubtedly one of the greatest powers of ancient times, revered even by the Buddhas of that era. The path to emperorhood is difficult, and the path to grand emperorhood even more so. We are failures, unable to succeed in this lifetime, only continuing in another. Esau shook his head. How long ago were the ancient times? Even emperors couldn't endure such a span. How did Esau and Dorian manage to persist from the ancient times to this world? The Buddhist realm is truly terrifying and mysterious. No wonder they believe in reincarnation. They might have found a way to break the constraints of time. The Dawn is truly terrifying as well, managing to persist from the ancient times to this world. Zyreving beings marveled endlessly. Time was merciless, cutting down all life, including emperors. Desmond, Esau, and Dorian managed to transcend the long years and regenerate. There were so many supreme beings in ancient times. Dharmakara Buddha and the Dawn couldn't achieve true invincibility either. If they managed to transcend the ages, what about the other supreme beings? The Buddhist realm believes in reincarnation. Could only Dharmakara Buddha achieve this? Zyreving beings felt their bones chill, growing more terrified the more they thought about it. Chapter 561, Dawn. Dorian's expression turned cold, and he was thoroughly enraged. A strand after strand of the darkest and most malevolent aura emanated from him. Coupled with the blood covering his mouth and body, he looked like a vengeful ghost crawling out of hell's abyss. The sacred light waves emanating from the Dada Jeremiah were actually blocked by him. He was enveloped in black mist, resembling a vicious deity with eyes flashing ominously, terrifyingly. What is his background that he can possess such dark and sinister aura? Even the atmosphere inside the Nine Mountain isn't as terrifying and fearsome as the one he exudes. This place wasn't just home to young geniuses. Some strong individuals from various clans and forces were present too. Their expressions grew serious as they stared at Dorian with peculiar looks. Nine Mountain, a burial ground from ancient times, buried countless living beings within it, its darkness striking fear into hearts. Some had ventured inside, only to be frightened out of their wits by countless spirits there, where the dense darkness seemed almost tangible, akin to hell itself. However, the sinister aura emanating from Dorian was even more horrifying and dreadful than the power of darkness in the Nine Mountain. It was a qualitative difference. Even without entering the depths of the Nine Mountain, they could sense that Dorian's sinister aura far surpassed that of the mountain. What kind of background does Dorian have? How could he be so terrifying? His sinister aura held a primitive essence, like the first thread of darkness that flowed out during the creation of the world, a primordial power of darkness. No wonder Dorian became the disciple of the Carlos. Perhaps the Isaias chose Dorian precisely because of this unique trait. Denny frowned slightly, sensing a hint of pressure. Reciting the Day Jeremiah was futile against such darkness. Amitba. At that moment, Esau stepped forward, chanting a Buddhist incantation. With a halo around his head, his body flawless, Esau remained unaffected by Dorian's sinister aura, maintaining a calm expression. I feel that Evan resembles an old acquaintance of mine. Esau looked at Dorian, his clear eyes revealing a grand presence of Buddha even at his young age. Every movement was imbued with supreme Buddhistic intent and Zen meaning. Many experts raised their brows, wary of Esau. Buddhism is mysterious, focusing on reincarnation. Esau was astonishing, possibly a reborn ancient Buddha, emitting a supreme Buddhist intent surpassing many powerful figures within Buddhism. What old acquaintance? I don't know any monks. Surprise flickered in Dorian's black eyes. Despite his aura exploding in full force, Esau approached him unaffected, which left Dorian genuinely surprised. He knew how terrifying and formidable his aura was. Even renowned powerhouses would be influenced by it. Buddhism truly holds profound secrets. A little monk caused such surprise in him. Two rays of Buddha light shot from Esau's eyes, scanning over Dorian top to bottom, making him feel uncomfortable, as if he were completely seen through. Amitba, I understand now. Evan must not recognize me, nor how you became the Carlos's disciple. Your consciousness has yet to return, still undergoing trials. Esau spoke calmly. What did that mean? Everyone looked puzzled. Was it unfair for Dorian to become the Carlos's disciple? Esau's words indeed implied something along those lines. Did Dorian have a terrifying background? Excuse me. We shall meet again another day. Then we can discuss further. Esau placed his palms together and left Dorian. Several creatures, curious about Dorian's identity, approached Esau and asked him about it. The Dawn from ancient times. Esau didn't hide the truth. What? He's the ancient Dawn? The king of darkness, the ruler of night? All present were alarmed. Esau's revelation was too shocking. Dawn, a notorious figure from ancient times, rumored to have reached the realm of Tiger. Compared to the Dawn, the Carlos paled in comparison, like a firefly next to the sun. If he truly is the Dawn, then being the Carlos's disciple is indeed an injustice. The Isaias might not even be worthy enough. Under the Dawn were 12 lesser demons, each possessing unfathomable power, surpassing the Carlos by manifold. Their expressions were strange, eyes wide open in shock. The identity of the Dawn was simply too frightening. Your final journey, you went to the forbidden zone of Netherworld. It seems you gained something significant there. By the time you return, you might have already ascended to Great Tiger. Esau glanced at Dorian, murmuring softly. Tiger is not the end. Great Tiger is. The Dawn struggled to break through to Great Tiger and eventually went to the first fierce land of ancient times, the Netherworld Forbidden Zone, to seek opportunities for advancement. He really is the Dawn? Aye. Many were speechless, unable to accept it fully. The Dawn from ancient times, the king of darkness, the ruler of night, standing before them. They couldn't believe it. Esau is truly a reincarnated entity. How terrifying. He said he knows the Dawn. They realized the rumors about Esau weren't baseless. He was indeed a reborn ancient Buddha, an ancient Buddha who knew the Dawn from ancient times. How incredibly powerful must Esau be? Could he be the ancient Buddha Willie? Thinking back to ancient records, who could match the Dawn? The ancient Buddha Willie had many entanglements with the Dawn. They looked horrified, recalling certain ancient records and believing Esau could likely be the ancient Willie Buddha reborn. Willie Buddha, undoubtedly a supreme powerhouse of ancient times, held high esteem in Buddhism, even revered by the Averil of ancient times. Sigh, becoming a tiger is hard, and ascending to Great Tiger is harder. We are failures, unable to succeed in our era, and thus can only continue in another. Esau shook his head. How long ago were ancient times? Even tigers cannot withstand that span. How did Esau and Dorian manage to survive from ancient times until now? Buddhism is truly terrifying and mysterious. No wonder they believe in reincarnation. They might have discovered a way to break free from the constraints of time. The Dawn is indeed terrifying. He also succeeded in extending his existence from ancient times. Many creatures felt infinite emotions. Time spares no one, cutting down all life forms, not even sparing tigers. Desmond, Esau and Dorian managed it, transcending time and being reborn. How many supreme powerhouses were there in ancient times? Even the Willie Buddha and the Dawn couldn't achieve true invincibility. If they managed to transcend time, what about the other supreme powerhouses? Do only the Willie Buddha among the Buddhists managed reincarnation? More and more, everyone grew increasingly uneasy. The more they thought about it, the scarier it became. Chapter 562, Reincarnation. The ancient era was a time of great trials, an age of unparalleled brilliance. There were even more powerful races and mighty beings within it. In comparison, Everything from the primordial era was insignificant. Dawn had been reborn after enduring a long era. Were there no other supreme powerhouses? Most importantly, there was the Buddha school. The Buddha school has always emphasized reincarnation and believed in the next life. Did they truly perish entirely? Many great powers severed all previous ties, not even recognizing their wives, children, and disciples. Once they came into contact with the Buddha school, they joined this school without any hesitation. It was utterly baffling. Now that we think about it, those great powers might have been reincarnated from Buddha school powerhouses. Many living beings said gravely. The Buddha school was mysterious and formidable. Many great powers had abandoned their former sects and joined the Buddha school, becoming a part of it. They didn't understand the reasons behind it and speculated that the Buddha school's cultivation methods possessed a certain mind control effect. Those who abandoned their sects could have possibly been influenced and lost themselves. However, now they learned more and began to realize that these great powers might not be as they previously thought. The Buddha school believes in reincarnation, and it's possible that its strong practitioners have experienced reincarnation, regained enlightenment upon coming into contact with the Buddha school again, and returned to their origins. If reincarnation truly exists, wouldn't the people of the Buddha school become immortal, capable of continuous reincarnation? They can reincarnate even after their souls are destroyed and bodies decay. Reincarnation, according to the Buddha school, has nothing to do with one's body or soul. They found it difficult to understand. The more they thought about it, the more eerie it seemed. Just what exactly is reincarnation? Once a soul is destroyed and the body decays, isn't that complete death? How can one still reincarnate? A living being asked Esau for an explanation of reincarnation. Amitabha, reincarnation was not created by the Buddha school. Everything in the world experiences reincarnation. Haven't you ever felt a strange sense of familiarity, like visiting places you've never been before or meeting people you've never seen? Esau spoke gently. We are all reincarnated beings. The universe itself is in constant reincarnation. Your mortal enemy in this life might have been a dear friend in your past life. It's not that we believe in reincarnation. Rather, reincarnation really exists, and we see some truths. I am not myself but someone else? Many living beings stared wide-eyed. According to Esau, everything in the world is reincarnated. They are not themselves but someone from the past. It can be put this way. You, sir, might have been a ferocious beast in your past life, not human, or perhaps from another race, or even a divine being. Esau calmly stated, What? Is it saying I'm not me anymore? Numerous living beings couldn't accept this idea. How could they come to terms with this concept that they are not who they think they are but reincarnations of others? Regardless of whether it's reincarnation or not, I will always be me, not anyone else. Then he shouted, having also listened to Esau's words. However, he did not believe what Esau said, nor did he believe in reincarnation. He firmly believed that he was himself. What kind of reincarnation is this? He considered it some kind of unknown mystical force. Esau's eyes glowed, the Buddhist halo behind him becoming brighter and holier. He looked at Denny and said, You carry an object related to reincarnation. How could you still not believe in reincarnation? An object related to reincarnation? Denny frowned, quickly thinking of the wheel bell. He took out the wheel bell and asked, Are you talking about this? The wheel bell's origin was mysterious. He still did not know its true source. When he first obtained the wheel bell, there was nothing extraordinary about it. However, as his strength and realm increased, he found he could harness more power from it. Under his command, the wheel bell could manifest an ancient path. It was an extremely mysterious ancient path, where an indescribable power existed, affecting the creatures that stepped onto it, assaulting them with its internal forces, subjecting them to the ravages of time, transforming youths into old men, peaking and then declining. The Great Desolate Technique also had similar effects. He felt that both the wheel bell and the Great Desolate Technique were related to the power of time. He channeled his energy into the wheel bell, causing the ancient path to appear. This is a path of reincarnation. Esau calmly said, Where does this path of reincarnation come from? Who is reincarnating? Esau raised his hand. Buddhist light shimmered, and a wave of Buddha power descended upon the ancient path. Instantly, the ancient path trembled, revealing countless translucent figures walking along it towards an unknown destination. They are reincarnating, Esau softly remarked. Denny's pupils constricted. While he did not recognize all the figures on the ancient path, some were familiar to him. Those were people who had died by his hand. How could this be? Denny's whole body trembled, his preconceived notions shattered. These were individuals he had confirmed dead, vanished from the world without a trace. Even if he hadn't killed them thoroughly, would Dihua Jeremiah Chong Flame, known for its destructive power, not kill them completely? He recognized some people who had died by Dihua Jeremiah Chong Flame. Could Esau's reincarnation theory be real? Why not? Esau shook his head. Your attachment is too deep. Even witnessing it firsthand, you refuse to believe. What else do you believe? If this is true, why do we cultivate? We won't completely die and just keep reincarnating. Why aren't all humans the same? Why are some exceptionally talented at birth, rapidly progressing in cultivation and comprehending profound techniques effortlessly? Esau explained, this is reincarnation. The accumulation of reincarnation power. If we don't cultivate, we remain ordinary mortals forever. Our process of cultivation is constantly uncovering our past lives. The revelation was terrifying. Many living beings couldn't believe it, overturning all their previous beliefs. Is this the truth? Our lives of cultivation will eventually shine brilliantly in one lifetime. A dazzling prodigy in this life could have been utterly average in a past life. Esau continued, we will become increasingly stronger until we break the cycle of reincarnation and eternally reside in the world. That's the goal of cultivators' efforts. No matter what you say, I only trust in myself. Then he shouted, steadfast in his belief. He still didn't believe in reincarnation and firmly believed he was himself. The process of cultivation is about constantly recognizing oneself. Although you do not believe now, you will eventually come to understand. If not in this life, perhaps in the next. Esau recited a sutra and said, Amitabha, you should not be too attached. It's detrimental to you. Accepting the truth later may become extraordinarily difficult and impact your cultivation. Chapter 563, The True Buddha. Esau's discourse on reincarnation not only made the younger generation think deeply, but also caused the brows of many powerful figures to frown in contemplation. His arguments were logical and thought-provoking, shaking the beliefs of those who previously did not believe in reincarnation. Stop spouting such foul nonsense from your so-called Buddha teachings. Zaire Jeremiah Hudo of the Tao clan returned after leaving and sneered at Esau, clearly harboring no good feelings. He said, Are you trying to make everyone convert to your Buddha teachings? He seemed to have a particular grudge against Esau. Ever since he first saw Esau, he had been targeting him. How can there be no prejudice? Many strong individuals from the Tao clan left to join the Buddhist sect. They share deep-seated grievances. On the surface, there's nothing, but secretly, the conflicts are severe. The surrounding creatures whispered among themselves, well aware of the enmity between the Tao clan and the Buddhist sect. Previously, several strong members of the Tao clan had come into contact with the Buddhist sect and later defected, which led to an almost irreconcilable conflict between the two. Amitabha. Esau recited the Buddha's name calmly and replied, Friend Tao, your prejudice against the Buddhist sect is too deep. Our Buddha preaches compassion and never coerces anyone. There's no need for such hostility. Those who have a connection with Buddha will eventually find their way back to us. Keep your smug face. Zaire Jeremiah Hudo snorted, You talk of compassion, yet you don't hesitate when it comes to killing. He continued, In ancient times, the Buddhist sect produced a true Buddha, whose power was boundless and revered by countless disciples and ancient Buddhas. He was even comparable to Vaughn. Why have we heard nothing about this true Buddha now, and even the ancient Buddhas who followed him have vanished? The crowd's expressions changed. Had there really been a figure in the Buddhist sect that could rival Vaughn? Why had they never heard of this before? Vaughn was the founder of the Buddhist sect, reputedly possessing endless Buddha power, nearly reaching the realm of immortality, and was one of the most famous emperors. If there were indeed a true Buddha within the Buddhist sect who rivaled Vaughn, it would be impossible for them not to know about it. There should be many historical records. Desmond, no matter how hard they tried to recall, they couldn't think of anything related to this true Buddha. Was Zaire Jeremiah Hudo talking nonsense? Was this so-called true Buddha just a fabrication by Zaire Jeremiah Hudo? This thought arose in their minds. After all, it was impossible that they had no impression whatsoever. He was not a true Buddha. Esau remained calm and stated, Vaughn is the only true Buddha. What nonsense about being the only one? Zaire Jeremiah Hudo retorted without hesitation, It's simply because his teachings differ from yours. If he hadn't encountered any problems, Vaughn would undoubtedly have been replaced by him. In the hearts of our Buddha disciples, no one can replace Vaughn. Esau shook his head. Haha, truly worthy of the Buddhist sect, Zaire Jeremiah Hudo laughed. You're not only good at saying beautiful words, but also at making things work. You've eradicated everything related to that true Buddha. How many lives have you tainted with blood? The Tao clan, being one of the oldest human clans, has profound knowledge and many secrets unknown to the public. For instance, information about the Buddhist sect. The Buddhist sect was shrouded in mystery, little known to the public. Even how it was established was unclear. But the Tao clan was different. They had a deep understanding of the Buddhist sect. Given his high status in the Tao clan, he knew much about the Buddhist sect. Despite their professed compassion, the Buddhist sect was ruthless, merely putting up a facade of kindness. This so-called reincarnation wasn't what it seemed. They knew a lot, but dared not easily reveal these secrets. The truth behind reincarnation was far deeper than anyone imagined. Even the Tao clan hesitated to delve deeply into it. Friend Tao, this is fixation, Esau said, shaking his head. If one wants to pin a crime on someone, finding an excuse is always easy. No matter what I say, Friend Tao won't believe me because your prejudices against the Buddhist sect run too deep, down to your bones. You mention some truths, accuse us of fixing, and call it our true face. Zaire Jeremiah Hudo chuckled coldly. I pity that true Buddha. He was so close to success. If he had succeeded, the Buddhist sect would become better, becoming the true good sect as you claim. That true Buddha possessed great power and genuine compassion. Vaughn was glorified while hiding his ruthless methods. But then again, how could that true Buddha succeed? Vaughn isn't easy to deal with. He shook his head, showing a deep understanding of Vaughn. Vaughn did not belong to the distant past or ancient times, but came from an even more ancient era, traceable almost to the beginning of this epoch. He had long passed away but left numerous arrangements that ensured no one could shake his position. That true Buddha was already remarkable enough, rising within the Buddhist sect despite all the preparations Vaughn had made. He was revered by Buddhist disciples and threatened Vaughn significantly. Vaughn, all slanders against our Buddha will eventually vanish before the truth. Esau said calmly. Indeed, the truth will be revealed. Zaire Jeremiah Hudo added, Take the Western land where you reside. Why are there only Buddhist disciples and none practicing other doctrines? These secrets will eventually be known to all. In fact, he knew these secrets and intended to disclose them fully. Unfortunately, he couldn't do that now. If he revealed everything, the Tao clan would break ties with the Buddhist sect entirely, but they weren't ready for such a complete rupture. The Buddhist sect was growing rapidly, and even the Tao clan was wary of them, not daring to sever ties lightly. Otherwise, after their clan's strong members were lured into the Buddhist sect, they would wage war rather than remain inactive. Vaughn, these are just Friend Tao's prejudices, Esau responded. The Buddhist sect was founded in the Western land, and out of compassion, we spread the Dharma there, guiding the people of the Western land. They are moved by the Buddhist teachings, so they all follow Buddhism. These lies can fool others, but not me, Zaire Jeremiah Hudo said, eyes piercing. Control yourselves. In your Western land, you can do as you please, but don't be so rampant outside. Chapter 564. Unmentionable, unthinkable. In the earliest era of the Western lands, it was an exceedingly ancient age, far more distant than the era known as antiquity. It was the primordial era, referred to as the prehistoric age. During this chaotic and primitive time, when the intellects of all races had yet to fully develop and various doctrines were not fully established, Von suddenly appeared. With boundless Buddhist power, he founded Buddhism and spread the Dharma in the Western lands, indeed gathering quite a few disciples. However, in the subsequent ages, countless doctrines emerged, and numerous paths manifested. The wisdom of all races blossomed, embarking on various great paths. That was an incredibly brilliant period, with various teachings vying for supremacy and each path striving to outdo the others. Desmond, the Western lands remained exceptionally peaceful, with only the Dharma remaining. The prehistoric age was so distant that its truths had long been buried by time. The Tao clan originated during the prehistoric age. Despite undergoing several grand eras, it has endured and continued to exist through the generations. They kept records of the prehistoric age. Behind the tranquility of the Western lands lay boundless darkness. Von's methods were ruthless. Anyone who ventured into the Western lands to spread other doctrines either met their demise or was taken in by Von to join the ranks of his followers. Moreover, Von's method of controlling the sentient beings of the Western lands was particularly brutal. To ensure that these beings believed in and respected Buddhism, he deliberately created disasters on a large scale in the Western lands, forcing the inhabitants to pray to him for salvation. Then, Von would appear to quell the disaster, thus gaining the trust of the Western lands' inhabitants. This was the fundamental reason Buddhism remained the sole belief in the Western lands. Through endless eons, this control method persisted. Sentient beings entering the Western lands to spread other doctrines were all secretly sabotaged by the Buddhists. Similarly, to reinforce the respect and trust of the Western lands' inhabitants toward Buddha, they would periodically send down disasters, waiting for the inhabitants to pray for forgiveness before revealing themselves to resolve the calamities, thereby winning their trust. Zaire Jeremiah Hudo was well aware of these facts but did not reveal them publicly. The deeds of the Buddhists were highly secretive. Even if he spoke out, he could not provide concrete evidence, and it wouldn't garner much support from other beings. Additionally, the secrets of Buddhism extended far beyond what he knew. If thoroughly investigated, it would be like exposing the sky. He also dared not divulge everything. Von. Yuri recited the Buddha's name and retreated to the side without saying more. He knew Zaire Jeremiah Hudo understood many truths. Further debate would not benefit him. Buddhism is encountering a bottleneck. He sighed inwardly. Buddhism could have developed even more splendidly and powerfully, spreading its Dharma across the entire world. Unfortunately, Buddhism faced a taboo. That taboo was from his own era, stronger in Buddhism and Buddha nature than him, the true Buddha mentioned by Zaire Jeremiah Hudo. Just thinking about that taboo still stirred his heart, unable to settle for a long time. In his previous life, as the ancient Buddha Willi, he possessed boundless Buddha power. Even the Buddha at that time held him in high regard. He traversed the heavens and earth, hard-pressed to find a match. Desmond, before that taboo, he was nothing. That taboo was millions of times stronger than him. Zaire Jeremiah Hudo was right. That taboo could rival Von, severely shaking the latter's position. At that time, all within Buddhism were helpless against the taboo. This being transcended the Dharma left by Von, reaching a higher level and even developing new Dharma, causing a stunning impact. Nearly 60% of the Buddhist disciples in the Western lands turned to the taboo, an unimaginable event. How long had that taboo been practicing? Desmond, it managed to challenge Von's revered status in the hearts of the disciples, leading them to rebel against Amitabha and instead believe in him. This was terrifying. If not for the timely appearance of Von's golden body, pressing down on the taboo with a single thought, the Western lands truly would have changed hands, becoming the domain of the taboo. Although the taboo was dealt with, it left significant aftereffects. Buddhism erased all traces related to the taboo, severely weakening them. Otherwise, during the era of antiquity, their Buddhist light would have illuminated the entire world. From one era to another, this is the direction we have strived towards. Unfortunately, mistakes have occurred in each era, limiting Buddhism's influence to the Western lands. He sighed deeply again in his heart. Buddhism faced too many enemies in every era, desperately obstructing Buddhism. Many eras ended with their failure. In the era of antiquity, Buddhism shone most brilliantly and powerfully. Nothing could stop them. They would finally fulfill Von's wish to illuminate the whole world with Buddhist light. However, unexpectedly, they ultimately failed, defeated by internal strife. The true Buddha mentioned by Zaire Jeremiah Hudo became their greatest taboo, never to be spoken of again. Will he reappear? His heart felt heavy, having personally experienced the terror of the taboo. Even Von's golden body couldn't utterly destroy it, only suppressing it within itself. This was why Buddhism went to great lengths to erase all traces related to the taboo. If no one thinks or mentions the taboo, its power diminishes. But if allowed to be remembered and prayed to, the taboo would become extremely powerful and terrifying. The initial strength of the taboo stemmed from the faith of countless beings. He actually comprehended the power of faith, something only Von understood. He felt extraordinarily grave. The power of faith was a great secret of Buddhism, known only to Von. Even successive generations of Buddhist patriarchs couldn't fathom this power. The taboo was astonishing, surpassing Von's Dharma and comprehending the power of faith. Von. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and dared not think further. An intangible force seemed to appear, drawing something from him. Blame me, blame me. He was filled with regret, blaming himself for overthinking. The taboo was too terrifying. Even after such long eons, it shouldn't be thought of or mentioned. Otherwise, some essence might be drawn away, enhancing the taboo's power. As for what was drawn away, he didn't know. It involved the power of faith, which was immensely complex, not just mere belief. Meanwhile, Zaire Jeremiah Hudo sensed something internally. He gazed into the distance, muttering to himself, will the true Buddha appear again? One by one, resplendent and crystalline Buddhist flowers appeared, showering down from the sky, accompanied by the solemn chanting of the Dharma, seemingly responding to Zaire Jeremiah Hudo. This scene astonished all living beings, leaving them speechless. Hashtag chapter 565, completely different reactions. The sky was illuminated by Buddha light, as if a shower of Buddhist rain were descending. Crystal clear Buddha flowers bloomed one after another, and the overwhelming presence of Buddhism felt like the arrival of a divine kingdom. The majestic and resonant chanting of Buddhist mantras brought great benefit to all creatures that heard it, bringing comfort and rapidly enhancing their various powers. Swish, swish, swish. Bright flashes of light emerged one after another, and many creatures experienced breakthroughs in their realms while listening to the Buddhist chants. Heavens! This is too incredible. What on earth is happening? Many creatures were filled with awe, not understanding what was going on or why such Buddhist chants suddenly resounded. I don't want to listen. I don't want to have anything to do with Buddhism. Moreover, many creatures were terrified and dared not listen to such chants. The world of Buddhism was mysterious and fearsome. Any creature that came into contact with Buddhism would eventually become a disciple of the Buddha without exception. They did not wish to have anything to do with Buddhism or to become disciples of the Buddha. Desmond, even when they blocked their own hearing, the chants still echoed clearly in their minds. They were utterly frightened, their faces pale. Could it be that they were truly going to become disciples of the Buddha? A Michuofo. Esau sighed heavily, his expression not too good. These were not the chants of a Michuofo but the chants of that taboo. That taboo was indeed terrifying and formidable. Even after so many long years, merely thinking of it could still evoke that taboo. Those who feared becoming disciples of Buddhism had completely misunderstood. Esau knew very well that the chants of the taboo would not cause anyone to strangely turn into disciples of Buddhism. Only the chants of a Michuofo would give rise to such thoughts. This was a different kind of Buddhist chant from a Michuofo's, with different teachings contained within. Not only would listeners not suffer harm, but they would also benefit greatly. The numerous creatures who broke through their realms upon hearing the Dharma was proof of this. Deep within the venue, the mortal May and Faxon looked at the sky with peculiar expressions. They too had heard these chants. Powerful as they were, they too benefited from these chants, gaining insights into things they had never understood before. Immortal May's body gleamed brightly as boundless auspicious rays shot out, and she began to emit an imperial aura. I'm about to break through to the imperial realm. Ava was overjoyed. The power contained within the chants was astonishing. The path to the imperial realm, which she had previously seen dimly, now appeared clearly before her eyes. I see the path to the imperial realm, though blurry, there are traces I can follow. Faxon was similarly overjoyed. However, just then, the chants resounding throughout the heavens abruptly vanished, and the Buddha light and Buddha flowers quickly disappeared as well. No! Immortal May shouted, her face filled with regret. Ava had clearly seen the path to the imperial realm, but after the chants disappeared, it crumbled away. Ava lost her chance to break through to the imperial realm. Arf! Faxon roared wildly, his cries shaking the mountains and rivers. He was unwilling to let go as the vague path to the imperial realm vanished from his sight. The chants had appeared mysteriously and vanished just as mysteriously, leaving all creatures bewildered, unable to understand what had happened. Only Esau understood everything. The golden body of a Michuofo had displayed its power, suppressing the taboo, causing its chants to disappear. He was deeply worried. This was not a good sign. Such a thing had never happened before. Was the power of a Michuofo's golden body weakening? How deep has he gone? Can centuries of suppression by a Michuofo's golden body not completely erase him? Or perhaps this is just residual power left behind, while he himself has already died. His mind was in chaos, unsure of the truth. The only way to find out the truth was to reveal the golden body of a Michuofo. However, the cost would be too high. If the taboo had not died, the entire Buddhist community would fall into chaos. We need to strengthen faith in a Michuofo. His eyes sparkled. Some actions within Buddhism must soon begin. Meanwhile, Denny's entire body resonated. Those chants had given him a significant impact, as if he had comprehended much. Moreover, something inside him was restlessly churning, finally calming down only after the chants ceased. Why is this happening? He frowned, unable to understand. Indeed, he had gained profound insights into the Buddhist scriptures. But those restlessly churning items within him were the Buddha's relics, the red gold-threaded kasaya, the 108 prayer beads, and the Vajra staff. He could not comprehend it. Why did those chants greatly benefit the scriptures yet cause severe effects on the Buddha's relics, the kasaya, the prayer beads, and the Vajra staff, as if it were some counteracting force? Indeed, he could clearly feel that the Buddha's relics, the kasaya, the prayer beads, and the Vajra staff were terrified of those chants. Aren't the scriptures and the relics the same? Perhaps not. Denny's eyes lit up, pondering deeply. The scriptures he obtained were not taught directly by the Buddha, but extracted from the Buddha's relics by the Book of Causality. Initially, he thought the scriptures extracted by the Book of Causality were the same as those studied by Buddhism. Now it seemed that might not be the case. The scriptures extracted by the Book of Causality might differ from those studied by Buddhism. Otherwise, two entirely different reactions wouldn't occur. The depths of Buddhism are indeed unfathomable. There's even a difference in scriptures? Denny's head ached. It was indeed unwise to easily involve oneself with Buddhism. Its depths were too profound for him to fully understand. If Esau had seen the scriptures Denny practiced, he would have been greatly startled and would not hesitate to slay Denny on the spot. Because the scriptures Denny practiced belonged to the taboo? Roar. The forests trembled, the venue shook, and a monstrous beast, with a size comparable to the sun and moon, exuding a horrifying and overwhelming aura, howled from the distance. Behind it, another identical but much smaller monster followed. Hirsch. Immortal May's expression changed. She hadn't expected the king of the beasts to come. Ava stepped forward to greet him personally. This was an almost invincible king of beasts with incomprehensible strength, whom even she dared not provoke lightly. Faxon frowned, but still went out to welcome him. Hirsch's name was notorious, being an ancient being that walked far along the path to the imperial realm, a true king deserving no underestimation. Even someone like him, with a strange personality and disregard for others, dared not act recklessly toward Hirsch. Chapter 566. Not all have arrived. Desmond. The void rumbled as Hirsch strode across the sky, his eyes blazing crimson like two red moons. Resembling a massive tiger with pitch-black fur, he bore two wings that shimmered with divine radiance. With a casual spread of his wings, hurricanes surged and the sky darkened. The aura of menace he exuded was terrifying. Both the young prodigies and the powerful beings from various races within the Dao grounds trembled in their souls, for this was an ancient creature that had devoured countless powerful entities and was feared by all. Amichuofo. Yuri chanted the Buddha's name as boundless Buddhist light shone from the back of his head, and an ethereal glow enveloped him, blocking Hirsch's menacing aura. Yuri was a reincarnation of the lamp Buddha, and although his power had yet to be fully restored, he possessed treasures that rendered him unafraid of Hirsch's might. In the era of the lamp Buddha, Hirsch was no match for him despite its ferocity. Zaire Jeremiah Hudo's face changed drastically but quickly returned to normal. As a descendant of one of the most primitive races dating back to ancient times, he too possessed formidable treasures that could withstand Hirsch's aura. Dorian frowned, feeling deeply uneasy. Hirsch's aura was making him very uncomfortable. However, just then, his blood began to boil, and a drop of peculiar black blood emerged, countering Hirsch's aura. Am I really Desmond Imo? He knitted his brows, recalling what Yuri had said to him earlier. Ira Fairy flew over, her beauty flawless and ethereal, like a celestial being descended from heaven. Facing Hirsch, she remained calm and greeted him warmly. The Carlos arrived and nodded slightly at Hirsch's greeting. Many beings watched nervously. Hirsch's reputation for punishing good and rewarding evil made many cower in fear. It would praise evil deeds while harshly punishing those who performed good ones. The Carlos, embodying both righteousness and malevolence, stood beside Hirsch, creating a spine-chilling scene that left many paralyzed with fear. I've heard of your reputation, boy. Nice, your personality suits me well, Hirsch grinned, revealing a mouthful of fangs, nodding at the Carlos. Indeed, it loved evil and despised goodness. While Ira Fairy greeted it first, Hirsch ignored her and responded to the Carlos instead. I also hold great reverence for the Beast King, the Carlos replied courteously. Though he was already famous and lived for an incredibly long time, Hirsch outlived him even more. You have potential. We should chat privately later. We are kindred spirits. Hirsch still did not acknowledge Ira Fairy. Her slender eyebrows furrowed. What did Hirsch mean? Did it come here to show off its might? This was her Dao grounds, yet it ignored her welcome? Though she harbored respect for Hirsch, she was not afraid. How could someone at her level be scared? Fear would ruin her path and prevent her from becoming an emperor. An emperor needed a fearless heart. Without such belief, she could never compete on the path to supremacy, let alone become an emperor. There's no need to wait. The two of you can chat now, she said softly, adding, let's move outside my Dao grounds. What do you want, girl? Hirsch stared at Ira Fairy with its huge crimson eyes, its expression unfriendly. I detest people like you the most. Don't walk down your own death path. A burst of imperial might surged from Ira Fairy as she calmly looked at Hirsch, unafraid. Don't be too presumptuous, Hirsch. You hate me, but there are many who despise you more. Don't lead yourself down your own death path. There were many other supreme beings like her, some even on par with Hirsch in strength, such as the divine race's Zyranxio demon god, Augustin from Taiwes Sacred Land, and Steve from the purple Zyregning alien race, all near emperor-level supreme fighters. If Ira Fairy spoke the truth, many supreme beings despised Hirsch and desired its demise. However, such supreme battles were too terrifying and rarely occurred due to mutual reservations. Such a beautiful fairy has such a bad temper. Hirsch smirked but did not act rashly. Although powerful, this was Hirsch's territory, and he had no certainty of overwhelming Ira Fairy without losing any advantage. Moreover, it did not come here to cause trouble. My son is rebellious and lacks discipline, thinking he is invincible. Upon hearing you invited prodigies, I brought my son here to broaden his horizons and teach him humility. Beside it was a smaller version of Hirsch, its son with pure bloodline. Please enter. Hirsch accepted Ira Fairy's invitation to enter the Dao grounds. So many guests have arrived. Why hasn't it begun? Not everyone has arrived yet. I also invited Zyranxio demon god, Augustin, and Steve, who haven't arrived, Ira Fairy said lightly. The Carlos and Hirsch were unexpected visitors not included in her invitations. Ava wanted Walter to gain the best experience possible, so she had invited these supreme beings along with their outstanding disciples. This will truly test my son. Hirsch's eyes gleamed with unusual light, impressed by the scale of Ira Fairy's arrangements. Even it held respect for figures like Zyranxio demon god. His son indeed had worthy opponents. Master! Dorian called to the Carlos, seeking the truth. What is it? The Carlos flew over, landing beside Dorian, his gaze filled with affection and satisfaction. The demonic blood and nature within Dorian amazed even him. If nurtured properly, Dorian's potential was unimaginable. Master, Yuri, the monk, said I'm Desmond Imo. Do you know about this? Yuri. The Carlos's gaze turned sharp, instantly focusing on Yuri, an enlightened ancient Buddha. He was astonished. Yuri, despite being young, was more formidable than the strongest Buddhist monks he had encountered. Desmond Imo, huh? He looked at Dorian with a complex expression, saying, your demonic blood and nature are extraordinarily potent. You are the most demonic person I have ever seen. If you are Desmond Emo, this explains much. Chapter 567. Xyretal Tiger, Get Lost. Could one naturally possess such formidable demonic blood and demonic nature? He has practiced for countless years yet still falls short. Since their first meeting, the Lawrence has always harbored this doubt about Dorian. Now, Yuri mentioned that Dorian might be the Dawn. His previous doubts diminished instantly. It's impossible to be born with such strong demonic blood and demonic nature. He believed that Dorian could indeed be the Dawn. Dawn. He knew this ancient supreme demon, the king of darkness, the ruler of the night. In fact, he revered the Dawn immensely, aspiring to emulate it. You and I should not refer to each other as master and disciple for now. If you are truly the Dawn, I am unworthy to be called your master. Lawrence was very casual and unconcerned about such titles. A day as a master means forever a master. You are my master. We're in the past, are now, and will always be in the future. Dorian spoke firmly. Lawrence had treated him well. Even if he awakened his Dawn memories, he would still acknowledge Lawrence as his master. Let's hope so. Lawrence smiled, saying no more as he turned to leave. Would the Supreme Dark King, after awakening all his memories, really see him as a master? He doubted it. The Dawn not killing him would be generous enough. Amitba. Yuri recited a Buddhist chant upon hearing Dorian's words. He understood the Dawn. Once the Dawn awakens, Lawrence would be the first to die. The Dawn was too arrogant to casually recognize someone as a master, especially when Lawrence's cultivation paled in comparison. For the Dawn, this would be an unbearable disgrace. Dorian spoke confidently now, but once the Dawn awakens, all current thoughts and consciousness would be consumed by the Dawn, who would reign supreme. No matter how deep Dorian's feelings were for Lawrence, they would vanish after the Dawn awakens. Roar. The infant Hirsch roared as it arrived, its blood-red eyes scanning the surroundings. No living being dared to meet its gaze. This was a true, pure-blooded offspring of a fearsome beast. Who dared to underestimate it? Every living creature feared it greatly. Xyretal Tiger, huh? Not much really. Not as cool or fierce as a kitten. Denny sneered, unafraid of the infant Hirsch. After all, this was just an illusion. What was there to fear? Even if it wasn't an illusion in the real world, he didn't need to fear anything. He had the support of Fairy Xuanhuan, who feared no Hirsch. Why should he fear an infant Hirsch? Additionally, he disliked the Hirsch lineage because they had betrayed the alliance during the battle against the Netherworld organization and defected to their side. How dare anyone say such things to it? The infant Hirsch's bloodshot eyes glared at Denny, filled with ferocity. It roared again, exposing its snow-white, sharp fangs, ferocious and terrifying. Get lost. Trying to scare who? I'm not afraid of even bigger demons like the Dawn. Why fear you, little tiger? Denny met its gaze head-on. The Dawn was so powerful that even the Hirsch couldn't compare, like a tiny insect that would be obliterated by a single sneeze from the Dawn. The era gap was simply too vast. He had experienced it firsthand. Buddhas from the ancient era were incomparably stronger than Chavez's from the primordial era. A single Buddha artifact was something even Chavez's couldn't resist. And Chavez's were nearly invincible in the primordial era. Many creatures shivered in fear. Was Denny making such a ruckus for nothing? What background did he have? Setting aside the possibility that Dorian might be the Dawn, just being the disciple of Lawrence made him untouchable. And now, Denny had directly challenged the infant Hirsch. What boldness! Boom, boom, boom. The void exploded continuously as the infant Hirsch attacked, unable to endure Denny's provocation. How old was it? Only a few hundred years, equivalent to a 15 or 16-year-old human youth. Desmond. It possessed overwhelming ferocity, more terrifying and ferocious than adult beasts. This was the power of the Hirsch lineage. Apart from humans, deities, exotic races, and beasts could live much longer than humans, even without cultivation. Whoosh! Denny dodged through the void, narrowly avoiding the infant Hirsch's attack. The gap in cultivation between them was too great. The fluctuations emitted by the infant Hirsch surpassed those of a celestial-level creature. It was beyond his ability to confront, even with his super amplification array and balance path. There was no way he could suppress the infant Hirsch's power. Whoosh! The infant Hirsch chased after him, its wings spreading wide, moving faster than lightning. It entered the void, barely trailing behind Denny. Sigh. Tigers with wings are indeed formidable. I admit, I surrender. Don't escape anymore. Eat me. Denny sighed. Roar. The infant Hirsch paid no mind, opening its massive mouth with gleaming fangs, ready to devour Denny whole. All creatures watched in strange amusement, thinking Denny was impressive until he faced certain death by the infant Hirsch. But soon, their faces changed dramatically. The infant Hirsch somersaulted backward, floundering on the ground. On fire. The fur is all burned off. They stared in shock as the infant Hirsch suffered, covered in soot and emitting the smell of roasted meat. Denny sniffed appreciatively. True pure-blooded beasts do taste amazing. With proper grilling, it would be a heavenly delicacy. Groundfire golden flame. The creatures recognized the flame in Denny's palm as a rare and incredibly powerful elemental flame. No wonder even the infant Hirsch couldn't withstand it. That was too treacherous, attacking the infant Hirsch unexpectedly. Fortunately, the infant Hirsch reacted quickly enough to avoid being incinerated by the groundfire golden flame. If it had been fully engulfed, it would have been reduced to ashes. Roar. The infant Hirsch roared furiously, causing the void to tremble. When had it ever faced such humiliation? Killing intent surged within it, determined to slay Denny. Whoosh! Suddenly, divine light illuminated the sky, revealing two figures, one large and one small, descending above the arena, shining brilliantly like gods, almost blinding to look at. Sky-soaring demon god. Every creature in the arena was stunned. Another incomprehensibly powerful figure had arrived, an unsurpassed existence among deities. Please come in. Fairy Xuanhuan immediately welcomed Sky-soaring demon god into the arena. Accompanying Sky-soaring demon god was a golden-haired young deity. descending gracefully, radiating divine light. He was exceptionally extraordinary and remarkable. Xiongbi, we meet again. He smiled warmly, his demeanor charming and comforting, like basking in a gentle spring breeze. Chapter 568, Zyrazet. The blonde young god greeted the young Hirsch, clearly having met before. He was tall and well-built, with long blonde hair cascading down to his waist. His beauty was unparalleled, even surpassing that of women. This was the god race, a race of extraordinary and transcendent beings. Men were handsome and robust, women breathtakingly beautiful. They were arguably the most perfect race in existence. Bolivarmf. The young Hirsch let out a cold snort and turned away, apparently not wanting any association with the blonde young god. Why did he come here? It was because of this blonde young god. The two had fought once before, and the young Hirsch suffered a crushing defeat. He felt extremely bitter about it, and wanted to become stronger to defeat the blonde young god. So, his father, Hirsch, brought him here to face various geniuses and gain experience and strength. His father, Hirsch, did not know about this defeat. Feeling ashamed, he didn't tell his father the truth, merely saying he wasn't strong enough yet. I thought you might want to catch up on old times, reminisce about the good old days, but you ignore me, truly breaking my heart. The blonde young god shook his head. Then, he smiled charmingly and conversed amiably with other geniuses, warm and friendly without any airs. He was too perfect, naturally evoking affection, making people want to be close to him. Michael. Denny's expression was icy, intensely disliking how Michael, the son of the overlord Zyranxio, appeared. Born as a primordial deity body, Michael was extraordinarily gifted, almost a freakishly powerful prodigy. However, who would have thought that such an invincible son of a god, brilliant and dazzling, could secretly be a heartless killer without mercy? Indeed. Michael joined the Desmalo Springs organization. In the organization, many assassination missions were undertaken by him. He had assassinated holy sons and daughters from sacred lands, poisoned and ambushed powerful figures from different races, and even claimed several lives within the god race. As long as there was a mission available, he wouldn't care who the target was. All were killed indiscriminately. He was a deeply hidden spy who betrayed his father, the overlord Zyranxio, during the major battle with the Desmalo Springs organization, causing the overlord's unstable state which ultimately led to his death at the hands of the organization. Senior Zoran had created the origin-seeking technique which could identify members of the Desmalo Springs organization. Sadly, his status was too revered, and his father trusted him completely. Moreover, his public image was impeccable, leading no one to suspect he belonged to the organization or use the origin-seeking technique on him. Ultimately, tragedy struck. He not only betrayed his father, the overlord Zyranxio, but also betrayed many other powerful figures in the god race. The decimation of the god race during the battle with the Desmalo Springs organization was heavily linked to him. This is the type of person hardest to guard against. Michael was so perfect, sincere, and genuine. Who would think he was a heartless executioner? Shortly after, a Taoist priest brought a violet into the scene. Everyone was taken aback. It was none other than the supreme powerhouse of Taiyue's sacred land, Montague. Montague, with his kind and wise appearance and elegant demeanor, arrived on a puff of green smoke. Beside him stood a lively and adorable violet, blinking her big eyes curiously at everything around her. The girl was petite with a childlike face, her eyes as clear and bright as gems. Who is she? I didn't expect Montague to bring someone other than Tinsley Yin. Desmonda, never seen her before. Everyone looked at the girl with unfamiliar eyes, expecting Tinsley Yin, the holy daughter of Taiyue's sacred land, to arrive. Tinsley Yin was known for her unparalleled talent and power, often considered peerless among her generation. Please come in, Taoist priest. Jade Flower Fairy greeted Montague again personally, welcoming him into the arena. The girl descended, her eyes filled with curiosity as she examined the gathered geniuses. So this is what a green lane looks like, different from what I imagined. Barbarian Bull clan, Vajra clan, Ancient clan, oh, even the Hirsch lineage. Monks don't usually come out easily. Why is there a monk here? But this monk is exceptionally handsome. Too bad he shaved his head. If he kept his hair, he'd be stunning. Wow, he's too perfect. Good thing Grandmaster brought me here, otherwise what a loss. Her eyes darted around, fixating on Michael when she saw him. Ava couldn't look away, completely entranced by his charm. Michael smiled at her, and immediately her eyes sparkled with admiration. Hey, snap out of it, kid. You're not that old. Are you in love at 10? Denny approached the girl, waving his hand in front of her face. Get out of the way, don't block my view of the handsome guy. The girl swatted Denny's hand away. I'm handsome too, look at me. You? Ava finally looked at Denny. Not bad, but still can't compare to the handsome brother. The girl remained infatuated with Michael, her eyes glued to him. How can't I compare? Your taste is terrible. Denny blocked the girl's view again. Accompanying Montague, Denny now recognized the little girl from Taiyue's sacred land. It was Zyrazet. Zyrazet was a renowned figure in future records, shining brightly during the battle with the Desmalo Springs organization. Gifted with the chaotic Tao body, she sacrificed herself to unleash a thread of chaos energy, boosting Montague's strength to fight against the formidable enemy. That was her innate essence of the chaotic Tao body, whose release would cost her life. The Desmalo Springs organization was terrifying, even Montague could not match them. To save countless lives and destroy the organization, she chose to sacrifice herself, a touching act of heroism. Ava was a hero deserving respect in future generations. Unfortunately, she fell in love with Michael, and he used her solely for her chaotic energy. Historical records showed Michael nearly succeeded, mutilating Zyrazet's body and subjecting her to unimaginable suffering. Thankfully, Montague left her with a means of survival, allowing her to escape. Denny did not want this admirable girl to suffer those tortures. Thus, he tried to keep her from Michael. Don't block me. Zyrazet stomped her foot in anger, flashing past Denny to stand before Michael, blushing slightly as she introduced herself. Hello, my name is Zyrazet, from Taiu's Sacred Land. Chapter 569, Uncontrollable Thorns. Hello, my name is Michael. Michael smiled gently, exuding a warmth akin to an approachable older brother. The Kira personally brought by Roberto piqued his interest even further. He was too perfect, with golden hair cascading down to his waist, a robust and powerful build, and facial features that seemed chiseled with no flaws at all. Kathleen felt as if she was melting in Michael's smile. Ava lowered her head, giggling foolishly. Was this love at first sight? Ava often heard her seniors discuss love, saying it was the most wondrous power in the world, capable of giving life or death. Ava wanted to experience this kind of love. Hey, snap out of it. This guy could be your great-grandfather. Denny came over again, pouring cold water on Kathleen's enthusiasm. Many creatures were speechless. Denny was truly fearless. He actually confronted Michael once more. You. Kathleen glared at Denny angrily. What was wrong with him? Why did he keep interfering between her and Michael? We cultivators cannot be defined by our age. Michael chuckled softly, his presence radiating like sunlight, his handsome and dashing appearance enveloped in an ethereal halo. Ancient donkey eating tender grass, aren't you embarrassed? Denny shot a sidelong glance at Michael, speaking without any trace of goodwill. Jealousy, so much jealousy. This guy's vinegar jar is broken. Desmond's. Many creatures stifled their laughter. It was obvious Denny had taken a liking to Kathleen, hence he was challenging Michael. Joyce didn't speak, looking somewhat dejected. Did she think too much earlier? Didn't Denny like her? Dorian had tried to carve out her heart, yet even the senior disciples from the Holy Land dared not intervene. Denny had stood up for her forcefully, confronting Dorian head-on. Ava thought Denny liked her. But now, Denny was clashing with Michael over Kathleen. Denny genuinely felt jealous. What am I thinking? Does it matter whether he likes me or not? I've never met him before. And besides, even if he likes me, I wouldn't like him. Joyce said stubbornly. Desmond. There was still a tinge of bitterness in her heart. Seeing Denny vie for Kathleen made her uncomfortable. You are really annoying. Why do you have such an attitude towards brother Michael? Kathleen glared at Denny, clearly angry. Even if Denny liked her, he shouldn't act like this. Zyrettle girl, don't go wild with infatuation. I don't like you. I'm just stating the truth. He is indeed an ancient donkey, old enough to be your great-grandfather. Denny smirked. Kathleen still retained a childlike innocence, but was undeniably beautiful. However, he truly had no other feelings for her. Kathleen was too young, barely 10 years old. This age wasn't suitable for matters of love. The enchanting world captivated everyone's eyes. This place gathered the most outstanding geniuses. Roberto shouldn't have brought Kathleen here. Kathleen was too young, too easily moved by others. The divine race naturally has a longer lifespan. If calculated by real age, Michael was indeed from Kathleen's great-grandfather's generation. It's none of your business. Kathleen huffed indignantly. You're right, but I will take care of you because you're too young. Let's talk about springtime thoughts when you're a few years older. Denny said dominantly. You stay out of it. Who are you to tell me what to do? Kathleen slapped at Denny fiercely. Her sudden move startled many creatures. Heavenly Destiny Realm. 10 years old. Heavenly Destiny Realm? Many creatures sucked in a breath. Kathleen's talent was astounding. Even the likes of Michael hadn't reached this realm at 10. The supreme geniuses like Michael, Dorian, Esau, Zaire Jeremiah Hudo, all cast peculiar gazes at Kathleen. Ava looked unremarkable, more like an undeveloped little girl, yet her talent was surprisingly formidable. Regarding Kathleen's strength, Denny wasn't surprised. Chaos Dao Body, the supreme constitution. Kathleen being strong was no surprise. Raquel, if you don't come out soon, I'm afraid I'll be stripped to the bone. Denny shouted, calling for Raquel, dodging Kathleen's attacks through void traversal. How can that be? Even the infant Hirsch nearly got roasted by you. Raquel appeared with a grin, blocking Kathleen's attack. Ava gave Denny a scolding look. You sure know how to stir trouble, offending all the top geniuses. Ava laughed mysteriously, adding, after all, you couldn't bear to use Earth Fire Golden Blue Flame, afraid to hurt Kathleen, weren't you? Don't start on me. You were just watching and enjoying the show, not even helping. Denny shot a glare back at Raquel. Raquel had been here the whole time, but showed no intention of helping him. Had he not called out to her, she might not have intervened. Why didn't you call for help earlier? In the end, you care too much about Kathleen and can't bring yourself to hurt her. Raquel said with a smile. All right, let's stop fooling around. We'll have plenty of chances later to fight. For now, let's all get along. Ava smiled and said, let me introduce everyone. This is the disciple my mistress took under her wing, named Denny. If you have grievances or resentment against him, you'll have your chance to deal with him later. What? He's the disciple of May. No wonder he acts so brazenly. Many creatures changed their expressions, not expecting Denny's background to be so extraordinary. He was the main guest of this gathering. How could a perfect May accept such a rogue disciple? Kathleen stared wide-eyed, finding it hard to believe. May was the person she admired most, the one she wanted to become. Ava couldn't imagine that May would accept someone like Denny. How despicable and insolent, wanting to control her like that. Denny was definitely a lolicon and a chauvinist. Not that bad, not that despicable, just a bit shameless. Even Raquel clenched her teeth, filled with rage towards Denny. So despicable, daring to trick her, treating her like a servant, making her massage his shoulders, rub his legs, serve tea, and pour water. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, slapping Denny directly. To this day, she still couldn't forgive him. Her mistress had never treated her that way. What are you doing? Instead of helping me, you're trying to slash me? Denny shouted angrily, grateful for his quick reaction to dodge into the void. Otherwise, half of his body would have been chopped off by Raquel. Is he really May's disciple? Why does something feel off? Many creatures were bewildered. Raquel's attitude towards Denny was all wrong. But soon they realized that Denny's mischief probably caused trouble at May's Dao venue, leading Raquel to be equally irritated by him. Or else why would Raquel be so annoyed with Denny? Sigh. Why won't my hand listen to me? Denny, believe me, I didn't mean to hit you. My hand just wouldn't listen. Raquel said. Chapter 570. No virtue. This explanation was worse than none at all. Denny glared fiercely at Jeanette. This explanation was just as fake as his earlier one about slipping and losing control of the spear, stabbing Dorian by accident. Such a petty person you are. I just asked you to give me a shoulder rub and leg massage, not even asking for a foot wash yet, he said hatefully and added, I originally planned to enjoy a foot soak after having some roasted meat and have you massage me. Too bad it didn't work out. Jeanette immediately flew into a rage. What? He still wanted her to massage his feet. Ava locked the space around them and directly restrained Denny with immense power, shocking all the surrounding geniuses. Was this the attendant of Fairy Xuanhuan? Ava seemed no less formidable than the strongest individuals from their various clans. Foot wash, huh? Alright, let me wash your feet properly. Jeanette laughed, forcefully taking off Denny's shoes and socks. Her palm reached out, revealing a translucent ruler emitting powerful rules and laws. Smack, smack, smack. The ruler lashed against the soles of Denny's feet, causing him to wince in pain. It was too painful. This wasn't an ordinary item, and his tough physical strength couldn't withstand it. Ah! Denny screamed but refused to back down, shouting, sooner or later, I'll make you my personal foot washer. I'll lash you for 3 hours. Let's see how stubborn you are then. Jeanette released the ruler which continued to lash Denny's feet using some kind of order rule. Ava turned and left, leaving Denny in a mess. Come back, why did you leave? You're not really going to whip me for 3 hours, are you? Denny cried out in pain. Jeanette indeed walked away, ignoring him. The ruler automatically operated itself under certain rules, continuously striking his feet. His inner strength was sealed, preventing him from summoning any treasures, leaving him helpless against the lashes. Serves you right. Kathleen came up to Denny with a smirk on her face, laughing. Foolish girl, I'm doing this for you. Oh, you'll know in the future, Denny said through clenched teeth while yelling in pain. The pain was unbearable, the ruler's force too strong. All creatures present looked perplexed. Why was everything so bizarre? Was Denny truly May's disciple? They questioned this in their hearts once again. Don't mind him. He got what he deserved. Let's go sit over there and chat, brother Michael. Kathleen giggled and led Michael away, now free from any disturbance. Michael's eyes sparkled, sensing something peculiar about Kathleen. He smiled warmly and conversed happily with her, making Kathleen laugh loudly, very content. Can history really not be changed? Denny sighed inwardly, wondering if Kathleen would ultimately end up with Michael. You see how miserable you are yourself, and you're still thinking about her? Desiree angrily stomped up to Denny, scolding, You're not a good person, a heartbreaker, a lecher, a hooligan. Ava cursed Denny several times before kicking him fiercely and turning away. What is this nonsense? Denny was stunned by the insults. How was he not a good person? How did he suddenly become a heartbreaker, lecher, and hooligan? Women can't be reasoned with. Despite everything, I did stand up for you before. He grumbled indignantly. Roar. The young Hirsch came along, its face still blackened from the Geoflame golden flame burns. Such burns weren't easy to heal. If they were easily healed, Geoflame golden flames wouldn't be called extraordinary fires of the world. Go away, keep your distance. Don't you know your breath stinks like a sewage ditch? People might think you're a fish from a foul-smelling pond. Denny said irritably. You deserve death. The young Hirsch roared in fury, lunging at Denny with murderous intent. Smack. At this moment, the ruler lashing Denny's feet suddenly glowed, growing to several meters wide and hundreds of meters long, striking the young Hirsch's face and sending it flying. Come on, continue. Denny laughed gloatingly. He knew Jeanette wouldn't abandon him. Anyone who tried to harm him wouldn't succeed easily. The ruler used for feet strikes on the face. Such a sour feeling. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just talking about how pitiful the young Hirsch is. All creatures felt sorry for the young Hirsch. As a dignified and supreme creature, it should be above everyone else. But here, it faced repeated humiliations, undoubtedly the first time in its life. The young Hirsch's situation served as a warning to other beings, like Dorian. He had intended to take the opportunity to insult Denny further, but thought better of it, afraid to go near. Roar. The young Hirsch roared, filled with overwhelming killing intent. Denny became its primary target, surpassing Michael. It vowed to make Denny pay bloodily. Ouch, that hurts. On the other side, Denny's laughter quickly turned to dismay. The ruler returned to its original size and continued lashing his feet, causing him to wince in agony. Hey friend, want to discuss something? Someone with shifty eyes approached Denny quietly. Can't you see I'm being punished right now? What do you want to discuss? Temporary pain, no problem. In the future, you'll turn things around for sure. The man grinned and whispered in Denny's ear, let's collaborate. You steal Cassie's worn undergarments, and I'll sell them. We split the profits 50-50, or 70-30 if you prefer. Denny stared in disbelief. Did he ask him to steal Cassie's undergarments? Pierre? He gritted his teeth, immediately recognizing the stranger as Pierre. Who else could act so shamelessly besides Pierre? Was he addicted to stealing undergarments now? After stealing a certain Holy Kira's undergarment, he targeted Cassie next? Ah, brother, you have sharp eyes. Desmond's, I am Pierre. Pierre rapidly whispered to Denny, brother, don't underestimate the business of stealing undergarments. It's extremely profitable. You know about the incident where I stole the Holy Kira's undergarment, right? Countless people contacted me to buy it. Those guys were ruthless, each offering higher prices than the last, even offering semi-artifacts. He chuckled and continued in a low voice. May is so revered. Her undergarments will definitely fetch a sky-high price. Besides, if we get them, we can pick any artifact we want. Denny felt exasperated. Your name is reversed. You shouldn't be called Pierre, but no virtue. Too immoral and without principles, Pierre was likely to become a notorious thief specializing in undergarments in the future. This translation aims to maintain the original tone and structure while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 571. The Forging Ruler. To trade a semi-holy artifact for a regular Ling silk undergarment? Good grief, Denny was truly astonished. There really were all kinds of people in the world, and this one was incredibly ruthless. Whether I have virtue or not, it's unimportant. Pierre continued in a low voice, Brother, don't rush to refuse. Think about it carefully. What I just said was a conservative estimate. If we succeed, both of us might end up with a semi-imperial artifact. You have no idea what kind of people approached me earlier. There were plenty of venerable Isaiahs who were willing to put their considerable resources on the line. Semi-imperial artifact? Holy artifacts were astonishing enough. Could they possibly get a semi-imperial artifact? Imperial artifacts were considered the highest-ranked magical weapons in this world. A semi-imperial artifact bore the word imperial, so its value was immeasurable. Even ordinary holy lands might not possess one. Damn, how twisted must these old fossils' minds be to offer a semi-imperial artifact for an exchange? Pierre chuckled softly and continued. Is it possible that May only has one set of undergarments? Brother, you only need to steal one set. For you, this isn't such a difficult task, is it? What? Are you saying you can help me get Lauren's undergarments? Denny exclaimed in shock, shouting, Pierre, are you claiming to be an expert at stealing undergarments? As long as I pay enough, you can make Lauren have nothing to wear? Forget a semi-imperial artifact. Even a real imperial artifact wouldn't make him do something like that. Brother, you. Pierre's face turned black immediately as all the surrounding beings looked over at him. Even Lauren, who had been talking happily with Michael, heard Denny shout. Her small face darkened. Her teeth clenched loudly. Someone could make her end up with no undergarments? Heaven forbid. Her eyes turned fiercely towards Pierre, her body radiating murderous intent, her face full of anger. Oh, sorry brother, I got carried away. How about this, you go ahead and steal it, and I'll give you a price you can't refuse. Denny said. You're tricking me. Pierre gritted his teeth. Clearly Denny was playing tricks on him. He didn't dare linger here any longer and directly summoned a jade-black array platform to escape. Could he not run? With a pile of semi-holy artifacts flying at him, he would be smashed to death if he stayed. This isn't over. His furious roar echoed through the air. He hadn't suffered such a humiliation before. You've disappointed me. Do you really like her that much? Just as Denny was enjoying himself, Joyce appeared silently like a ghost, her expression deeply somber. Denny opened his mouth to speak, but Joyce cut him off immediately. Ava said resentfully, I never want to see you again. With that, she left angrily. What's going on? Denny felt wronged, as if he had done something terrible to Joyce. Amidba, form is emptiness. Friend Taoist, this isn't good. I hope you will soon correct your ways. Esau recited the Buddhist mantra as he walked over. Correct my big head. Monk, what are you interfering for? The place became lively. Many beings listened to Denny's words with strange expressions, sparking other thoughts in their minds. A master at stealing undergarments? Unable to steal without underwear? This person must be extraordinary. We need to find him. They thought inwardly, becoming very interested in Pierre, wanting him to help them steal some undergarments. Denny's previous prediction was coming true. Pierre might become famous for being an undergarment thief in the future. Does he really have that ability? Lauren was worried, pacing anxiously in place. Ava had heard about Pierre, and knew he had succeeded in stealing undergarments before. Don't worry, he won't be able to do it. Before then, I'll personally catch him so he can't cause any harm. Michael reassured Lauren, his tone filled with arrogance and gentleness. Michael G, hearing you say this makes me feel relieved. Lauren stopped being afraid, her face lighting up with a radiant smile more beautiful than blooming flowers. Swoosh. At that moment, a powerful aura almost collapsing heaven and earth came from afar. Steve of the purple Zyregning alien race arrived, accompanied by an Elon. May welcomed him personally, escorting Steve into the Taoist courtyard. The Elon accompanying Steve landed nearby. His eyes shone brightly, his aura exceptional. His purple hair was crystalline and brilliant, exuding astonishing energy and great power. Haven't we gathered yet? Why hasn't the ruler been taken away? Denny shouted, but Jeanette ignored him completely, not showing up to retrieve the ruler. Zyrettle Jr. brother, there's no need for you to act this way. Zoran smiled and walked over, carrying a certain special aura. Looking at Denny with envy, he said, Master treats you really well. Denny was thrilled, never expecting to converse with Zoran. Even if all of this might be an illusion, he was still extremely excited. Predecessor. He wanted to call Zoran predecessor, but somehow couldn't say the word. An inexplicable force prevented him. Not predecessor either? Denny felt speechless. This was ridiculous. To wish for the pain of the ruler's strikes, and I don't have the privilege to experience it. Zoran envied. Denny's face instantly changed. What was going on here? The revered Zoran predecessor, an unmatched sage of ancient times, actually enjoyed being struck by a ruler? Zyrettle Jr. brother, what are you thinking? Seeing Denny's sudden change in expression, Zoran knew Denny had misunderstood. He was speechless. Little Junior brother's mental health seemed problematic. Thinking of getting someone to steal undergarments, how can one's mind not be troubled? He let it go, thinking inside that maybe little Junior brother had some peculiar preferences. The forging ruler, master obtained this treasure from the ancient divine ruins. Each strike offers excellent forging. He spoke seriously, master is training you, not punishing you. Now I understand. Denny grasped it. No wonder he felt a mixture of pain and pleasure. Earlier, he had consumed many rare herbs and medicines. Although they had no side effects, it was evident that May wanted him to improve and solidify those powers. Master is truly well-intentioned towards little junior brother. I hope you don't disappoint Master. Zoran laughed bitterly, slightly melancholic. I don't even have the qualifications to be Master's true disciple. He was just a nominal disciple, and wasn't allowed to cultivate within the courtyard unless needed. Seeing May make such a grand arrangement for Denny, and even providing the forging ruler for his training, he was genuinely envious. Denny possessed everything he desired. Hashtag chapter 572. No way back. The gathering this time was truly massive, with 2 more beings who had touched the Tiger Realm bringing their favorite juniors to this place. It was no exaggeration to say that the most outstanding and brilliant geniuses of this era were all here. There are quite a few spies from the Netherworld organization. Denny sighed heavily in his heart. He wished he could arrest all these spies, but unfortunately, he couldn't. An invisible force restrained him, preventing him from revealing their identities. Ira appeared, accompanied by several beings who had touched the Tiger Realm's power. Ava extended her palm, retrieved the tempering ruler, and simultaneously released the force locking down Denny. As Zoran had said, Raquel wasn't punishing him but helping him temper his internal strength. Though the process was excruciatingly painful, once it ended, Denny not only felt no discomfort but also experienced a surge of vigor and vitality. He stretched his fists, and a burst of immense power erupted, making his combat prowess significantly stronger, several times over. Come. Ira smiled gently and called Denny to her side. Denny leaped up and came beside her. Let me introduce everyone. This is my recently recruited disciple, named Denny. Ava formally introduced Denny to all present. Hello, everyone. Denny waved with a smile. Whoosh. Ira raised her hand, releasing a dazzling light that shot out, transforming the vast plaza into numerous floating platforms. If anyone wishes to spar or challenge each other, they can do so on these platforms. There were far too many geniuses present. Challenging them one by one would be incredibly time-consuming for Denny. Ava couldn't let these young geniuses wait idly, so she created multiple arenas for them to engage in battles as well. They can't come for nothing. I will reward the victors. Ira smiled and promised that any being who won on the platform would receive a reward from her. The more consecutive victories, the richer the rewards. Ava added, hoping to encourage these geniuses to challenge Denny. Whoosh! Radiant beams of light swirled around as she displayed countless astonishing treasures in the air. 1,000-year-old precious medicinal herbs, extremely high-grade pills, immensely powerful dermic weapons, and various astonishing mystical techniques. Her collection was indeed extraordinary and superior, surpassing even the resources of holy lands. Many geniuses looked at the treasures with wide-eyed excitement and eagerness. Even the middle-aged and essayiously strong ones were inwardly stirred by what they saw. Is he really that important? Does he deserve such cultivation from you? Hirsch's eyes flickered, surprised by Ira's willingness to offer such substantial rewards. He is worth every effort to cultivate. Ira didn't elaborate further, speaking only those few words. Augustin, Steve, and other beings who had touched the Tiger Realm were astonished. They hadn't expected Ira to value Denny so highly. They scrutinized Denny again, trying to understand why he was so special. However, they failed. Some force blocked their probing. Why so mysterious? Hirsch looked at Ira. The force blocking their probes came from her arrangements on Denny. I don't want others to see through my disciple. Ira smiled lightly. Ava had set up protections on Denny to prevent others from recognizing that he wasn't from this current era. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't notice this detail, but beings like Hirsch would undoubtedly detect it. Ava didn't want trouble for Denny and aimed to keep things peaceful during his development. You cannot retreat until death. If you wish to win, you must defeat him entirely. Her voice filled with sanctity, she declared, winning against him will earn you even greater rewards. To the death? He must die for the match to end? Many beings were taken aback. What kind of master was this, insisting Denny fight to the death? Denny was also stunned. Wasn't this a bit harsh? He couldn't even admit defeat? It's only when heavy expectations are placed upon someone that such strictness is required. Zoran said enviously. He knew Ira genuinely valued Denny, hence setting such stringent rules. Only under life and death situations could true growth occur and self-breakthroughs be achieved. Ira truly wanted Denny to excel. Do I have to participate? Denny smiled bitterly. This wasn't his era. The ancient geniuses were terrifyingly strong, and he had no confidence in maintaining consecutive victories. No. Ira waved her hand, and a force lifted Denny onto one of the platforms. Then, she turned to Raquel, saying, begin. Ava wanted Denny to develop, not die. Ava had already arranged suitable opponents for him, ensuring he wouldn't face supreme geniuses like Xiring Ting right away. Sure. Raquel nodded and pulled out a list agreed upon with Ira. Russell. Ava read the first name on the list. I'm here. A youth leaped from the crowd onto the platform where Denny stood. Russell came from the Holy Clan. Though not top-tier powerful, he was still formidable, having reached the Dao-severing realm. Once on the platform, an array of order laws immediately suppressed Russell's realm, leveling him with Denny. No use of external forces. Begin. Raquel stated succinctly. Upon hearing this, Russell felt slightly relieved. He had been worried about an unrestricted battle, which would have put him at a disadvantage due to Denny's mastery of the earth fire golden flame. Come. Denny shouted, his eyes shooting out startling beams. Being on equal footing gave him confidence. He believed in his supremacy among peers. Russell didn't take Denny lightly. To be Ira's disciple and receive such lavish cultivation meant Denny was far from ordinary. He unleashed his full power immediately, bombarding Denny with terrifying force. Everyone please. Ira invited Steve and other supreme beings to sit down, serving them tea while they watched the battles. Meanwhile, other platforms also hosted battles as various beings engaged in sparring matches. Chapter 573, Master Jasper. All creatures who participate in the competition and win can receive rewards. These rewards are not only abundant, but also very tempting, with many creatures longing to obtain them. Battles on the platforms were astonishing, one after another. Except for the platform where Denny was, there were no restrictions on realms for other platforms. The battling creatures on the platforms were all of the same rank, with no cross-realm battles taking place. Although May did not explicitly forbid higher realm entities from fighting lower realm entities, they all had a clear sense of self-awareness. Engaging in such a fight would render it meaningless, and May certainly wouldn't award prizes to victors under such circumstances. Additionally, none of them were so beneath themselves as to do that, given their complex backgrounds and identities. How powerful! He truly has skills. Despite numerous battles taking place on the platforms, most creatures' attention was focused on Denny's fight. Denny displayed extraordinary strength, fiercely attacking Russell and quickly knocking him off the platform. Russell was, after all, a high realm cultivator. Even though his realm was suppressed, he was still stronger than most void realm cultivators. Desmond, Denny defeated him with just one punch, which was indeed astonishing. The refining ruler is truly formidable. Denny couldn't help but marvel at this overwhelming power that even surprised himself. Russell's inability to withstand one punch wasn't because he was weak. In fact, Russell was exceptionally strong. If placed in Denny's world, he could sweep through many peers. But Denny had undergone training with the refining ruler, hence his current formidable strength, delivering a blow that sent Russell off the platform. Without that experience, Denny knew he wouldn't have been able to do this. Zaire-ji. Jeanette called out the next name. Ava had already informed the top 10 names on the list to prepare themselves. Zaire-ji stepped onto the platform, his realm also being suppressed. His expression was grave, knowing well that Denny was a tough opponent, leaving him without much confidence. Boom. The sounds of explosions filled the air. Zaire-ji attacked first, extremely cautiously using a powerful spell to assault forward. Denny remained calm, hiding his true strength. As he moved forward step by step, his body radiated an aura of treasure-like brilliance, a result of his immense physical prowess. Zaire-ji's attacks were utterly ineffective against Denny's invincible physical might. Go notify the next 10 names, said May, surprised at Denny's overwhelming strength. Ava hadn't expected Denny to be so powerful. Initially, she thought the top 10 would give him a challenge. Now it seemed unlikely. Bang! Pure physical power alone made Denny incredibly formidable. He moved impossibly fast, instantly reaching Zaire-ji and sending him crashing off the platform with a single punch. The third challenger was not a human prodigy but a non-human one with exceptional individual combat skills. Unfortunately, he too fell short, unable to withstand Denny's punch, and ended up knocked off the platform. It seems this reward isn't easy to get. Who would have thought? Witnessing 3 battles, many creatures realized Denny was not someone to be taken lightly. With each battle, Denny handled his opponents effortlessly. After 10 battles, Denny encountered more challenging opponents, marking a significant shift in strength compared to earlier rounds. Roar! A ferocious beast with a brilliant golden hue roared, blood-colored chi rising into the sky. Its massive form, akin to a small mountain, collapsed space with its claws, causing continuous explosions. Denny engaged the beast with a punch, forcing him several steps back. Hemph! He frowned. Die! The beast snarled, swiftly advancing without giving Denny a chance to catch his breath, aiming to finish him off. It opened its huge mouth, biting down toward Denny while the surrounding order rules trapped Denny's position, leaving him with no escape. Don't overthink it. Denny remained calm, forming a sword seal. Sword light shone through the heavens, instantly decapitating the beast. I surrender! The beast yelled, reattaching its severed head before any further damage could occur to its core. 30 matches? May looked at Denny, her gaze flickering with surprise. Ava originally planned to let Denny rest after 20 matches and continue the next day. 20 matches were supposed to be Denny's limit. But this is indeed troublesome. Ava shook her head slightly. Denny's strength was enigmatic. Even she couldn't fully gauge his capabilities, making accurate predictions difficult. The arranged lineup started too low. That's fine. We'll just waste some time. Ava didn't change the sequence of challengers, fearing that too abrupt an increase in difficulty might overwhelm Denny, risking his defeat. Continue. Ava instructed Jeanette to proceed with arrangements. Denny continued to dominate, overcoming match after match until he reached his 30th round. Court. How much of a difference is this? When Jeanette announced the next contestant, many eyes widened. Court was a renowned figure among their peers. This will be exciting. Court ascended the platform, radiating auspicious light. He resembled a fallen immortal, graceful and elegant, with an outstanding and transcendent aura. Brother Taoist, please. He remained composed and confident, inviting Denny to make the first move. Unlike previous opponents who initiated attacks immediately, Court showcased greater strength simply by letting Denny strike first. Come. Denny didn't say much, directly stepping through space to reach Court, launching a punch straight towards his forehead. Don't be so violent. Court laughed, astonishingly grasping Denny's fist midair, blocking the attack. Denny's speed through space was incomprehensibly fast, yet Court accurately intercepted his movement, proving his strength. Moreover, Denny's force was overwhelmingly powerful, yet Court managed to hold onto his fist, blocking the punch, an achievement that drew collective gasps from the crowd. Chapter 574, A Perverted Era. Bolivar? Denny furrowed his brows, and the hand that was held tightened its fist, attempting to shake off Court's grip. However, he failed. The power hidden in Court's palm was unbelievably astonishing. Bang! Court's other hand shot out, a horrifying force surged, along with powerful order laws manifesting, striking onto Denny's body. Suddenly, Denny felt as if his whole body was about to split apart, with internal energy wildly surging, and his body flew backward, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood spilling out directly. Is this going to end so soon? Court chuckled lightly and said, it wasn't much of a challenge. He pointed, and a terrifying crimson beam shot out, heading straight towards Denny. This was not an ordinary point, but an extremely powerful and fearsome spell named Shintian Finger, under which many powerful individuals had met their demise. Too fast. Just as Denny saw Court raise his finger, the terrifying crimson beam had already blasted into him. He didn't have time to react. The beam instantly pierced through his body, leaving a huge hole, blood gushing out. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he slightly shifted his body, and the beam only penetrated his left shoulder instead of his heart. This was a battle destined to end with his death. Court's attack was deadly from the start, targeting his heart with the xuanhuan finger. Had he not slightly moved at the critical moment, his heart would undoubtedly have been pierced through. The prodigies of the ancient era were truly astounding and bizarre. Why should it be like this? Denny encountered such enormous threats. Creatures stronger than Court were abundant here, and in his era, he was almost peerless at his level. But here, he was far from being competent, the disparity significant. Didn't die? Alright, you still have some skills. Denny actually dodged, somewhat surprising Court. In Court's imagination, this one finger should have taken Denny's life. Unfortunately, he did not succeed. However, he didn't mind too much. The fight was just beginning after all, nothing major yet. He attacked again, using the xuanhuan finger once more, one crimson beam after another shooting out, bombarding Denny. Do you really think I'm easy to kill? Denny roared coldly, instantly opening crucial acupoints on his body, linking them together. Instantly, radiant light erupted from his body, healing his previously pierced left shoulder in the blink of an eye. With his corporeal strength fully activated, he became undoubtedly very terrifying and powerful, with his body's self-healing ability reaching an astonishing level, wounds instantly mending. Boom, boom, boom. He continuously unleashed punches, embodying the core essence of the heavenly lane fist, breaking one crimson beam after another. What kind of constitution is this? Court's expression changed. Denny's self-healing ability was too bizarre, something he never expected. Whoosh! He unfolded a powerful supernatural artistry, revealing a massive five-colored millstone, slowly spinning, grinding down all the power Denny unleashed. Five-colored light shone brilliantly, making the five-colored millstone even more dazzling. Despite its slow rotation, it contained exalted order laws. Undoubtedly, this was a highly graded grand spell. I will slay you. Court's face was cold as he formed a long saber from within his body, then struck towards Denny with it. He no longer wanted delays, fearing accidents, aiming to finish off Denny as quickly as possible. The five-colored millstone floated before him, rendering any attack by Denny useless, all being ground to dust. With such a five-colored millstone around, defeating Court would be even harder. Whoosh! The long saber emitted terrifying light. Court slashed with lethal intent, Denny blocking with his fists but failing, the fist splitting open, blood streaming. Denny swiftly retreated, pulling away from Court. It's still this millstone. Denny's expression was grim. With the acupoints connected, his physical strength undoubtedly reached a bizarre and astonishing state. In such a state, his physical defense wouldn't be easily breached. As he said, the key was still the five-colored millstone. When approaching Court, the five-colored millstone rotated, reducing a large portion of his physical strength, weakening his defensive power. Whoosh! Court wielded the long saber once more, slashing horizontally, nearly severing Denny's arm, bones exposed. Denny quickly opened up a void, traversing it, pulling away from Court. The five-colored millstone must be dealt with first. Denny's eyes flashed with determination. The five-colored millstone was indeed too perverted. Any force, whether Tao or corporeal, would be annihilated by it. If he couldn't solve the five-colored millstone first, there was no way he could defeat Court. Roar! A resounding dragon roar erupted as Denny spat out a dragon breath, blasting towards the five-colored millstone. This was a higher-level secret art from the Heavenly Lane treasure art, surpassing the Heavenly Lane fist. However, when the dragon breath hit the five-colored millstone, its power was also ground to dust. Spurt! Blood splattered. A huge wound appeared on Denny's chest, bleeding profusely, as Court, who hadn't idled during the attack, slashed with the long saber across his chest. Lair! Denny shouted, disregarding his injuries, combining the power of the Heavenly Lane treasure art and the White Tiger sacred art, charging forward. Moreover, he quickly cast the first two forms of Cabin 9 forms, Earth Annihilation and Heaven Slaughter. Desmond, the five-colored millstone was truly extreme, seemingly able to grind everything in the world. Both the layered powers and the sword forms were annihilated once more. Spurt! 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 Court's attacks landed on him again, adding new wounds, his entire body bleeding non-stop, almost becoming a bloody figure. Just how bizarre is this era? Denny sighed profoundly. How could this be? He was already struggling, the ancient era indeed terrifying. Its renowned prodigies incredibly outstanding and unparalleled talents. The gap was too great, they weren't on the same level at all. Court remained unscathed, while he was already riddled with injuries. Chapter 575. Astonishing Willpower. The five-colored millstone emitted a brilliant light, capable of erasing all forces, its power too overwhelming. Young Master Jasper was entirely unbeatable. Boom. Young Master Jasper's entire body glowed, powerful strength radiating outwards. He did not give Denny any chance and charged in fiercely once more, determined to completely finish off Denny. Why must we fight to the death? Desiree's heart clenched, her face full of anxiety. Immortal May was too severe on Denny. This battle would only end with Denny's death. Young Master Jasper attacked mercilessly, Denny's situation worsening by the moment. Ava worried Denny wouldn't endure and would die at the hands of young Master Jasper. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Blood sprayed as Denny coughed up mouthfuls of crimson blood. Young Master Jasper used the five-colored millstone to counter Denny's attacks while launching vicious assaults on him. The situation was highly unfavorable for Denny, and if this continued, he was destined to die at young Master Jasper's hand. Whether this is your fortune or misfortune remains to be seen. Young Master Jasper's expression was calm. Enough. This ends now. It's time for it all to conclude. Becoming immortal May's disciple should have been an immense honor, but alas, her severity in setting up such a one-sided life-or-death match turned this blessing into a curse. He formed hand seals and summoned an even more powerful mystic art. Threads of fiery brilliance shot out, causing the void within the arena to rumble. A terrifying surge of power spread throughout. This mystic art was evidently far more ferocious and terrifying than previous attacks, exceeding in strength several-fold. Just as young Master Jasper said, he unleashed a lethal strike, intending to end everything. You think too much. Denny spoke despite his dire state, yet his eyes remained brightly lit, not losing any luster. He launched his killing move, forming the sword seal, a third posture from the 9-posture sword seal, a single sword cleaving through the sun and moon. This sword technique was extraordinarily terrifying and radiant, its brilliance mesmerizing. This was the sword seal he had comprehended in recent times. During this period, his cultivation realm had advanced rapidly, and he hadn't ceased practicing various mystic arts he mastered. With the dramatic increase in strength, his comprehension of these mystic arts reached new heights, uncovering deeper meanings. Is this the ancient invincible Cavan's technique? So powerful. No wonder it's called the most formidable sword technique of antiquity. Countless beings stared wide-eyed, recognizing the sword seal Denny displayed. The Cavan was an invincible figure in ancient times. The sword techniques he created were acclaimed as the first sword techniques of antiquity, supreme in intent and might. Bang! The 5-colored millstone exploded, severed by one sword stroke. Young Master Jasper's face changed drastically, never expecting Denny to wield such a remarkable sword technique. Even the formidable mystic art he unleashed could not withstand this sword. His mystic art was shattered, and the sword beam slashed towards him. Had he not dodged swiftly, he would have been cut in half. Still, he suffered a severe blow, losing an arm. You deserve to die. Young Master Jasper roared furiously, unleashing even greater power. Being disarmed infuriated him beyond measure. Without the millstone, what makes you so cocky in front of me? Denny barked, advancing undaunted, clashing intensely with young Master Jasper. Earlier, he was overpowered, crushed by young Master Jasper, all due to the 5-colored millstone eroding his strength. Now, having destroyed the millstone, his strength would no longer be diminished, immediately reducing young Master Jasper's threat. It couldn't be denied that young Master Jasper was astonishing. The 5-colored millstone he summoned was exceptionally formidable. If not for continuously eroding its power, even using the 3rd posture of the sword seal wouldn't have destroyed it. Bang, bang, bang. They collided repeatedly, each becoming fiercer. Young Master Jasper's eyes flickered with astonishment. Although he had battered Denny severely, why was Denny still fighting so fiercely? Covered in wounds, blood streaming down his body, Denny's momentum was astonishing, showing no signs of weakening. This was Denny, becoming stronger in battle, never giving up, believing in hope. Through trials and tribulations, Denny relied on his unwavering will to reach this point. If not for this mindset, Denny would have long since died. In fact, this wasn't even Denny's true strength. He hadn't yet employed the Tinsleo Bolivarong technique, which could harness surrounding elemental forces, increasing his power manyfold. Given the potent essence of the ancient era, Denny's borrowed force would be even more formidable if he used the Tinsleo Bolivarong technique. He didn't use it because young Master Jasper hadn't pushed him to that point. Pooh! Blood spurted as young Master Jasper was wounded. Without the millstone eroding his power, Denny inflicted a serious injury. Soon, young Master Jasper fell back, overwhelmed by Denny, becoming passive and greatly weakened. How did the tables turn? It's all about mindset. The audience's eyes gleamed, astonished by the swift change. They saw clearly that Denny's dominance stemmed from his unyielding mental fortitude. Covered in injuries and blood, how could Denny maintain peak condition and vigor? It was impossible. He relied purely on astonishing willpower. Now it was clear who was truly formidable. Young Master Jasper persisted, but his resolve wasn't as strong. His explosive power was insufficient, leading to his suppression by Denny. Ultimately, Denny punched young Master Jasper off the stage, claiming victory. He has a reason to be immortal May's disciple. Indeed, nearly half dead, yet maintaining such robust energy and combat prowess. Remarkable indeed. Many were amazed. They had underestimated Denny. He was even more impressive than they imagined. With just this astonishing willpower, Denny could surpass many prodigies. Ordinary beings couldn't possess such incredible willpower. On the platform, Denny quickly sat cross-legged, activating the Tao Sutra to heal himself. Unsure if he faced another battle next, it was wise to heal as quickly as possible. Chapter 576. No time given. Latoya, should we continue? Jeanette asked hesitantly. The battle between Denny and Jasper was too brutal. Could Denny secure another victory? After all, the entity set to challenge him next was even stronger than Jasper. Ava worried that Denny might not be able to handle it, and would die on the platform. Continue, May said. Start now? Jeanette asked again. Denny's injuries were severe. If they continued immediately, he wouldn't have any time to heal. No further questions needed. Begin the next battle right after this one ends. Conclude after the 40th round, May replied. Aren't you being too harsh on him? Montague frowned, saying, 9 more battles remain until the 40th. Without time to heal, can he hold on? He understood that everything Cassie did was to toughen up Denny, not genuinely aiming to kill him. If she truly wanted Denny dead, it would have been much simpler without such elaborate measures. However, doubts still lingered in his mind. The upcoming 9 battles would become increasingly terrifying. Without time to recover, Denny's condition would deteriorate further, and he doubted Denny could endure. It's a bit too much. Chavi shook his head with skepticism. Facing life and death is essential for growth. but it needs limits. Excessive pressure can backfire. He didn't believe Denny could survive the next 9 rounds. In his view, continuing would inevitably lead to Denny's death. I don't think that's all he can do, May smiled. Montague didn't know that Denny wasn't from this era, but she was very clear about it. Ava didn't believe this was Denny's limit, though she acknowledged it was extremely dangerous for him to keep fighting without healing. Especially under these circumstances. However, she trusted nothing bad would happen. Ava believed Denny would grow stronger under immense pressure. Traveling back from the future was unprecedented. Denny was an anomaly, beyond conventional understanding. Moreover, she wasn't worried about Denny being truly killed. The platform had been prepared by her beforehand. Even if Denny died, his soul would be gathered here, preventing his complete demise. Her aim was for Denny to reach his true limit, confronting real life and death. Only in such extreme conditions could Denny truly break through and achieve significant improvement. Of course, this preparation was very subtle. Even powerful beings like Montague couldn't detect it. That was exactly her desired effect. Any exposure would prevent Denny from experiencing the true extremes of life and death. Even Jeanette wasn't informed, out of concern she might divulge the secret. Roar. A roar echoed as a bloodthirsty beast leaped onto the platform. Denny hurriedly stopped meditating to face this new opponent. So cruel? Denny hadn't expected Cassie to deny him healing time. The Tao Jeremiah had extraordinary healing properties, combined with his robust physique, which allowed quick recovery. But even so, it required time. Now, he hadn't healed half his injuries yet, let alone fully recovered. For him, this situation was undoubtedly dire. The beast before him was clearly stronger than Jasper, radiating intimidating and formidable energy. Heh, I didn't want to fight either, but I have no choice. My name was called. The beast shook its head and didn't rush into attacking. With Denny's weakened state, there was no need to rush. A beaten-down Denny was certainly no match for it. Swish. Denny summoned his strength, radiating intense light. The beast's arrival left him no retreat. If he failed to defeat it, he would be killed. Fight! He roared, performing the Heaven-Lane Fist. The power was awe-inspiring, the dragon figure massive, charging forward. The beast avoided Denny's attack instead of confronting it directly. Killing you like this would tarnish my reputation. Go ahead, attack as you please. I won't retaliate. Once your strength is depleted, I'll finish you off. The beast calmly stated. A nearly dead man wasn't worth killing. It offered Denny a chance to attack freely. Denny remained silent, his expression cold. Regardless of the beast's attitude, he only wanted to defeat it and win the battle. However, his condition was indeed terrible. While appearing aggressive, it was just a show of strength. Boom, boom, boom. He attacked aggressively, trying to end the battle quickly. But the beast continuously evaded, making things worse for Denny. This consumption was too high, and his weakened state couldn't bear it. His momentum started fading despite his best efforts. He was still too injured. The beast kept avoiding direct confrontation, wearing him down further. In truth, the beast didn't need to do this. Denny's momentum was weak, and if it launched a strong attack now, Denny would likely succumb. But as it said, it saw no point in attacking such a weakened Denny. Even the strongest will cannot last forever. Holding on with such injuries, he's already done remarkably well. Alas, this might be his final battle. Many entities shook their heads. Denny's aura was like a flickering candle, collapsing at any moment even without attacks. This battle's outcome was inevitable. Denny was destined to die. What kind of master wants their disciple dead? Desiree clenched her teeth, filled with resentment towards Cassie. Why not give Denny time to heal? This wasn't training. It was pushing Denny to the brink. So sad. He is indeed pitiful. Kathleen remarked compassionately. Though she disliked Denny, she sympathized with his predicament. Don't judge by appearances. Xiring Ting shook his head. Tinsley, why you're too naive. Think carefully. Would Cassie really let him die? If so, there would be no such elaborate setup. Chapter 577. Utterly stupid. Michael was meticulous in her thinking and did not believe that Immortal May truly wanted Denny to die. The sacrifices Immortal May had made for Denny were too great. On the other side, Denny plopped down on the ground. Running around for nothing? No more fighting, he shouted angrily. The fierce beast was extremely powerful by nature, and even with his all-out effort, Denny wasn't sure if he could injure it, let alone given his current terrible state. His strength was almost depleted, and he knew he couldn't continue chasing like this. He also decided not to pursue further and see what the fierce beast would do next. Meanwhile, he wasn't idle either. He quickly channeled the Tao scriptures to heal and replenish his strength. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Fine, I'll give you a chance, so go ahead and heal yourself properly, the fierce beast said calmly, still showing no intention of attacking. It saw Denny healing himself and felt disdainful about killing such a weakened Denny. It wanted Denny to recover to peak condition before engaging him again. It was very confident in its own abilities, even though Denny had displayed astonishing willpower during the battle with Scholar Jasper. Still, it remained very confident in itself. Stupid pig, dumb pig, overconfident fool. Pierre cursed bitterly from a distance. This fierce beast was simply an utter fool. Clearly, it had missed a golden opportunity to win easily and instead chose to make things harder for itself. He had never been in such a predicament, and now, due to Denny, he hated Denny deeply, wishing for his demise. Desmond, this fierce beast was so incompetent that it even gave Denny time to heal. He didn't get the chance to heal with his master around, but you are giving him one? Haha, are you going to surpass Immortal May? Pierre ridiculed the fierce beast and continued. You're utterly stupid. There's no doubt that Denny isn't simple and won't be easy to deal with. Otherwise, why would Immortal May deny Denny any chance to heal? That's just too unintelligent. He didn't believe that Immortal May truly intended for Denny to die. If she wanted Denny dead, she wouldn't need to go through such lengths. The most reasonable explanation was that Immortal May recognized Denny's incredible and abnormal resilience, having absolute confidence that Denny could endure until the end without healing. Unfortunately, this fierce beast was overconfident and did not consider these factors, allowing Denny to heal freely. Zap zap zap. Beams of radiant light shot out from Denny's body repeatedly. He was truly remarkable, his aura and energy steadily rising as his condition rapidly recovered. The various beings watching were astounded. What insane healing ability, he's already half recovered. So intense, faster than refining healing elixirs. Many creatures stared blankly. They had never seen such a bizarre recovery speed. Not even the gods with extremely fast healing abilities could match it. On the platform, the fierce beast also showed surprise at this sight. A bad feeling crept into its heart. Did it make a mistake? Should it have allowed Denny to heal? However, it had already declared its intentions and couldn't possibly interrupt Denny now. If it did, it would lose face terribly, slapping itself silly. So, it could only watch helplessly as Denny gradually recovered. Why should I fear him? Even at full strength, he is no match for me. It glared coldly, believing in itself and encouraging itself mentally. Soon enough, Denny rose enveloped in radiant light, fully recovered and reaching his peak condition, his vitality and energy incredibly vibrant and formidable. He stretched his fists, instantly emanating terrifying waves of power. The previous battle with Scholar Jasper had greatly benefited him. After healing, all aspects of his power had significantly improved. Come, Denny grinned, showing off his white teeth. With a leap, he surged forward with terrifying momentum, akin to a humanoid fierce beast, striking towards the other beast with extreme ferocity. Roar! The fierce beast roared, eyes filled with vicious intent. This time, it didn't dodge but charged straight towards Denny. A loud crash echoed as they collided, causing massive disturbances and terrifying shockwaves spreading out, engulfing them in brilliant light. Boom! The fierce beast staggered backward, its internal energy raging intensely. Denny's strength exceeded its expectations, and it found itself at a disadvantage, being forced back. Continue. Denny stepped forward, instantly closing the gap between them, engaging the fierce beast in close combat. He activated acupoints within his body, pushing his physical strength to the extreme while performing heavenly body fist, hammering relentlessly at the fierce beast. The fierce beast, filled with confidence in its physical prowess, thought highly of its own strength, especially compared to other races. Compared to humans, the fierce beasts undoubtedly possessed far superior physical strength. Bolivarmans were widely regarded as the weakest race in terms of physical might. But under Denny's relentless assault with heavenly body fist, its expression grew increasingly grim. It had severely underestimated Denny. Denny's physical strength was terrifying and surpassed its own. Denny was pushing it back step by step, leaving deep wounds on its body, blood gushing forth. This was the benefit of undergoing hardships. If Denny hadn't battled Scholar Jasper, he wouldn't have achieved this. After that battle, all aspects of Denny's strength, including his physical might, had greatly increased. Now, his physical strength had surpassed this fierce beast. Roar! The fierce beast growled low, reluctantly pulling away from Denny, afraid of engaging him in close combat any longer. If it continued, it would surely be defeated by Denny, who excelled in physical strength. You asked for it, boasting when you were sure to win but ended up in this disadvantaged position. Truly self-inflicted suffering. All living creatures viewed the fierce beast with disdain. It was too arrogant, giving Denny a chance and now finding itself in a difficult situation. Boom boom boom. The fierce beast roared loudly, unleashing its lineage powers, releasing wave after wave of terrifying force, assaulting Denny fiercely. Denny remained fearless, using compounded strength, the Celestial Lane Treasure technique and White Tiger Saint technique combined, pushing forward to clash with the fierce beast's lineage powers. Admittedly, this fierce beast was indeed astonishing and abnormal. Denny's compounded strength failed to break through the beast's lineage powers. Instead, Denny was blasted away, spitting out mouthfuls of bright red blood. The fierce beast, eyes gleaming with viciousness, dared not give Denny another chance. It unleashed its power once more, charging forward to strike. Translation note: the text structure has been carefully followed, including paragraphs and line breaks. Pinyin names are maintained accurately. Chapter 578. Flesh Body Breakthrough First. The pride of the primordial era was indeed not to be underestimated. After 30 rounds, there was a qualitative change. Denny, who had been invincible at his level in the present world and even across levels, began suffering consecutive setbacks and severe injuries. If the sentient beings of this age saw this, they would absolutely find it incredible. Denny's reputation in this era was simply too formidable. The ferocious beast roared, its blood surging like waves as it pushed its bloodline power to the extreme. It aimed to utterly kill Denny. Why didn't you think of this sooner? Now you know how to fight fiercely? All the living beings shook their heads. There were such good opportunities earlier, yet the beast did not cherish them and insisted on putting on airs. Now that it has faced embarrassment and hardship, it knows how to fight fiercely. Denny was thoroughly beaten, blood splattering all over, flesh flying around. How astonishing was he? Studying the Tao scriptures and tempering his physical body, he sought to refine every realm to its peak. Even so, there was still a gap between him and the elite of the ancient era. This gap wasn't about talent, but because of the difference in eras. The environment in this era was too poor and cultivation resources too low grade. If Denny had been born in the ancient era instead of now, he would certainly not be like this. With his talent, he could definitely match the supreme elites like Michael. He was thoroughly beaten, his state pitiful, blood flowing over his body again. However, the light in his eyes remained bright and dazzling, without any dullness. He still hadn't used the small wilderness technique, firmly believing he was not just limited to this. He also wanted to unlock his latent potential through this battle with the ferocious beast. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions echoed continuously. The beast attacked repeatedly with devastating moves, aiming to take Denny's life. Denny swayed, being battered into a worse shape but still holding firm. Even the ferocious beast was startled by Denny, wondering what kind of monstrous willpower allowed him to persist so consistently. Die for me. The beast roared, a claw coming down with order rule surging. Runes forming a sea, power overwhelming. Denny was knocked flat, multiple bones breaking inside him, but he still struggled to stand up, the light in his eyes remaining bright and dazzling. What a truly outstanding disciple. Roberto sighed, saying, with such astounding willpower, why worry about him not reaching the peak? In cultivation, talent is extremely important, but this indomitable belief not to give up is even more crucial. Wrong. Insight is the most important in cultivation. If one can reach the peak just relying on an indomitable spirit, there would be far too many at the peak. Hirsch shook his head, saying, to elevate one's major realm often depends on this insight. Without it, no matter how long one lives, breakthroughs may never come. I don't mean to cause misunderstanding. Did I say he lacked insight? Roberto said, which of the techniques he uses is ordinary? Which doesn't require profound insight? His insight matches his willpower in astonishing ways. Can the 9 stances sword technique, the supreme sword technique of the upper antiquity, be so easily mastered? Even an extremely talented elite might not achieve it. Denny, merely at the void passage realm, had grasped the essence of 3 stances, something even Roberto admired. He couldn't help but recognize Denny's talent. Marnie has great discernment. To have taken on such a disciple, his future achievements are boundless beyond imagination. Yusef looked at Marnie enviously, recognizing Denny highly. Zyrique Roberto. He believed that if nothing unexpected happened, Denny would definitely reach the peak in the future. Over and over again, Denny was knocked down, only to surprisingly stand back up. Many watching were left speechless. How monstrous was this? Replacing them, they would have been completely incapacitated, unable to rise again. The ferocious beast grew increasingly panicked, unable to defeat Denny. Unease crept into its heart, rapidly increasing. Denny, with numerous key acupoints activated, possessed an incredibly strong physical body. Even the mighty ferocious beast couldn't fully extinguish it. By the end, it was exhausted, its strength greatly reduced compared to its early ferocity. Denny's face was pale, his breathing weak, but he remained fierce, using the void to approach the ferocious beast and punch it off the platform. Raquel followed Marnie's instructions and immediately called the next contestant to challenge Denny. It was a heavenly proud from another race, with lush fur covering its body, eyes blood red with no pupils, and its face covered in scales. Learning from the ferocious beast's lesson, it did not underestimate Denny and launched a fierce attack from the start, fearing Denny's astounding willpower. With a loud puff, Denny was blasted away, spitting out a mouthful of blood, seemingly almost vomiting internal organs. His condition was at its worst. The alien race's claws, sharp as daggers, reached towards Denny's head. Denny's consciousness was blurred, injured heavily. Desmond, instinctively, he avoided this lethal grab. His head escaped the claws of the alien race. However, half his body was caught by the alien race and ripped open, revealing his internal organs. Quite horrifying. There can't possibly be any more surprises. If he doesn't die now, it would defy all reason. Many living beings shook their heads, believing Denny wouldn't survive. His condition was truly too bad. Even Raquel frowned, feeling Denny was in grave danger this time. Although she hated Denny for tricking her earlier, she didn't want Denny dead. Ava glanced at Marnie, hoping she would stop the fight. But ultimately, she kept quiet. Having always been with Marnie, she knew her character well. Once Marnie made up her mind, it wouldn't change. Marnie's expression remained extremely calm, with no intention to stop the fight. Ava clearly knew that even if she pleaded, it would be futile. Suddenly, just then, a sudden change occurred. Denny's remaining half-body started glowing, as if undergoing some kind of ascension. The fallen half-body's flesh also shone with intense light. After countless life and death trials, his flesh body finally broke through, enhancing first. Another vital human acupoint was opened, and his physical strength instantly skyrocketed. His internal organs turned golden, his blood flowed with vitality, and his heart beat powerfully. People could clearly hear the forceful beating of Denny's heart. The other half-body's flesh quickly flew back to his body, fusing together. Covered in radiant light, he seemed like a divine sun, blinding to look at directly. Chapter 579, Guidance and Instruction. No. On the battlefield, the extraordinary genius of another race shouted coldly, unleashing all his strength. The terrifying power swept across the entire platform, bombarding directly towards Carlo. He knew that Carlo had broken through, and he did not want to let Carlo succeed. Because he was very clear that once Carlo truly broke through, Carlo would be extremely difficult to deal with, and there was a high possibility that he might lose to Carlo. However, the terrifying force he unleashed crumbled instantly upon hitting Carlo, and could not harm him at all. The bright radiance emanating from Carlo's body was frightening and intimidating. It couldn't be penetrated. His face turned deathly pale as he couldn't believe this reality. He struck out again with powerful arcane skills, attempting to break through Carlo's defensive barrier. Unfortunately, no matter how he attacked, he couldn't penetrate Carlo's defense. All he could do was watch as Carlo gradually advanced and broke through. Strand after strand of radiant light bloomed from Carlo's body as he activated critical acupoints within his body. The wounds on his body rapidly healed, and his skin turned into a faint gold, appearing exceptionally astonishing. Finally, the radiance receded. Everything returned to tranquility, and Carlo's skin color returned to normal. His clothes were torn, exposing large patches of smooth and fair skin like that of a newborn baby. Carlo stepped forward, his face calm and his aura restrained, looking harmless. In reality, he was immensely powerful, each step causing the platform to shake violently. The extraordinary genius of the alien race looked grim, slapping out a palm that unleashed boundless power. However, Carlo passed through layer after layer of the fearsome force unscathed. What kind of physical body is this? Too monstrous. Many living beings cried out in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Could human bodies really be so strong? Even Cole's eyes involuntarily flashed with unusual light. Carlo's displayed physical strength was comparable to the descendants of his lineage. Boom, boom, boom. The extraordinary genius of the alien race relentlessly launched powerful attacks. Every blow was terrifying and formidable enough to split mountains and shatter rocks. Yet when they hit Carlo, they were like gentle showers causing no harm at all. Carlo walked step by step closer to the alien genius. Then, he punched with a force that resembled a flood breaking its banks, toppling the alien genius off the platform. Half of his body was blown apart, and blood mist rose. He was too strong, with an unparalleled physical body that was nearly impenetrable. This rogue is so monstrous? Carlo's mouth formed an O shape, filled with astonishment. Ava never imagined that Carlo after his breakthrough would be so terrifying. Swish. Another human genius was called out, leaping onto the platform to fight Carlo. However, he also failed, unable to penetrate Carlo's defenses, and was forcefully thrown off the platform. The situation changed dramatically as Carlo won victory after victory, advancing to the 39th battle. This opponent was a divine race genius, dazzling and brilliant, incredibly handsome, with shocking divine powers, placing immense pressure on Carlo. The divine race, favored by heaven, was perfect in every way, a truly supreme race. Bang! Carlo's figure wavered, and pain reappeared. Against this divine genius, his body could not fully withstand the assault, partially because this divine genius was strong, and partially due to the significant depletion Carlo experienced after multiple battles. His physical body no longer retained its initial level of monstrosity and power. They clashed fiercely, exchanging over 100 blows in mere moments. The divine genius displayed an extraordinary phenomenon. A blazing sun hovered in the sky, impacting Carlo, making him feel burning hot and very uncomfortable. Swish! The divine genius took a step, moving at an alarming speed faster than Carlo crossing the void. His palm descended, radiating boundless divine light and immense divine power. Carlo raised his fist to block, but the red sun hovering in the sky exerted significant suppression on him, hindering his peak performance. This was the terror of the red sun phenomenon summoned by the divine genius. He was pushed back, his internal energy swirling wildly. His entire body trembled, and the fist that collided with the divine genius hurt intensely, with blood trickling down. But the divine genius fared no better. His hands suffered fractures, fingers dangling lifelessly. He was shocked, never expecting this outcome. Under the coverage of the red sun phenomenon, how could Carlo still be so monstrous and powerful? He had truly met his match, something unprecedented for him. Flash, flash, flash. Divine light blazed brilliantly as he manifested divine abilities, casting divine techniques, his body quickly growing larger. His eyes widened, and 2 lightning bolts shot down, embodying the force of creation and destruction, extremely terrifying. Carlo performed the celestial body fist, which looked like an ordinary person swinging their fists but contained extremely shocking power. The 2 descending lightning bolts exploded instantly under his punches. What kind of punch is this? It contains no Tao or law yet is extremely terrifying and powerful. Never heard of such a boxing technique before. Many living beings frowned, unable to identify the origin of the celestial body fist Carlo used. Is he really the fairy's disciple? Timothy looked at Nicola and asked, I haven't seen him use any of your methods. Up until now, he hadn't seen any technique related to Nicola. Could Carlo truly be her disciple? He was skeptical. Not only him, but Arvin Sanmo, Cole, and Youssef also looked toward Nicola, seeking answers. My cultivation has flaws and is unsuitable for him. I did not let him cultivate my path, Nicola replied lightly with a smile. Explosions echoed as Carlo and the divine genius clashed fiercely again, both displaying astonishing and terrifying prowess. For Carlo, the pressure of this battle was tremendous, not inferior to the previous battles against Lord Fuyao and beasts. He fought ruthlessly, using almost all his means and strength without reservation except for a few lesser-used techniques like xuanhuan art. Ultimately, he barely secured a narrow victory over the divine genius. That's enough for today. Nicola raised her hand, and a force enveloped Carlo, bringing him to a cultivation chamber inside the arena. Savor all the gains you have obtained earlier. I will stay here to help you, Ava said, leaving a manifestation in the chamber to guide and instruct Carlo. Sure. Carlo nodded, sitting down in meditation, carefully sensing the gains he had made earlier. Throughout this process, Nicola's manifestation continuously guided Carlo, assisting him to assimilate his previous gains more swiftly. Chapter 580. The Final Zyarist. May was exceptionally kind to Denny. Not only did she provide him with detailed guidance and instruction, but she also prepared numerous extraordinary treasures suitable for Denny, which boosted his various abilities. Thus, Denny found himself engaging in life and death battles on the arena with prodigies from various races while receiving detailed guidance from May. Additionally, he enhanced his strength using various precious elixirs. Under these conditions, Denny's strength and realm rapidly improved. In just 3 days, he broke through from the first level of Cave Void Realm to Tao Transformation Realm, and his combat strength far surpassed what it had been before. There's no heavenly tribulation, and cause and effect record hasn't gained new power. Denny frowned. Previously, when he broke through to the Cave Void Realm here, there was no heavenly tribulation and the cause and effect record did not gain new power. This time, breaking through to the Tao Transformation Realm was similar. There was no descent of the heavenly tribulation, nor did the cause and effect record develop new powers. This place is ultimately nothing more than an illusion. I've overthought it. Denny shook his head and laughed bitterly. He had treated this place as reality, but he had indeed overthought it. This was a virtual world, and his true strength and realm had not improved. so there was naturally no heavenly tribulation or new powers for the cause and effect record. Later, he continued fighting and gradually adapted, becoming increasingly fierce and terrifying. During this period, he consistently absorbed the cultivation resources of this world, and his improvements were significant. Battle after battle, he grew more and more insane, showcasing astonishing combat strength that made it difficult for any creature to bring about a life or death situation for him. He's so powerful. He's advancing too quickly. Too monstrous. Numerous beings were amazed at Denny's performance. With each battle, Denny displayed a peerless posture, having qualified to challenge top-tier prodigies like Xiring Ting. Not yet. Mei shook her head and did not arrange for Denny to fight absolute geniuses like Xiring Ting. Ava knew how formidable those top-tier prodigies were. Although Denny had advanced rapidly, he still could not compare to the likes of Xiring Ting. Ava revised the list. Denny's rate of improvement exceeded her expectations, making the previous list obsolete. Except for prodigies like Xiring Ting, other geniuses could hardly give Denny a life or death experience. One Bryce after another was arranged to fight Denny. Of course, their realms and strength were also suppressed. If they were not suppressed, even prodigies like Xiring Ting would be hard-pressed to handle them. These Bryces were all famous figures with extremely high realms and incredibly strong capabilities. Even under suppression, their exhibited strength remained formidable and shocking, far surpassing creatures of Denny's realm. Denny once again experienced life and death situations in these battles. It took Denny more than a month to defeat these Bryces. Simultaneously, Denny progressed from Dao Transformation Realm to Dao Integration Realm. Still, no heavenly tribulation appeared, nor did the cause and effect record add any new functions. We must continue. Mei reconfigured Denny's list, including some veteran powerhouses. Ava offered them rich and tempting rewards, and these veterans agreed to fight Denny only because of her promises. After all, these veteran powerhouses were all respected Isaias within their clans, and a defeat would tarnish their reputation. They did not wish to face Denny directly. Indeed, these veterans were exceptionally powerful, with incomparably rich combat experience. Every battle put immense pressure on Denny, pushing him close to death, yet also yielding much valuable knowledge. This time, Denny spent 6 months battling these veteran powerhouses. The veteran powerhouses were challenging opponents, consuming much time in each match. Unlike before, where Denny fought several matches continuously, he now stopped after each encounter with a veteran powerhouse, accepting Mei's guidance and recovering his strength with the elixir she provided. Dao Essence Realm. Denny reached Dao Essence Realm. Everything seemed like a dream. His advancement rate was extraordinarily fast, something Denny himself hadn't expected. To reach Dao Essence Realm above Dao Transformation Realm, each level was harder than the last. Advancing this swiftly was truly astonishing. Almost there. Fairy Xuanhuan smiled lightly and reconfigured Denny's list, arranging for top-tier prodigies like Xiring Ting. Ava indeed went all out, paying a lot of precious materials to retain the prodigies here. Otherwise, these prodigies would have long left and wouldn't stay. Scoundrel, if you encounter me, I won't let you win. Kathleen swung her small fists indignantly at Denny. Denny's first match against a top-tier prodigy was with Kathleen. Do you mean you want to kill me? Denny pitifully said, could you bear to kill me? Kathleen was immediately speechless. For Denny, this was a one-sided life and death battle. If Denny didn't win, he would die. Though she disliked Denny, it wasn't to the point of wanting to kill him. Especially during this period, she had witnessed Denny's performance, acknowledging his willpower and talent, which she admired greatly. Her opinion of Denny had changed significantly. What if I hold back, just casually exchange 2 moves with you, then admit defeat? Kathleen asked. Defeating Denny didn't mean anything to her. She simply couldn't bear to kill him. However, unexpectedly, Denny vanished instantly, appearing behind her and tapping her on the head. Ava was thrown into chaos, raging inwardly. Do I need to hold back against a little girl like you? If anyone should hold back, it's me. Denny laughed heartily. You, damn you. Kathleen fumed, finding Denny detestable for ambushing her when she was unguarded. Ava attacked forcefully, displaying incredible strength despite her young age, worthy of being on the final list. Even Denny's expression changed slightly, not expecting Kathleen's power to be so terrifying. This battle was not easy and was under great pressure. Chapter 581. Too difficult. Zyrazet's petite body harbored an extraordinarily powerful strength. Ava exuded a fierce and imposing aura, radiating killing intent that didn't resemble a little girl at all. It was as if she were a juvenile god of slaughter. Ava continuously launched attacks, explosions resounding across the combat stage as Denny dodged left and right, daring not to face her head-on. In this period, Denny's strength had dramatically increased, his physical body reaching a level of extreme robustness comparable to divine gold and immortal iron. Even so, Denny dared not easily confront Zyrazet head-on, illustrating just how terrifying and formidable her attacks were. Enveloped in chaotic mist, primordial energy rippled through the world. Everything originated from chaos, and Zyrazet, born with a natural chaos Dao body, possessed a thread of chaotic energy within her, a truly astonishing and terrifying force. Indeed, speaking solely of innate talent and physique, Zyrazet was undoubtedly the best. However, she was too young and seemingly lacked extensive battle experience, which led Mei to position her as the first challenger. If Zyrazet were older and more experienced, Mei absolutely wouldn't have placed her first. She would have positioned Zyrazet last. As mist rose gracefully, primal laws revealed themselves. Zyrazet extended one finger, sacred and dazzling, suppressing all doctrines with terrifying force. Boom, boom, boom. The void cracked repeatedly as Denny fell out of it. The power of primordial law compressed the void, preventing Denny from traversing through it. Roar. A massive roar echoed as Zyrazet formed hand seals, summoning a surge of chaotic energy that condensed into a chaotic beast, emitting an overwhelming sinister aura as it pounced towards Denny. Denny could no longer evade and had to meet it head-on, unleashing infinite fiery light from his fist, clashing against the incoming chaotic beast. His fist's force exploded, but upon colliding with the chaotic beast, it seemed as though he hit nothing. His strength did not impact the beast's body. Bolivar. He raised his eyebrows, his heart heavy. Suddenly, the chaotic beast sprouted countless tentacles that coiled around his arm, rapidly entangling half of his body. Dare to flick my head? I'll flick you until you die. Xyrazet appeared beside Denny, her expression indignant, extending a finger towards his head. Break. At this moment, Denny shouted, two beams of terrifying fiery light flashing from his eyes. Strands of sword light shot out from him as he executed the third stance of the 9 sword formulas, slicing through the tentacles of the chaotic beast that bound him. Darting aside, he avoided Xyrazet's hand, seizing her wrist while swiftly tapping her head with his other hand. You're still too inexperienced, little girl. He laughed, applying no real force, merely tapping her lightly as he had done before. Ah! Xyrazet flared up in rage, unable to bear being flicked on the head by Denny again. So she is the one you really like? Desiree remarked jealously. Ava had watched all of Denny's battles. Hadn't Denny ever held back? In every match, hadn't he aggressively pounded his opponents? But observing Denny's match against Xyrazet, it was entirely different. It didn't look like he was engaged in a serious battle with Xyrazet. It rather resembled flirting. He had 2 perfect opportunities. Even if he couldn't finish off Xyrazet completely, he could have dealt her severe blows, yet he only lightly tapped her head. Haha, this match has gotten interesting. Battling someone he likes, he is destined to be restrained. Unless Xyrazet surrenders voluntarily, he can't win. The crucial point is that Xyrazet doesn't like him. Look at Xyrazet's furious expression. He is doomed to be infatuated unilaterally, risking his life under Xyrazet's hand. Creatures of various kinds commented incessantly, watching the unusual match with amusement. Roar. The chaotic beast roared, its countless tentacles quickly wrapping around Denny. Xyrazet's fury intensified. She couldn't tolerate Denny's teasing. Primordial energy spread overwhelmingly, the chaotic beast's ferocity intimidating. Denny frowned as he faced suppression in all aspects. Primal law suppressed all doctrines, limiting his full power. I'll tear you, you vile little thief, limb from limb. Emerging from the chaotic mist, Xyrazet was filled with murderous intent. Displaying her powers, a massive seal platform appeared, radiating boundless fiery light, descending from the sky to strike Denny. Affected by multiple forces, Denny couldn't traverse the void, and countless tentacles enveloped him tightly, adding to the falling, terrifying seal platform, making his situation incredibly perilous. You're way too harsh, little girl. I haven't fought seriously, yet you keep attacking me with deadly moves, Denny yelled, executing the sword formulas to form a protective realm, where sword light shone fiercely and reflected throughout the heavens and earth. With no means to evade, he could only passively defend. He fully unleashed 3 stances of the sword formula surrounding him for protection. The tentacles of the chaotic beast arrived first, and the terror-inducing power of the 3 stances erupted, severing a large number of tentacles. Then, the massive seal platform descended, surrounded by a sea of runes, order doctrines leaping wildly as if the heavens were pressing down, extremely terrifying and fearsome. The power of the 3 stances was crushed, leaving Denny no choice but to brace himself and charge upwards, opening important acupoints such as Bolivari Ding, Crown Point, Fengfu, Wind Mansion, Tianshu, Heaven Pivot, Mingfeng, Seal, and Fengtai, Abundance Platform, along with other minor points connected to them. Denny's entire body glowed as he performed the celestial fist techniques, clashing with the seal platform. Note, for a more natural read, we can simplify some of the acupoint names if they are not crucial to the story context. However, I have retained them here for accuracy. Simplified version. Opening critical acupoints like Crown Point, Wind Mansion, Heaven Pivot, Seal, and Abundance Platform, along with connected minor points. Denny's body radiated light as he executed the celestial fist techniques, colliding with the seal platform. His physical strength fully unleashed, showcasing the 3 levels of the celestial fist's essence. As his physical strength improved, his mastery of the celestial fist also deepened, understanding its 3-level essence. The seal platform wasn't real but a powerful Tao construct created by Xyrazet using ancient methods. Denny used sheer physical strength to counter it, shocking many observers who hadn't expected this. The seal platform smashed down, terrifyingly immense, spreading endless dust across the arena. Stones on the ground shattered, revealing patterns intertwined with Tao and law. Astonishing indeed. Denny punched continuously, demonstrating the essence of the celestial fist, striking against the seal platform. $%. Denny swore in pain, feeling his fists about to explode, the force contained in the seal platform far surpassing his expectations. Tentacles of the chaotic beast attacked again, attempting to entangle Denny. The situation turned critical instantly. If Denny were entangled, he'd be restrained and unable to fully respond to the seal platform. By then, the seal platform might truly crush him to death. I'll squash you into a bloody pancake, Xyrazet said fiercely. Ava learned her lesson, maintaining distance, intending to defeat Denny with the chaotic beast and seal platform. Chapter 582. The heavenly lane descends. Splat, splat, splat. Blood splattered everywhere. Denny's fist exploded with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Even though he pushed the power of his celestial body fist to its limit, it was still no match for the terrifying power of the seal platform. He had no way to destroy it. Truly, you've put in great effort, Evan. Ira looked at Sean with deep meaning. The magical techniques that Xyrazet used were not ordinary. They belonged to an extremely ancient method that was perfectly suited to Xyrazet's chaotic Tao body constitution, greatly enhancing her power. This method could only unleash such terrifying power through Xyrazet. If wielded by another being, it would be impossible to achieve this level of might. Zyrazet's chaotic Tao body amplified the method's power. Only primal forces could bring out the maximum potential of this ancient method. Such ancient methods are rare in the world. Xuan truly put in significant effort to cultivate Zyrazet. Such methods can only appear within ancient ruins, those very perilous and fearsome ones. Ordinary ruins cannot house such ancient techniques. Even if someone like her ventured into such dangerous ancient ruins, it would be exceedingly risky, nearly a death sentence. Xuan spared no effort to cultivate Zyrazet. With such a fine disciple, how could I not nurture her wholeheartedly? Xuan's eyes sparkled as he said, I fear my teachings might not be adequate. Her constitution is astonishing. Her future achievements are unimaginable. Reaching the great tiger rank is not impossible. The evolution of all things from chaos defies imagination. With Zyrazet's chaotic Tao body and a trace of primordial energy within her body, her future achievements are indeed beyond imagination. Reaching the great tiger rank was a conservative estimate on his part. Zyrazet has the potential to become immortal. If any of you have ancient methods, I am willing to exchange with you. Rest assured, I will not let you down. He smiled while looking at Ira and others. If we do, we will certainly give them to Evan. Haha, same here, replied Ramon and other powerful figures. Thank you all. Xuan spoke softly, then said no more. He knew that Ramon and others were merely paying lip service. As far as he knew, they all possessed ancient methods but didn't wish to give them to him. He could understand their hesitation. They didn't want Zyrazet to grow too strong. In his place, he would act the same way. After all, they weren't from the same lineage, and they might become enemies in the future. Fewer competitors on the path to becoming an emperor are always better. I have an ancient method and will inform Evan later. Ira laughed lightly, saying, no need for exchanges. With a disciple like Zyrazet, I want to see just how far she can go. No exchange needed? Xuan hadn't expected Ira to be so generous. At their level, any proposed ancient method must be extraordinary, and such ancient methods are hard-won. Who would easily share them? Evan is generous. I'll remember this. Xuan nodded respectfully at Ira. Generous, my ass. Hirsch sneered. Don't you see her disciple likes your chaos Tao body? Ava isn't generous at all. Ava likely already calculated everything, possibly making your chaos Tao body become her daughter-in-law. Don't speak if you can't speak properly. Ira glared at Hirsch, her eyebrows inverted. Outside, she would have been wary of Hirsch, but in her territory, she wouldn't tolerate such rudeness. Zyranxio demon god, who hadn't spoken until now, looked at Xuan and said, I once obtained some ancient human cultivation methods left by our divine ancestors in our ancestral tomb. We don't need them. I will hand them over to Evan later. Another one with ulterior motives. Be careful, Hill. He's also eyeing your chaos Tao body. Hirsch mocked sarcastically. Meanwhile, countless beings gasped in astonishment. Denny, who had been in a dire situation, suddenly turned the tables. The seal platform emitted an overwhelming force, and the chaotic beast's tentacles swiftly coiled around. This put Denny at a significant disadvantage. However, Denny unleashed a powerful technique, forming a vivid five-clawed heavenly lane that tore apart the chaotic beast's tentacles and engaged it in battle. They weren't unfamiliar with this technique, as Denny had used it multiple times before. But this time, the power of this technique far exceeded previous attempts, several times stronger, causing people's hearts to tremble in awe. Indeed, this was not just any technique. It was precisely the heavenly lane treasure technique Denny had cultivated. He never stopped cultivating the heavenly lane treasure technique, and as his strength increased, he comprehended deeper layers of its essence. Heavenly lane descends. This was a higher level essence, capable of summoning a real heavenly lane, showcasing true heavenly lane power. Of course, the strength of the heavenly lane depended on Denny's current strength. Denny couldn't yet summon an invincible heavenly lane that could dominate the heavens and the world. A true heavenly lane is terrifying beyond measure, unmatched even by a great tiger, vastly inferior to it. According to legend, a true heavenly lane can engage a tinslane, immortal, in combat. It is an even more ancient creature than the 10 great beasts of antiquity. Before the true heavenly lane, even Zhulong would be nothing more than a tiny insect. Of course, the claim that a heavenly lane can fight a tinslane simply unearths the heavenly lane's unimaginable power. It doesn't mean that a heavenly lane has ever fought a tinslane. Tinslane are elusive and intangible, and it is uncertain whether they exist in the world. This is the heavenly lane technique? Impossible. The heavenly lane is the most exalted dragon among dragons. In the age of antiquity, heavenly lanes became mere legends, unseen. How did he obtain it? Countless beings were shaken. They initially thought Denny's heavenly lane treasure technique was just an ordinary Dragon Clan skill. Now, Denny summoned a real heavenly lane, radiating its unique aura, leaving everyone stunned. This was truly an unparalleled skill of the Dragon Clan. This is a treasure. Hirsch's eyes gleamed green, its long tongue licking its lips eagerly. Denny's heavenly lane treasure technique was something it lusted after. If it could get this technique and use it to verify its lineage's bloodline powers would experience tremendous improvements and breakthroughs. It might even reach a higher realm, truly entering the Tiger realm through this opportunity. Chapter 583, Vadrasil. The Lane clan loves collecting. Now I am even more interested in the ancient techniques you mentioned, Montague said, his eyes gleaming as he looked at May. May had previously mentioned she could share some ancient techniques with him. While he did hope for it, his expectations were not too high. But now, his anticipation suddenly surged. How could someone like Denny, a youth of such low cultivation, obtain the heavenly lane treasure art by himself? The most reasonable explanation was that May provided it to Denny. As he knew, the Lane clan's love for collecting was legendary, and it was likely that May obtained other ancient techniques when she acquired the heavenly lane treasure art. Considering how supreme heavenly lanes are, their collection couldn't be ordinary. It would undoubtedly be an extremely powerful artifact. Such a technique would not only benefit Xyrizet's cultivation, but also greatly benefit him if he used it, yielding unimaginable advantages. Upon hearing Montague's words, May became somewhat embarrassed. He was overthinking it. The Heavenly Lane treasure art was not something she had given Denny, but rather what Denny had obtained on his own. Even she was surprised that Denny possessed the Heavenly Lane treasure art. When the presence of the Heavenly Lane appeared, and its aura manifested, she realized this was the invincible art originating from the Heavenly Lane. Initially, she thought Denny's skills were just ordinary Dragon Clan techniques. The ancient techniques I can tell you about cannot compare with the Heavenly Lane arts, she said without hiding anything. That is his own fortune, not my teachings. If I possessed the Heavenly Lane technique, would I still be hovering outside the Tiger Realm? I would have long since reached the Tiger Realm. Ava smiled and added, I only learned that he possesses the Heavenly Lane treasure art recently. Ah. Montague felt slightly disappointed. Cassie was right. If she had mastered the Heavenly Lane treasure art, how could she not yet have entered the Tiger Realm? The supreme nature of the Heavenly Lane treasure art held profound principles. If they could master it, they would break through to the Tiger Realm without any doubt. You didn't know your own disciple's possessions? How do you manage being a master? Is he really your disciple? Hirsch muttered beside her. It also made Hirsch curious about the relationship between Cassie and Denny. This kind of teacher-student relationship was too abnormal. Vajrasil, an ancient Buddhist technique? What nonsense. All living beings cried out in shock, even more so than before. Denny had cast a Buddhist seal and clashed with the stamp coming down. How was this possible? The Buddhist arts had never been spread outside. Even if they had been spread, no one dared to practice them unless they wanted to become a monk in the Buddhist temples. Any life form connected to Buddhism ultimately joined the Buddhist temple without exception, including even the strongest beings. The Dao clan, one of the most primitive ancient clans, had members who attained the Tiger Realm. After interacting with Buddhism, they eventually betrayed the Dao clan to join the Buddhist temple. If even such tigers couldn't escape, who dared to get involved with Buddhism? Denny's Vajrasil contained the supreme intent of Buddhism. This was definitely an ancient Buddhist technique without a doubt. Is he really your disciple? Yusef stared wide-eyed, unable to believe Denny practiced Buddhist arts. He looked incredulously at Cassie. Other supreme beings like Montague, Three Devils Arvin, Zyranxio Demon God, and Hirsch also looked at her in disbelief. Did she dare to take someone who practiced Buddhism? Wasn't she just wasting time and cultivating disciples for Buddhism? This guy. Cassie massaged her forehead, feeling a headache. Facing the most formidable prodigy, Denny finally revealed all his hidden cards, even those unknown to her. Her understanding of Denny was limited. The causality record protected Denny's soul, so she couldn't understand his past. Ava could only sense the force of time around him, knowing he wasn't from this era. How is this possible? On the other side, Yuri trembled violently as if witnessing the most terrifying scene. His eyes fixed on Denny's Vajrasil, his expression turned ghastly. He came from a distinguished background, being the reincarnation of the ancient Buddha of wisdom from ancient times. On Denny's Vajrasil, he saw something that shouldn't exist. Ancient Buddhist technique? Those creatures were wrong. Although this was indeed a Buddhist skill, it was not the one he practiced. It belonged to another type of Buddhist skill, a skill not acknowledged by their sect. Ordinary people could not distinguish the Buddha's intention embedded in this Vajrasil, nor could many Buddhist adepts identify it, but he could clearly discern it. This was the Vajrasil improved by the Buddhist taboo. The taboo's intent remained on it. How did it leak out? His heart shook like a raging sea. To erase everything related to the taboo, their Buddhist sect had killed countless lives. Desmond, it seemed they overlooked something, allowing this method to spread? Heh, trouble for Buddhism. Beside him, Zaire Jeremiah Hudo sneered coldly. Being an ancient Taoist clan member and well-versed in Buddhist affairs, he also noticed the difference in Denny's Vajrasil. It looked similar to the Buddhist powers, but contained extra elements, making it different. Yuri remained silent, ignoring Zaire Jeremiah Hudo. The sudden appearance of this taboo-originated power disturbed his thoughts, bringing up numerous ideas. Why did I end up fighting with a Buddhist person? Grandmaster, I don't want to fight him. I don't want to be a monk. Female monks. No, I don't want to be a nun. On the arena, Xyrizet burst into tears and then jumped off the stage, unwilling to have any further connection with Denny. Taiwes Sacred Land had a similarly long legacy, extending back to the ancient era, even earlier to the primordial era. In those ancient times, even their Taiwes Sacred Land wasn't spared. Many strong figures defected to join the Buddhist temples. Ava grew up listening to such stories, fearing Buddhism immensely. Is there such an effect? Denny's eyes widened in surprise. Casting the Vajrasil directly scared Xyrizet away, which he hadn't anticipated. Indeed, the Vajrasil was also an advanced Buddhist technique he had cultivated, derived from the Buddhist scriptures. Initially, due to his low realm, he could only grasp basic levels of the scriptures. As his realm steadily progressed, he understood deeper layers of the scriptures, which contained various astonishing mystical arts. Chapter 584, Better Dead Than. The Buddhist sect was mysterious and terrifying. Any living being that came into contact with it would eventually convert to Buddhism without exception. Carlo was well aware of this point. However, he had long since studied the Buddhist scriptures and possessed relics from ancient Buddhas, such as the Vajra, the great red golden threaded robe, and 108 prayer beads. Therefore, he was already deeply entwined with the Buddhist sect. If something were to happen, he would inevitably be involved too. So, he decided to be more open and no longer thought too much about it, focusing on cultivating the Buddhist scriptures instead. After all, these scriptures weren't ordinary texts. Their power and effectiveness were astonishingly remarkable, and he wasn't willing to give up on their cultivation. How did you get mixed up with the Buddhist sect? Desiree gritted her teeth, almost biting through her lips, murmuring under her breath. Don't you know how dangerous it is to get involved with the Buddhists? Her emotions were complex. No living beings who got mixed up with the Buddhist sect ended up well. They severed their pasts, closed off their feelings, becoming creatures devoid of emotions, solely devoted to cultivating Buddhism and meditation. I should sever ties with him. I shouldn't have any more contact with him, Desiree said, trying to appear resolute. Desmond. She felt an overwhelming reluctance. Carlo had bravely stood up for her, clashing against Alexei, embedding deep affection in her heart long ago. This fight isn't satisfying at all. Carlo never imagined the battle would end in such a way. He hadn't even engaged in a proper confrontation with Xuanhuan yet. It's not true that just by having contact one will mysteriously be pulled into the Buddhist sect. Aspen looked extremely annoyed, wondering if Xuanhuan was overthinking things. While the Buddhist sect was indeed mysterious and terrifying, it wasn't that extreme. If simply making contact led to one being mysteriously absorbed into Buddhism, the entire world would have already become a Buddhist realm. Xiong Balavara Fairy also hadn't anticipated such an ending. Ava planned to let Carlo rest and recuperate after this battle, ensuring he wouldn't face consecutive fights as before. However, this match ended too quickly, barely even starting, leaving Carlo clearly untested. Ava addressed Xiao Grace, "Start the next match." The list of world-class geniuses was already given to Xiao Grace, who nodded and began preparations. Alexei stepped onto the platform as the second world-class genius to challenge Carlo. Don. Carlo squinted his eyes, looking at Alexei, unable to deny the challenge. Alexei originally had a similar cultivation level, but after enduring numerous life and death battles, his strength significantly improved. Under normal circumstances, Carlo's level should surpass Alexei's. Desmond. The reality was different. Alexei's cultivation was higher, much higher than Carlo's. While Carlo was currently at the third level of Dao Yuan stage, Alexei had already reached the Iraming realm. During this time, Carlo hadn't focused on anything else, presuming Alexei must have gone through trials and improvements as well. Indeed, Carlo's assumption was correct. The Carlos had specially arranged continuous battles and tribulations for Alexei, allowing him to fight beyond his rank and unlock his inner strength. As the reincarnation of Dawn, Alexei harbored immensely strong and potent power within his body. The Carlos, unaware of Alexei's true identity initially, later discovered that Alexei was indeed the reincarnation of Dawn. He had attempted multiple ways to help Alexei unleash all his inner power. Unfortunately, Dawn's power surpassed him greatly, and he couldn't assist Alexei in unlocking all of it. Even Xiong Bolivar Fairy, Aspen, and others like Ziwang could not help Alexei fully unlock his power, as they were far from Dawn's strength. "Hello there, we didn't get to fight last time. We can have a good match now?" Carlo grinned at Alexei. "Death will be your only end." Alexei sneered, harboring immense hatred towards Carlo. He attacked ferociously, sending devastating strikes toward Carlo. "Now it's daytime, not nighttime. You don't decide that." Carlo showed no fear, his body radiating boundless light as he clashed intensely with Alexei. After his significant cultivation increase, Alexei clearly became different. Dark mist enveloped his body, showing no weakness when engaging in close combat with Carlo. This was undoubtedly astonishing. After all, Carlo's physical strength was incomparably powerful. Alexei managed to engage in close combat and hold his ground, which was truly surprising. Undoubtedly, Alexei had unlocked more of his inner power, experiencing a qualitative transformation in his physique. Whether it's day or night, you're doomed either way. Alexei coldly shouted, exchanging blows with Carlo. Dark mist enveloped his body even more strongly. Even his skin started turning black, as if crystallizing like some mineral. Dawn was a member of the Black Luster clan. Li Jeremiahu Dao's eyes lit up, showing his knowledge of Dawn. The Black Luster clan was another ancient race, entirely composed of mineral-like structures, possessing incredibly powerful physical strength. However, this race had already been extinct for ages. In ancient times, Dawn emerged as an unparalleled strong figure, becoming the king of darkness and ruler of the night, sparking endless curiosity about his origins. Unfortunately, despite extensive investigations, his identity remained unknown. This clan, as ancient as the Dao clan, belonged to the primeval races. Due to its early extinction, subsequent generations were unaware of its existence. Only the ancient clans like the Dao clan knew what this race truly was. Carlo frowned. Dawn's physical strength was indeed exceedingly powerful. Not only did Carlo not gain an advantage from their collision, but he gradually became suppressed and fell into a passive state. "I know you take pride in your physical strength, but to me, it means nothing." Alexei sneered, avoiding combat using spells and aiming to rip apart Carlo's body with sheer physical power. He wanted to defeat Carlo where he was strongest, kill him and crush his spirit. This was precisely what he aimed to do. He wouldn't even allow Carlo to die peacefully. "Don't speak too soon. It's just beginning." Carlo roared, his eyes blazing with intense light, completely fearless as he clashed even more fiercely with Alexei. Chapter 585, Darkness Descends. At the start, Denny truly did not dare to engage Dorian in a full-out physical combat. After all, his earlier physical strength was genuinely lacking. Though in his time, his physical power had surpassed and dominated all living beings, in this ancient era, his physical strength was nothing much to speak of. There were far too many living beings stronger than him physically. Additionally, even within the human race, there were many who were not inferior to him. In the ancient era, cultivation of the body was not obsolete. There were many cultivators who had achieved great accomplishments through it. However, after experiencing countless trials between life and death, his physical strength had greatly enhanced and underwent a qualitative transformation. Under such circumstances, Denny had absolute confidence to engage in a physical fight with any being. Even with Dorian's terrifying and abnormal physical strength, he remained confident. He opened all the acupoints in his body, connecting major acupoints with minor ones. Instantly, his physical strength surged significantly. At the same time, he performed Heavenly Body Fist, its intent solemn and supreme. unleashing even greater physical strength as he struck forward. Bang! His fist collided with Dorian's. Instantly, Dorian's expression changed. Cracks appeared on his fist. You! Dorian's eyes flickered with surprise, never expecting Denny's physical strength to be so formidable. Didn't you say my physical strength is nothing? Denny said coldly, then let's do this without backing down. He unleashed his ultimate power, both fists glowing like divine suns, powerful and dazzling, each punch capable of leveling a mountain. Dorian was forced backward, cracks appearing more frequently on his body. Although his physical strength was extremely formidable, he was not a specialist in body cultivation and lacked physical attack techniques. Facing Denny's heavenly body fist, he was very passive. The upper hand he initially held was lost, as he began falling into a disadvantageous position, being suppressed by Denny. He looked down on body cultivators, believing they would have no significant achievements. Even in his past life as the King of Darkness and Master of Night, he thought the same and never ventured into body cultivation, his formidable physical strength all innate. If he encountered other beings, even specialists in body cultivation, he wouldn't be this passive. Unfortunately, he met Denny. Not only was Denny's physical strength unparalleled, but he also mastered Heavenly Body Fist. This was an incomparably supreme boxing technique, nearly no being possessing such a high-level physical method. The Tao texts revealed by the Book of Cause and Effect were the most perfect, and the techniques and magical methods within were similarly among the most complete in the world. With a thud, Dorian was hit in the chest, spitting out a large mouthful of dark black blood, his body violently shaking, his chest deeply indented, several ribs broken. The Black Radiance clan's physical strength can certainly rank among the top 10 strongest bodies, yet now they suffer such a great loss. Zaire Jeremy Ahudo's expression turned serious, fully aware of the Black Radiance clan's abnormal physical prowess. Even some immensely strong beasts could not match their physical strength. Seeing Dorian being beaten, so embarrassingly, was completely unexpected. Who exactly is he? Well, whatever means he uses are never ordinary. Many creatures frowned, curious about Denny's identity. Denny's demonstrated abilities were astonishing. They felt that he might have an even more remarkable background than just being a disciple of Mei. These extraordinary techniques were possibly his own, not taught by Mei. How could a mere teenager acquire so many astonishing and transcendent techniques? He couldn't be the reincarnation of some ancient powerhouse, right? Some speculated. It's quite possible. Awareness, ancient Buddha lamp. Dorian dawned. He really could be the reincarnation of some ancient powerhouse. Many agreed with this speculation, finding it the most reasonable explanation. Denny was incredibly fierce, his physical strength continuously erupting, beating Dorian until he spat blood non-stop, the black mist surrounding his body becoming extremely unstable, on the verge of dispersion. Whoosh! Dorian, unable to endure, quickly retreated, ceasing close combat. Initially, he wanted to counterattack, having boasted earlier, thus ending the close combat like this would undoubtedly be humiliating. However, Denny's physical strength was too strong, leaving him no chance for a counterattack, always being thoroughly suppressed. He could only abandon this approach, maintaining distance from Denny or else risk being killed. Dusk falls. After creating distance, he immediately deployed a grand technique, activating the power within him derived from the dawn. Instantly, boundless darkness descended, enveloping the entire arena, pitch black. They can't see anymore. This was undoubtedly an extraordinarily thrilling battle. Numerous beings wanted to watch it from start to finish, none wishing to miss any details. Unfortunately, the forces within the arena were too terrifying, rendering their efforts futile regardless of how hard they tried. Of course, not all beings were affected. Many powerful experts could still penetrate the darkness, clearly seeing the scene inside. As darkness descended, eerie, bone-chilling aura spread. A smirk formed on Dorian's lips. It was finally time to end Denny's life. In this darkness, Denny's vision and spiritual senses were blocked, akin to a blind person, while he remained unaffected, even enhancing his own power. I can turn day into night. Dorian shouted coldly, Denny, your time has come. He attacked directly, his body moving like a wisp of smoke, silently reaching Denny and striking out. Struck by Dorian, Denny stumbled back, his body violently trembling, internal energy wildly surging. Fortunately, his physical strength was sufficiently powerful and astonishing. Otherwise, his body would have been instantly shattered. The force within Dorian's palm was incredibly potent, sufficient to kill a peer with a single blow. Chapter 586, Bane. Even we can't penetrate the darkness, let alone Denny. He's in dire straits, and his situation must be extremely dire. Desmond's, our realms are not suppressed at all. Many living beings commented. They did not participate in the battle, and their own realms were not suppressed. They had extremely high realms above the ear-ramming stage. Desmond even so, they could not penetrate the darkness on the battlefield. Denny was only at the Daoyuan realm and right in the heart of the darkness, so under these circumstances, it was utterly impossible for Denny to pierce through the darkness. Especially since Dorian is a Dawn, and the Dawns are kings of darkness, sovereigns of the night. In such darkness, Dorian's strength would inevitably be enhanced. I won't let you die easily. Dorian growled ferociously, his hatred for Denny reaching an intense level. Earlier, Denny had infuriated him, and in his battle with Denny, he had suffered great losses. This made him unable to tolerate it, vowing to brutally take revenge on Denny and not let him die easily. Do you know who you're dealing with? Denny sneered, his eyes shooting out two beams of alarming light. He activated Buddhist scriptures, emitting layer upon layer of Buddha Zyreg from his body. He seemed like a Buddha walking among the world, sacred and transcendent. Buddha Zyreg shines everywhere. He roared, unveiling another Buddhist technique. This too was a form of Buddhist power contained within the scriptures, which he had cultivated to a very high level of proficiency. A halo of light radiated from the back of his head, rippling circles of Buddha rings. Majestic Buddha sounds resounded as the rings expanded endlessly, revealing an ethereal shadow that dispelled the darkness. It's him. Yuri trembled, instantly recognizing the faintly visible shadow. The taboo. He and this taboo belonged to the same era. There was no way he wouldn't recognize it, even if it only showed an outline. He immediately confirmed it. The teachings have truly spread. His heart couldn't stay calm. This matter was far too serious. Is the taboo reviving? The Buddha's direct shone, dispelling vast patches of darkness, allowing many living beings to see the scene inside the battlefield. Is his understanding of Buddhism really that high? This person will eventually convert to the Buddhist sect. There should be no deep involvement with him. Many living beings said gravely. Such high-level understanding of Buddhism meant Denny was deeply connected to the Buddhist sect. Undoubtedly, Denny could not escape the clutches of the Buddhist sect and would become a member someday. Vajra seal. Denny revealed another Buddhist power. A large seal appeared, radiating heavenly Buddha power and pressing down heavily on Dorian. You can't dispel my darkness. Dorian snarled, reactivating the dark powers derived from the dawn. Endless darkness surged forth once more, submerging the illuminating Buddha Zyrect and swallowing Denny. His figure flickered, instantly dodging the Vajra seal's impact. He merged completely with the darkness, making him an absolute king within it. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, black daggers emerged from the darkness, striking towards Denny. Denny saw nothing, sensed nothing. Black daggers struck him, causing splashes of blood to bloom. Break it apart. Denny growled, forcefully activating the scriptures, raising Buddha Zyrect to dispel the darkness. However, the darkness harbored terrifying forces. Even when Denny fully mobilized the scriptures, he couldn't thoroughly dispel the darkness. The Buddha Zyrect could only illuminate about 1 meter around him. The power originating from the dawn was indeed horrifyingly terrifying and not so easy to counter. Dorian sneered, lifting a hand, causing surging black mist in the boundless darkness to coalesce into ghost soldiers and generals, along with numerous other ghostly creatures, charging forward rapidly. Roar. A dragon's roar reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Denny unleashed the heavenly lane treasure skill, opening his mouth to exhale a dragon breath that instantly destroyed a large number of ghostly creatures. But there were too many ghostly creatures summoned by Dorian, densely packed everywhere. Denny couldn't eliminate them all. The range illuminated by the Buddha Zyrect shrank as the ghostly creatures and darkness engulfed him. Heavenly lane descends. Denny shouted, condensing a colossal heavenly lane that bore world-shaking might and charged forward. The heavenly lane was ferocious and terrifying, wiping out vast numbers of ghostly creatures. However, more ghostly creatures quickly appeared, surrounding and ultimately consuming the heavenly lane. I am the king in the darkness. What do you have to fight me with? Dorian's expression was cold as he stood in the darkness, possessing boundless power. No matter how strong Denny was, he was destined to be killed. Ghost soldiers and generals, wielding icy ghost weapons, carried sinister auras, eerily advancing en masse towards Denny. King, do you deserve it? Denny bellowed, saying, before me, you are no king. He chanted softly, a special Tao aura emerging, radiating soft light like ripples slowly spreading on a lake surface. The ripples moved slowly but were incomparably terrifying. Every ghostly creature enveloped by the ripple instantly disintegrated into nothingness. Simultaneously, as the ripples spread, the darkness gradually dissipated. A giant, the character slowly appeared, radiating immeasurable brilliance, keeping all darkness away. Indeed, this was the Great Virtue Sutra. This scripture had a natural suppressive effect on such dark forces. The battlefield gradually returned to light, with large swathes of darkness retreating. Damn it! Dorian cursed, his expression sullen. Denny was practically his bane. Whether it was the Buddhism Denny mastered, or the Great Virtue Sutra he possessed, both had a significant restraining effect on him. Chanting the Great Virtue Sutra made him extremely uncomfortable. The power derived from the dawn within his body faced massive suppression. He felt indignant. If it were any other being, would he be in such a plight? Explode! He roared, his eyes turning bloodshot as layers of eerie black mist emitted from his body. Refusing to accept defeat, he forcibly activated more power from within his dawn lineage. With a single palm strike, boundless black mist surged, stirring up strange and fearsome power in an awe-inspiring spectacle. The day character emitted by the Great Virtue Sutra was destroyed. The Buddha Zyrect emanating from Denny extinguished, and he was hurled aside by the force. At this moment, Dorian, having forced more dawn power from within himself, became terrifyingly formidable. Evan, you are playing with fire. Sean's eyes shot out 2 rays of brilliant light as he looked at the Faxon, saying, if he truly awakens, the entire world will be in chaos. The reputation of the dawn in ancient times was not good. If the dawn truly revived, the world would surely face great disaster. What does that have to do with me? Faxon's face remained calm, unconcerned about the disaster. He continued, besides, even without me, the dawn would revive when the time comes. Evan really overestimates me. Can I control the dawn? Chapter 587. No chancer proceeding as usual. The old demon's words were true. Dawn was incredibly powerful. Even if he had not taken Dawn as a disciple, the latter would still have risen again. The emergence of this figure did not significantly affect someone of Dawn's supreme caliber. For someone who survived from ancient times until now, nothing could be inferred based on ordinary logic. There might be a series of astonishing arrangements in place. Kill! Anatoly shouted coldly, his body exuding boundless killing intent. He forcibly unlocked more of the Dawn's power within him, causing him immense pain and discomfort. His body was not yet strong enough to withstand such formidable power, making it a risky move that could potentially lead to serious consequences. Explosions echoed continuously, shaking the battle platform fiercely. He fiercely struck towards Yarden, wanting to quickly defeat him. Dark mist surged in waves, releasing eerie and terrifying power. He was like a sovereign in darkness, turning everything into shadow wherever he went. Yarden's face was deathly pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Anatoly's previous attack inflicted severe damage on him, but the light in his eyes remained bright and brilliant. He leaped up from the ground, hands forming seals as he murmured incantations. Swish! Infinite auspicious beams shot out, holy and radiant. The Virtue Sutra was chanted once again, and the destroyed Virtue character reappeared, radiating an extraordinarily intense beam of light. Note: I've translated Dura as virtue to maintain consistency and ensure it reads naturally in English. What era's writing is that? I don't recognize it, but I know it's the character for virtue. This newly emerged Dura character was different from the original one. It was an extremely ancient character, even older than those from the prehistoric or primordial eras. The living beings in the arena did not know which era this character belonged to. Even the powerful figures with profound knowledge of ancient times could not identify its origin. However, despite not recognizing this Dura character, they clearly understood its meaning. It pierced through their souls, making them comprehend its significance directly. None of the creatures present knew what era this writing belonged to. Even those deeply versed in ancient history couldn't identify its origin. However, although they didn't recognize this Dura character, they clearly understood its meaning. It resonated directly with their souls, allowing them to comprehend its significance. Want to kill me? You're not ready. Yarden wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, cold-faced, as he fully activated the Virtue Sutra. The Virtue Sutra was significant, and he had never stopped cultivating it. As his realm and strength increased, so did the profound essence of the Virtue Sutra. The Dura character emitted an ancient aura, its purifying power transcendent. Even the terrifying and fearsome darkness was instantly driven away and purified. Additionally, the purifying force struck Anatoly, who seemed to be engulfed in blazing flames, twisting in agony with continuous cries of pain emanating from his mouth. This is what kind of power? Anatoly screamed, writhing in pain, as the power originating from dawn within him appeared to be purified as well, leaving him utterly astonished. Originally, he was unaware of what power resided within him, but now he was completely clear. He was the ancient dawn, the king in darkness, the sovereign of the night, and the power within him was the dawn's power. What a terrifying and dreadful power it was, yet it was now being purified, leaving him incredulous. With a swoosh, he quickly leaped off the combat platform, no longer daring to remain on it. The purifying power of the Great Virtue Sutra was indeed too terrifying and formidable. If he continued to stay on the combat platform, there was a real possibility that he would encounter serious issues, with the dawn power within him suffering damage. Moreover, the purification force landed on Anatoly, who seemed engulfed in blazing fire. He screamed in agony, his body twisting painfully. What kind of power is this? Anatoly howled, in excruciating pain. The dawn's power within him seemed to be purified, leaving him bewildered. Initially unaware of the nature of the power within him, he now knew. It was dawn's power, originating from the king of darkness and sovereign of the night. How could such terrifying power be purified? He couldn't believe it. Whoosh! He quickly leaped off the battle platform, no longer daring to stay. The purification power of the Virtue Sutra was too terrifying. If he stayed, his own dawn power would indeed suffer harm. The Tiger Scripture is indeed remarkable. He's too strong, actually cultivating the Tiger Scripture to this level. Many beings were stunned. The Virtue Sutra was already proven to be in Tiger Scripture, which was unmatched and extraordinary. Its essence was profoundly deep, and those who could comprehend it were all extraordinarily talented. Not only did Yarden cultivate the Tiger Scripture, but also surpassed it. An incredible feat, truly monstrous. Unfortunately, this battle wasn't exciting enough. The final victory belonged to technique suppression. Desmond's. Several beings shook their heads. They imagined an epic battle, but saw Yarden win by technique suppression. If it weren't for the technique suppression, Anatoly would have won. With darkness descending, he transformed into a true king, his various powers greatly enhanced. Few can match him in this darkness. Many admired Anatoly, believing he lost unfairly due to technique suppression. Without it, Yarden would never have been Anatoly's match. The outcome is decided. Anatoly fled the battle platform. Why are you still saying these things? Desiree stood up for Yarden, arguing, you say we should ignore techniques? Why not also ignore the power of Daoan laws? Yarden's physical strength utterly dominated Anatoly. Besides, did Anatoly use his own power? Strictly speaking, it was a severe violation, using powers he shouldn't have. It was ridiculous to disregard techniques in a competition. Wasn't combat between cultivators precisely about technique confrontation? Should they prohibit the use of any techniques? Everyone saw that Anatoly used stronger dawn power at the end. Otherwise, he would have been defeated much earlier. The audience was speechless. Desiree was right. Cultivator battles couldn't ignore techniques. Let's have another match. Ira Maiden's eyes gleamed, feeling Yarden needed more refinement. Ava planned to let him fight again. Jeanette nodded, about to announce the next challenger when suddenly, a figure preemptively stepped onto the platform. It was Yuri, clad in red monk robes, hands clasped together, standing solemnly on the platform. Latoya? Jeanette looked at Ira Maiden. Yuri was very powerful, listed toward the end of the challengers. Ava wondered if Addie wanted to stop this. Considering Yuri's strength, even at full power, Yarden might not be his match, let alone his current weakened state. Yarden needed more battles to refine himself before facing Yuri. If Yarden fought Yuri now, he had almost no chance of winning. Since he has stepped on the platform, let him fight. Ira Maiden did not intervene. Yarden practiced Buddhist Dharma and had deep ties to Buddhism. As a Buddhist, she believed Yuri wouldn't harm him. Given Yarden's deep connection to Buddhism, he would eventually become part of it. Why would Yuri harm one of their own, especially someone as extraordinary as Yarden? Moreover, she had prepared the platform so that if anything happened to Yarden, even if killed by Yuri, he wouldn't die permanently. She could bring him back to life. Time is running short. We can no longer proceed as usual. Ava whispered, sensing strong temporal fluctuations from Yarden. Her efforts to conceal these fluctuations were barely sufficient, indicating Yarden might leave this era at any moment. Chapter 588. The Hypocritical Buddhist Sect. Amitabha. Yuri's expression was calm as he recited the Buddhist chant and looked at Denny, asking, "May I ask where you obtained your knowledge of the Buddhist scriptures?" He appeared very calm but was anything but on the inside. With murderous intent, he had rushed to the stage first to battle Denny here. He understood the intentions of May well, and he had long known about the list set up by May. Jeanette had informed him. He did not want Denny to continue growing like this any longer. If Denny were allowed to keep growing this way, matters would become extremely troublesome. Denny's innate talent was terrifyingly impressive, and his growth rate was far too fast. If one duel after another failed to eliminate Denny, he would only grow stronger. By then, even Yuri wouldn't be confident in being able to kill Denny. So, disregarding the order on the list, he directly took the initiative to step onto the stage. Given Denny's current state and strength, Yuri felt very confident that he could kill Denny. The outsiders didn't know that the Buddhist teachings Denny cultivated weren't from their Buddhist sect. They all thought Denny would eventually join their Buddhist sect. But Yuri knew very well that Denny would never join their Buddhist sect in the end. Moreover, Denny might even become a great threat to their Buddhist sect, possibly overthrowing their entire Buddhist community. The taboo must not be revived. If it were, the consequences would be unimaginable. He needed to suppress it with all his efforts beforehand. From an ancient Buddha. Seeing Yuri, Denny pondered and said, he spoke about things related to that Buddha but did not mention Heishan or anything similar. If you don't wish to say fine, why are you deceiving me, monk? Yuri asked, the ancient Buddha you mentioned is my senior brother. He never practiced the scripture you now possess, so how could he pass it down to you? Do different kinds of scriptures exist within Buddhism? Denny was surprised. Aren't the scriptures you cultivate in your Buddhist sect all the same? Is there more than one kind of scripture? What Yuri said was truly unexpected. All members of the Buddhist community were unified, never cultivating other paths and mainly practicing Buddhism. In such a situation, the scriptures the Buddhist disciples cultivated should be the same and not different. Amitabha, the Buddha taught 100 methods, each method distinct. A single teaching isn't suitable for everyone. The Buddha imparts teachings according to a disciple's aptitude, Yuri said calmly. He wasn't lying. He was telling the truth. The cultivation methods of Buddhist disciples were not entirely the same. As he said, the aptitudes of Buddhist disciples varied, and the teachings were not universally applicable. The Buddhist community possessed thousands upon thousands of Buddhist teachings, imparted based on a disciple's aptitude. While the methods may differ, the essence remains the same. However, the Buddhist scriptures that Denny cultivated were not like this. What should have been the same essence differed significantly. But what I said is the truth. Surprise flickered across Denny's face. Indeed, he hadn't lied. The scriptures indeed came from that ancient Buddha. It can't be the truth. Yuri retorted. That Buddha was truly his senior brother and a key figure in opposing the taboo. The Buddha certainly wouldn't practice the forbidden methods of the taboo. The source of the scriptures Denny cultivated must be something else. Not possible. Denny narrowed his eyes, seemingly guessing something. If these scriptures were not those Buddhist scriptures, he roughly knew where the problem lay. The scriptures did come from the Buddha, but not directly passed down by the Buddha. Instead, they were reflected out of the Buddha's relic through the Book of Cause and Effect. Perhaps the Book of Cause and Effect had revealed a different set of scriptures. Amitabha, the Buddhist scriptures you have cultivated are brand new to our Buddhist sect. If possible, I hope you can tell us the detailed origin of these scriptures. This humble monk will be eternally grateful. Detailed origins? How could Denny possibly tell Yuri about the Book of Cause and Effect? Absolutely impossible. Are you here to fight or interrogate me? If you're here to fight, stop talking. Let's begin. If you're here to question me, wait until I finish all my battles and then I'll find you. Amitabha, this humble monk needs to know the truth now. I fear you won't survive all the battles, Yuri said. Now? Sorry, no comment. Amitabha, please forgive this humble monk's disrespect. Yuri struck immediately, aiming to capture Denny and search his soul to uncover the truth. It couldn't be denied that his strength was incredibly astonishing. Rings of Buddhist light emanated from behind his head, even more shocking than the ones Denny conjured. His entire body radiated with sacred light, like a great Buddha descending. With a wave of his hand, countless rays of Buddha light illuminated the heavens and earth. Vajra seal. Denny instantly summoned the Vajra seal and slammed it forward. Bang! An explosive sound rang out. With the slap, Yuri destroyed the terrifying and powerful Vajra seal right before it reached him. With each step, golden lotus flowers rose beneath his feet. He became even more monumental and imposing, his Buddhist power transcending all others. He extended one hand, which grew massive in the wind, instantly becoming as large as the five-finger mountain, pressing heavily toward Denny. Denny countered with the heavenly lane treasure technique, clashing against Yuri's hand. A roaring dragon emerged, like a true resurrected celestial dragon, emitting a fearsome roar that exploded with terror. Desmond, Yuri's hand held the momentum of destruction. His strength was far too fierce and formidable. Even the extremely terrifying heavenly dragon crumbled into fragments under its pressure. There was a reason Yuri was placed further down the list. He was genuinely powerful, on a completely different level from Dorian, far surpassing him. In ancient times, his predecessor, the lamp-bearer ancient Buddha, was on par with Dorian's predecessor, Dawn. But today, Dorian had yet to fully unlock his powers as Dawn. Meanwhile, Yuri had already comprehended his enlightenment, taking over the memories of the lamp-bearer ancient Buddha. Thus, he created a huge gap between himself and Dorian, far surpassing Dorian. A colossal hand descended from the sky, cloaked in boundless Buddhist light, immensely terrifying and awe-inspiring. blocking out the sky and sun. It seemed like all heavens were pressing down, frightening and horrifying. The void was sealed, and Denny's muscles tensed. Even before Yuri's hand descended, he felt immense pressure, as if his entire body would explode. If Yuri's hand truly landed, he had no doubt that his entire body would be utterly annihilated. Heh, this is the hypocritical Buddhist sect, always preaching compassion and mercy, yet they attack fiercer than anyone. Zaire Jeremy Ahudo sneered. Not just him, but many others felt the same way. The Buddhist community, which preached compassion, now showed none. Yuri's attack was fiercer than anyone else's. Chapter 589, Buddha's Kingdom. A terrifying palm like the 5 fingers mountain bore down, constricting the void and locking onto Denny. With no way to escape, he had no choice but to clash head-on. The Vajra seal and the Heavenly Lane treasure technique were completely ineffective against Esau, sending chills through Denny's heart. The odds of withstanding Esau's palm were alarmingly low. Minor Wasteland Art. He shouted without hesitation, swiftly invoking the Minor Wasteland Art to absorb the surrounding celestial power. He had never used this technique before, but now, he had no choice. If he didn't use it, there was absolutely no way he could block Esau's palm. Earlier, even without using this technique, he still saw a glimmer of hope for victory. Now, without it, there was no hope at all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As the Minor Wasteland Art unfolded, visible waves of celestial power surged into Denny's body. His own aura and might skyrocketed rapidly, quickly reaching an astonishing and terrifying level. What is this technique? Heavens, even at this point, he has some moves left. Many creatures stared in disbelief. They had witnessed all of Denny's battles and believed he had used every technique at his disposal. After all, those battles had been truly terrifying and perilous, each one bringing life and death pressure on him. However, they were wrong. Denny hadn't exerted full effort in previous battles, reserving some formidable and bizarre techniques. The celestial power swirling around him was visibly terrifying and vast. They had no doubt that if Denny had used this technique in earlier battles, he would have easily resolved his opponents. Anatoly's loss wasn't unjust after all. Desmond's. They sighed. Earlier, they felt Anatoly's defeat was unfair, but seeing Denny summon the surrounding celestial power, they abandoned that thought. Even if Denny hadn't suppressed Anatoly with the great virtue scripture earlier, Anatoly would still not be a match for Denny. With the overwhelming celestial power flooding into Denny's body, boosting his overall combat strength several times over, Anatoly stood no chance. I sense a supremely transcendent fluctuation. Butler frowned, his expression extremely solemn. From Denny's Minor Wasteland Art, he sensed a remarkable fluctuation. He mused deeply, yet found it implausible. Denny shouldn't possess the inheritance of that person. Great Wasteland Art. Denny shouted, activating the Great Wasteland Art. Combining the Minor and Great Wasteland Arts amplified the power of the Great Wasteland Art instantly. A wave of wasteland fluctuations swept across the arena. Even the audience outside the combat platform felt this pressure, as if the entire world was plunged into desolation. The wasteland fluctuation collided with Esau's palm, causing Esau's face to pale abruptly. He retracted the palm, not daring to clash head-on. How can this be true? Butler exclaimed, utterly astonished. Before, he had only suspected. But now, with the unfolding of the Great Wasteland Art and the sweeping wasteland fluctuations, all doubts vanished. What he suspected turned out to be correct. Wasteland Tiger. This. The celestial magic god, 3 demonic Arvins, Yusef, Hirsch, and other powerful figures changed expressions dramatically, eyes wide open in disbelief, much like Butler. Wasteland Tiger. An ancient tiger whose strength was immeasurable. Even among tigers, Wasteland Tiger was undoubtedly one of the top-tier existences. Many tigers were fervent admirers of Wasteland Tiger, whose might and brilliance were unmatched. They never imagined Denny possessed such a profound inheritance, which undeniably shocked them, making their hearts pound with disbelief. He could be my teacher, Cassie said bitterly. Denny's mastery included scriptures and arts that she desired and lacked. If she could obtain these supreme scriptures and arts, she would surely break through to the imperial realm and become a true tiger. Esau's pupils constricted. He never expected Denny to be so tenacious. If he hadn't withdrawn his palm in time, he himself would have been severely struck. If the wasteland fluctuation covered his whole body, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Fortunately, he stepped onto the platform early, instead of waiting longer. Had he waited and acted later, he truly wouldn't have been able to deal with Denny. Denny wielded such a multitude of astonishing and transcendent techniques, intensifying Esau's killing intent. Such a formidable Denny must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he would become a future threat. Denny could likely grow into the next taboo. With an especially solemn expression, Esau clasped his hands together, chanting Buddhist incantations, executing a grand art from the Buddha sect. Millions of threads of Buddha light radiated from his body, more brilliant and blinding than the divine sun above. His entire body emanated boundless Buddhist intent, grand and majestic, akin to a genuine Buddha. Behind him, a Buddhist nation slowly unfurled, filled with countless beings, humans, exotic races, fierce beasts, and more. These beings recited Buddhist scriptures devoutly, their expressions profoundly sincere. Numerous threads of power flowed from the Buddhist nation, enhancing him further, making him increasingly powerful and fearsome. These are my ancestors. And mine too. Many faces changed dramatically, seeing their ancestors within Esau's Buddhist nation. Amitabha, this is my Buddhist nation, and you will become one of its members. Esau recited a Buddhist chant, holy and solemn, sounding like the voice of Buddha, incredibly shocking. How could someone so young establish such a vast and astounding Buddhist nation? No need for doubt, this was the nation built by his former self, the ancient Buddha Dharmakara. It was said that every powerful Buddhist master had their own Buddhist nation, filled with their devout believers. The stronger one was, the larger their Buddhist nation. This rumor was confirmed now. Indeed, powerful Buddhist masters possessed their own Buddhist nations. He struck out with another palm, invincible and unstoppable, millions of threads of Buddha light shooting out, creating a terrifying scene. Compared to his earlier palm, this one was exponentially more terrifying. Many spectators' hearts raced, unsure if Denny could withstand it. Hope he can resist. It'd be better if he kills him. Many gnashed their teeth, wishing Denny would win this battle. Seeing their ancestors in the Buddhist nation ignited their anger. They hoped Esau met a terrible end. Chapter 590, The Sutra of Conversion. The ancestors of all sentient beings were once the legends and pride of their respective races. However, after their ancestors came into contact with Buddhism, they all fell, without exception. They severed ties with their pasts and drew clear lines with their own clans before resolutely joining the Buddhist gate. Each clan had sought explanations from the Buddhist gate, hoping for the release of their ancestral forebears. However, what greeted them was their ancestors' merciless attack on them. Indeed, even before they entered the Western land, their ancestors emerged first from the West to express their connection with Buddha, stating that they would serve Buddha forever, leaving all their past behind. Dissatisfied, they insisted on persuading, only for their ancestors to ruthlessly slaughter them in the end. Where is the compassion of Buddha? What compassion? Their ancestors who had joined the Buddhist gate showed no hint of compassion. Their actions were cold-blooded and ruthless, annihilating countless members of their own kin with a mere wave of their hand. In the end, they could only leave helplessly. Now, in Yuri's Pure Land, they saw their ancestral forebears. Instantly, their killing intent soared towards the heavens. They clearly understood that these ancestors must have undergone some changes, having their consciousness altered by unknown means by the Buddhist gate. Otherwise, why would their ancestors possibly turn against their own kind? Kill him. He deserves death. They gritted their teeth, filled with resentment towards Yuri, wishing him ill-fated. The Buddhist gate was mysterious and bizarre. Any being that had deep interactions with it would eventually join the Buddhist gate. Countless beings originally led normal lives, but upon deeper interaction with the Buddhist gate, they forgot their pasts and became like strangers, treating their original kinfolk with coldness and ruthlessness. This wasn't just an era-specific phenomenon. Since its inception until now, the situation has remained unchanged. Over time, the Buddhist gate accumulated considerable resentment. Many forces and beings desired its downfall. However, throughout history, the Buddhist gate stood firm, facing no major incidents or upheavals. Primarily because the Buddhist gate was exceedingly mysterious and terrifying, with unfathomable power. No force dared challenge it head-on. Another reason also played a role. The Buddhist gate never initiated trouble, always residing within the Western land, not expanding outward. Beings joining the Buddhist gate did so due to personal reasons, resulting from interactions initiated themselves. In such circumstances, although many forces harbored intense hatred towards the Buddhist gate, they still controlled this hate, not reaching a breaking point. If the Buddhist gate actively provoked others, forcing other beings to join, or continuously expanded its territory, then all forces would lose control over their hatred and launch total war against the Buddhist gate. Rays of scorching golden light burst forth from Denny's body, making him radiate like a warrior god. Aware of the terror in Yuri's palm strike, he didn't hesitate, fully unleashing all his available strength. A punch sent shockwaves through space, accompanied by thunder and lightning, clashing fiercely with Yuri's palm. All spectators held their breath. There was no doubt, this was an extremely perilous clash. Boom. It seemed the sky and earth exploded, with infinite brilliance filling the arena. Denny and Yuri's figures vanished, swallowed by the radiant glow. The collision of fist and palm produced a horrifying scene, causing the entire battleground to shake violently. Even outside the battleground, numerous beings felt an immense sense of oppression, as if the sky was falling, the end of days approaching. Such a clash didn't immediately reveal a winner. Both the fist and palm contained terrifying forces that clashed more intensely. Amitabha. Suddenly, Amitabha chants echoed throughout the battleground. Sentient beings within the Pure Land sang loudly, resonating across the entire arena, spreading rapidly, enveloping the entire training ground in the sounds of Amitabha. Denny's veins bulged, feeling tremendous pressure. Without borrowing the surrounding elemental power, he wouldn't have been able to withstand this palm for so long. Crack. Bone fractures echoed as Denny's bones snapped and muscle tissues tore. Large amounts of blood spewed out. With a thunderous bang, Denny flew backward, looking pitiful. Fragments of flesh and bone scattered around. He couldn't withstand the blow. Yuri's power was overwhelmingly strong, enhanced by the might of the grand Pure Land. Nearly invincible, akin to a true Buddha. Amitabha. Yuri recited the Buddha's name and said, "May you join my Pure Land." Endless Buddha light rippled as he recited a sutra, causing Denny's eyes to become bewildered, lifting off the ground, about to fly into Yuri's Pure Land. "Go away," Denny shouted. At the crucial moment, his soul swiftly hid beneath the cause and effect ledger, receiving protection, instantly clearing his mind. Yuri's expression changed dramatically. He couldn't believe Denny was immune even to the Sutra of Conversion. Unbelievable. How? The Sutra of Conversion he recited was not ordinary. It originated from Vaughn himself. Once activated, there would be no one unconvertible. Desmond, Denny broke this rule. His face turned pale. How could it fail, coming from Vaughn? Boundless Buddha essence spread, and he recited the Sutra of Conversion again. As the previous reincarnation of Willy Buddha, he had high proficiency in the Sutra of Conversion. Even though his realm and power were suppressed, the Sutra of Conversion remained terrifying and fearsome. A heaven platform realm being couldn't endure it, easily converting. He refused to believe the Sutra of Conversion would fail, reciting it again to convert Denny. However, what followed astounded him utterly. Denny remained unaffected, The Sutra of Conversion failed. Denny's eyes were clear and bright, showing no trace of confusion. So, this is how the Buddhist gate converts people. Denny sneered. Indeed, the Sutra of Conversion was incredibly terrifying and fearsome. Remember, he had endured countless life and death trials, possessing incomparably steadfast willpower. Desmond, he was ensnared at first, his mind wandering, feeling an urge to convert to the Buddhist gate. Had he not hidden his soul under the cause and effect ledger in the critical moment, he would already be completely lost, becoming part of the Buddhist gate. Chapter 591, Desolate Heaven. It was terrifying. A power that pierced straight into the soul, leaving one completely defenseless and unable to withstand it. No wonder those beings had lost themselves, severed their pasts, and joined the Buddhist order with unwavering determination. It can't fail. What is inside you? Yuri roared, his eyes shooting out two beams of radiant light as he scanned over Denny. His former self was the ancient Buddha lampsolder. His mastery of the scripture for crossing beings was incredibly profound. How could Denny remain completely unaffected? There had to be something inside Denny's body. Unfortunately, no matter how thoroughly he scanned Denny, he found nothing. It's related to that taboo, isn't it? His brows knitted, realizing something. Denny had cultivated that taboo Buddhist law. The failure of the scripture for crossing beings was likely due to that taboo. After all, that taboo was a figure comparable to Vaughn. Today, I will force you to cross over. He roared, with boundless Buddha light radiating from behind him. He leaped into the Pure Land, becoming its sole presence, standing in the center like a true great Buddha. All the sentient beings in the Pure Land prostrated themselves beneath him in reverence. The Pure Land rapidly expanded, instantly enveloping the entire area, forcibly including Denny within it. The scripture for crossing beings echoed once more. Yuri led the recitation, and the countless sentient beings in the Pure Land joined in, their voices soaring to the heavens. The power of the scripture had increased manifold. What nonsense! It's like a swarm of dead flies buzzing around my ears, annoying, Denny said impatiently, jumping high with an aura of blazing radiance, charging fiercely toward Yuri. Sentient beings within the Pure Land leaped up from the ground, unleashing powerful forces to strike at Denny. Denny remained unafraid, his fist exploding with might. Zyrika war god. He shattered a vast number of Pure Land beings, turning them into fragments of light that fell to the ground. He surged forward relentlessly, unstoppable, shattering any being that dared to block his path with a single punch. At this moment, several large-bodied, Buddha light-wrapped entities charged at Denny from the Pure Land. They were far stronger than those who attacked earlier, halting Denny's advance. Yuri continued reciting the scripture for crossing beings. He didn't believe that combining the entire Pure Land's power wouldn't make Denny cross over. However, he was truly mistaken. Even though every sentient being in the Pure Land was reciting the scripture for crossing beings, Denny's eyes remained bright and clear, showing no sign of confusion, and he continued battling fiercely. His face turned ashen and ugly. Now he had to admit that he couldn't make Denny cross over. Then I'll capture you and forcefully probe your soul. His expression turned cold. Initially, he wanted to use the scripture for crossing beings to understand Denny and discover where he had obtained the taboo Buddhist law. But now, this was clearly impossible. He could only capture Denny and then forcefully probe his soul. As he spoke, all the sentient beings in the Pure Land moved in unison, densely packed and countless, converging on Denny. Instantly, Denny's situation became perilous. Denny was powerful, but the sheer number of sentient beings in the Pure Land was overwhelming, and many of them were equally strong. If this continued, he was destined to be captured and left at Yuri's mercy. Heavenly desolation. Denny roared, invoking an incredibly potent supernatural ability. This was a transcendent ability derived from the Wasteland scripture, a higher-level skill beyond the great Wasteland art, even more terrifying and formidable. The fluctuations of desolation instantly spread throughout the world, aging the sky itself, creating a desolate and bleak atmosphere, incomprehensible in power. Everything within the arena began to collapse and decay. If not for the arena forming its own space personally arranged by May, this power of heavenly desolation would have swept across the entire dojo, causing everything to wither. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out in the Pure Land, as the power of heavenly desolation was extremely terrifying. Even the Pure Land couldn't withstand it, collapsing dramatically. The sentient beings within turned to ashes and completely dissipated. No! Yuri roared, his face filled with pain. The Pure Land was his source of power and had immense significance. With such heavy damage, his losses were unimaginable. Is this the Tiger of Wasteland's technique? Tigers, he watched in shock. This was only because Denny's realm was too low. If Denny had the same realm as they did, the power of heavenly desolation would be unimaginable, possibly causing the universe to decay entirely. How terrifying! How strong must the Tiger of Wasteland be? It was simply inconceivable. Indeed, the Tiger of Wasteland, a renowned ancient emperor, was unmatched in talent and unfathomable. We can't let him fight anymore. He can't be harmed. Our opportunity to become emperors lies in him. Hirsch shouted. The heavenly lane treasure technique and the inheritance of the Tiger of Wasteland. Just these two things could lead to significant breakthroughs, breaking through their bottlenecks, and truly stepping into the imperial realm. Great Montague, Faxon, Devil God Zyranxio, and other powerful figures' eyes lit up. Hirsch was right. If Denny could share the inheritance, they would all achieve significant breakthroughs and become true emperors. Suddenly, they became restless, wanting to stop the battle between Denny and Yuri, fearing something might happen to Denny. Ladies and gentlemen, don't act rashly. Denny will be fine. I've already made preparations. May raised her hand, temporarily removing the shielding force of the arena, so Great Montague and others could see her arrangements on the arena. Seeing May's arrangements, the powerful figures immediately felt relieved. With these arrangements, Denny would definitely be safe. The Pure Land continued to collapse, and Yuri's face grew uglier. This was the fruit of his labor. He had invested greatly in the Pure Land. Without hesitation, he quickly withdrew the Pure Land. The power of heavenly desolation was too terrifying. If he didn't withdraw the Pure Land, it would be destroyed entirely. After retracting the Pure Land, his own strength significantly diminished as the power the Pure Land provided disappeared. Buddhist 9 true words. He roared, unwilling to concede despite his weakened power. Denny had to be eliminated. Even if it cost him greatly, he would slay Denny here. He unleashed the Buddhist 9 true words, containing boundless power from the Buddhist laws, condensed into 9 true words. Such words could only be comprehended by those with profound mastery of Buddhism. Without such mastery, it was impossible to fathom the Buddhist 9 true words. There must be something inside Carlo's body. Unfortunately, no matter how thoroughly he examined Carlo, he found nothing, no hint at all. Is it related to that taboo? His brows furrowed as realization dawned on him. Carlo practiced the Buddhist teachings of the taboo, and the failure of the scripture for crossing beings might very well be linked to this taboo. After all, that taboo was comparable to Vaughn. Today, I shall forcefully cross you, he shouted, an immeasurable amount of Buddha light radiating from behind him as he leaped into the Buddha realm. Standing at the center, he became the only one, resembling a true great Buddha, while countless beings within the Buddha realm prostrated in reverence beneath him. Immediately, the Buddha realm expanded, instantly enveloping the entire area as Carlo was forcibly pulled into the Buddha realm. The scripture for crossing beings rang out once more, led by Yuri's recitation, followed by the chants of countless beings within the Buddha realm. The momentum soared skyward, amplifying the power of the scripture for crossing beings immeasurably. What rubbish scripture, just like a swarm of dead flies buzzing around your ears annoying, Carlo complained, leaping high with flames dancing around him as he charged toward Yuri. Beings within the Buddha realm leaped up from the ground, striking at Carlo with immense force. Unfazed, Carlo unleashed a powerful punch, smashing through them like a war god, reducing a vast number of these beings to light fragments scattered on the ground. He surged forward relentlessly, unstoppable. Any being who dared to stand in his way exploded under his fists. At this moment, several massive beings, wrapped in Buddha light, launched a brutal assault on Carlo. Their strength far surpassed that of the earlier attackers, halting Carlo's advance. Yuri continued chanting the scripture for crossing beings, refusing to believe that the collective power of the entire Buddha realm couldn't subdue Carlo. Desmond, he miscalculated again. Even with all the beings chanting together, Carlo's eyes remained clear and bright, not showing any signs of confusion. He continued battling fiercely. His face turned grim, admitting reluctantly that he couldn't subdue Carlo. If so, then seize and forcibly probe your soul. His expression cold, Yuri originally intended to use the scripture for crossing beings to gain the information he sought about the source of Carlo's taboo teachings. But now, that plan was clearly unachievable. So he resolved to capture Carlo and forcibly explore his soul. As he spoke, countless beings in the Buddha realm moved towards Carlo in dense waves, bombarding him from all directions. Instantly, Carlo's situation became extremely dire. Despite his formidable strength, the sheer number of beings and their formidable power threatened to overwhelm him. If this continued, he would surely be captured and left at Yuri's mercy. Desolate heaven! Carlo roared, invoking a supreme skill. This came from the desolate scripture, a transcendent technique that surpassed the great desolation art, its power even more terrifying and fearsome. The fluctuations of desolation instantly spread, affecting the entire universe. Even the sky seemed to age, becoming desolate and bleak, with unimaginable power. Everything within the arena was collapsing and decaying. If not for the fact that the arena was a self-contained space personally arranged by May, this power of desolation would have swept across the entire battleground, causing everything to decay. With a series of thunderous booms, explosions echoed throughout the Buddha realm. The power of desolation was extremely terrifying and fearsome. Even the Buddha realm couldn't withstand it, leading to significant collapse, with the living beings inside turning to ashes and completely dissipating. No! Wu Jue shouted, his face filled with pain. The Buddha realm was his source of power and had immense significance to him. With the Buddha realm suffering such severe damage, his losses were unimaginable. This is the method of tiger desolation? Yusef watched in shock. If Carlo's realm were on par with theirs, the power of desolation would be unimaginable, possibly causing the entire world to fall into complete decay. How terrifying! Just how strong was tiger desolation? It was simply inconceivable. Tiger Desolation truly lived up to his reputation as an illustrious ancient emperor, with incomparable talent that was beyond comprehension. We can't keep fighting. He mustn't be harmed. Our chances of achieving the imperial realm depend on him. Xiongqi shouted. The Heavenly Lane treasure technique and the legacy of Tiger Desolation were enough to grant them major breakthroughs, shattering the bottlenecks that had held them back, truly stepping into the imperial realm. Great Master Taiwei, Lawrence, Lingxiao Mosun, the demon god Zirangxiu, and other powerful figures all had bright eyes. Xiongqi was right. The legacies Carlo possessed were astonishing. If Carlo could impart these legacies to them, they would undoubtedly achieve significant breakthroughs, becoming true emperors. They all became restless, wanting to stop the fight between Carlo and Wu Jue, fearing something might happen to Carlo. Everyone, please calm down. Carlo will be fine. I've already made arrangements. Mei raised her hand, temporarily removing the force shielding the arena, allowing Great Master Taiwei and others to see her arrangements within the arena. When Great Master Taiwei and others saw Mei's arrangements, they immediately felt relieved. With these arrangements in place, Carlo would definitely be safe. The Buddha realm continued to collapse, and Wu Jue's face grew increasingly grim. This was his hard work, and he had invested so much into the Buddha realm. Without hesitation, he quickly retracted the Buddha realm. The power of desolation was too terrifying and fearsome. If he didn't retract the Buddha realm, it would be completely destroyed. After retracting the Buddha realm, his own strength also significantly diminished, as the power the Buddha realm provided him vanished. Buddhist 9 true words. He shouted, unwilling to admit defeat despite his weakened strength. Carlo was someone who must be eliminated. Even if he had to pay a huge price, he would kill Carlo here. He unleashed the Buddhist 9 true words. 9 true words containing boundless Buddhist power, condensed from limitless Buddhist teachings. Such true words could only be comprehended by those with very high attainments in Buddhism. Without sufficient attainments, one could never comprehend the Buddhist 9 true words. The desolate vibrations erupted instantaneously, affecting the entire heavens and earth, making the sky seem aged and desolate, incomprehensibly powerful. Everything within the battle arena began collapsing and decaying. If not for the arena forming its own space personally arranged by May, this power of desolate heaven would have swept across the entire arena, causing it to decay. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed throughout the Buddha realm as the power of desolate heaven was extremely terrifying and fearsome. Even the Buddha realm could hardly withstand it, collapsing extensively, with its inhabitants turning to ashes and dissipating entirely. No, Yuri shouted, his face filled with pain. The Buddha realm was the source of his power and held immense significance to him. Now, with such heavy damage, his losses were unimaginable. Is this the power of the Tiger of Desolation? Tiger Purple was shaken. This was also because Carlo's realm was too low. If Carlo's realm matched theirs, the power of desolate heaven would be beyond imagination, potentially leading to the complete decay of the cosmos. How terrifying! How strong was the Tiger of Desolation? It was almost inconceivable. The Tiger of Desolation truly deserved his legendary status as an ancient emperor, unmatched in talent and incomprehensible. We can't let this fight continue. He mustn't get hurt. Our opportunities to ascend are all tied to him. Hirsch shouted loudly. With the Heavenly Lane treasure technique and the inheritance of the Tiger of Desolation, they could achieve major breakthroughs, shattering the bottlenecks holding them back, truly entering the Imperial realm. Roberto, Lawrence, Celestial Demon Zyranxio, and other strong figures' eyes lit up. Hirsch was right. The inheritance Carlo possessed was astonishing. If Carlo could share this inheritance with them, they would surely make significant advancements, becoming true emperors. For a moment, they grew restless, wanting to intervene and stop the battle between Carlo and Yuri, fearing for Carlo's safety. Gentlemen, please do not act rashly. Carlo will be fine. I have already made arrangements. May raised her hand, temporarily removing the shielding force of the battle arena, allowing Roberto and the others to see her preparations. Seeing May's preparations, they immediately relaxed. With these preparations, Carlo would definitely be safe. The Buddha realm collapsed continuously, and Yuri's face turned ghastly pale. This was the product of his hard work and countless sacrifices. Without hesitation, he quickly retracted the Buddha realm. The power of desolate heaven was too terrifying. If he didn't retract it, the entire Buddha realm would be destroyed. After retracting the Buddha realm, his own strength also drastically weakened, losing the power the Buddha realm provided. Buddhist 9-word true incantation. He roared, unwilling to accept defeat despite his weakening strength. Carlo must be eliminated, even if it meant paying a huge price. He unleashed the Buddhist 9-word true incantation, a mantra containing immeasurable Buddhistic power, condensed from boundless Buddhist teachings. Such a mantra could only be comprehended by those with exceedingly profound knowledge in Buddhism. Otherwise, it was impossible to grasp. Hashtag chapter 592, Aura of Time. The 9-word mantras of Buddhism, though called words, are actually 9 special symbols. These symbols are extremely peculiar, incomprehensible and confounding. However, these symbols contain terrifying and formidable power. After Esau invoked the 9-word mantras, boundless Buddha light surged to the sky, vast Buddhist powers spread around, and the scene was nothing short of astonishing. Can this rival the power of heavenly desolation? Denny roared coldly, without fear, unleashing the power of heavenly desolation to its utmost limit, colliding with the 9-word mantras of Buddhism. This was a fearsomely intense collision. Two unimaginable forces collided, resulting in an incredibly shocking spectacle. Both contained immeasurably terrifying power, neither yielding to the other when they clashed. I have the power of heaven and earth behind me. What do you have? Denny's expression was cold. In this clash, he would undoubtedly emerge victorious. As he said, with the power of heaven and earth at his command, his strength was inexhaustible. Esau's Buddha realm was severely injured and dared not unleash more power, losing its source of strength. Thus, victory would inevitably belong to Denny. Esau's face turned ashen white. Casting the 9-word mantras had cost him almost all of his energy. He hadn't anticipated that the power of heavenly desolation would be so terrifying and formidable. Even the 9-word mantras of Buddhism couldn't directly break through it. For him, this was undeniably terrible news. The 9-word mantras consumed far too much energy. He couldn't sustain it for long, whereas Denny didn't need to worry about depleting his power. He simply had no way of winning this battle. You win, he said dejectedly, bowing his head in defeat and leaping down from the platform. Even though he was very reluctant to admit it, he had to concede that he could not defeat Denny. You won. He is the reincarnation of the ancient Buddha of Zyregt. Numerous beings stood dumbfounded. This battle was entirely different from the previous two. In the first battle, Denny fought Kathleen, who immediately fled from the platform upon witnessing the Buddhist skill Denny summoned, completely unprepared to fight him. In the second battle against Dorian, although the combat was thrilling and intense, Dorian eventually retreated due to being overpowered by Denny's techniques, leaving many tactics unexplored. But this battle was completely different. Denny and Esau's confrontation was far more intense and terrifying. Both unleashed their full arsenal, holding nothing back, making it extraordinarily thrilling and intense. Ultimately, Esau still fell, unable to match Denny. This battle proved Denny's incredible strength. Denny was absolutely heaven-defying and astonishing. Even without the previous advantage of skills, Dorian would definitely not be a match for Denny. After all, Dorian hadn't awakened the memories of Night Devil yet, while Esau had already awakened the memories of the ancient Buddha of Zyrect. Such a Esau was undoubtedly stronger than Dorian. Desmond. Even this Esau was defeated by Denny after exhausting all means. This clearly demonstrated Denny's prowess and confirmed that Dorian could not defeat Denny. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as the battle ended, powerful figures like Bartolomeo and Montague left their seats and approached the platform where Denny stood. They wanted Denny to reveal information about the Celestial Lane treasure art and the Tiger of Desolation's inheritance. Alas, you cannot obtain them. Denny sighed. In ancient times, there were no emperors. Even if he wanted to inform Montague and others, he couldn't. Some unknown force would undoubtedly restrict him. Moreover, he did not wish to tell Montague and others. Why should he tell Montague and others? He had no ties with them. If anyone deserved to know, it would be Fairy Xuanhuan. Fairy Xuanhuan also arrived here. Denny had intended to tell her, but he found it impossible. His earlier thoughts were correct. Even if he tried to convey it through mental telepathy, it wouldn't work. That unknown force emerged again, restricting him. Brother Taoist doesn't want to share with us, we understand. Bartolomeo looked at Fairy Xuanhuan and said, we won't take advantage of you unfairly. Set any conditions, and I will fulfill them. Denny is Fairy Xuanhuan's disciple, so naturally, he would follow her orders. Knowing this, Bartolomeo spoke directly to Xuanhuan. This matter is of great importance. You shouldn't be too selfish. Set any conditions, we won't haggle. All conditions will be met. Montague and others made promises, willing to do whatever it took to exchange for the knowledge. After all, the allure of becoming an emperor was too significant. This isn't something I can decide. Fairy Xuanhuan shook her head. To be honest, he is not my disciple. Do you really intend to be so selfish? Bartolomeo growled, his eyes flashing dangerously. The allure of becoming an emperor was enormous. It was the goal he had strived for all his life. How could he give up easily? Steve, Zyranxio Demigod, and other powerful figures also felt discontent, and the atmosphere suddenly became icy. Countless strong individuals had sacrificed their lives for the chance to become emperors. How could they give up now? Impossible. I'm not being selfish. Fairy Xuanhuan remained calm, raising her hand to dispel the power concealing Denny's aura of time. Not someone from this era. What? The bodies of Montague and others trembled violently as they sensed the aura of time on Denny. They instantly understood. Denny wasn't from their era. Their faces turned livid and grim. How could this happen? The opportunity to become emperors was right before them, but they couldn't seize it? Roar, I don't believe it. Bartolomeo screamed, striking out immediately. He aimed to capture Denny and forcefully extract the secrets of the Celestial Lane treasure art through soul-searching. Time was the most ruthless, its power the most terrifying. He knew well that even if he captured Denny, it might not change anything, and he might not obtain the Celestial Lane treasure art. But despite knowing this, he refused to give up, wanting to make one last attempt. Let me help Brother Taoist. I'll assist too. Steve, Zyranxio Demigod, and others shouted, mobilizing all their strength to counteract the power of time surrounding Denny. Denny wasn't important. The power of time on his body was crucial. Only by suppressing the power of time on Denny could they possibly get what they desired. If they failed to suppress the power of time, they were destined to fail. Bartolomeo attacked. As a beast touching the boundary of emperorhood, its strength was overwhelmingly formidable. Denny was like a single leaf before it, the disparity too vast. If everything went according to plan, Denny would be taken down instantly. Chapter 593, Western Land. Swish. An immeasurable, intense light erupted from Denny's body. He turned into a beam of light and departed from the spot, soaring towards the sky. Even formidable figures like Bartolomeo could not stop or confine him. River of Time. They still failed. They roared in frustration, unwilling to accept their defeat. In the sky, a long river appeared, its waves surging wildly as Denny transformed into light and entered this river. What was this kind of river? It seemed as if ancient history could be seen at one end, while visions of the future could be seen at the other. It spanned past, present, and future, truly wondrous and exquisite. Endless ages flowed on, and the powerful beings like Bartolomeo grew more and more reluctant. This seemed to be a river of time, and Denny was about to leave this world. They erupted with power that spanned tens of thousands of miles. Each used whatever means they had, unleashing awe-inspiring force as they tried to pull Denny out of the river of time. However, no matter how terrifying their powers were, they were utterly powerless against the river of time, not even causing the slightest ripple. Denny drifted along the river, moving slowly forward. I hope you can put an end to all calamities in the future, May murmured softly, her beautiful eyes filled with hope, wishing for Denny's success. What exactly happened? Desiree felt a deep tremor within her heart, realizing she was about to lose something precious. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Was she going to forget Denny? Ava was incredibly sad, not wanting to forget him. Ava struggled to recall memories associated with Denny, trying to imprint him deeply in her heart. However, soon, all her sorrow vanished, and all memories related to Denny completely dissipated. Why am I crying? Ava looked up at the sky, which was a clear blue with boundless sunshine, showing nothing, but her eyes continued to tear uncontrollably. The river of time disappeared, and Denny flowed towards its front end, erasing all traces of his existence in this era. It was as if he had never appeared in the first place. Records of events remained, indicating that these things had indeed happened, but when people tried to recall the details, they couldn't remember who May's disciple was. This was very strange. They had clearly experienced it personally, yet their memories were extremely vague. Even May remembered taking on a disciple and inviting all the top prodigies in the world for his sake. Her disciple had engaged in battles with various prodigies, shining brightly, but she couldn't recall who her disciple was. Powerful figures like Bartolomeo, Zyrinxio demon god, Zahir, and others had odd expressions. They felt they had just been doing something very important, but when they tried to recall it, they couldn't remember what it was. Too strange, too eerie. This event became the greatest mystery of the era. Countless beings had personally witnessed these events, and many top prodigies attested to having fought against May's disciple, yet they couldn't remember who the disciple was. The river of time rolled on, and Denny, situated within it, was profoundly moved. He witnessed grand scenes recorded in ancient texts, and also saw countless mighty figures of the past. With a thud, he fell from the river of time, landing in a magnificent mountain range. Buddhist light permeated everything here. It resembled a Buddha kingdom where even the roadside weeds radiated Buddha nature. The place was peaceful and harmonious. Western land? Denny froze. Had he come to the Western land? Where else besides the Western land would exhibit such Buddha-infused areas? Why did he suddenly come to the Western land? Wasn't he in May's domain? At that moment, he only felt a strange force surging towards him, followed by a sensation of falling into a river, seeing numerous historical events and meeting legendary figures. He couldn't understand, his head aching, wondering if all of this was an illusion or something else. Regardless, I've come to the Western land. Damn, do they really want me to become a monk? His expression was bizarre, feeling uneasy. Originally, practicing Buddhist scriptures was already dangerous enough, and he had deep karmic ties with the Buddhist community. Now, he had actually arrived in the Western land. He truly couldn't escape the connection anymore. Even if this might be an illusion, he didn't want it. Those powerful figures couldn't do it. Can I make it? He felt uncertain and nervous. He definitely didn't want to become a monk who beats the wooden fish bell, practices asceticism, abstains from meat, and only eats vegetables. Go to hell, I won't easily give in. He gritted his teeth, pulling out the preserved beast meat and setting it up for grilling. If I really can't, I'd better eat my fill first, he said sullenly, lacking confidence. After all, those unimaginable great figures couldn't escape either, eventually embracing the Buddhist community. Likely neither could he. Can a single passage of the deliverance scripture really convert those powerful figures into Buddhism? Or is it not so simple? Denny shook his head, feeling the waters of Buddhism were far deeper than he initially thought. The deliverance scripture was just one method used by the Buddhist community. He carefully controlled the fire temperature, meticulously grilling the beast meat. This might be the last time he ate grilled meat, so he cherished it greatly. Soon, the aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. The golden hue of the roasted beast meat glistened, oil dripped down, and it made everyone feel hungry, unable to resist. How could there be someone like this? He's actually grilling meat and eating it. A childlike voice rang out. Denny turned around to see an adult and a child, both staring at him angrily. In the sacred land of Buddhism, how can you kill life randomly? Eating the flesh of living beings? You are highly disrespectful, defiling the holy land of Buddhism. The adult was shaking in anger, pointing at Denny. This was Buddha's land where everyone cultivated in Buddhism, adhering strictly to rules and precepts. But, this smell is so fragrant. The child lowered his head, drooling at the mouth. It smelled too good. Despite knowing he shouldn't look, his small eyes couldn't help glancing toward the grill. Amitabha, sin upon sin. The adult hurriedly covered the child's eyes, chanting sutras to eliminate desires. The child also joined in chanting, suppressing his strong desire to eat the grilled meat. Finally, the adult released his hands from covering the child's eyes. The child's eyes were clear and free of any desire for the grilled meat, looking calm. All things have spirits, including grass and trees. Why do you see it differently? Zyreving creatures with blood and flesh have spirits, but vegetation does not? Eating meat is sinful, but eating plants isn't? Denny stared at the adult and shouted, don't mention flowers and trees. Even a drop of water has spirit. How do you know water doesn't have a spirit? If you truly do not want to kill anything, you should neither eat nor drink. Nonsense. The adult roared, you are distorting Buddha's intent. Such an anomaly should not exist in this supreme Buddhist land. Bolivarmans need to eat and drink from birth. It's natural. You violate this nature and still talk about Buddha's teachings. Denny retorted coldly. Chapter 594. Unable to leave. Can one forget the kindness of their parents who raised them just by entering the Buddhist faith? To become a stranger? The Buddhist teachings renounce desires, prohibiting men and women from being intimate. If everyone in the world did this, wouldn't the entire world perish? Where would new lives come from? Denny roared continuously, questioning the Isaias. Heresy. The Isaias was furious, unable to refute Denny's questions as his understanding of Buddhism was limited. Leave, and don't disturb me while I eat meat. Denny waved his hand. A force instantly enveloped the Isaias and child, pushing them away. Their cultivation realms were too low. There was no point in arguing with them. The Buddhist doctrines had already deeply rooted themselves in their minds. Even if he convinced them logically, it would be futile. He took out a jar of wine, poured himself a bowl, and stared at the liquor, lost in thought. This was monkey wine, a tribute from the sacred ape clan to immortal May. Thinking of the monkey wine reminded him of immortal May and Raquel. Were those past experiences real? He gulped down the bowl of wine, feeling like his stomach was on fire. This was a treasure wine brewed from various precious ingredients, its power astonishing. The burning sensation was like molten lava, having consumed too much for his body to handle comfortably. He activated the Tao scripture, refining the energy but could not refine the alcohol's potency. He became intoxicated, his face flushed red. Just one bowl of wine and he broke through not just one but two levels. Tearing off a piece of roasted meat, he chewed vigorously. The strength within was also incredible. Refining it once more, his realm increased yet again, improving his cultivation by eating and drinking. If someone saw this, they would be astounded. However, if outsiders knew that this was supreme holy nectar, potent monkey wine, and fierce beast meat rich in vitality essence, they would marvel at how little Denny had advanced. For any other being, advancing only a little would be unusual. 2 major realms of cultivation improvement was quite normal. This also demonstrated how extraordinarily powerful Denny was, far surpassing beings of similar rank. Outrageous! A group of monks arrived, angered by Denny eating meat and drinking wine. These were monks from a nearby temple, informed by the Isaias and child about encountering a heretical person who acted irresponsibly within the Buddha land. Clang! The purple lane spear descended mightily from the sky, landing before the group of monks, startling them. Too sudden, they hadn't reacted in time. If Denny wanted to take their lives, the purple lane spear would have instantly killed them. Don't disturb me. Denny spoke calmly, unmoving. These were ordinary monks, none higher than the void realm. To him now, they posed no threat. Amitba, you are not from the western lands, are you? An Isaiasly monk approached, radiating a Buddha glow, with a benevolent demeanor. He was the abbot of the nearby temple, at the Daoyuan realm, highly skilled. No, I'm leaving soon. Since you've come to the western lands, why the hurry? The scenery here is beautiful. Why not take a tour? The Vic smiled. What's there to see in a bunch of bald monks? Forget it. I'll leave now. Denny gathered his roasted meat and monkey wine, his body swaying. He was drunk, overwhelmed by the wine's potency. Once in the western lands, it means you have a connection with our Buddhist order. Please join us at the temple for a visit. The Vic blocked Denny from leaving, appearing beside him. Why can't I just leave freely? Denny frowned, displeased that the Vic intended to forcibly detain him. This is Buddha's land. Setting foot here signifies a bond with the Buddha. Let me guide you towards enlightenment, reciting scriptures, specifically the Sutra of Deliverance. However, his Sutra of Deliverance differed significantly from Yuri's version. Even without taking refuge under cause and effect records, Denny remained unaffected. Attempting to forcibly bring me into the Buddhist fold? Denny sneered, unpleased, saying, you can't deliver me. He immediately attacked. The purple lane spear flew into his hand. Pointing the spear tip at the Vic, he charged forward. The Vic paled, surprised that the Sutra of Deliverance didn't work. Unleashing Buddhist powers, an immense wave of Buddha light shot out, blocking Denny's assault. But it was useless. Denny's purple lane spear wielded immense force, throwing the Vic flying with splattering blood. Leaving. Denny didn't indulge in excessive killing. It was the western lands, filled with Buddhist disciples. He didn't want trouble, wanting only to leave quickly. You cannot escape. No one who enters the western lands has ever left, said the Vic pale-faced. Denny ignored him. How could he not leave? He traversed the void, disappearing rapidly. The western lands were vast, populated with countless beings and cities. Upon reaching a nearby city and inquiring, he learned of his location. He was at the edge of the western lands, not the core area. If he wanted to leave, the distance wasn't far. Wonderful. Relieved, he feared being in the core area. It would have made leaving extremely difficult. He continued slicing through space, speeding ahead, eager to depart the western lands. I'm out. He laughed, leaving the borders of the western lands, standing outside. What do you mean I can't leave? Look at me, I've left. Feeling elated, he felt uneasy and uncomfortable staying in the western lands. Suddenly, his expression changed. Why am I back? His face darkened, puzzled. How could he still be within the western lands? Spooky. He tried again, sprinting thousands of miles, but upon stopping, he found himself back in the western lands. Really can't leave? He cursed, frustrated. Attempting multiple times yielded the same result. He couldn't escape the western lands. The borders seemed enchanted, drawing him back no matter how far he went. No wonder the Vic said he couldn't leave. Exiting the western lands wasn't simple at all. Must be some kind of barrier. Denny squinted, deducing the entire western lands was enclosed within a barrier, allowing entry but not exit. To leave, he needed to find a way to break the barrier. Not so easy. He sighed. Breaking the western lands barrier wouldn't be simple. Otherwise, numerous strong individuals wouldn't remain trapped, eventually choosing to join the Buddhist order. Chapter 595, Tathagata. Since we're here, let's settle in. No rush. Denny returned and arrived at the temple. The sea of suffering is boundless, but there's a shore beyond. Patron, you will eventually be one of my Buddhist followers. The Vic chuckled, as if he had anticipated this. Get stuffed. Denny knocked the Vic down with a staff, suppressing all the monks in the temple and declared, this place is mine now. He occupied the temple and prevented the Vic and other monks from leaving or sending any messages out. The outside world was too dangerous for him to remain outside. Hence, he decided to stay within the temple. Since then, life became unbearable for the Vic and his fellow monks. Denny changed their vegetarian meals into meat dishes and sealed their powers so that they became just like ordinary people. If you're tough enough, don't eat it. Initially, the Vic and other monks managed to hold on, but after more than 10 days, some of them couldn't endure anymore and started eating meat. Cultivation is all about cultivating one's heart. Why go against your heart in the first place? Eating and drinking are natural human instincts. By suppressing instincts and merely following rituals, what meaning does such cultivation have? Denny shook his head. The Vic endured it the longest without eating or drinking for over a month. He was emaciated, his eyes dull, and being deprived of food and water for so long pushed him close to death. However, he still refused to eat meat. Seeing the state of the Vic, other monks felt immense guilt and wanted to commit suicide to atone for their sins. Denny stopped them. Buddhism teaches compassion. Now, I ask you, is your behavior compassionate? So many people want to die for you. Will you watch them die right before your eyes? Denny shouted, confronting the Vic. Today's hardships lead to future blessings. Amitba, my Buddha is compassionate. They've left this painful world and moved on to a future filled with blessings. The Vic opened his weak eyes. Who can see the future? The present moment is real. If one cannot live well in this life, what's the point of talking about the next? Said Denny. This so-called Buddhism is too cruel, placing hope in the next life. It's truly pitiful. Denny recited the scriptures with solemnity and began spreading the Buddhism he practiced. It was a completely different kind of Buddhism compared to what the Vic and others followed. During his time in the temple, Denny meticulously studied the Buddhism practiced by the Vic and found that it differed fundamentally from the Buddhist scriptures he cultivated. The Buddhist scriptures he cultivated were less restrictive and encouraged freedom of mind. How could this happen? Denny had no idea. Back then, Yuri had mentioned that the meaning behind the Buddhist scriptures he cultivated was entirely different from the Buddhist teachings. This? The Vic's eyes widened in shock. Denny's Buddhist scriptures stunned him deeply and created a huge impact on his mind. Amitabha. Instinctively, he tried to chant the Buddhist name, but suddenly had the thought to negate it. Were all so-called Buddhism and its meanings solely the creation of Amitabha? Was Amitabha necessarily correct? This was an unprecedented notion, not only for him but also for other members of the Buddhist community. They had never questioned or negated Amitabha. Everything has no end. This includes your Buddhist scriptures. Denny said calmly, by rigidly following the path, what do you ultimately gain? What do you ultimately become? Are you still yourselves, or mere extensions of others? This was the meaning of Buddhism stated in his scriptures, which he expounded in detail. The Buddhist scriptures resonated with the Vic and others, eliminating some preconceived notions. I will teach the Dharma every day. After finishing the scripture, Denny left. The thoughts entrenched in the Vic's and other monks' hearts wouldn't be easily shaken off, and Denny didn't expect immediate success. However, the seeds planted by these Buddhist scriptures would undoubtedly bloom in the future. If it were anywhere else, Denny would not hide idly without taking action. But the Westland was mysterious and unpredictable, and many powerful individuals who ventured into the Westland met disaster. He didn't want to follow in their footsteps and sought to pass through quietly. Of course, he wasn't idle either. He continuously pored over various ancient texts in the temple, searching for ways to leave the Westland. Unfortunately, it was only a small temple with limited ancient records and insufficient information. But he did make significant progress in understanding this area. This region contained countless temples, and the one he was in was just one very small temple. The largest temple in this area was Prajna Temple. If only I could capture Prajna Temple, Denny mused. Prajna Temple was an ancient temple. Unlike other temples, it was one of the earliest established temples in the Westland. Many great Buddhas had emerged from it and entered the Western paradise, holding a high status in the Westland. Capturing this temple would greatly aid Denny. There might be a way out of the Westland within this ancient temple. It won't be easy. Denny frowned, knowing he wouldn't easily conquer this ancient temple. It held great significance and was likely guarded by many strong individuals. But I can't sit here waiting to die either. Waiting like this, how long would it take? He needed to act. Otherwise, he would be stuck here forever, unable to leave the Westland. One step at a time. No need to rush. Denny squinted his eyes. He could gradually work towards his goal without immediately attacking Prajna Temple. There were too many temples in this region. What if another temple had the method to leave? He could start by capturing smaller temples first. Take steady steps. Denny's eyes gleamed. He wasn't in a hurry. Rushing leads to mistakes. Having advanced too quickly in the past, he needed to consolidate his realm. Each day, he recited the Buddhist scriptures within the temple. The minds of the Vic and others also changed, altering their view on meat. Wine and meat may pass through my body, but Buddha resides in my heart. They no longer resisted meat. Instead, they enjoyed eating it. Meanwhile, Denny strengthened his realm and power during these days. His strength and realm reached the 7th Tao origin realm once more. Leaving, he departed the temple, concealing his figure, heading toward the next target temple. What is your revered name? As it is heard, neither coming nor going, hence known as Tathagata. Denny recited a line from the scriptures before turning and leaving. Tathagata, huh? The Vic murmured softly. At the same time, Denny's figure had already vanished and arrived at the next target temple instantly. His speed was incredible. Despite the considerable distance between the two temples, he swiftly reached the destination. Chapter 596, Faith. Mountain ranges overlapped, with lush bamboo forests spreading far and wide. A grand road led directly to the temple. The road bustled with pedestrians, men and women, old and young, all with reverent expressions as they hurried towards the temple to seek blessings and pay homage to the Buddha. Recently, I don't know why, but a sudden epidemic has broken out. Countless people are sick, and even the most skilled doctors can do nothing. We hope this trip will be fruitful and gain the Buddha's protection to dispel the epidemic. The Great Bamboo Temple has always been miraculous. This time it definitely won't disappoint us. They spoke to one another, looking visibly weakened, some coughing severely, even coughing up blood. They were ordinary people living nearby, without any cultivation, and appeared to have contracted serious illnesses, looking quite miserable. Pandemic? Denny furrowed his brows slightly. This disease isn't natural. Someone has placed a curse on them. He smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth. With his keen spiritual senses, he could instantly tell that these people weren't ill but cursed by someone, hence their apparent weakness. The Great Bamboo Temple is behind this trickery. Unfurling the causal record, he instantly understood everything. The Buddhist sects would periodically create disasters to deepen people's faith in Buddhism. Then, they would intervene to eliminate the disaster, thereby strengthening people's belief in Buddhism. He followed the crowd to the Great Bamboo Temple. The Great Bamboo Temple was crowded with worshippers. Especially since the outbreak of the epidemic, more people came to pray for blessings at the temple. My illness is cured. So effective. Even before entering, he heard cheers echoing from inside the temple. Those who had sincerely prayed to the Buddha found their ailments disappearing instantly. Mine too. The Buddha is compassionate and saves all beings. People rejoiced with excitement. Anyone who paid homage to the Buddha saw their illnesses vanish, It was remarkably effective. The main hall was packed, with people even kneeling outside. It's this monk who's behind it. Denny's eyes gleamed as he immediately grasped what was happening. Standing under the golden Buddha in the main hall was a monk, silently channeling decursing power to cleanse those who bowed to the Buddha of their internal curses. I have a Buddhist scripture here. Please read it diligently when you return. It will enhance your health and make you immune to poisons. The kind-faced monk said. Subsequently, many monks distributed the scriptures. Thank you, master. We will recite the scripture every day upon returning home. These people took the scriptures reverently and spoke humbly. Please rid me of my inner demons. May the Buddha show mercy. Another group knelt down, begging the Buddha to eliminate their inner demons. However, unlike the previous ones, their prayers did not work. Their diseases remained, and they were still weak and coughing. The monk under the golden Buddha frowned, his face pale. He cast decursing spells, but a force blocked them, leaving the prostrate worshippers still cursed. Why are the demons still here? Is it because we aren't devout enough? Definitely. Our lack of devotion prevented the Buddha from showing his might. They kept bowing, heads bleeding profusely, yet their suffering persisted. The monk grew anxious, repeatedly casting decursing spells but couldn't break through the force obstructing him. Where was this force coming from? His spiritual senses revealed nothing, no clue to its origin. Aren't we devoted enough? Perhaps it's our punishment? The Buddha refuses to save us? The crowd began doubting the Buddha. Their heads bleeding profusely, they pleaded with great piety, yet achieved nothing. Olama to question the Buddha's power due to unmet prayers is not genuine devotion, the monk said. Please return home and reflect seriously on yourselves, eliminating all doubt. Then come back and pray sincerely. Your prayers will surely be answered. Our sins are grave. We should never have doubted the Buddha. Maybe we're not pious enough. The monk's words filled them with self-blame, and they bowed their heads again on the ground. The Buddha's compassion only extends to some beings. Then he spoke up saying, bow and beg, still not enough. Only those who believe deeply get help. Isn't this forced devotion? Watching beings suffer without helping unless they kneel obediently. Is this true compassion? He raised his voice, demanding, this is no compassion at all. Helping only believers while ignoring non-believers. What sort of compassion is that? The monk's face turned white. He had just managed to quell the doubts, but now Denny disrupted everything. True compassion involves helping everyone equally, believers and non-believers alike. Denny roared. Devotion must come from the heart, not through coercion. What coercion? You speak nonsense. The monk rebuked. Denny laughed, saying, isn't it coercion? Non-believers suffer from incurable ailments. Only believers find relief. What choice do they have? The crowd exchanged glances, deeply touched by Denny's words. Indeed, just as Denny said, non-believers couldn't get rid of their diseases. Only believers could. There was no real choice. The monk's expression darkened. He saw doubt filling the people's eyes. Their faith in the Buddha was wavering. You twist concepts and distort facts. The Buddha does not coerce anyone. Even non-believers receive his protection. He yelled. Oh, really? Why didn't their illnesses go away? Denny asked. The monk fell silent, unable to answer. He tried the decursing spell again, but it was futile, blocked by an unseen force. There's a difference indeed. Denny shook his head. Those who sincerely believed earlier got cured, but the less devoted later, Buddha ignores them. Buddha loves only his believers. Non-believers' lives mean nothing. You defile the name of Buddha. Defilement? Denny sneered. The truth is evident. No defilement. The so-called Buddha is just false compassion. Everything is for expanding followers and gaining faith. What use was faith? He wasn't sure. But after perusing ancient texts at previous temples, he knew faith was crucial for Vaughn. Hence, the Buddhists sought faith at all costs. Chapter 597, Exposed. The monk was greatly angered, as Denny was clearly provoking their Buddhist order. However, he soon calmed down. My Buddha is compassionate and has never been as you describe, he said calmly. The Buddha delivers all beings, but there are so many that even with boundless power, not everyone can be attended to. Sincere prayers are not for other reasons, but to let the Buddha hear our voices, allowing him to manifest and provide salvation. Desmonds, there are so many living beings in this world. How could Buddha possibly care for each one? We deserve punishment for harboring such evil thoughts against Buddha. Everyone spoke in self-reproach. After all, this was the Western land where Buddhism had deeply rooted in people's hearts. Even if they doubted, it vanished quickly. The status of Buddha in their hearts was unshakable. Amitabha, Amitabha, the patron's hostility is too heavy. It's inappropriate to stay in the temple. Please leave. Perhaps it's because of your intense hostility that everyone's prayers cannot reach Buddha. The monk told Denny, you disrespect Buddha, an unforgivable sin. How dare you doubt Buddha's miracles? Leave immediately. People began condemning Denny, thinking his presence prevented Buddha from manifesting. Influence? What influence? Can't you hear their voices? Denny looked at the monk. What do you mean? The monk asked. Aren't you the one who cast spells on them and then performed counter-curses here? Denny said calmly. What spell? Patron, don't spread such deceitful statements. The monk roared, his eyes shooting beams of light directly at Denny. He had long been unable to find the force blocking the counter-curse spell, but now he didn't need to search anymore. It must have been Denny's doing. Otherwise, how could Denny know about the spells? What spell? Are these not it? Denny waved his hand, releasing a burst of energy. Instantly, each person's body was illuminated by a curse symbol. Denny revealed these symbols for everyone to see. What is this? Were we really cursed? Everyone was terrified as they saw the cursed symbols on each other's bodies, all startled. Illusion. The monk yelled, you have ulterior motives, using such illusions to disrupt our faith in Buddha. You are incredibly bold. He struck out directly, a palm striking towards Denny, With Buddhist power surging and Buddhist light shooting out, Denny stood still without moving. Before the Buddhist power hit him, it automatically exploded, unable to harm him. The monk was only at the 3rd tier Tao essence realm. How could such a realm possibly harm him? It was impossible. Well, this is how the Buddhist sect behaves, attacking me without hesitation. Denny remained calm. He waved his hand again, and all the curse symbols on the people disintegrated instantly. It was just a simple low-level poison curse which he could easily break without the counter-curse spell. As the curse symbols shattered, the pain on everyone's bodies instantly disappeared. Is this also an illusion? Denny said, "Come, let's take a good look at this monk's true face." He stretched out his hand, pointing at the monk's forehead, and images appeared before everyone's eyes. At night, over Wanja village, the monk's figure hovered above, making hand seals as strands of eerie black mist flowed into each household, followed by constant coughing sounds. Next, the monk's figure disappeared and reappeared in another village, performing the same hand seals and emitting the same eerie black mist into every household. Soon, continuous coughing filled the entire village. One image after another showed the monk entering village after village, casting poison curses as eerie black mist seeped into each villager's body. That's my village. No wonder the illness spread overnight. Everyone shouted, glaring at the monk, recognizing the villages as their own from the images. Don't believe him. This is just his illusion, aimed to undermine your faith in Buddha. The monk screamed, denying everything. Moreover, he was inwardly shocked. How strong was Denny to make the memories in his mind appear like this? Still an illusion? Denny smiled, shooting 2 beams of light from his eyes into the monk's mind. Immediately, the monk's eyes turned blank, mumbling incantations. These are counter-curse incantations. Everyone, remember them and you can remove the curse yourselves. Those affected were all ordinary people, and the monk hadn't cast any high-level poison curses, only very low-level ones. Such curses could be undone through the counter-curse incantation. Outside, those who hadn't yet removed the curse chanted along. It worked. He shouted as all pain vanished, leaving no discomfort, feeling utterly relieved. His success quickly led others to follow suit, chanting the counter-curse incantation, removing their poison curses instantly. Darn it, we were really cursed. How despicable. Is this the real face of the Buddhist order? They were enraged and no longer had any doubts. Could reciting a few incantations cure diseases overnight? Impossible. They were indeed cursed. Suddenly, the earth shook violently as an immense force enveloped the entire temple, preventing anyone from leaving. What's happening? People inside the temple were terrified, sensing an ominous feeling. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures emerged from deep within the temple, all powerful monks confronting Denny. Who exactly are you? Do you understand the consequences of stirring trouble in the Western land? Their expressions were cold, locking onto Denny with powerful energy. Who am I? Just someone who can't stand injustice. Denny said calmly, overestimating yourself. You will pay for your actions. They roared and attacked Denny fiercely. Meanwhile, a group of monks rushed out, slaughtering the commoners mercilessly. They wouldn't allow anyone to destroy faith in Buddha. If these people survived, it would shake their belief. So, they had to kill everyone. So this is what you truly are. What kind of land do we live in? The supposedly holy land of Buddha is actually a heartless hell. People cried, completely seeing through the Buddhist order's facade. They had all been deceived. The Buddhist order was the cruelest, valuing no one's lives. Hashtag chapter 598. It should be mutual. Swish. Denny unleashed the way of balance in an instant. The strongest combatant in this temple was merely at the Ira Tai realm, posing no threat to him. Even without using the amplification array platform, he could suppress the monk's cultivation levels with the way of balance. As his own cultivation and strength improved, so did his mastery over the way of balance, reaching new depths. Now, he could precisely control the level of suppression according to his will, unlike before when the balance force indiscriminately suppressed higher realms and boosted lower ones. Now, he could target whomever he wished with the balance force. With the ripple of the balance force, all the monks who attacked him were instantly suppressed. His figure flashed, radiating intense light, more brilliant than a god of war. His fists hammered down, toppling one strong monk after another. In no time, all the powerful monks in Daju Temple were defeated by him. Swish! The purple lane spear emitted boundless purple light, like a massive purple dragon, instantly subduing the monks about to harm civilians. Remember my words. Rely on mountains, and they may collapse. Rely on people, and they may run. The most reliable and trustworthy is you yourselves. Denny looked at everyone and shouted loudly. Then, he directly broke the seal restraining the temple, allowing everyone to leave. You are courting death. The Western lands are not a place for puny youths like you to act recklessly. The experts of Daju Temple glared at Denny angrily. Denny ignored them and slapped all the Daju Temple experts aside with a single palm. From now on, I make the rules here. You all must behave, or else don't blame me for being rude. Then, his figure dissipated as he left the place and entered the scripture hall of Daju Temple directly. Daju Temple was not a major temple, and its records were limited. Denny did not find what he was looking for. However, he did not leave immediately. No results were within his expectations. He stayed, much like he did in the previous temple, practicing while spreading the Buddhist scriptures he followed. Bor-Fo Temple was too powerful to be easily dealt with alone. Denny wanted to gather some followers before confronting Bor-Fo Temple. Every day, Denny preached in Daju Temple. The monks within continuously changed, their faith in Vaughn shaken. Eventually, the monks of Daju Temple stopped believing in Vaughn and ceased chanting his name. May I ask the master's name? When Denny was about to leave, the monks of Daju Temple asked. As I have heard, from nowhere coming to nowhere going, that is Tathagata. Denny responded with Buddhist scripture and then left Daju Temple. He went to one temple after another, suppressing the monks and preaching the same scriptures, causing them to abandon their faith in Vaughn. West, Spirit Mountain. This was the most sacred mountain in the Western lands and the origin of Buddhism. There are issues with the faith in the southern region. Mark, go there and see what's happening, said a long-eyebrowed monk. He managed the faith across the Western lands and noticed the weakening of the faith in the southern region. Okay. Mark nodded and left Spirit Mountain for the southern region. That area was where Denny was active, and many temples had been subdued by him. The monks were influenced by the new Buddhist scriptures and abandoned their faith in Vaughn. It was no wonder the faith in that area was weakening. Bor Fo Temple. We have been quite troubled lately. The abbot of Bor Fo Temple frowned deeply. They discovered a new form of Buddhism spreading rapidly in their region, gaining numerous followers. It happened too fast. By the time we noticed, it was already well established. Desmond's. Others also frowned, not expecting such events. When they noticed, it was already too late, with too many believers. This was not something easily solved. The source is the most important. We still haven't identified it. The abbot's voice grew grave. Solving the problem required addressing the root cause. Unfortunately, despite thorough investigations, they could not pinpoint the origin. They say a person named Tathagata spread it, but we've never heard of this Tathagata, and we don't know where he is now. Others replied, as I have heard, from nowhere coming to nowhere going, that is Tathagata. Is he called Tathagata? Everyone can be Tathagata? The abbot shook his head, seeing through it better than others. The title Tathagata was not his true name. Travel to various places, reveal Buddha's traces, promote our teachings, and suppress Tathagata's scriptures. He quickly issued orders. Desmond's. Everyone nodded and dispersed. Soon, demonic creatures began appearing across the land, wreaking havoc. Zaire suffered immensely, blood staining the earth. Vaughn, compassionate Buddha. Monks chanting Amitabha appeared, subduing demons, promoting Buddhism, and winning back followers. Still playing the old tricks? Denny sneered, knowing these demons were released by the Buddhist sects. About time. It's time to take down Bor Fo Temple. He stepped out of a temple, urging everyone not to fall for it, and exposing the demons as creations of the Buddhists. He personally confronted the monks emerging from Bor Fo Temple, taking them down one by one. These monks were powerful but no match for him under his super-enhanced array platform. Meanwhile, experts from temples that abandoned faith in Amitabha, like Daju Temple, also came forward, subduing demons and revealing their true natures to the public. How despicable to use such tactics. You are not true Buddhas, but false Buddhas. Furious crowds recognized some demons as creatures subdued by Bor Fo Temple, a solid proof leaving Bor Fo Temple with no excuse. They gathered, marching toward Bor Fo Temple for retribution. As I have heard, from nowhere coming to nowhere going, that is Tathagata. One day, a middle-aged monk traveling this land heard the prevalent teachings and suddenly enlightened, breaking internal shackles. His aura became radiant, resembling a grand Buddha descending, eyes filled with wisdom, perceiving the world clearly. Things should not be like this. He shook his head and said, faith should not benefit only oneself but should be mutual. Vaughn, you were wrong. He turned away, walking resolutely towards Spirit Mountain in the Western Lands. Chapter 599, Ancient Enhancement Array Platform. The conspiracy at Panrua Temple was exposed, and every living being in this area was enraged beyond measure. They gathered together to besiege Panrua Temple. This was the benefit of Denny's early efforts to capture various temples and propagate his version of Buddhist scriptures within them. His scriptures had awakened these beings who believed in Vaughn, making them think for themselves rather than blindly relying on faith. Now they dared to say no, dared to rebel. How can this be? Panrua Temple was in a frenzy, never expecting events to escalate to such an extreme. Although it was the largest temple force in the region with many powerful practitioners, the number of beings attacking them was overwhelming. Even with their strength, they faced a massive threat. There's no need to panic. At this moment, a young monk arrived at Panrua Temple. He exuded unparalleled Buddhist virtues, his body shimmering with holy light, like a sacred son of the Buddha, flawless and divine. Spike Zyretl Buddha. The entire Panrua Temple trembled at the arrival of this extraordinary young monk, one of the 6 ancient Buddha's disciples, a direct disciple of the chance-eyebrowed ancient Buddha, whose Buddhist powers were boundless and revered by the Western lands as Zyretl Buddha. They hadn't expected that Spike would come here. The abbot of Panrua Temple felt anxious and tense. Why would someone of such exceptional status come to him? Was he here to demand an explanation? Such significant events undeniably amounted to a grave offense. That's why he hadn't reported anything above, fearing retribution from higher-ups. But ultimately, it didn't escape notice. A high-ranking figure came, and now his heart was filled with fear. A single spark can start a prairie fire. How dare you not report immediately? Spike's expression was cold as he shouted loudly at the abbot of Panrua Temple. Matters of faith were of utmost importance in Buddhism, and any issues must be reported upward, regardless of severity. However, the abbot chose to cover it up. Had it gone well, perhaps it would have been overlooked. But not only did it fail, it worsened the situation. Fortunately, his master, the chance-eyebrowed ancient Buddha, noticed the anomaly. Otherwise, who knows how bad it could have gotten. I was wrong, the abbot said, beads of cold sweat dripping down his face. He knew he had committed a major error. Regardless of the outcome, he could not escape punishment. We'll determine your fate later, Spike declared. Now, the most important thing is to deal with those beings outside. The abbot dared not speak. How easy was it to handle those beings outside? If it were so simple, he would have done it long ago. There were too many of them. Almost all the living beings in the region had joined the attack. He hadn't expected the strange scriptures to spread so quickly or cause such a disturbance. I know you're useless, Spike sneered. When I came, I brought in some powerful individuals from other temples to help you break through. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions echoed outside Panrua Temple. The powerful individuals Spike spoke of suddenly emerged, slaughtering countless beings surrounding the temple in mere moments. They were merciless and brutal, not valuing the lives of those beings, slaying without hesitation. These beings in this region are corrupted and should be eliminated. Spike stood at the temple gate, expressionless, issuing a decree of annihilation. He intended to cleanse this area, making a fresh start. The gathered beings, though numerous, were relatively weak. A massacre was unfolding, carried out by the powerful forces from other temples. This is Buddhist compassion. Denny's expression turned cold. He couldn't believe the Buddhists could be so bloodthirsty. To maintain the purity of their faith, they were willing to cleanse this entire region. He directly intervened, activating the enhancement array platform and invoking the balance Tao to envelop the powerful Buddhists. These Buddhist masters were unfathomable in strength. Although Denny had advanced to the heavenly destiny realm recently, he was still far below them, about 6 to 7 levels apart. In such a scenario, even his activated enhancement array platform wouldn't suppress these masters. However, this wasn't an ordinary enhancement platform. It was a super enhancement array platform personally refined by the non-clan's patriarch. Although he had abandoned that one, he knew the terror of the Western lands and prepared ahead of time. His causal incarnation maintained contact with the distant past, using the Book of Causality. With this connection, he commissioned Jeff Tinslayo's sect to seek out a more formidable enhancement array method, offering substantial rewards. Jeff Tinslayo's sect, enigmatic and powerful, did not disappoint. They truly found him an astonishingly potent ancient enhancement array method. According to them, this method originated from the primordial age, with effects almost defying logic. Denny wasn't adept at array methods. However, it wasn't difficult for him. His causal incarnation could instantly learn any divine technique or spell. Though the ancient array method from Jeff Tinslayo's sect was profoundly complex, it posed no challenge for his causal incarnation. The causal incarnation mapped the array method onto the Book of Causality, instantly comprehending its core principles and profound meanings. Since the causal incarnation and his main body were one, mastering skills through the causal incarnation meant he could also learn them. Thus, he mastered the skill of engraving arrays himself. He carved the ancient enhancement array method onto the array platform, ready to activate it at any moment. The materials required for this ancient enhancement array were astonishing, and the platform needed to withstand its power was equally incredible. Without exaggeration, few beings in the world could provide these materials, let alone craft a platform strong enough to bear the ancient array. However, Denny had abundant treasures, so materials were not a problem. He had already prepared the ancient enhancement array platform before assaulting Ponrua Temple. Thankfully, he had made preparations. Otherwise, his situation would have been dire. Not just capturing Ponrua Temple, even his own safety would have been at risk. Without external aid, Denny might have captured Ponrua Temple. But now, with reinforcements arriving, each stronger than the last, capturing Ponrua Temple would have been impossible without the ancient enhancement array platform. ##### Chapter 600, Radiant Buddha Star. The causality record is truly heaven-defying. Denny couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Although he had the ancient amplification array platform, all this would be useless if the path of balance didn't work. The temple's powerhouses were not ordinary beings. Each one was immensely powerful and astonishing. He was at least 6 to 7 major realms lower than these temple powerhouses. Under such circumstances, even with the ancient amplification array platform in hand, Denny doubted he could suppress them. However, the path of balance did not disappoint him. It successfully suppressed the strength and realm of all these temple powerhouses. Under normal conditions, this was simply impossible. Any of these temple powerhouses were stronger than Dalton, who couldn't suppress them either. Desmond, his path of balance managed to suppress these temple powerhouses. He clearly knew that this was due to the causality record, which greatly enhanced the power and profundity of the path of balance. Though he hadn't compared himself with Dalton, Denny believed that if they were to compete, the path of balance he mastered would be several times stronger than Dalton's. The fact that he could now suppress these temple powerhouses was proof enough. How can this be? My power. The faces of the temple powerhouses drastically changed, filled with terror and shock. How could they have thought their realms and powers could be suppressed by someone only at the Iraming realm, a mere speck in their eyes? It was unimaginable. The Iraming realm was at least 6 or 7 major realms below them, just a little insect compared to them. Desmond, this insect-like existence suppressed their power entirely. How could they believe or accept this? But whether they believed or accepted it, the reality was undeniable. Their realms and powers were diminished, reduced to the same level as Denny. There's nothing in this world that's impossible. Denny's expression was cold as he took a step forward, facing multiple opponents head-on. His body emitted a radiant light, his aura surging like a tidal wave, more brilliant and terrifying than any war god. With every punch, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, sending out waves of formidable power, truly fearsome. With a loud bang, one of the powerhouses clashed with Denny's fist and was immediately blasted away, his bones shattered and blood spurting from his mouth. What? The other powerhouses' faces instantly turned pale, never expecting Denny to be so monstrous and demonic. They were not ordinary individuals. Each one was extraordinary, considered supreme geniuses in their time, unparalleled within their own realms. Now, such astounding figures were being overpowered by Denny's single blow. This was a huge blow to them, hard to swallow. Is he the source? Malik looked at Denny, muttering softly. Boom boom boom. Explosions echoed incessantly as Denny fought ferociously without any sign of strain. Even though these powerhouses were extraordinary and no ordinary beings, they fell one after another under Denny's fists, unable to withstand a single blow. Jared's face was ashen, never expecting this outcome. He had thought everything would be resolved with the support of various temple powerhouses. However, everything changed because of Denny alone. His heart felt heavy. If even the powerhouses couldn't match Denny, what hope did they have of winning? Even if there was hope, it was utterly Malmong should be revised to. Even if there was hope, it was utterly slim. This ensures the sentence reads naturally in English while maintaining the original meaning. There's nothing too worrying here, Malik said calmly. He isn't so monstrous. He seems to only be able to suppress others' realms and powers down to his level. In this case, he's not that formidable. If Denny could reduce someone's realm and power to extremely low levels, it would be dire indeed. Boar Temple would undoubtedly fall to Denny. But as he said, the situation wasn't so grim. Denny couldn't suppress others to very low levels, only down to his own level. In this case, there was nothing to worry about. A fight between equals. With Malik present, Denny was bound to fail. With Zyrettel Buddha here, we don't need to worry. Jared smiled, dispelling all worries. He had realized the same. Denny could only suppress the power and realm to the same level as himself. Malik, known as Zyrettel Buddha, was unquestionably strong. In a fight between equals, Malik would undoubtedly surpass Denny. He had immense confidence in Malik. Zyrettel Buddha will subdue him. Indeed. Other monks of Boar Temple also relaxed, easing their tension. Not everyone could be called Zyrettel Buddha. Malik being called Zyrettel Buddha proved how extraordinarily strong he was. An invincible genius. Swish. Buddhist light shone through the sky, making Malik appear spotless and holy as he advanced toward Denny. His realm and power were 3 major realms higher than Denny's. Moreover, Malik was no ordinary being, an absolute monster-grade genius. Under these circumstances, Denny's path of balance would find it extremely difficult to suppress him. However, under the ancient amplification array platform, the suppression of Malik wasn't challenging. As soon as Malik made a move, Denny's path of balance brought down his realm and power. Interesting. Malik's eyes sparkled. He had already given Denny high regard, but reality proved he still underestimated him. The suppression he faced was proof enough. Though he didn't think he could resist this suppression, he believed Denny wouldn't make it easy. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Denny while overestimating himself. All his assumptions were wrong. Denny effortlessly suppressed his realm. Ancient Era's radiant Buddha star. Denny's pupils constricted as he recognized Malik. Malik was no ordinary figure but an incredibly outstanding and heaven-defying genius, renowned throughout history for his brilliance. In the ancient era, Malik was undoubtedly a shining Buddha star, achieving Buddhahood in a short period and surpassing many ancient Buddhas. Chapter 601. The Buddha's Edict. Denny had conquered temple after temple, and from those temples, he already knew he had traveled to the ancient era. But what he hadn't expected was that he would encounter the dazzling Buddha star of this ancient era. This Malik was even more astonishing than people like Michael. Excellent. Denny grinned, and after realizing how astounding and otherworldly Malik was, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he became even more excited. He was never one to fear battle. The stronger the opponent, the happier he got, because only by fighting a formidable opponent could he improve and be honed. If he only fought weaker opponents, not only would he not improve, but he might also suffer a negative influence, leading to a decline in his own strength. He leaped through the void and instantly appeared before Malik, launching a fearsome punch towards him. The power of his punch was terrifying enough to crush towering mountain peaks. However, Malik was no simple opponent. He remained extraordinarily calm despite Denny's sudden attack, showing no signs of panic. Reacting with blinding speed, he swiftly met Denny's punch with his palm. Denny frowned, stepping back repeatedly. This collision put him at a slight disadvantage, truly deserving of being born with a Buddha's body. He remarked, who could easily withstand such an unexpected close-quarters attack. Malik was no ordinary adversary. Not only did he withstand Denny's blow, but he also gave Denny a taste of his own medicine. I don't have many opponents, and you count as one. No wonder you can stir up so much commotion and shake the faith in Vaughn. Malik spoke, his eyes emitting 2 streams of light. With a solemn tone, he continued. Referred to as Zyrettel Buddha, his prideful disposition made it extremely rare for him to acknowledge anyone as his rival. This showed just how seriously he took Denny. Boom. With a palm thrust, boundless Buddha Zyrect surged forth, and crystalline Buddha flowers blossomed one after another. A tidal wave of Buddha force erupted, aimed at subduing Denny. Unperturbed, Denny executed the celestial lane art, summoning a heavenly dragon that struck forward. Instantly, a terrifying explosion resounded as the clash of powers created a catastrophic scene, akin to the arrival of Doomsday, far too horrifying. Opening his mouth, golden waves pulsed as he unleashed a powerful technique from the Buddhist school that attacked both the physical and spiritual realms. This was a soundwave attack known as Buddha Roar, its power incredibly terrifying. Malik had once roared to death a formidable beast with sheer power. Roar. The roar of a tiger echoed through heaven and earth, but Denny remained unafraid, invoking the White Tiger Holy Art's roar to counter Malik's Buddha Roar. Magdalena's always said Denny was their kin, even more prestigious in bloodline. Otherwise, why would Denny excel far beyond it in the White Tiger Holy Art? In fact, all of this was due to the Book of Cause and Effect. The book had enhanced the White Tiger Holy Art, making it far more profound when wielded by Denny. Malik's expression changed, his body showing fine cracks, and his spirit faced immense impact. He hadn't expected Denny's Tiger Roar to be so formidable, even surpassing his Buddha Roar. Subdue Demon's Staff. He shouted, raising a staff, a high-ranking saint weapon, a precious treasure of the Buddhist school. With a thunderous crash, he smashed forward with the Subdue Demon's Staff, causing the entire space to explode, altering the colors of heaven and earth. Denny coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body deformed under the severe impact. It was fortunate his physical body was exceptionally tough. If it were anyone else, even a beast with exceedingly noble bloodline, they wouldn't stand a chance against such a strike, inevitably being shattered. Swish, swish, swish. Fiery rays shot out from Denny's body as he fully activated his open acupoints, connecting them to enhance his physical strength. Purple Lane Spear. He immediately summoned the purple lane spear. Malik, now armed with the subdued demon staff, was terrifying. Alone, Denny couldn't match Malik. The purple lane spear shone brilliantly, its radiance matching and even surpassing the subdued demon staff. Heard that a purple lane who ascended to the imperial realm was forged into a dragon spear. I thought it was just unreliable hearsay. But now, this is truly happening. Malik stared intently at the purple lane spear in Denny's hand, his face grave. He sensed the overwhelming imperial dragon aura on the spear, recalling an ancient rumor of a powerful imperial-level purple dragon being forcibly forged into a dragon spear. How powerful were imperial dragons? He had never believed this rumor. How could someone force a purple dragon of the imperial level into a spear? It was impossible. But now, disbelief turned to acceptance, as the legendary dragon spear stood before him. A dragon spear crafted from an imperial purple dragon. Denny's form flickered, similarly surprised by the purple lane spear's origin. He knew the spear wasn't ordinary, but this was far beyond his expectations. An imperial purple dragon. It was such a powerful existence. Holding it in his hands shook his heart profoundly. You must come with me. Malik's eyes gleamed as he stared directly at Denny. Everything Denny displayed was astonishing. He intended to bring Denny to Mount Spirit. Do I go just because you say so? Who do you think you are? Denny attacked again. The purple lane spear shimmered with thousands of purple lights, unleashing a horrifying blast forward. Malik tried to block with the subdued demon staff, but it was futile. The staff was suppressed and even began cracking. Even this supreme saint weapon proved helpless against the purple lane spear. Malik had no doubt now. It was indeed the rumored dragon spear. Without hesitation, he quickly retrieved the subdued demon staff. The weapon was priceless, and he didn't want it destroyed. Buddha's edict, he shouted coldly, raising a corner of a talisman paper. Infinite Buddha Zyrect cascaded down, looking extraordinary and impressive. This piece of talisman paper was indeed special. Although it was just a small corner without any writing, it still carried the immense power of Vaughn's edict inscribed on it. What act are you putting on? Showing a little broken paper and calling it Buddha's edict? You sure have some nerve. Denny sneered, saying, at least it should have some words on it. How can you claim this as Buddha's edict with nothing written? Chapter 602. Not even suitable for wiping feet. Uninformed. Malik said disdainfully. This was a genuine and authentic edict from Buddha, possessing boundless power. Desmond, Denny had said that it was just a tattered corner of paper. It truly showed his lack of knowledge. Flash. The corner of the edict emitted light, hanging down countless rays of Buddha's light. It was dazzlingly bright, supreme in Buddhahood, slowly pressing down from above. Although it was only a corner of the edict, smaller than a fingernail, it possessed an unimaginable force as it pressed down, as if all heaven and earth were descending, bringing an unstoppable momentum. Denny frowned. He underestimated this fragment of the edict. He hadn't anticipated that this tiny part would have such terrifying and fearsome power. His entire body was immobilized, completely unable to move, only able to endure the edict pressing down on him. The power of the edict was horrifically terrifying. If this fragment were allowed to press down on him, Denny's fate would be extremely dire. And Denny was well aware of this. Burst open. Denny roared, unleashing all the power within his body, forcibly breaking free from the edict's binding. The edict's power was immeasurably terrifying. Even with all his strength unleashed, he couldn't completely break free from its binding. He could only manage some minor movements. But for Denny, this was more than enough. Without hesitation, he quickly cast the lesser wasteland art. Instantly, the surrounding elemental powers rushed into his body at a visible speed. In a mere moment, his strength increased crazily. Heaven Wasteland. He shouted solemnly, decisive. In an instant, he unleashed the Great Heaven Wasteland art to resist the suppression of the edict. Combining the Great Heaven Wasteland art with the lesser wasteland art made its power immeasurably terrifying and frightening. The binding effect of the edict on Denny's body was immediately shattered. Denny fully regained his freedom. At the same time, the aura of the wasteland spread. The fluctuations of wasteland clashed against the power of the edict. Do you think you can block the edict? Ridiculous. Malik yelled, full of disdain. This was a fragment written by Vaughn himself. Even though it bore no words, just blank space, it was terrifyingly powerful. How could Denny withstand it? But soon, his expression changed drastically. The spell Denny unleashed had extremely terrifying power and actually managed to resist the suppression of the edict. What kind of great art is this? He said disbelievingly. To be able to resist the suppression of the edict was beyond his expectation. He wondered what kind of art it was. At the very least, it must be in tiger art, and not an ordinary one at that. Tiger art. His face turned pale as he gritted his teeth. The spell Denny unleashed was absolutely in tiger art, and definitely not created by an ordinary emperor. Being able to resist the suppression of the edict. The creator of Denny's spell was, without a doubt, equally strong or stronger than Vaughn. Otherwise, there was no way Denny's spell could resist the suppression of the edict. The wasteland tiger? His face turned even whiter. Vaughn was incredibly powerful. Even among emperors, few could match up to him, harnessing the elemental forces around him like a master of the world, freely manipulating them. Simultaneously, that extremely terrifying wasteland aura instantly reminded him of the wasteland tiger. The wasteland tiger was the most astonishing and supreme figure in history, whose talent surpassed all, so much so that even Vaughn paled in comparison before the wasteland tiger. Who are you exactly? Malik's pupils dilated. He never expected that what originally seemed like a simple matter would escalate to this point, leaving him at a complete disadvantage. The inheritance of the wasteland tiger was certainly not something anyone could possess. Denny was absolutely extraordinary. I'm just a passerby, you don't need to take too much notice of me. Denny moved swiftly, using the fluctuations of wasteland to advance. The fragment of the edict Malik summoned was shaken off, the Buddha light suppressed, unable to withstand the great heaven wasteland art. Boom, boom, boom. He continuously punched, causing void explosions one after another. Malik couldn't defend and was hit by Denny punch after punch. Blood splattered everywhere. Malik's body nearly exploded, blood spurting uncontrollably, his appearance extremely miserable. It was only due to his Buddhist body, with its unique and robust constitution, that he didn't explode under Denny's strikes. Otherwise, any other creature would have burst under Denny's attacks. Denny remained cold, giving no chance to Malik, and continued his relentless assault. Ultimately, Malik was subdued by Denny, left with no fighting strength. How is this possible? Not even a Zyretal Buddha? The monks of Bor Abbey were utterly stunned. They never thought Denny would be so terrifying and frightful, defeating Malik, who was known as the Zyretal Buddha. What was even harder to believe was that even the edict Malik summoned couldn't withstand Denny and was suppressed. They knew clearly that the current Avral had given Malik this treasure, a true edict of the Buddha, with horrifyingly supernatural power. Desmond, this terrifyingly supernatural edict failed too, far exceeding their expectations. What edict? Best used to wipe feet. With the edict suppressed and its power contained, Denny waved his hand, and the edict flew into his palm. True to his word, he really used the edict to wipe his feet. So useless, not even suitable for wiping feet. It's smaller than a fingernail. Denny looked displeased. The edict was too small, unsuitable for wiping feet. You. All the monks stared at Denny with immense anger, wanting nothing more than to devour him alive. That was an edict personally inscribed by Vaughn. Just this fact alone made the fragment of the edict an unparalleled treasure revered by the disciples of Buddhism. Now, Denny was actually using this supreme treasure to wipe his feet, even expressing disgust. They were all enraged. However, despite their extreme anger, they had no means to retaliate. Denny was too abnormal and terrifying, having defeated even Malik. How could they possibly be a match for Denny? It was simply impossible. You will pay a heavy price. Malik bellowed. Western land is not a place for you to act recklessly. When the mighty ones of Spirit Mountain emerge, you will undoubtedly meet your doom without a trace. Just shut up. Denny ignored Malik's threats and sealed his powers. With Malik subdued, there was no suspense left in this battle. Bore Temple fell, taken over by Denny. Transmit the scriptures. Denny did not cause unnecessary slaughter here. Similar to what he did in previous temples, he began transmitting the scriptures, altering the attitudes of Bore Temple's residents towards Vaughn. It still won't work. Denny sighed. After transmitting the scriptures, he went to the scripture repository of Bore Temple, hoping to find a way to leave the Western land there. Unfortunately, even a powerful temple like Bore did not have a method to leave the Western land within its halls. Chapter 603. Internal Turmoil. There's no choice but to keep going upwards. Denny felt helpless. He had no other options. The Western lands were far too bizarre, and he would be teleported back if he tried to leave. He had to find a way out, or else he would remain trapped indefinitely. He didn't want to stay in the Western lands. If he stayed too long, he might get assimilated by these monks. Right? How could I forget him? Denny thought of Malik. Malik came from Spirit Mountain and was an extremely high-ranking disciple of the Chance Eyebrow Ancient Buddha, one of the 6 ancient Buddhas. Perhaps Malik knew a way out of the Western lands. You can never leave the Western lands even if you die, Malik said coldly. Nonsense. Denny, unwilling to waste time on idle chatter, began performing a soul search on Malik. There's a restriction. His expression changed drastically as he pulled his soul force out just after entering Malik's mind. There was an incredibly powerful and terrifying restriction inside Malik's mind, which would have annihilated Denny's soul had he not retreated immediately. But Denny did not give up. After subjecting Malik to intense interrogation, the latter finally broke down and confessed everything. The Western lands is not an ordinary place. It has been bound by various restrictions set by Vaughn with great power. Any living being that steps into the Western lands cannot leave easily. Even disciples of Buddhism are treated the same way. Malik recounted everything. For Buddhist disciples to leave, they required a special token. However, those who left couldn't stay outside forever as the token had a time limit. Once this time expired, the disciples would be teleported back regardless of their location. That's why it's rare to see Buddhist disciples outside. To leave the Western lands permanently, one must go to Spirit Mountain and eliminate the presence of the Western lands within them using Vaughn's prayer beads. All living beings of the Western lands have their aura within the prayer beads. Without removing it, one can never escape the Western lands. Malik explained. So extreme? Denny widened his eyes, never expecting the Western lands to be so terrifying. To leave, he'd need to erase the traces of his aura within the Western lands. Eradicating the aura within the prayer beads was no easy task. Denny knew very well how difficult it would be to get close to it without further explanation from Malik. Sure enough, Denny was right. The prayer beads were located deep within Spirit Mountain, where even the 6 ancient Buddhas struggled to approach. Only the Avral could come near the prayer beads. With no hope of leaving, Denny felt disheartened. This was too difficult. Not only reaching the depths of Spirit Mountain seemed impossible, but getting into Spirit Mountain itself was almost unachievable for him at his current strength. Any powerful figure from Spirit Mountain could easily kill him. Nothing can be done. I can only wait for teleportation, Denny helplessly said. Entering the depths of Spirit Mountain? That would mean certain death. His only hope was to wait for Chance Cyrian's power to teleport him away. After all, he traveled from the ancient era to the prehistoric era before. There was still a possibility of being teleported again. However, when exactly he would be teleported was uncertain. Moreover, he wasn't even sure if this world was an illusion or reality. Forget it. There's always a way forward. Let's wait and see. Denny sighed as he left Banya Temple. Unlike earlier, he did not stay in the temple daily reciting scriptures. The commotion he caused had drawn the attention of Spirit Mountain, sending Malik. If he stayed at Banya Temple, it could invite danger, possibly drawing strong figures from Spirit Mountain. Thus, he left Banya Temple. Before leaving, he did not release Malik or the other temple experts from their bindings. Instead, he made others recite scriptures to change Malik and other temple experts' minds. Time passed quickly. Soon, a month had gone by. Unexpectedly, Spirit Mountain did not send any powerful figures against him. There was no action at all to stop the spread of his unconventional scriptures within the region. What's happening? Denny frowned, finding this abnormal and very strange. From what he learned from Malik, Spirit Mountain placed immense importance on the faith of the living beings in the Western lands. Matters of faith were no small issue. Currently, the scriptures he spread covered nearly half of the southern region, leading many to abandon their faith in Vaughn. Under normal circumstances, Spirit Mountain wouldn't ignore such developments. Desmond, there was no response from Spirit Mountain. This was indeed very strange. Perhaps something has happened at Spirit Mountain. Denny's eyes gleamed. He speculated that something major might have occurred within Spirit Mountain, preventing the strong figures from addressing the problem. Go to Spirit Mountain and see. Initially, he dared not enter Spirit Mountain, but now, given the changes and the possible issues at Spirit Mountain, he suddenly felt compelled to investigate. He swiftly headed towards Spirit Mountain, altering his appearance and concealing his aura. Using multiple teleportation arrays across various cities, he eventually arrived at Spirit Mountain. Indeed, something has happened. Denny stood at a distance, gazing at Spirit Mountain. Currently, it was completely sealed, with no living beings entering or exiting, a very unusual state. Typically, numerous beings entered and exited Spirit Mountain daily. Now, the complete seal indicated a significant issue. Denny remained outside, sensing an opportunity and not wanting to miss it. After several days, a massive tremor occurred within Spirit Mountain, breaking the seal. It appeared that an unimaginable and terrifying battle was underway. Denny didn't enter directly but hovered around the perimeter. Indeed, there is a battle. From outside, Denny could see the ongoing battles and countless beings engaged in fierce combat within. Internal turmoil? Denny's expression turned strange. The battling beings inside were not outsiders, but all belonged to Buddhism. Chapter 604. The Vaughn Golden Body. Uprising occurred within the spiritual mountain, and the battle raging inside was terrifying beyond imagination. Although Denny was outside the spiritual mountain, he was still terrified by what was happening inside. It was truly too awful. What level of power was clashing there? Denny had never seen such a horrifying and terrible battle before. It was even more terrifying than the battle between the powerful figures from ancient times and the Bolivaranquin organization that he had witnessed in the River of Time. Blood spattered everywhere, covering every inch of the land in Spiritual Mountain. Even the blood flowed out from the mountain itself. Spiritual Mountain became a mountain drenched in blood, with rivers of blood within it, reflecting a sky red as blood. Whoosh! A streak of intense light shot out, followed by an inconceivable figure flying out from within Spiritual Mountain. At the same time, another inconceivable great figure also flew out immediately after. Matthias. Denny's face changed drastically as he recognized the inconceivable figure that flew out afterward. The inconceivable figure that flew out afterward was none other than the Matthias of the Buddhist sect. Who is that one? Denny looked at the silhouette of the first great figure who had flown out, completely puzzled. He was very unfamiliar with this figure. How could this be possible? That great figure was on par with the Matthias. How could they possibly be an unknown person? This terrifying, inconceivable great figure must have made a significant impact, leaving many records for future generations. Desmond, no matter how Denny tried to recall, he couldn't think of who this great figure was. The Buddhist scriptures I practice? Denny's eyes widened as he felt a familiar sensation from the fluctuations caused by that great figure's attacks. That great figure was actually practicing the same Buddhist scriptures as him. Am I encountering the founder of my Buddhist scriptures? Denny's face was filled with bewilderment. That great figure's strength was unimaginable, exuding an imperial aura with every move. Without a doubt, this was a powerful figure who was either infinitely close to the imperial realm or had already stepped into it. Facing a terrifying great figure who practiced the same Buddhist scriptures as him, he instantly associated this figure with the likely founder of his own Buddhist scriptures. How can someone who created such astonishing Buddhist scriptures, infinitely close to the imperial realm, or even potentially in Tiger, not have left a single record for future generations? Denny could not make sense of it. Such a supreme figure should have definitely left numerous records for future generations. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions continuously rang out, causing the entire western lands to tremble violently. The scene was boundlessly horrific and shocking as the fluctuations spread for thousands of miles. Too terrifying. Without hesitation, Denny hurriedly summoned piece after piece of supreme treasures to protect himself. Under the protection of these treasures, he managed to withstand the terrifying force waves from the ongoing battle. If it weren't for the protection of those treasures, he would have instantly vanished. Such power fluctuations were indeed too terrifying and awful. Puff. Blood splashed out from the Matthias's body. He was injured and was apparently struggling against the great figure he faced. Denny stared in disbelief. Even the Matthias wasn't a match for this great figure. How terrifying and formidable was this person? You actually broke through and touched the great tiger realm. The Matthias's face turned deathly pale, not expecting this person to have touched the great tiger realm. He and this person were both tigers who had entered the imperial realm. However, the supreme domain of the great tiger was something even they, as tigers, couldn't easily reach. He truly didn't expect this person to have reached it. The great tiger realm, this was the ultimate state, the pinnacle of existence. The Vaughn, who founded the Buddhist sect, was a great tiger. Indeed. The Matthias's opponent nodded, saying, I've touched the great tiger realm, and I'm just one step away from stepping into the great tiger realm. His words made the Matthias's expression change dramatically. Just one step away from entering the great tiger realm. With such power, How could he possibly contend? Furthermore, he felt immensely indignant. Compared to him, this opponent was far too young, having lived for a relatively short period. To be so young and just one step away from breaking into the Great Tiger realm, how could he possibly be content? This is the advantage of the new methods. The Matthias's opponent remained calm, looking at the Matthias and said, "You shouldn't resist. New methods are better than old ones, and this is the future development trend of our Buddhist sect." "What future development trend?" the Matthias shouted. "Would you replace Vaughn?" His opponent shook his head. "I don't wish to replace Vaughn. I only know that Vaughn was wrong. Faith should be mutually beneficial, not selfish." "Bold," the Matthias roared in anger. "You dare to criticize Vaughn?" His strength exploded fully. He couldn't just let it go like this. If he did, the entire Western lands would fall. When that time came, the original Buddhist sect would be completely erased, and a new one would take its place. When he fully unleashed his power, he became even more terrifying and powerful than before. However, even with his full power, he still wasn't a match for his opponent who had touched the Great Tiger realm. The power his opponent wielded was simply insurmountable. "Is the Buddhist sect going to perish because of me?" The Matthias clenched his teeth, feeling even greater resentment. "This isn't perishing but a new beginning. The Buddhist sect will become better in the future," his opponent said calmly. "I'd rather die than let you succeed." The Matthias roared, fighting to the death. No matter what, he wouldn't compromise. However, everything he did was futile. He was simply no match for his opponent. The gap between them was too vast. His expression was filled with despondency, the gleam in his eyes fading. He saw no hope for victory. His opponent would conquer the spiritual mountain. Whoosh! Just then, the depths of spiritual mountain shook, and countless rays of Buddha Zirect shot out. The golden body of Vaughn enshrined within spiritual mountain revived, unleashing an extremely powerful force to attack the Matthias's opponent. "You are wrong, and grievously so. Obtaining faith without principles will lead to your downfall, even if you could be reborn or break through the Great Tiger realm and become an eternal immortal. You will still be wrong." The Matthias's opponent watched the golden body of Vaughn calmly. This golden body of Vaughn was incredibly powerful, almost as though the real Vaughn was attacking. Its power was terrifying and shocking beyond measure. The Matthias's opponent fully unleashed his power without any reservations to counter the attack of the golden body. However, the gap between him and the golden body of Vaughn was like the gap between the Matthias and himself. He was no match for the golden body of Vaughn. Chapter 605. The Primordial Era. The golden body of Vaughn appeared, exuding boundless power. The adversary of the Avral was suppressed and imprisoned beneath the golden statue. "I will not die, not even by Vaughn. The Buddhist scriptures I practice will not be broken. I am Tathagata, and everyone can be Tathagata. You cannot extinguish or kill them all." Beneath the golden body of Vaughn, the adversary of the Avral spoke calmly. "Can't be extinguished or killed?" The Avral's expression was cold as he said, "You underestimate me. Even if it means wiping out all of the Western regions, I will eliminate any trace related to you, and the Buddhist scriptures you practiced will be thoroughly severed." His opponent was subdued, and this battle quickly came to an end. Returning to Vulture Peak, the Avral's strength was incredibly formidable. All the powerful figures who rebelled against Buddhism were ruthlessly exterminated without exception. "Kill." He gave the order to annihilate with a cold look. Any living being associated with that scripture would be killed. This unusual scripture was too astonishing. If it wasn't completely destroyed, the future of Buddhism would inevitably relapse and face serious threats and challenges. He was well aware of how many beings in the Western regions had abandoned their faith in Vaughn. Not to mention the beings within the Western regions, over half of the strong figures on Vulture Peak supported his opponent. This revealed just how severe the threat posed by the unconventional scripture was, and how many lives had turned against Buddhism. Any being related to it would be exterminated. Undoubtedly, countless lives in the Western regions would perish because of this. However, he didn't care. Compared to the power of faith, these lost lives were insignificant. Faith was the most crucial matter. "I wonder if my Buddha can return." He looked into the distance with a complex expression. Even as the leader of present-day Buddhism, he still hadn't figured out how to control and utilize the power of faith. The power of faith was incomprehensibly profound. According to Vaughn, it was the strongest force in the world, and mastering it fully could lead one to ascension. Indeed, Vaughn said that after comprehending the power of faith, one might touch upon the realm of immortality, potentially becoming an eternal deity. Over the long ages, all the accumulated power of faith from the Western regions belonged to Vaughn. He always felt that Vaughn would eventually return. Meanwhile, Denny's scalp tingled as he quickly left the vicinity of Vulture Peak. He hadn't expected such an upheaval. Vaughn's golden body revealed such terrifying and formidable power. Especially, he hadn't expected Buddhism to be so ruthless, offering no chances and directly intending to annihilate everything. "Is it my fault?" Denny's mood sank. He felt it was all his doing. If he hadn't spread that scripture, those lives wouldn't have faced this calamity. Buddhism was immensely powerful, and the Western regions were its origin and stronghold. Under such circumstances, those lives could never stand against Buddhism. Facing Buddhism's relentless annihilation, those lives were destined to die. What about that great figure? Denny frowned, thinking of the greater entity who surpassed the Avral. That great entity possessed the same scripture, and was suspected to be its creator. Though he had spread the scripture to many beings, he hadn't reached out to the strong figures at Vulture Peak. In fact, he had no chance to contact them. Clearly, those scriptures held by the strong figures at Vulture Peak were transmitted by that entity superior to the Avral. Even without my appearance, this scripture would certainly spread widely. He sighed. All events stemmed from him, yet they didn't. The creator of this unconventional scripture existed in this era and was so fearsome. In his view, even without his existence, this scripture would spread extensively. But ultimately, it is connected to me. His eyes sparkled as he turned to leave, hoping to warn the rebellious lives so they could hide and avoid the catastrophe. However, just as he was about to act, a towering lane lotus appeared. Billions of rays fell from its top, and an immense force sucked him away. No! He roared in anger, desperately resisting. He hadn't warned the rebellious lives yet, and he didn't want to go now. But no matter how he resisted, it was futile. His body rose involuntarily, turning into a beam of light. The power of the lane lotus was truly terrifying. Splashing sounds echoed. The river of time, which once appeared in the ancient era, reappeared, and Denny, now a beam of light, merged into it. He saw ancient scenes more archaic than those from the primordial age within the river of time. Time flowed backward, and so did he. Primordial era? He fell from the river of time, looking grave. He couldn't forget the rebellious lives, nor could he let go of not warning them in time. He knew that unprepared lives facing Buddhism's destruction would surely meet their demise. Unfortunately, no matter how unwilling he was, he couldn't return. It was impossible. The river of time's appearance was beyond his control, and he couldn't traverse time freely. Everything he was experiencing now was beyond his control. Earlier, he had traveled back to the ancient and primordial eras and had some experience. Based on what he saw in the river of time and the era he found himself in now, he deduced that he had arrived at an era older than the primordial era, the ancient era. He knew little about the ancient era. It was so distant from his time that records were scarce. Even Mac, who investigated ancient times thoroughly, knew little about this era. He was in a continuous mountain range surrounded by wilderness, hearing only the roaring of beasts. All the beasts in the mountains were ferocious, with formidable bloodline powers. Every beast was extremely powerful. Denny, at the Destiny realm, almost perished when confronting a ferocious beast at the Tao origin realm, whose strength far exceeded his. It was a first for him. He had never felt threatened by entities lower in rank, but here, he faced a significant threat from a lower-ranked beast. I took a wrong turn. Denny, covered in blood, barely defeated the Tao origin realm ferocious beast at great cost. However, he gained much information in the process. He now had a general understanding of this mountain range. Chapter 606, Robert. The mountains were filled with roars of beasts. Countless ferocious creatures lived and thrived here. Denny dared not linger in these mountains. He wished to leave as quickly as possible. However, his earlier lack of knowledge about the area caused him to take a wrong path, leading deeper into the mountains. Fortunately, he encountered a Xuanhuan realm beast, giving him an understanding of this region. Sure. Denny's eyes gleamed. After comprehending the layout of the mountains, he chose not to leave, but stay behind to temper himself. Here, he could clearly see his own inadequacies more clearly than ever before. He wasn't just struggling against creatures of the same rank. Even when facing a creature one major realm lower, the battle was unbearably tough. He still had a long way to go, and he yearned to become perfect, to grow stronger. No matter when, having absolute power was the greatest guarantee. He wanted to have even greater strength. During this period, he didn't leave the mountains but stayed to fight various fierce beasts, honing and improving himself. This method proved highly effective. The beasts here were terrifyingly powerful. Each battle could be life or death, significantly enhancing his combat prowess and multiplying his strength. Now, even the most formidable low-realm beasts posed no threat. He could easily defeat them. The longer he stayed in the mountains, the better he understood the region, knowing which kinds of beasts inhabited each area. Once low-realm beasts no longer challenged him, he targeted beasts of the same rank, engaging in bloody battles that rapidly boosted his realm and strength. By the end of the month, his realm advanced from Ira Ming to Ira Tai. Above Ira Tai lay Ira Qiong, Wan Balavara, Zhu Yi, Balavarn Yuan, and the 9 Wang realms. Among the 9 Wang realms, there were 9 sub-realms divided not simply by ranks 1 through 9, but Di Wang, Ren Wang, Avan Wang, Ira Wang, Yuan Wang, Xian Wang, Xing Wang, Brenton Wang, and Yu Wang. Each sub-realm further divided into ranks 1 through 9. Beyond the 9 Wang realms came the Tiger stage, above which was the Sage stage. Simon? Speechless, Denny had just slain a beast when he saw a fleeting figure. It looked exactly like Simon. Was it really fate to encounter him everywhere? In ancient times, he saw Pierre who resembled Simon. Now, in the primeval era, he saw another look-alike. What's his origin? Denny couldn't help but wonder aloud. How could two people look so identical? It felt like something more was going on. Perhaps Simon was related to Pierre from the ancient era and someone from this primeval era. In the upper ancient era, there might be others too, but I was in the western lands and didn't see them. Denny's expression grew grim. Simon's origins must be terrifying and astonishing. Tracing back his roots would surely be shocking. Well, whichever era, Simon stays the same. Denny was again speechless. This Simon from the primeval era was being hunted, just like the Simon from the ancient and his era. Same looks and character? This primeval era Simon was also incredibly cunning, never allowing those hunting him to fully catch up. However, eventually, they caught up. Run if you can, you fiend. One damn desecration of our ancestors' tombs. A group of beings glared at Simon, hatred etched on their faces. This Simon was undoubtedly more unethical, digging up graves. Following them, Denny nearly fell over hearing what they said. How disgraceful. Is there nothing you won't do? Denny's mouth twitched. This primeval era Simon was even more contemptible and unethical than the ancient era's version, or his era's Simon. Aren't treasures buried underground wasted? It's an insult to heaven. I'm bringing these treasures to light, doing a great deed. Desmond, you persistently hunt me. You are the true villains, evil incarnate. Simon spat out angrily. He couldn't run any further. Ahead stood a terrifying beast that would devour him if he went further. Otherwise, with his skill, he wouldn't have been caught. Robert, how can you say such things? Is this human conduct? You cannot disturb ancestral resting places. Bold and reckless, today your life will be taken. They spoke menacingly to this era's Simon. Robert, how dare you? Denny's lips twitched. The names Simon used in different eras were intriguing. Simon rarely has virtue. Pierre, I have virtue. Robert, leader among the unethical? Don't push me. If you do, let's all die together. Robert fiercely said, the beasts inside don't eat vegetables. If we lure that beast over, we're all dead. Even if I die today, I will kill you. Not killing you would disgrace our ancestors. Their murderous intent did not waver. Boom, boom, boom. They attacked Robert directly. Digging up graves was an unforgivable enmity. Today, they would kill him even at the cost of their lives. Then today, I, Daddy, will fight you. Robert shouted, appearing fearless, ready to fight to the death. Everyone's expressions turned serious. Despite his lack of morals, Robert's strength was formidable. Desmond, just as they prepared for a final clash, Robert fled without hesitation. Damn it! You can't escape, they shouted, chasing after him. Robert didn't flee towards the beast's territory, knowing it meant certain death. Instead, he headed another way. Heh, you foolhardy guys think I fear you? Did you think I entered these mountains because I was cornered? Wrong. I came because my brother is here. Robert ran straight toward Denny. Grinning, he said, brother, don't hold back, kill them all. They've hunted me mercilessly. Chapter 607, The Most Unscrupulous. Denny narrowed his eyes. This era's Robert was truly not simple at all. He had kept his aura concealed and hidden in the dark, yet he was discovered by Robert, which was somewhat unexpected. Under normal circumstances, let alone Robert, even beings in the sky canopy realm would never be able to detect him. Robert's realm was almost on par with his, both in the heavenly platform realm, yet he managed to discover Denny. This was something he really did not anticipate. Who's your big brother? Denny's face turned black. Robert was really unscrupulous, calling out to him as big brother right away, exposing him, and using him as a scapegoat. How could Robert possibly know him? He was purely making it up. What? Big brother said they came at just the right time. Right when big brother's realm broke through, perfect for practice. Robert shouted loudly. Do you have any shame? Denny was utterly speechless. Robert was really too unscrupulous. Big brother said you're all trash. One punch is enough to obliterate all of you. Robert shouted at the pursuing beings. Arrogant. We will kill both of you today. The beings were enraged, unleashing their full strength and charging forward. Brother, take care. I will remember this day's kindness and repay it in the future if you can survive this calamity. Robert whispered to Denny and was about to leave. However, almost instantly, his expression drastically changed. He found himself firmly restrained by an unseen force originating from Denny. Just now calling me big brother, then brothers, friend, you are quite unscrupulous. Denny spoke, saying, friend, don't rush to leave. We need to chat properly. At that moment, the group of beings rushed over. Their strength was formidable. 3 of them possessed Sky Canopy Realm combat power. When they attacked together, the scene was incredibly terrifying. Even the weakest among them was above the 5th level of the Heavenly Platform Realm. Robert was only at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Platform Realm. But Robert had not been caught by these beings all along. If not for the terrifying strong fierce beasts inhabiting ahead, Robert wouldn't have been caught by now. From this point, it was clear that Robert was no ordinary person. Denny's expression remained calm. He took a step forward, unleashing the principle of balance, instantly suppressing the realms and strengths of these beings. It had to be admitted, none of these beings were simple. Each one was extremely formidable, evident from their powerful fluctuations upon attacking. Denny was well aware of this. If he didn't suppress their realms and strengths, he wouldn't stand a chance against them. Thus, without hesitation, he activated the principle of balance immediately, suppressing their strengths and realms. You've suppressed our realms. The expressions of the beings drastically changed, surprised by Denny's bizarre and frightening means. Earlier, when Robert boasted about Denny's capabilities, claiming he could obliterate them with a single punch, they completely dismissed it, not believing Denny was that powerful. After all, their realms and strengths were higher than Denny's, who was merely at the 2nd level of the Heavenly Platform Realm. They also had 2 Sky Canopy Realm combat powers on their side. In such a situation, how could they be taken down by Denny? They could easily deal with Denny, but now, they abandoned such thoughts. Denny was no simple individual, possessing exceedingly terrifying abilities. The profundity of the principle of balance suppressing their power was so deep that even with their full might, they couldn't break free. Bizarre friends make bizarre friends. This thought instantly surfaced in their minds. If Robert wasn't simple, then his friend was equally not simple. Still, they did not give up. They were merely suppressed to Denny's same realm but weren't stripped of all their power. They could still fight. Good job, big brother. Robert was equally surprised by Denny's bizarre and frightening prowess, effortlessly suppressing the realms and strengths of those pursuing him within moments. He grinned widely, amazed that a randomly chosen companion was so formidable. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions sounded continuously. These beings, who witnessed Denny's bizarre side, discarded their earlier underestimation and began to hold him in high regard. Without any hesitation, they decisively unleashed their strongest techniques and powers in an instant. Denny remained unperturbed, taking a step forward and arriving before these beings. He fought against multiple opponents simultaneously without any signs of being overwhelmed, far stronger than them. This advantage came from staying in the mountains, engaging in fierce battles with various vicious beasts. If not for training against vicious beasts in these mountains, Denny would not be this strong and would undoubtedly struggle against these beings. Big brother, wipe them out. Not one of them is good. On the other side, Robert smiled ear to ear. Given Denny's incredible strength, these beings might not be a match for him. Swish, swish, swish. Fiery light shot out from Denny's body. Deeply understanding these beings' formidable nature, Denny decisively activated the opened acupoints in his body, connecting them to enhance his physical body to an even more terrifying level. Denny surged into close combat with these beings, unleashing the heavenly body fist without holding back, pushing his melee combat skills to the extreme. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered everywhere as Denny engaged in close combat with these beings, none of whom could withstand him, not being a match for Denny. Several beings were sent flying in mere moments. The remaining beings' faces grew increasingly grim. All of them were top-tier individuals from various races, capable of overwhelming others at the same realm. However, Denny had already forcibly sent several of their comrades flying, increasing their respect for him further. Denny was decisive, not giving these beings a chance to catch their breath, and fiercely attacked again, engaging them in intense combat. The remaining beings clearly had greater strength. Otherwise, they would have been thrown aside earlier by Denny. Regardless, you must die. Kill. Their expressions were cold, determined to claim Robert's life, their surging killing intent reaching the heavens. Your actions cannot control my fate. Denny remained calm, showing no sign of panic, engaging in a fierce battle with these beings. Chapter 608, Treasured Wine. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions resounded continuously as the remaining creatures burst into action. They had extremely complex backgrounds and wielded supreme treasures in their hands. Now they unleashed all the power of these treasures. Such strength was terrifying and formidable. Even Denny found it somewhat overwhelming, feeling a considerable pressure. However, Denny had long endured countless battles and trials within this mountain range, adapting himself to various forms of pressure. Although this current pressure wasn't negligible, for Denny, it was nothing out of the ordinary. He did not even use magical weapons like the purple lane spear, but relied solely on his physical strength to confront these beings' supreme treasures. What kind of person is this? How bizarre is that? The expressions of these creatures changed drastically. After Denny's body emitted a radiance of treasure light, his physical strength surged instantly. Their magical weapons clashed against Denny's physique, yet were unable to prevail, trembling violently, and some even showed cracks. How could this be? Their eyes bulged wide with disbelief. Pure physical strength actually surpassed their magical weapons. How could they believe it? It should be known that the magical weapons in their hands weren't ordinary. Each one was of extremely high grade. In such circumstances, how could Denny's physical strength possibly withstand their attacks? Desmond, Denny indeed defended against their various magical weapons, using only his sheer physical strength. Undoubtedly, Denny's physical strength had reached an unimaginably monstrous level, even surpassing the most esteemed ferocious beasts in terms of lineage, both terrifying and frightening. Let's go. Go. They felt the profound gap between themselves and Denny. This was an insurmountable disparity. They stood no chance against him. Staying here meant they would surely die at Denny's hands. Although they desperately wanted to kill Robert, the current gap was simply too vast. They couldn't close it. Staying here served no purpose in killing Robert. Denny didn't chase after them, allowing these creatures to leave. Brother, you are my true brother. Robert smirked and loudly proclaimed Denny as his true brother. I don't have a brother like you who betrays me. Denny tapped Robert on the head, knowing he was notoriously devious, going so far as to desecrate graves, an immoral act of utmost shamelessness. Brother, you've misunderstood me. Robert quickly explained, actually, I knew brother you were invincible. Those people weren't a match for you, so I lured them here. Zyariq, I believe you. Denny glared at Robert, not trusting a word he said. Stay and train with me in the mountains. Denny released Robert from the restriction, saying, don't think about running away. You won't escape. To be able to stay by your side, brother, and train with you in the mountains, is an honor for me. Why would I run? Robert tried to flatter Denny, but suddenly, he hurled an object, releasing an eerie pink mist towards Denny. What brother? I'm the real brother. Robert stood proudly, brimming with pride and smugness. The object he threw contained an extremely potent pollen toxin, causing severe poisoning upon contact. Even someone with the prowess of 10,000 Bolivar mirror wouldn't survive this poison. You. Denny's expression changed drastically, his entire body shaking, breath weak, clearly showing signs of poisoning. Call me brother. Robert laughed even harder. Brother, big head ghost. Denny slapped Robert, making him yelp in pain. You aren't poisoned? Robert stared in disbelief. Denny was incredibly resilient, even immune to deadly pollen? My body is impervious to all toxins. You trying to ambush me? Too naive. Denny grabbed Robert and began beating him. Put away your wicked thoughts and diligently train with me. If you have any more tricks, I'll break your legs. I won't, brother. Robert screamed, lacking backbone and immediately conceding defeat. Let's go. Denny dragged Robert to the habitat of the fierce beasts of their realm, then tossed him inside. Instantly, Robert let out anguished cries as the fierce beasts were immensely powerful. Robert nearly lost his life. However, Denny was unconcerned. He knew Robert wasn't that simple and wouldn't die easily. Sure enough, despite his pitiful state, Robert remained unharmed, the fierce beasts unable to kill him. Denny didn't leave, staying until Robert defeated the fierce beasts. Pant, pant, pant. Never been this exhausted. Robert panted heavily, collapsing onto the ground as if drained of all energy. Just as he said, he'd never faced such arduous battles. He would either fight if he had the upper hand, or flee if it became tough. Rest well. Denny personally skinned and roasted the fierce beasts Robert had killed. Then he took out the monkey wine, pouring a shallow bowlful for Robert. Drink this to warm yourself up. Denny said, I've never met someone as stingy as you. Just a shallow bowlful? Do you want me to drink or not? Robert scoffed in disdain. The wine in the bowl was too little, just a thin layer that could be finished in one sip. If you want it, take it. Otherwise, forget it. Denny responded indifferently. Who wouldn't drink free stuff? Robert grabbed the bowl and gulped it down in one go. Monkey wine, full of essence and vitality, seemed very extraordinary. How could he miss it? He wouldn't miss it. Yow, on fire, on fire. After drinking, Robert jumped up as if his butt was on fire. The wine surged through him like molten lava, almost burning his internal organs. This will greatly benefit you. Don't waste it. Hurry and refine it. It's a supreme treasure elixir, Denny instructed. Upon hearing this, Robert quickly steadied himself, sitting cross-legged to circulate his inner arts and refine the monkey wine within him. As he continuously refined, his aura grew stronger. Despite just a small sip of monkey wine, its contained power was unimaginable. Breakthrough? Sometime later, Robert opened his eyes in disbelief. He had broken through his realm barrier, entering a higher realm. Chapter 609, Eternal Antiquity. What kind of wine is this? Its efficacy is so powerful and astonishing. Robert had never imagined it, looking at Denny with a peculiar expression. It should be noted that he hadn't reached the pinnacle of his realm but had only just entered this new stage. Desmond, after drinking just a small mouthful of the wine, he directly broke through to the next realm. The wine's power was indeed astonishing, comparable to sacred liquid. Still think I'm stingy? Denny smiled broadly as he looked at Robert. He had poured only a small mouthful for Robert, not because he was stingy, but because he was afraid Robert couldn't bear it. Not stingy, not stingy. Robert grinned, saying, give me another taste, brother. One sip won't do. Let's finish a bowl. Denny laughed and drank all the wine in Robert's bowl in one go. He then poured himself a full bowl. This wasn't the first time he had drunk monkey wine. He had already had many cups and knew what his limits were. This? Robert's eyes almost popped out when he saw Denny drink an entire bowl in one gulp. He felt like he couldn't handle even a small mouthful. Yet Denny could drink a whole large bowl. His face was peculiar. Denny was really freakish. Here you go. Denny poured Robert a bowl, saying, one bowl for each bout. Robert's expression was odd. Was Denny being too nice? He actually gave him a whole bowl of wine. This wine was comparable to sacred liquid, incredibly valuable. If it were auctioned off, it would certainly cause a big stir, leading to countless beings fighting over it. However, Denny generously gave him a whole bowl, which caught him completely by surprise. Do we know each other from before? He couldn't help but ask Denny. Who would be so generous to a stranger? He thought Denny probably knew him, but no matter how he tried to recall, he couldn't remember ever meeting Denny. We don't know each other. Denny shook his head, saying, but you look a lot like a very good friend of mine. I see. Robert's expression was strange. The friend Denny mentioned must be very important to him, with a deep friendship, or else why would Denny be so generous just because he resembled that friend? So fragrant. At that moment, the roasted meat was ready. Robert sniffed, entirely entranced by the aroma. It was too delicious. He had never smelled such a fragrance before. Eat and drink. Denny tore off a piece of the roasted meat and started chewing heartily. This wasn't an ordinary beast. The essence within its flesh was exceptionally potent. Robert watched Denny eat so vigorously, his face filled with amazement again. Such intense essence. Could anyone dare to eat meat so boldly? Denny was just too extraordinary, impossible to judge by ordinary standards. He didn't dare to eat like Denny, taking tiny bites and drinking the wine cautiously, sipping only small amounts. Denny drank 3 full bowls of wine and ate more than half of the roasted meat, leaving only a small portion for Robert. The Tao scripture inside him continuously operated, quickly refining both the roasted meat and the monkey wine he had consumed. The rapid refinement was due not only to the extraordinary nature of the Tao scripture, but also to Denny's freakishly resilient physical body. Soon, he fully refined the energy, and his realm advanced once again. Can't be. You've only broken through one level? Robert's face was bizarre. How was it possible? He had broken through a whole level with just a sip of the wine. Desmond, Denny, who drank 3 bowls of wine and devoured so much roasted meat, only broke through one minor level? This was too strange. Forget the 3 bowls of wine. Even the force contained in the roasted meat Denny ate would be enough to break through at least 2 levels. If one doesn't have sufficient inner strength, how could they achieve supremacy within their own rank? Or face multiple foes alone? Denny chuckled, saying, eat well and drink well, then come find me. He stood up and left, now unconcerned about Robert running away. After drinking the monkey wine, Robert wouldn't run, even if Denny chased him away. Without wasting time, Denny quickly found another powerful beast and engaged it in battle, refining and solidifying the strength within his body. Sure enough, after a long while, Robert came over and found him. To Robert, Denny was undoubtedly a benefactor. He wasn't about to let him go so easily. Train well. Denny told Robert to find beasts on his own to battle, while he sought suitable opponents for himself. As promised, every time Robert finished training, Denny would give him a bowl of monkey wine. Due to this, Robert's strength improved rapidly. Denny continued battling non-stop, his strength and realm advancing swiftly as well. Suddenly, the space twisted violently, and a towering lane lotus appeared. I have to leave. Denny bid farewell to Robert, knowing he had to leave this era. Where are you going? Robert shouted. Take me along. The lane lotus swayed, casting down rays of light, and Denny's figure turned into light, disappearing along with the lane lotus. Bolivar? What was I doing? After Denny and the lane lotus vanished, Robert was confused, feeling like he lost some memories. No matter how he tried to recall, he couldn't remember what those lost memories were. Transforming into light, Denny merged back into the river of time and space. This time, he remained unusually calm, watching the scenes unfold in the river of time and space with tranquility. A moment later, he fell out of the river of time and space. Is this the era of eternal antiquity? He mumbled to himself, deducing from the scene before he fell that he might have arrived in the era before ancient times, the era of eternal antiquity. This was an even more ancient era, with very limited records in the present day. Denny had little recollection of the era of eternal antiquity. Do I have to travel back through all eras? Denny's eyes gleamed, saying, or is all of this an illusion, and I never left Lane Spring's secret realm, still under that Lane Lotus? He shook his head. Everything was too hard to fathom. Even now, he couldn't determine whether this was real or an illusion. For him, this uncertainty undoubtedly wasn't good. He would surely encounter many troubles without making a clear determination. No matter. Since I'm here, I'll take things as they come. Let's see if this is all true or false. Denny's eyes emitted two piercing beams, unafraid and facing everything calmly. Chapter 610. The Nether Store. This time, Denny found himself directly transported into an ancient city teeming with life forms. Many of the races were ones he couldn't name, all having long since become extinct. He wandered through the city, surveying this ancient place. The ancient city was incredibly bustling, filled with various shops and constant cries of vendors. Ice Lane gourd, sweet and crispy, made from hawthorns that have been tainted by dragon blood. Eat it and you'll be greatly benefited. Songrong cake, a pastry made from 6,000-year-old matsutai, worth tasting for sure. All these cries left Denny gaping in awe. Good heavens, even the street snacks sold along the way were astonishingly powerful, made from astonishing materials. Undoubtedly, this era of antiquity was more potent and powerful than the eras of far antiquity, high antiquity, and proto-antiquity. Balavarndred Knowledge Sect? Denny stopped abruptly before a 9-story building, his expression peculiar. Balavarndred Knowledge Sect. He truly hadn't expected that the Balavarndred Knowledge Sect still existed in this era of antiquity. Goodness gracious, how terrifying and formidable must the origins of the Balavarndred Knowledge Sect be to be able to carry on for such a lengthy span of time. Of course, the writing of the antiquity era was different from that of Denny's time, and even from the neighboring high antiquity era. Under normal circumstances, Denny would not have recognized the writing of the antiquity era at all. However, Denny possessed the causal record, and after projecting the 3 characters Balavarndred Knowledge Sect onto it, he immediately understood what these words were. Let's see what the Balavarndred Knowledge Sect of the antiquity era looks like. Denny walked inside. Someone promptly came over to greet him. What can I get you, sir? Our Balavarndred Knowledge Sect has everything. If you can think of it, we've got it. The Balavarndred Knowledge Sect's assistant smiled and said, in this era, the business of the Balavarndred Knowledge Sect was similar to what Denny knew from his time. They did everything, not just information trading. I want the Gate Tiger scripture. Do you have it? Denny asked with a smile. Desmond's, but the price is high, replied the Balavarndred Knowledge Sect assistant, which greatly surprised Denny. He had only asked out of jest, never expecting that the Balavarndred Knowledge Sect could even produce something as significant as the Gate Tiger scripture. Denny circled around the Balavarndred Knowledge Sect and then left. The sect was indeed extraordinary, practically having whatever he asked for, though the prices were far beyond what he could afford. He wasn't poor, possessing countless treasures, but in this era of antiquity, what he owned didn't amount to much. Even the most precious treasures and sacred medicines he held were common in the antiquity era. Sacred medicines weren't scarce here, their numbers were vast. Nether. Denny froze in shock upon seeing a store named Nether within this city. Was this a shop run by the Nether organization? Denny entered the shop with skepticism. Welcome, sir. A seductively enchanting beauty greeted him with a smile. Her appearance was stunningly beautiful, exuding an allure that captivated the world, extremely enticing. Even with his steadfast heart, Denny couldn't help but glance a few times at the enchantingly seductive woman. Her allure was too astounding. Finally, it was only after he recited Buddhist scriptures that he managed to steady his mind and prevent himself from making a fool of himself. You're quite impressive, sir. The beauty looked at Denny with an odd expression and said, I've never seen anyone as young as you who can keep their eyes off me. Ava belonged to the 9 profound charm race, born with enchanting bones. Let alone someone like Denny, even some Bryces couldn't withstand her allure. I'm young and don't know much. My mind is pretty simple, Denny chuckled. Then, with a casual demeanor, he asked, I'm new here, first time visiting this city. What does this shop sell? Mainly human heads. The beauty smiled, her voice melodious yet her words chilling. Oh, human heads? How do you sell them? If there's anyone whose head you desire, we can remove it for you, she explained. I want the head of the Buddhist master from the Buddha sect, is that possible? Desmond's. Ava smiled again. But the price is extremely high, roughly equivalent to what it would cost to take down Avril. Whether or not you can afford it remains to be seen. Denny's eyes narrowed. This really was a shop run by the Nether organization. So brazen? Denny hadn't anticipated that. Just joking. How could I possibly afford the price of a Avril? Denny laughed. You could think about who you hate the most, who you want to kill the most. Since our shop has just opened, we can give you a great discount, the beauty smiled. Just opened? Desmond's. We are a new organization. To increase our reputation, we opened this shop here. The beauty continued, Sir, please don't doubt our capabilities. We guarantee that whoever you want killed will be killed. A new organization? Could it be that the Nether organization originated in the Antiquity era? Denny's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected the lineage of the Nether organization to extend so far back in time. Initially, he thought the Nether organization might only date back to the High Antiquity era, but he was wrong. The Nether organization was even more powerful and had a longer history than he imagined. I don't have anyone in mind right now. I'll come back when I do. Denny left the shop, his thoughts racing. Could he destroy the Nether organization in this era? Since the Nether organization was just starting, it was likely the best time to deal with it. If he could eliminate it here, future generations wouldn't suffer from its harm. The creatures of this era don't take the Nether organization seriously. He sighed deeply. For the Nether organization to open a store openly, it showed that the creatures of this era didn't value it much. It's understandable since it's just beginning. People naturally wouldn't know how harmful the Nether organization can be. Denny formed a plan. Since people didn't know how dangerous the Nether organization was, he would make them understand its dangers. He returned to the Balavarndred Knowledge Sect and purchased information on the Nether organization and details about this ancient city. Indeed, it has just appeared. Even the Bolivarndred knowledge sect knows very little about the Nether organization. After reviewing the information on the Nether organization, Denny found nothing particularly useful. The Bolivarndred knowledge sect only understood the surface-level details about the Nether organization. For deeper information, the Bolivarndred knowledge sect admitted they hadn't fully investigated yet. However, the Bolivarndred knowledge sect assured Denny that they would eventually uncover all the origins and roots of the Nether organization. Chapter 611. Accepting the xuanhuan. The Bolivarnkwan organization had just emerged, and people were unaware of its severity, treating it as an ordinary dark force. In this world, there were many dark forces engaged in assassination, and it was natural that the newly appeared Bolivarnkwan organization had not yet attracted attention. Where can I get resources? Denny frowned deeply. In this ancient era, he was virtually destitute, and what he possessed was far from enough to pay for hiring the Bolivarnkwan organization. Killing someone without status or background would go unnoticed. However, killing someone with status and background came at a very high price, which he couldn't afford. He was a complete stranger in this era, knowing no one he could borrow treasures from. I'll go and have a proper talk with the Bolivarnkwan organization. Unwilling to give up, Denny returned to Bolivar Gaspard's shop. The shop was desolate, receiving almost no customers. The unpopular Bolivarnkwan organization struggled to conduct business. Young master has returned. The elegant woman smiled gently and greeted him again. I want to kill someone, Denny said. Certainly. Please tell us who you wish to kill, and we will set a price, the woman smiled. I don't have many treasures. We can offer a discount for young master. The woman smiled, explaining that since they were just starting their business and hadn't received any orders yet, they were willing to offer discounts to expand their clientele. Would an immature sacred medicine be acceptable? Denny took out an unripe sacred medicine. Please first tell us who you want killed, she replied. The third son of the Everard of Fota City, Denny said. He had already gathered information about the city from the Bolivarndred school sect. This city, named Fota City, had a third son of the Everard known for his wicked deeds and numerous atrocities, making him deserving of death. Therefore, Denny chose him as his first target. The Everard son, such a high-profile target, would definitely draw attention if the Bolivarnkwan organization successfully eliminated him. But if we only consider this immature sacred medicine, the price is indeed low. The woman explained. It's feasible to kill him since his realm and strength are not high, but killing him would cause considerable repercussions. Our organization would bear significant costs. If you wish to proceed, we would need at least 5 mature sacred medicines over 6,000 years old. Ava stated her price, which was actually reasonable. Other assassination organizations would likely demand even higher prices, and due to the prestigious status of the Everard son, they might refuse the task entirely. Fota City was an ancient city reputed to have survived from the previous era, home to countless exceedingly powerful races. It was evident that becoming the Everard of such an ancient city was no simple feat. Indeed, the Everard of Fota City was one of the top-ranking powerhouses of this era, with no factions daring to provoke him within the city. There was once an outsider who, unaware of the Everard's formidable presence, clashed with the third son and boldly declared he would destroy the entire mansion. This outsider was exceptionally mighty and controlled vast territories. Still, before he could even reach the Everard's residence, a mere doorman Isaias from the mansion killed him outside the gates. Later, enraged members of his faction sought retribution, but also fell victim to the doorman Isaias without even reaching the mansion. This was a dominant clan, exterminated before they could even enter the gates, highlighting the terrifying power of the Everard's mansion. Subsequent investigations revealed that the doorman Isaias was an emperor, a ruler giving security duty. When this news spread, countless beings were stunned, unable to believe it. As for the Everard's true strength, no one knew since they had never seen him act. However, there was no doubt that his power was incomprehensibly terrifying. Otherwise, an emperor wouldn't serve as his guard. This price is quite fair. Denny nodded, saying, but I truly cannot provide so many mature sacred medicines. Continuing, he added, you are a new organization with no reputation. But if you succeed in killing the Everard's third son, your fame will skyrocket. Then, clients will come flocking, and you will surely prosper. The woman remained silent. Denny was right. They were a newborn organization without any recognition. They needed a significant and influential strike to boost their reputation. Targeting the Everard's third son fit perfectly. If successful, their reputation would soar. Young master, please wait a moment. The woman smiled. I'll consult with the upper management and then respond. Sure. Denny sat on a chair nearby, waiting for her response. After some time, the woman returned. With approval from upper management, the mission is accepted to enhance our organization's reputation, she smiled. Their business needed patrons, and although they might lose money on this job, it would bring them immense fame and fortune later on. If outsiders knew, they would be utterly astonished by their daring decision to take on such a mission. That's excellent. Denny expressed excitement and relief. Then, he handed over the immature sacred medicine. We will collect after the deed is done, the woman reassured him. We ensure customer satisfaction, rest assured. So, I await good news. Denny smiled back. Desmond's. The woman nodded, arranging accommodation for Denny, assuring him the task would be completed soon. Can I not stay here? Denny asked. This matter is too significant. Rest assured, you're absolutely safe with us. Even if the entire Everard's mansion attacks, they won't harm you. The woman understood his concerns, adding with a smile, if you still feel uneasy, you may leave and return after the mission is done. I prefer to come back after the mission. Denny responded. Do I need to pay a deposit? No need. The woman confidently smiled. We trust our clients won't default. In the original story structure, I've translated while ensuring the flow, tone, and coherence of the narrative remain intact, maintaining the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. Chapter 612, Imperial Battle. The Nether organization dared to accept the task of killing the third son of the Aiden's residents. How could they possibly fear that someone would default on their payment? They were not afraid. no one could default on them. From the start, they did not plan on taking any deposits. Denny left the shop and came to a second-story restaurant, ordering a full table of wine and dishes. He leaned by the window, eating and drinking leisurely. He knew that Photo City was about to be in chaos. This is just the beginning. His eyes narrowed as he said, it shouldn't take long before people can see the threat posed by the Nether Organization. He had a deep understanding of the terror the Nether Organization instilled. The third son of the Aiden was destined to meet his end at the hands of the Nether Organization this time. Even if the Aiden challenged the Nether Organization, Denny believed it would not threaten them. The Aiden might even face great misfortune. By then, the Nether Organization would surely become renowned, and many beings would seek out the Nether Organization for tasks. The Nether Organization had no restrictions. As long as someone posted a task, they would accept it. With the Nether Organization's terror, no one could escape their assassination. He believed people would take the Nether Organization seriously. Indeed, not long after, only an hour had passed, and Photo City erupted into chaos. The streets were filled with noise and chatter, discussions everywhere. The third son of the Aiden had been assassinated right after stepping out of the Aiden's residence. Who has such audacity to kill the Aiden's third son within Photo City? It seems to be called Nether. There was a yellow talisman attached to the corpse of the Aiden's third son, inscribed with the characters Nether. I've never heard of this Nether Organization. How audacious! Killing the Aiden's third son right outside the Aiden's residence and boldly leaving traces behind. It's too unbelievable. I heard that even the Aiden's guard Arvin didn't have time to react, and the third son was dead. If that's the case, this Nether must not be simple. The streets buzzed like a pot boiling over, with endless discussion. The killing of the Aiden's third son was undoubtedly a significant event, akin to an earthquake shaking things up. The show is about to begin. Denny remained calm, sipping a small amount of wine as he watched the commotion from the second-story window. This tavern was not far from the Nether shop. From here, he could see the Nether Organization's shop. The streets were in chaos as various powerhouses from the Aiden's residence emerged, clad in armor and wielding long weapons, exuding intense killing intent. No one dared to obstruct these powerhouses' path. They all stepped aside. How dare you? A Bryce coldly shouted, leading the Aiden's powerhouses to the front of the Nether Organization's shop, their killing aura piercing the sky. We do business. If someone hires us for a task, we do it. We don't care who the target is, as long as the price is right. Quinlan smiled as she walked out, showing no fear, her expression very calm. Who hired you? The Bryce stared at the woman and asked. Sorry, that's confidential. We will not reveal the identity of our employer. Refusing hospitality invites punishment. The Bryce shouted, smash the shop first. With a wave of his hand, numerous powerhouses flew forward, brandishing powerful long weapons and charging forward with lethal force. Whoosh! A black shadow flew out from the Nether shop, shrouded in eerie black mist, displaying extremely formidable strength. All the Aiden's powerhouses who attacked the Nether Organization's shop were instantly thrown back by this black shadow, their powerful weapons shattered by it. Boom! The Bryce, a great sage with terrifying strength, unleashed divine might as he struck. However, even he was no match for the black shadow, being easily defeated and knocked down. We're just doing business. Please don't make things difficult for us, the Quinlan said with a smile. All the spectators were visibly shocked. They had not expected the Nether Organization to openly challenge the Aiden like this, admitting everything outright. It was utterly audacious. If it were elsewhere, perhaps. But this was Photo City, the Aiden's territory. Could the Nether Organization dare to challenge him so openly? In front of me, you killed the Aiden's son. This is my failure. A seemingly ordinary hill slowly approached, speaking softly. That gatekeeper. The spectators paled. This was an Imperial Realm powerhouse. Though the ancient era saw extraordinarily powerful beings, the presence of an Imperial Realm being was truly supreme. The Imperial Realm was the pinnacle of cultivation. The hill appeared hunched and ordinary, like a regular hill among mortals. But when he acted, everything changed dramatically. His aura was terrifying and shocking, worthy of an Imperial Realm powerhouse, capable of world-shattering feats with every move. The black shadow from the Nether shop showed no fear, radiating equally terrifying and shocking energy, engaging in combat with the hill. This battle was incomparably terrifying, with scorching light shooting out and the void exploding. The entire world seemed to change colors. Only because this city contained extraordinary power did its buildings remain unshaken. Otherwise, the entire city would have been destroyed instantly. Also, thanks to the power contained within these buildings, the inhabitants were spared from harm. If not for the remarkable power of these buildings, countless lives would have perished. A battle between Imperial realms was unfathomably terrifying. Even beings near the Imperial realm would be unable to withstand such an impact. Elsewhere, the Black Shadow clashed fiercely with the hill. Clearly, the Black Shadow was also an Imperial realm powerhouse, or it could not have fought the hill in such a manner. The terrifying explosions continued, with both figures flying upward, leaving Photo City to continue their battle in the sky, even more intense and terrifying. He is your confidence to challenge the Aiden so brazenly? If so, today you shall all die here. A cold voice rang out, and a colossal black tortoise appeared. It was also from the Aiden's side, shimmering with Imperial radiance, emitting an Imperial aura. Undoubtedly, it was another Imperial-level powerhouse. With the killing of the Aiden's third son, the Aiden's residents sent out 2 Imperial powerhouses. They were determined to destroy the Nether organization. If we only had this much strength, how could we dare to accept such tasks? Zeke stepped out of the Nether shop. His expression was calm. Our Nether organization dares to accept any task, even if the target is an Imperial or even a sovereign. Think carefully. How could we only possess this much capability? Chapter 613, Great Chaos Battle. After killing the Everard's third son, the the Bolivar organization undoubtedly became the most eye-catching entity. This was an excellent opportunity to promote their organization, and they would never let it go easily. They naturally wouldn't relinquish this chance without showing off their strength with one domineering statement after another. The onlookers were greatly shaken. Daring to hunt down a supreme emperor? Oh no, what kind of organization is this? Their faces twisted in astonishment. Where did such a terrifying and formidable organization suddenly appear from? Why had they never heard even the slightest rumor before? Conan's expression changed as well. The Zeke's public declaration clearly indicated that the Bolivar organization was indeed terrifying and formidable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to say those words at all. Conan's expression turned grim as it dawned on him that things weren't as simple as they seemed, and that the Bolivar organization might be incredibly difficult to handle. Bring more people over here. Without hesitation, it contacted other emperors within the Everard's residence, asking them to come over for support. At the same time, it launched an attack to probe the strength of the Bolivar organization. The Zeke engaged in combat. He was also an emperor, and his power was exceedingly terrifying. However, upon colliding with Conan, the latter's shell started cracking into multiple fissures. The turtle's defense is the most shocking, especially since it is an imperial-level turtle. Its defensive power must be unimaginably astonishing. But just as the battle began, its shell cracked. How powerful must that Zeke be? Heavens, this is too frightening. The crowd kept exclaiming, unable to believe the terror of the Bolivar organization. They are indeed terrifying. Otherwise, how could they become a bane to future generations, making all living beings live under their shadow? Denny muttered softly, Bolivarting down an emperor. In the eyes of the other living beings, it was clear that the Zeke was boasting. After all, an emperor is the strongest force in the imperial realm, their true power unfathomable. Throughout history, there have been few instances of an emperor falling. Those emperors almost always died of old age. However, Denny was very aware of the Bolivar organization's terror. It genuinely possessed the ability to exterminate an emperor. What is their background? Denny narrowed his eyes, his heart sinking. According to his understanding, the Bolivar organization did not seem to be a native force, but rather seemed to be linked with other realms. These were forces from an external domain entering their world. But all this was mere speculation and could not be confirmed. Boom boom boom. Terrifying explosions rang out again, affirming that Futu City was not simple and held incredible power. The battle between Conan and the Zeke was even more fearsome than the one between the Isaias and the Shadow. Even so, the buildings within Futu City remained undamaged, and even the paving stones on the streets showed no signs of wear. Truly astonishing. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, many terrifying figures swiftly descended from afar. Each one emitted an even more frightening aura, all emanating from an emperor-grade level. This was a group of emperor-class warriors. Heavens, the Everard's residence is indeed frightening. 1, 2, 3, including those earlier, 18 emperors have arrived. The crowd's faces were filled with shock. They hadn't expected the Everard's residence to be so formidable and intimidating. 18 emperors. This number was simply too large. Even the most prosperous and powerful factions in their prime rarely had this many emperors. Kill. 16 emperors sneered, their murderous intent reaching the heavens. Without any words, they immediately unleashed their deadly power, aiming to eliminate all living entities within the Bolivar organization and destroy this store. However, a shocking scene unfolded as numerous figures emerged rapidly from the Bolivar organization's shop, also carrying the aura and power of emperors. 22. The crowd counted the number of strong individuals coming out of the store. After counting, without exception, everyone's hearts stirred. The Bolivar organization was truly terrifying, possessing 22 emperors. This was undoubtedly a very powerful and frightening force. Even the most powerful factions of this era would find it challenging to oppose such a Bolivar organization. In an instant, they discarded their previous underestimation of the Bolivar organization, beginning to take it more seriously. After this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, the world would know about the existence of the Bolivar organization. 22 emperors. This number was too scary. On the other side, the expressions of the emperor-grade powers from the Everard's residence were extremely strange. Having brought so many emperors, they originally thought it would be easy to deal with the Bolivar organization. Now, they were denying all their previous thoughts. The Bolivar organization had more emperors. Boom boom boom. Massive explosions continued, the emperors of the Bolivar organization engaging in battle with the powerful entities from the Everard's residence. It was a great chaos battle, every participant being an emperor. Blood spurted, and the Isaiasly figure that first appeared fell from the sky. He couldn't match the Shadow, looking extremely miserable with multiple broken bones. Damn it! He cursed aloud. Everything had become difficult. They had obviously kicked against an iron plate and were likely to suffer a significant loss. He was full of resentment and wanted to continue fighting, but his injuries were too severe, rendering him completely incapable of continuing the battle. All he could do was watch helplessly, unable to do anything. After defeating the Isaias, the Shadow immediately joined the Bolivar organization's members to battle the strong ones from the Everard's residence. The numerous emperors clashing created a scene that was both awe-inspiring and shocking. Boom boom boom. Futu City contained formidable power, so in their battles, neither side dared to hold back fully. Subsequently, they soared into the sky to engage in combat there. This kind of battle was too terrifying, and not anyone could casually observe the intense scenes. Almost all the spectators dared not look, lowering their heads. The energy fluctuations from the battle were too horrifying, robbing them of even the right to watch. If they insisted on watching, they had no doubt that their eyes would go blind and their souls would suffer significant damage. Elsewhere, Denny also dared not watch, fearing something would happen. Battles between emperors were undoubtedly terrifying and shocking. Although he was extraordinary, if he continued to watch, he would definitely encounter major issues. Chapter 614. Returning in defeat. And tiger-level battle. And so many of them at once. All the inhabitants of Futu City were terrified. Such a battlefield was truly horrifying. Swish. A blinding radiance lit up from within the Aiden's residence, followed by an overwhelming and terrifying presence sweeping over the city. The Aiden himself had personally arrived on the scene. He hadn't initially intended to come. Wouldn't the entire group of tigers from the Aiden's residence be enough to handle the Bolivaranquin organization? But he was mistaken. The Bolivaranquin organization was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The tigers who had left the Aiden's residence were not matches for the Bolivaranquin organization. Currently, the tigers from the Aiden's residence all looked worse off one by one. Not only did the Bolivaranquin organization have more tigers, but their strength was also formidable. The tigers from the Aiden's residence could not stand against them and were thoroughly defeated. Looking for death, he let out a cold shout and struck out with his own hand. Regardless of how terrifying the Bolivaranquin organization was, he would never let this pass. If he allowed it to happen like this, how could he still serve as the Aiden of Futu City? What would people think of him? If he didn't take revenge for his own son being killed, he wouldn't have the face to stay in Futu City any longer. His power was overwhelmingly terrifying. With just a strike, a shockwave of tremendous energy erupted, and the aura of an tiger radiated from him, displaying a power that could destroy heaven and earth. Great Tiger. Turns out the Aiden is a great tiger. Shouts rang out as everyone in the city was shocked by the Aiden's might. They knew the Aiden was powerful, but they never imagined he was so powerful, a true great tiger. A great tiger. Peak existence, the pinnacle of all realms. Don't act rashly, fellow Taoist. Suddenly, a brig stepped out from the Bolivaranquin organization and faced off with the Aiden, exchanging a blow. The Aiden grunted, stumbling back a few steps. In contrast, the brig stood unscathed, calm and collected, without any sign of injury. What? The Bolivaranquin organization also has great tiger-level combatants? How did they get so powerful? More cries of surprise filled the air. Initially, they thought that once the Aiden took action, the Bolivaranquin organization would be completely annihilated. But the outcome exceeded their expectations. The Bolivaranquin organization also had great tiger-level combatants, and seemed even more powerful. For a newly formed organization to contain so many tigers, even great tigers, was certainly unexpected and unimaginable. Why did you kill my son? The Aiden stared at the Briggs, asking coldly. It's just a mission. The Briggs replied calmly. We, the Bolivaranquin organization, are killers for hire. We don't ask why. We kill anyone as long as the price is right. If that's the case, I want you to help me kill the person who issued the contract to you. And I want you to kill the member of your organization who actually carried out the killing of my son, the Aiden said icily. On the second floor of a tavern, Denny heard the Aiden's words and froze in shock. Damn, this hill is really sly. He couldn't help but curse. Would the Bolivaranquin organization really accept such a request? If they did, he would have nothing to do except wait to die. How could he possibly resist a massive force of tigers, even a great tiger? Fine. The Briggs' response made Denny's expression change drastically. Accepted? Denny almost wanted to scream in frustration. Was he about to die just like that? However, the Bolivaranquin organization has a rule. We never disclose information about our employers. If you wish to kill him, you must find him yourself. The Briggs continued, also, if you want us to kill one of our members, you need to pay us 6 imperial herbs. 6 imperial herbs? Are you trying to rob me? The Aiden cursed loudly. Imperial herbs were incredibly rare, and even someone as powerful as him didn't possess a single one. Imperial herbs were virtually unattainable and extremely precious. The price is very reasonable, the Briggs said, killing our own members without cause. How could we explain this to the rest of our organization? This price is quite low. Reasonable, my ass. The Aiden attacked again, but the Briggs' words were meaningless to him. Find the employer himself? Where was he supposed to start looking? He knew his third son wasn't of good character and had numerous enemies who might have hired the Bolivaranquin organization to kill him. Those enemies were too many to count, and he had no way to trace them down. As for paying 6 imperial herbs, forget it. He could never come up with 6 of them, even if his life depended on it. Asterisk boom, boom, boom. Asterisk. Terrifying explosions echoed as the Briggs fought the Aiden, engaging him without showing any strain or difficulty. Why bother making things difficult for us? Why not investigate personally? The Briggs wasn't using lethal moves. He was only defending against the Aiden's attacks. He didn't want to kill aimlessly without a contract, seeing it as a waste since anyone could be a target his employer wanted dead. I'll investigate you, all right? The Aiden raged furiously, his strikes becoming more intense and terrifying. He had no clue where to begin investigating. If the person had acted directly, he might have been able to track down clues. But this person didn't leave any trail at all. At present, the best course of action was to capture the Bolivaranquin organization, which would reveal the person's identity. Asterisk boom, boom, boom. Asterisk. With enraged blows, the force he unleashed became even more horrifying. Desmond, he couldn't move the Briggs. The Isaias engaged him effortlessly, showing no signs of pressure. Deep down, he knew the Briggs' strength far surpassed his own. The Isaias was holding back. If the Briggs used full power, he wouldn't doubt that the Isaias could easily slay him. What kind of organization is this? His mood was exceptionally heavy. Great tigers were rare, and he knew every great tiger personally. But there was no memory of a great tiger like the Briggs in his mind. This great tiger seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. We withdraw. In the end, feeling helpless, he led the tigers from the Aiden's residence away from the scene. He had no means to deal with the Bolivaranquin organization, unable to destroy it. Take care. The Briggs smiled gently, not pursuing, leading the Bolivaranquin organization's tigers back to their shop. Hope you all will support us. Our Bolivaranquin organization accepts all kinds of contracts. If you have someone you wish to kill but can't, or someone you don't wish to deal with personally, you can issue a task with us. The Anya smiled and reiterated their message to the citizens of the city. Chapter 6:15. Indomitable Spirit. The Aiden, an emperor himself, and other imperial-level beings actually suffered a defeat at the hands of the Netherworld organization. The populace within the city were left speechless, their minds filled with shock. Additionally, after hearing what the Quinlan said, everyone became incredibly tense. Conflicts are common in the world of cultivation, and each person has many enemies. These enemies could very well hire killers through the Netherworld organization to take their lives. Having witnessed the terrifying power of the Netherworld organization, if someone hires them, they would surely be unable to escape their fate and be eliminated by the Netherworld organization. What a joke. If even a powerful Aiden like that can't succeed, how could they possibly stand a chance? The Netherworld organization could kill them whenever they wanted. Why wait any longer after realizing how terrifying the Netherworld organization is? Quickly join forces to destroy it. Carlo saw the fear on the faces of the city's inhabitants and knew that these beings had developed a deep fear of the Netherworld organization. This was precisely the effect he wanted. If everyone feared and worried about the Netherworld organization, people would try every means to eliminate it. Of course, such a thing wouldn't happen overnight. It all needed time, especially since the Netherworld organization had shown just how frightening and formidable it could be. Days passed one after another. The Netherworld shop remained bustling with visitors from afar coming to visit. Conflicts among cultivators were rampant, especially among those with deep backgrounds. Many beings found themselves powerless against their enemies despite harboring intense hatred. Now, with the Netherworld organization, they had hope for revenge. Carlo also mingled with the crowd and entered the Netherworld organization, giving them the immature sacred medicine he had promised earlier. May your organization continue to flourish, Carlo said with a smile. It was a sincere blessing. He genuinely hoped the Netherworld organization would grow stronger. Once more people realized its dangers, its end would not be far off. Every day, countless beings visited the Netherworld organization, and during these days, numerous lives were claimed daily. Meanwhile, the Netherworld organization grew larger, establishing shops in more locations, drawing more and more beings to them. What are you doing? A powerful clan arrived in Floating Pagoda City, confronting the Netherworld organization because their prodigy had been killed by it. Desmond, they met the same fate, defeated and driven back, even though their clan had emperors among them. Damn it! This Netherworld organization shouldn't exist. During this time, complaints spread everywhere. The Netherworld organization truly operated without considering the background or reason, taking on assassination tasks indiscriminately. Who did that? Even other dark forces would never dare act so recklessly, especially against some major clans. But the Netherworld organization showed no such restraint, eliminating targets regardless of whether they belonged to large clans. Now is the time to unite. The Aiden of Floating Pagoda City stepped out, contacting various powerful clans. He was the most eager to see the Netherworld organization destroyed. He approached clans with Emperor-level combatants who had lost members to the Netherworld organization. Seeking an alliance, he aimed to jointly eliminate the Netherworld organization. Soon, this alliance was formed, with many major clans joining in. Even clans unaffected by the Netherworld organization's assassinations joined. The reckless actions of the Netherworld organization had aroused collective anger. They could no longer allow it to exist. If the Netherworld organization continued to exist, they would live in constant fear. For who knew when they would fall victim to its wrath? They should do this. Carlo felt the true terror of the Netherworld organization. Such a group instilled dread, making life unbearable for all. War broke out as countless beings declared war on the Netherworld organization, aiming to destroy it. However, they soon discovered that the Netherworld organization had vanished, leaving only empty premises. Damn it! They cursed, their moods complex. The Netherworld organization had gone underground, making it exceedingly difficult to destroy. Still can't succeed? Carlo sighed. Major clans formed an alliance to wage war on the Netherworld organization across various regions, but it simply disappeared, proving tough to eliminate. This alliance did not disband. Instead, they became more united and determined to eradicate the Netherworld organization. Hidden in the shadows, the Netherworld organization posed an even greater threat. If not eliminated, they would live in endless fear. No matter how thoroughly they searched, almost turning the entire world upside down, they failed to find the Netherworld organization. Desmond, during this period, deaths continued to occur at its hands. I will take action to secure hope for billions of beings. An old emperor, unwilling to let future generations live in perpetual fear, planned to sacrifice his life to predict the whereabouts of the Netherworld organization. Joaquin, you cannot. The old emperor's disciples wept, unwilling for him to risk his life. It's fine. My time is near anyway. The old emperor was calm. He had lived for a long time. Breaking through into immortality seemed impossible, and his end was approaching. To die helping countless beings, he felt it was a worthy use of his life. The sky darkened as he unleashed all his power. Supreme rules and laws surged, symbols forming an ocean, revealing threads of destiny. Numerous radiant lights enveloped him, making him shine brilliantly. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body shattered into pieces. I have predicted their location, hurry. The time of this divine prediction is limited. His voice rang out before dissipating completely. Threads of divine insight scattered across various places, indicating the Netherworld organization's bases. Attack. Revenge for the old emperor. Battle cries erupted across different regions as countless beings launched attacks on the Netherworld organization, moved by the old emperor's indomitable spirit, resolved to destroy it completely. Battles instantly began, flames engulfing the land, rivers of blood flowing as a great war commenced. Chapter 616. Netherworld Realm. The great tiger had practiced for a long time, with immeasurable power. In his final moments, he burned all his strength to deduce the locations of various branches of the Netherworld organization. All living beings knew that such divine knowledge wouldn't last long, and they were more worried about the Netherworld organization taking advantage of this opportunity to relocate again. Without any hesitation, they immediately launched attacks on the various outposts of the Netherworld organization. Countless beings joined the battle, making it absolutely the largest war in history. The Netherworld organization's outposts were all attacked. This time you can't escape. The Aiden of Futu City sneered coldly, wreaking havoc within an outpost. Beside him was another great tiger-class combatant. If he had acted alone, he would not have dared to make such a bold move. Not only did this situation apply to him, it was the same elsewhere. All the great tigers of this era acted in pairs, eliminating the Netherworld organization's outposts. The Netherworld organization was unfathomable, and a lone great tiger could easily encounter unexpected events. Therefore, they were extremely cautious and avoided acting alone. You are courting your own destruction. A brig sneered without fear, saying, "You don't know what kind of existence you've provoked. Whatever you say, today you will be eradicated." Kill. Terrifying explosions resounded continuously. The Netherworld organization was truly terrifying and fearsome, containing a large number of great tiger combatants, each even stronger than ordinary great tigers. Fortunately, the allied great tigers did not act alone. If a great tiger had acted alone, they would inevitably have suffered disaster or encountered accidents. However, despite the Netherworld organization being terrifying and having many great tigers, the allied side had even more great tigers. Almost all the great tigers in the world joined the fight. No matter how frightening the Netherworld organization was, it could not match the number of great tigers on their side. Still, they were shocked. Where did the Netherworld organization come from? How could there be so many great tiger combatants within its ranks? Great tiger combatants were not ordinary fighters. Every one of them was a top-tier force in the world. Their emergence would not be peaceful, causing significant commotion, which the whole world would know about. Desmond, they had never seen these great tigers from the Netherworld organization before. It was as if they had appeared out of thin air without causing any major disturbance. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions echoed throughout the world. Battles between great tigers were even more horrific and terrifying. The entire world trembled violently, the void collapsed, and order and rules fractured. Although the Netherworld organization's great tigers were fierce and powerful, the allied side had a numerical advantage. Soon enough, the Netherworld organization gradually fell into a disadvantageous position, and some of its great tigers were killed. Excellent. Kill. All beings were filled with excitement. If this continued, the Netherworld organization would be completely annihilated. However, unexpectedly, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky, revealing a slowly rotating black hole. Roar. A bizarre beast enveloped in eerie black fog appeared and immediately devoured one of the allied great tigers. How can this be? What is this beast? All beings' faces changed drastically, feeling an unbearable sense of despair. Just when they were about to thoroughly destroy the Netherworld organization, such a terrifying beast suddenly emerged, devouring a great tiger in one bite. This was too horrifying and fearsome. Undoubtedly, this beast possessed extreme power and terror. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to devour a great tiger in one bite. Damn! Even the Aiden and other great tigers turned pale. They felt boundless ferocity from that beast, a pressure that made their hearts shudder and tremble. Before this beast, they felt insignificant, almost negligible. You think your peak is just the starting point. The Briggs yelled coldly. The outside world is vast, with many realms unknown to you. These realms surpass your current realm, and the beings living there are several times stronger than you. And we come from the higher realm called the Netherworld realm. Elsewhere, Denny's mind was shaken as he murmured to himself, so, the Netherworld organization is indeed connected to the Netherworld realm. In his time, there had been rumors suggesting that the Netherworld organization actually originated from the Netherworld realm. And now, these rumors had been confirmed. The Netherworld organization truly came from the Netherworld realm. Wait, could it be that these rumors originated from here? Denny pondered over some questions. He had tried hard to get the beings of this era to destroy the Netherworld organization. Could all this have already happened before? If so, then it's terrible. Denny's face turned pale because if his speculations were true, the Netherworld organization would not be eradicated in this era. In future eras, the Netherworld organization would still exist. It can't be. In the ancient era, cultivators had inferior overall strength compared to this era, without any tigers, yet they managed to eradicate the Netherworld organization. How could this era fail to do the same? Though the ancient era did not entirely eliminate the Netherworld organization, it inflicted massive damage, leaving only a portion of its members alive. I was wrong. He sighed, realizing his mistake. While the ancient era's beings were generally weaker, the Netherworld organization back then wasn't as terrifying either. There were no tigers in the ancient era, and the Netherworld organization also lacked Imperial-level combatants. If the Netherworld organization had Imperial combatants, it would have been impossible to eradicate it. Roar. The bizarre beast roared with boundless terror and swallowed one great tiger after another, none of whom could match its power. You know too little about this realm. Who says this realm is inferior to your Netherworld realm? A cold voice rang out, followed by the appearance of a Yelena, who struck out a palm across the sky. Boundless power surged, causing heaven and earth to split, and the bizarre beast was hit, its body wounded, oozing strange black blood. Everyone cheered with renewed hope. The Yelena undoubtedly possessed the strength to contend with the beast. Otherwise, it would not have been injured. Who is she? This question rose in everyone's minds. They did not recognize the Yelena. How is that possible? Someone as powerful as her couldn't be an unknown figure, so why didn't they recognize her? Roar. The beast roared furiously, its enormous eyes revealing sinister light. Being injured infuriated it, prompting it to launch even more terrifying and formidable attacks against the Yelena. Chapter 617, Tiger. Boom, boom, boom. The incomparably Quinlan clapped her hands, releasing a power that was unmatched in the world. Ava was terrifying and fearsome, making the fearsome Desmond spring beast appear as nothing more than a small animal before her, to be toyed with at her whim. You dare to attempt turning this realm into a breeding ground for your Desmond spring world? You truly overestimate yourselves. The incomparably Quinlan's voice was icy cold, revealing a deep understanding of the Desmond spring world. Roar. The Desmond spring beast roared in defiance. When had it ever suffered such humiliation? The incomparably Quinlan continued to wound it, which it could not endure. Especially in its eyes, this realm was nothing more than an inferior domain. How could it possibly be outmatched by creatures from an inferior realm? Its strength erupted fully, unrestrained. Strange black mists rose one after another, and its body rapidly expanded. At the same time, black fur grew all over its body, appearing extremely horrifying and frightening. A lowly black-furred beast dares to behave so insolently here? The incomparably Quinlan sneered, her expression filled with disdain. Even the red-furred beasts from your Desmond spring world wouldn't dare to act so recklessly here. Ava attacked once again, unleashing even more terrifying and shocking power. Her strength was unfathomable. Despite the Desmond spring beast's transformation into an extremely terrifying and formidable creature with the growth of black fur, it still wasn't a match for her. Before her, it remained nothing more than a small animal, to be toyed with as she wished. Who is this person? Is this beyond the level of an emperor? Countless beings were left in shock. They could feel just how terrifying and fearsome the Desmond spring beast had become after growing black fur. Desmond, before this incomparably Quinlan, the Desmond spring beast still stood no chance. It was clearly far inferior, shocking them thoroughly. A single bite from the Desmond spring beast could devour a being on the level of an emperor. Yet this incomparably Quinlan was even stronger than the Desmond spring beast. What kind of existence was she? Wasn't the level of emperor supposed to be the pinnacle? Could there be higher realms of existence above it that they didn't know about? The incomparably Quinlan's strength completely upended their understanding, making it inconceivable. Who are you really? The Desmond spring beast growled, regaining its composure. It realized it had grossly underestimated this incomparably Quinlan, who actually knew about the red-furred beasts within their Desmond spring world. How is that possible? The incomparably Quinlan was right. In the Desmond spring world, black-furred beasts like itself were of the lowest rank, while the highest were the red-furred beasts. Those were truly heaven-defying entities. Killing it would be as easy as squishing an ant. Why did you come here without proper reconnaissance? The incomparably Quinlan's face was calm. Do you know this domain is one even the Vantion realm fears and dares not enter lightly? What? The Desmond spring beast's pupils dilated, its face full of shock. Among countless realms, the upper three realms reign supreme, and the Vantion realm is one of the upper three realms. That was a true super realm, far more powerful compared to their Desmond spring world, which could only be considered a medium realm within the myriad realms. Among countless realms, the upper three realms stand at the top, followed by high-tier, mid-tier, and low-tier realms. Their Desmond spring world had thought this realm was merely a low-tier domain, never expecting it to be a super realm that even the Vantion realm dared not enter easily. No, how can I believe what you say? The Vantion realm, a supreme and transcendent existence. What does this realm have to compare to it? It growled, finding the incomparably Quinlan's words too vague and unbelievable. Would the upper three realms really fear anything? In the myriad realms, where are there realms that the upper three realms wouldn't dare go? The glory of the past has been buried in the river of time, and people have long forgotten the origins of the upper three realms. They were three realms that split off from this domain, initially just three provinces within this realm. The incomparably Quinlan spoke with a nostalgic look. You're raving nonsense. You mad woman. The Desmond spring beast became even less convinced. The incomparably Quinlan was getting more and more fantastical, claiming the upper three realms split off from this domain, which was originally just three provinces within it. Laughable, utterly laughable. This domain will certainly become our Desmond spring world's breeding ground. You will live in fear, waiting for us to slaughter you. The Desmond spring beast sneered, though it wasn't a match for the incomparably Quinlan, but it wasn't afraid. The passage between the Desmond spring world and this realm was already open, and it had the entire Desmond spring world behind it. What did the incomparably Quinlan have to fight with? Roar. It roared loudly, its power erupting fully as it summoned more powerful beasts from the Desmond spring world. If it were as glorious as it once was, would a mid-tier realm like yours dare to wreak havoc here? The incomparably Quinlan sighed. Let alone wreak havoc. Could you even set foot here back then? At its peak, this domain was extremely glorious and dazzling, with domain power unimaginably strong. A mid-tier realm like the Desmond spring world, even with all its might, couldn't breach its defenses, let alone establish any passages. As glorious as it was in the past, it is now pitifully weak. Ava wore an expression of helplessness. With its glory fading, this domain had become weak and fragile, unable to sever the passages established by the Desmond spring world. If not for that, how could they watch idly as the Desmond spring world opened passages? Roar. A massive roar echoed across the heavens, shaking the entire world. Boundless black holes appeared, identical to the scene when the Desmond spring beast first arrived, and another Desmond spring beast descended. Peter, you're too weak, unable to handle a low-tier realm and needing to call me here? The newly arrived Desmond spring beast was a gigantic dragon. However, it was different from dragons in this world. It exuded a sinister aura, pitch black all over, seemingly devoid of blood. Its skin was dry and cracked with large gashes. It's not that simple. Peter chuckled bitterly. I encountered a tough opponent whose strength is exceptionally formidable. I'm no match for her. Such a person exists? The dragon was intrigued. It knew Peter's strength well. With Peter's strength, dominating a low-tier realm would be effortless. Several low-tier realms had already been destroyed by Peter. Low-tier realms thought emperors were the pinnacle, but little did they know, emperors are just the beginning. There are differences among emperors. Top emperors can slaughter countless ordinary emperors with a mere gesture. Ordinary emperors are nothing but ants before top emperors. Due to limited cognition and cultivation resources, low-tier realms can only cultivate to the ordinary emperor level. Peter, surpassing ordinary emperors, was a being at the Tiger Lord level. Such a Tiger Lord level powerhouse would sweep through ordinary emperors effortlessly. Hashtag chapter 618. Not an ordinary realm. So it's you? The Lane looked at the incomparably Quinlan, surprise evident in its eyes. You've actually transcended the level of an ordinary great tiger. No wonder Yuan was no match for you. But how did you manage to break through? Lower realms had a cap on cultivation resources, making the ordinary great tiger realm already the peak. Under such circumstances, even if exceptionally talented individuals were born in lower realms, they could not break this limit. Because lower realms lacked the necessary resources for advancement. Now, to see someone surpass the ordinary great tiger level here was truly astonishing. It was too abnormal. Do you two really see through the true nature of this realm? The incomparably Quinlan said calmly. That's interesting. The Lane's eyes glowed as it surveyed the world. Its gaze was terrifying and overwhelming, encompassing the entire realm. This place wasn't originally a lower realm. It was slightly taken aback, sensing many remnants of higher-level cultivation resources here. They had initially assumed it was just an ordinary lower realm, but now it appeared they were mistaken. This wasn't an ordinary lower realm. Its original level had been very high, eventually weakening into a lower realm. What she said is true. Yuan's eyes widened in shock. The Lane's words reminded him of what the Quinlan had previously mentioned. Originally, this wasn't an ordinary lower realm. Could it be that this place was once an incredibly terrifying and formidable realm, with the upper three realms merely being three provinces that split off from this realm? What did she say just now? The Lane looked at Yuan. Ava said even the Brahma heaven realm dares not enter this place, and the upper three realms were splintered off from this realm, Yuan whispered. Even if this might be true, he found it hard to believe. It was simply too shocking. The upper three realms were supreme over all other realms, standing firm and looking down upon countless lives. How could they be just three provinces within this realm? If that were the case, how unimaginably powerful and terrifying must this realm have been? Ava has quite the courage to speak so boldly. The Lane snorted, saying, how could the upper three realms possibly split off from this realm? This realm is indeed not simple and isn't an ordinary lower realm, but it's not as exaggerated as that. The upper three realms? The Brahma heaven realm? The creatures of this world were bewildered, having no clue what the incomparably Quinlan and the netherworld beast were talking about. To them, the upper three realms and the Brahma heaven realm were utterly unfamiliar. These terms meant nothing to them. I've never heard of these. Denny frowned. He hadn't heard of the upper three realms or the Brahma heaven realm either. For him, these realms were also completely unknown, leaving no impression. However, he was deeply alarmed by the terror of the Netherworld organization. He never imagined the Netherworld organization could be so terrifying. The Netherworld realm was a medium realm where even the lowest-tier black-haired beasts were immensely powerful, capable of sweeping away any great tiger-level forces here. How strong must the Netherworld realm be? He wore a worried expression, feeling an unprecedented level of concern. Considering the current situation, there weren't even any great tigers here, let alone tiger or holy sage-level forces. In this state, how could they possibly deal with the Netherworld organization? Originally, he wasn't too worried. While their side was weak, the Netherworld organization wasn't much stronger. Neither had great tigers, holy sages, or saints. But now, learning of the Netherworld realm's existence and understanding its formidable nature, what if the Netherworld organization summoned more creatures from within the Netherworld realm again? If that happened, there would be no way they could resist. Not so exaggerated? The incomparably Quinlan said, this realm is far more extraordinary than you think. Pretending to be impressive in front of me? You're not qualified yet. The Lane sneered, I'll extinguish you right now. It attacked directly, its power sweeping across the entire world. It was undoubtedly more powerful than Yuan, whose strength after enhancement still fell far short in comparison. You're not good enough yet. The incomparably Quinlan shook her head, advancing to meet the attack, engaging in intense combat with the Lane. It was almost a world-shaking battle, terrifying and horrifying beyond imagination. Explosions resounded throughout the world, turning one region after another into ruins under the shockwaves of their fight. Blood flowed freely, countless lives lost amidst the chaotic waves of energy. Even if they hid in their sacred lands and activated their strongest magical weapons, it was all in vain. Under such destructive force, everything they tried was futile. Creatures exploded into pieces, blood spurting everywhere, forming rivers of blood that eventually merged into one massive blood river. Unimaginable numbers of lives perished, like the end of the world, with the land filled with the agonized screams of dying creatures. Denny also nearly lost his life to the shockwaves. Fortunately, he possessed numerous treasures which protected him from harm during critical moments. Come in. He took in as many other creatures as possible, using various treasures to shield them. On the other side, the incomparably Quinlan also felt restrained, her heart bleeding for the countless lives lost. Ava came to save the world, not to destroy it. Desmond, the Lane was immensely powerful, and its force was uncontrollable. She couldn't prevent the shockwaves from spreading outside their battle. Fight outside, the incomparably Quinlan shouted, unleashing her full power and forcing the Lane back. They moved their battle beyond the realm, fighting fiercely in the boundless starry sky. Here, she had no worries. Outside the realm, regardless of how intense and terrifying their battle became, the inhabitants inside the realm would remain unaffected. Here is enough, Ava shouted coldly, her aura growing stronger, as majestic as a celestial warrior, commanding awe. Funny, Do you think you forced me here? The lane scoffed. You're wrong. I'm not here because you forced me, but because I chose to come. Their purpose in the netherworld realm was to unleash destruction in this realm. But not this kind of destruction. Their slaughter had different reasons and rules. Chapter 619, Fear Form. If they were to simply slaughter everyone and wipe out all life in this world, there would be no need to establish an assassination organization here. They could have directly carried out a bloodbath in this realm, but they did not do so. All of this was because they wanted the beings in this realm to live in fear, and then hunt them down while they lived in fear. Only the creatures that died in endless terror would become stronger and be taken to the netherworld realm. Ordinary deaths meant nothing to them. Those beings were too weak and not qualified to enter their netherworld realm. Let's set these matters aside. Let's just fight here with all we've got. The Nubia's eyes were cold, her aura terrifyingly powerful as she surged toward the lane with overwhelming force. Ava knew well that the lane wasn't lying. Ava understood what the netherworld realm sought. It did not want to simply kill a large number of beings, but rather hunted those who lived in fear. Come on. The lane grinned, unafraid, colliding intensely with the Nubia. Their power was terrifying and dreadful beyond comprehension. Even though their battle took place outside the realm, the beings within it could still see their fierce struggle. In fact, it was even easier for them to watch from inside the realm. When the Nubia and the lane clashed within the realm, the pressure was too intense and horrifying. Under such pressure, watching the battle was out of the question. They couldn't even breathe easily due to the immense pressure. Now, with the Nubia and the lane fighting outside the realm, the pressure had noticeably weakened, making it less oppressive for them. However, although the physical pressure had diminished, their hearts remained tightly gripped by unease. The Nubia had left to battle the lane outside the realm. So, who would deal with Peter? If Peter were to begin a massacre now, wouldn't they be at his mercy? Not knowing the truth, they worried that Peter might attack. The emperors who hadn't been killed shared similar concerns, cautiously watching Peter, fearing he might make a move. Don't worry, I won't attack, Peter grinned. To kill like this would be meaningless. They needed beings who lived in fear. Boom, boom, boom. Asterisk asterisk. At the same time, terrifying explosions echoed from outside the realm. Even within the realm, countless beings could hear these explosive sounds, and some could even witness them. In those explosions, massive celestial bodies were destroyed, turning into dust and cosmic debris. The lane's strength was truly formidable, far surpassing Peter. Even the black-haired Peter seemed like a small beast before the Nubia, but the hairless lane already exerted immense pressure on the Nubia. The Nubia knew very well that the lane was currently in its normal form. Its true fearsome form, the fear form, would appear when it grew hair. In ancient times, this realm was not so fragile. There were records of strong figures visiting various realms and leaving accounts about other realms. Her knowledge of the netherworld realm came from these ancient records. For ages, the netherworld realm had continuously annexed other realms. Initially, it was just an ordinary low-tier realm, but as it developed and annexed others, it grew increasingly powerful, eventually becoming a mid-tier realm. According to old records, the netherworld realm had long been a mid-tier realm, and it was undoubtedly even more powerful now, possibly approaching high-tier status. Why was the netherworld realm so strong? Because it discovered a special power derived from fear, which made it stronger. This power caused different colored long hairs to grow on their bodies. Black long hair represented the lowest tier of fear power, while red long hair symbolized the highest. Ava didn't know what color hair the lane had, but she was certain it wasn't black. It was definitely stronger than black. Ava was already under enormous pressure. If the lane activated its fear form, the pressure would become even greater, and she might not be able to defeat him. Should I awaken the other Isaias? This thought crossed her mind. There were several beings in this world even stronger than her, but they were in deep slumber, sealed away. Slumbering reduced the ravages of time. If they weren't sealed away, they would have long perished in the passage of time. No, the Isaias have lived for too long. Awakening them from their sealed state would cause severe harm. Biting her lip, she decided against waking the Isaias. Boom, boom, boom. Asterisk asterisk. Ava continued to burst forth, unleashing her hidden potential, displaying even more terrifying power in the intense battle with the lane. Ava had to defeat the lane on her own. I've reached the peak of Tiger, yet I can't kill you? The lane's eyes glowed strangely. It had attained the peak of Tiger, almost reaching the sovereign realm, yet it couldn't kill the Nubia, much to its surprise. Under normal circumstances, this should not happen. A fighter nearly at the sovereign level should not be challenged by ordinary tigers. However, it found itself unable to kill the Nubia, who even brought it great pressure. It's fine, but you're ultimately not strong enough. It sneered, strange green mist rising from its body. At the same time, eerie green hair began growing on its skin. As expected, the Nubia narrowed her eyes. Her guess was correct. The lane was stronger than Peter, its fear form a higher tier. Green hair belonged to a higher level than black. An eternal sword. Ava roared, lifting a long sword to charge toward the lane. This time, she would fight with everything she had. The lane in its green fear form was undoubtedly even more terrifying, with greatly enhanced combat power. Even fighting desperately might not ensure victory, but regardless of the outcome, she had to fight. Ava couldn't allow the netherworld realm to take root in this world. This world had suffered enough. If the netherworld beings rooted themselves here, it would suffer even more. Chapter 620, Immortal Aura. If the nether realm were to take root in this domain, the living beings within would live in constant fear, awaiting the day they would be hunted by the nether organization. The Nubia would never let such a thing happen. Even if it cost her life, she was determined to prevent it. The sword Eternal Blade emitted immeasurable sword beams, appearing as the first sword at the dawn of creation. Its enormity and astonishing power elicited exclamations of "Immortal Artifact" from countless creatures. Immortal Artifact. The green-haired dragon's large eyes narrowed sharply. It sensed a trace of immortal aura on this sword, sending a chill down its spine. Immortals were the supreme and eternal beings, above all others, the ultimate goal for cultivators. Even the three upper realms, in the presence of immortals, would be powerless, striving ceaselessly for immortality. Desmond, throughout endless time, no true immortal had ever emerged, leading many to doubt whether they even existed. How could one not doubt? Age after age, one formidable figure after another ultimately failed in their quest for immortality. How could they not have doubts about the existence of immortals? However, despite these doubts, generation after generation pursued immortality as their goal. They desired eternity and everlasting existence. Only by becoming an immortal could one achieve true eternity and immortality. Without attaining immortality, even reaching the peak of the world and becoming a supreme celestial tiger would end in falling to the passage of time. Celestial tigers were truly supreme entities, with incomprehensible power and godlike abilities, representing the pinnacle of realms. Historically, only a few had achieved this rank. Despite rapid development, the Nether Realm had yet to produce a being of celestial tiger caliber. The reason the three upper realms dominated the myriad worlds was due to possessing celestial tiger-level power, an unparalleled force that no one could resist or defeat. The green-haired dragon's eyes bulged. It found it hard to believe what it saw. When the Nubia unleashed the full power of her sword, it detected a thread of immortal aura, a fact it found impossible to believe. This is not true immortal aura. It quickly regained its composure and re-evaluated the immortal aura within the sword. It simulated immortal aura. Its eyes gleamed brightly. Since immortals had never appeared, how could anyone know what real immortal aura was like? Impossible. People's understanding of immortal aura was entirely self-created. The immortal aura contained within the Nubia's sword matched people's fabricated versions, but it certainly wasn't real. No one had ever seen or sensed true immortal aura. Still, this remained incredibly shocking. The fabricated immortal aura was terrifying enough that it justified the name. This domain is not simple at all. Its expression grew serious, and its previous notions began to waver. Initially, it dismissed the idea that the three upper realms were merely three provinces that split off from this domain. Now, it began to reconsider. Even the three upper realms likely lacked artifacts containing such immortal aura. Hey, this is a good thing. It soon grinned. This domain might have been glorious and luminous once upon a time, but that was in the past. Currently, it was just a low-grade realm, having lost its former splendor. If this domain still retained its glory, they would never have been able to open a passage to it. It felt an overwhelming excitement. The profound depth of this domain was undoubtedly a tremendous advantage for them. If the Nether Realm could harness this domain's heritage, it might leap to become a high-grade realm, possibly even one of the top realms. Come! It roared, its body shrouded in strange green mist. It aimed to capture the Nubia and learn about the current state of this domain. The sword's glow illuminated the heavens, showcasing the Nubia's horrifying strength. Her sword seemed capable of severing heaven and earth, its power unfathomable and terrifying. Explosions resounded non-stop as the Nubia fought desperately. Her sword was an ancient artifact, worthy of being called an immortal artifact, for it had been crafted by supreme beings in ancient times, based on people's imagination of what an immortal artifact should be. Consequently, the sword's power was extraordinarily fearsome and potent. However, using it consumed vast amounts of energy. After sprouting green hair, the dragon's combat power multiplied, leaving her no choice but to push her sword to its utmost limits. Her body trembled as if burning, igniting the essence of her life. On her own, she couldn't match the green-haired dragon, so she burned her life essence to amplify her strength and enhance the power of the eternal blade. In an instant, the eternal blade cleaved through the sky, splitting the heavens and scattering star fragments. Roaring in pain, the green-haired dragon's back bore a gaping wound, oozing eerie green blood. "You're mad?" It bellowed, shocked by the Nubia's willingness to burn her life essence to fight. Zyrif essence was fundamental. Even if she won this battle, the price would be too great. She wouldn't survive. Why go to such lengths? It stared at the Nubia, saying, "You should know I won't kill you. Why struggle so much? Wouldn't living longer be better?" Not really. The Nubia's expression remained calm. Zyriving in fear is worse than death. Ava erupted once more, her entire body radiating with brilliance as she furiously burned her life essence, enhancing the power of her sword. This level of sacrifice was possible only because of her exceedingly high cultivation level. Any other creature would have perished long ago due to excessive life essence consumption. The green-haired dragon roared in rage, fleeing everywhere, not daring to resist the eternal blade strike. This was an irresistible strike. It knew that even if it survived, it would be half dead. "I'll exhaust you," it sneered. Although the Nubia's strength was formidable, she wouldn't last long burning life essence so recklessly. All it needed was to endure this period. Unfortunately, it meant it couldn't learn more about this domain from her. Chapter 621. Battling by Self-Detonation. This realm undoubtedly contained profound secrets, with a depth of foundation that was extraordinary. It was clear that the Ida was someone who understood these secrets, making her extremely important to the green-haired floodlane. If it relied solely on itself to investigate, it would take a long time to uncover the truth, and it might not even succeed in discovering the true nature of this realm's secrets, which were too astonishing. So much so that even divine artifacts had appeared. Understanding the past of this realm was undoubtedly very challenging. Despite knowing this, the green-haired floodlane had no solution. It was impossible for it to stop the Ida who was crazily burning her life essence. Attempting to do so would mean certain death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword glow illuminated the endless dark starry universe as the Ida unleashed the full power of the 10,000 ancient sword without any reservation. Ava had already abandoned all hope for her own life in this battle, her sole desire being to slay the green-haired floodlane before she died. Unfortunately, the dragon was cunning. refusing to engage in direct combat and continuously evading her attacks. In such a situation, it was difficult for her to kill the green-haired floodlane. The green-haired floodlane was powerful, not an ordinary beast. Even with her strength, it was extremely challenging to injure it, let alone kill it, given its intentional avoidance. Her face showed signs of anxiety. Despite her robust life essence, she could not withstand such reckless burning. Now, more than half of her life essence had been consumed, yet she still hadn't slain the dragon. This was clearly disastrous for her. Continuing like this, she might exhaust all her life essence without killing the green-haired floodlane. I want to see what you can do. The green-haired floodlane sneered, its figure appearing and disappearing. Sensing the weakening aura of the Ida, it realized that her life essence was almost depleted and that she was close to dying. What a pity, such formidable strength is going to waste, it sighed afterward. Normal being's strength, no matter how powerful, was useless to the nether realm unless they died in utmost terror, providing them with fear-derived energy. You will die too, the Ida growled, her eyes filled with resolve. Next, her body suddenly exploded, and infinite power surged into the 10,000 ancient sword. By self-detonating, she unleashed all remaining life essence into the sword, hoping to end the green-haired floodlane with one blow. Senior. Aya, how could this be? Inside the realm, numerous creatures cried out in sorrow, deeply moved by the Aida's sacrifice for the realm's safety, a noble deed worthy of their admiration. You. The green-haired floodlane's expression changed dramatically, never expecting her to detonate all remaining life essence in such a manner. Although she had burned most of her life essence, a significant amount remained. Now, exploding it into the 10,000 ancient sword enhanced its power exponentially. A thread of aura from the sword instantly locked onto the green-haired floodlane. Immortal aura. The green-haired floodlane's face turned pale, fully understanding what the locking aura was. The immortal aura contained within the 10,000 ancient sword. It roared skyward, unleashing all its strength and burning part of its life essence. Being locked by the immortal aura, there was no escape. It could only resist with all its might. Such resistance was not just talk. The 10,000 ancient sword's power, bolstered by the Aida's explosion, became incredibly monstrous. Under such circumstances, resisting it was extremely difficult. Therefore, it also started burning some of its life essence. Ultimately, it wanted to live. However, it dared not burn too much life essence. Doing so would ensure its survival against the attack, but at the cost of its own life. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A terrifying explosion occurred as the green-haired floodlane's full strength collided with the descending 10,000 ancient sword. The impact was horrifically devastating. The star domain suffered massive upheaval, with explosions occurring everywhere, and even the laws of order turned into chaos. Countless beings inside the realm looked up at the sky, hoping to witness the outcome of this battle. They knew the Ida wouldn't survive after self-detonation, but they hoped her final wish, to kill the green-haired floodlane, would come true. Blinding light enveloped the area, preventing them from seeing what happened. Even emperors couldn't see through the intense power. So terrifying. The Peter shrank back in fear, never expecting events to escalate to this point. No matter how powerful the green-haired floodlane was, encountering this disaster in a low-tier realm meant severe injuries and trauma. Recovering the burned life essence would be immensely difficult. Zyrif essence was hard to restore, and none dared consume it lightly. Even the slightest loss required vast ages to recover. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Outside the star domain, the explosions continued, obliterating everything in their path under the overwhelming force. Blinding rays of light radiated ever more brilliantly, surpassing even the brilliance of celestial bodies, rendering the scene invisible. Hashtag chapter 622. Eventually, it has to awaken. All living beings were eagerly waiting, hoping to know the final outcome. However, with that terrifying force spreading, they could not ascertain the result. Must slay it. Carlo clenched his fists tightly, his face filled with boundless hope. The Ida had sacrificed her own life. If she still couldn't slay the green-maned water dragon, it would be truly heartbreaking. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions continued from outside the starry universe, and the beings within this realm could hear them clearly. Fortunately, the Ida had forced the green-maned water dragon into a battle outside the realm. Otherwise, such a fight occurring within the realm would have utterly destroyed their domain, killing all its inhabitants. This level of power was simply too terrifying for them to oppose. Under such force, they were destined to be obliterated. The overwhelming power fluctuated intensely, and the bright light became even more brilliant until a long time passed, when that terrifying force finally diminished, and the brilliance of the light also calmed down. Boom, boom, boom. Large chunks fell from the sky, impacting the earth and creating enormous craters. We did it. Countless beings cheered. The Aida's sacrifice was not in vain. The green-maned water dragon was ultimately slain. Those massive pieces falling from the sky were none other than parts of the green-maned water dragon's body. The green-maned water dragon was finally killed, its body torn apart, plummeting into the realm from the outer space. How could this happen? The Peter stared wide-eyed, never expecting such an outcome. How powerful was the green-maned water dragon? It was entirely unexpected that it would meet its end in a low-tier realm. Almost instantly, the creatures who were jubilantly celebrating quieted down. The death of the green-maned water dragon was indeed a cause for celebration. But the Peter was still there. Who could deal with the Peter now that the Ida was dead? Tiger-level combatants were no match for the Peter, which could devour an Tiger-level fighter in one bite. Their crisis was far from over. Darn it! Carlo gritted his teeth, hating how low his cultivation was. Otherwise, he could have participated in the battle against the netherworld creatures. Why bother? At this moment, a sigh resonated across the world, echoing in every creature's ears. The Peter's fur bristled upon hearing this voice. It sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying aura, even more formidable than the Aidas. It wanted to curse out loud. For a low-tier realm to produce a Aida already defied expectations, but now it turned out there was an even more terrifying presence here. Without hesitation, it quickly called upon stronger entities from the netherworld realm to come over. It couldn't even handle the Aida, let alone someone even more powerful. Shua. That figure paid no attention to the Peter and didn't stop it from notifying the netherworld realm. Instead, it came from outside the realm, extended its hand, and retrieved the timeless sword. Why didn't you wake me earlier? He sighed heavily, saying, I understand your thoughts. You didn't want us to awaken early and endure the erosion of time. But, have you considered that these challenges are not something you can shoulder alone? We were always destined to awaken. His hands caressed the timeless sword, saying, there's still hope. The residual essence of life within the timeless sword might allow for your eventual rebirth. The Peter contacted the netherworld realm once again and received a swift response. A huge black hole appeared, just like the one through which it and the green-maned water dragon had emerged. That figure flashed, descending from outside the realm, watching the black hole with a calm expression. The Peter was frightened to the bone, barely daring to breathe. This being was terrifying beyond comprehension. It couldn't even sense what level of cultivation this figure possessed. It had no doubt that this being could easily kill it with just a flick of a finger if it wished. Soon, a colossal fierce beast emerged from the black hole. This was an even more formidable creature than the green-maned water dragon, resembling both a tiger and a lion. A beast that looked like a Zairian tiger hybrid. Its surroundings were enveloped in eerie fog, its eyes full of endless malevolence, radiating an incredibly terrifying aura. As soon as it stepped out of the black hole, every living being in the realm felt an immense pressure, causing them to struggle for breath, their hearts heavy with dread. Even the tiger-level fighters were affected. The Green Lane is dead? The Zairian tiger beast's massive eyes flashed with a menacing glint at the sight of the Green Lane's remains. A low-tier realm managed to destroy the Green Lane, something even it hadn't expected. Desmond's, this isn't just any low-tier realm. The Peter hurriedly explained everything. Seeing this Zairian tiger hybrid gave it some relief. The Zairian tiger beast was incredibly powerful and had a high cultivation level. With it around, its safety was assured. One of the three upper realms split off? A divine artifact? The Zairian tiger beast's pupils contracted, astonished by what the Peter said. It hadn't expected this low-tier realm to be so complex. Shua. Its gaze scanned the entire realm, seeing deeper and more thoroughly than the Green Lane ever could. As it scrutinized the realm, its expression grew increasingly grave. The Peter wasn't wrong. This realm was indeed extraordinary, even incomprehensible to it. How could this be? It was a tiger-level fighter, and yet, it couldn't fathom this low-tier realm? To it, this was nothing short of a tall tale, completely unbelievable. Retreat from this realm. At this point, the Isaiah spoke. He was an hill with white hair, looking very ordinary, yet remained remarkably calm despite the Zairian tiger beast's overwhelming aura. Undoubtedly, he was far from simple, possessing unimaginable strength. Retreat? The Zairian tiger beast laughed heartily. What are you thinking? How could we possibly retreat from such a valuable realm? This realm's complexity made it extremely valuable. Capturing and thoroughly exploring it would undoubtedly benefit their netherworld realm immensely, elevating it to one of the top high-tier realms. They absolutely wouldn't give up on such a rare opportunity. Not only would they not give up, they would place even greater importance on capturing this realm, firmly resolving to claim it. Hashtag chapter 623, fighting until fear. Back off. The Isaisli man with white hair spoke calmly, his expression unchanged. Even the three upper realms of Avon Ira do not dare to return here. Do you think you're stronger than them by daring to provoke us? He continued, if you truly trigger the taboo forces of this realm, your entire netherworld will be wiped out. Though the glory of this realm has faded, it once possessed an unparalleled brilliance. Even in its weakened state, it remains formidable and terrifying. It's just that such power cannot be unleashed easily. The three upper realms of Avon Ira split off from this realm long ago. Despite the passage of time and the decline of this realm into a lower one, the three upper realms still do not dare to entertain thoughts of conquering it. They know too well how fearsome and terrifying this realm can be. If they were to unleash the terrible forces within, even the three upper realms of Avon Ira would suffer. Do you really think a few words from you can scare me away? The Kyler growled. You underestimate both me and our netherworld. Netherworld itself was originally a lower realm, but because of their audacity and determination, it has become one of the top realms among middle-tier ones. If they had harbored fear, they would never have developed to this point. Although it was also aware that this realm might possess incredibly terrifying forces, it refused to back down. Moreover, it knew for certain that other beings within the netherworld would not give up either. There is nothing more to say then, the Isaisli man said indifferently. He immediately struck out, sending a palm toward the Kyler with lethal intent. He did not stop the porcupine from informing the creatures in the netherworld, because there was no need. Even if he had stopped it, it would only have provided temporary safety. The beings in the netherworld would soon discover issues within this realm and send reinforcements quickly. Ultimately, he knew he would have to face the netherworld creatures in battle. Moreover, time was what they lacked most. Since awakening, every day felt like a countdown. They could die at any moment. Their age was too vast, and the force of time would not spare them. They were fine when sealed in slumber, but once awakened, the force of time would come to settle the score. Thus, he did not prevent the porcupine from alerting the netherworld, and even hoped they arrived sooner. He understood that the netherworld would not give up easily and had made preparations to go all out. If the netherworld did not withdraw on their own, they would fight until the netherworld backed down and developed a lasting fear, ensuring they would not dare to enter this realm again. As for severing the pathway, they had not considered it. Not only was it uncertain whether they could succeed, But even if they did, it wouldn't solve the problem. This realm's strength was too weak. Even if they cut off the current path, the netherworld could open new ones, further exhausting their strength. Boom. Terrifying explosions resounded as the Aesaeusly man attacked fiercely, displaying strength surpassing that of even the Nubia, a qualitative leap in power. Tiger, the Kyler sneered. No wonder you dared to block my path. It sensed the hill's rank. He was an Tiger-level being, and Tiger appeared in a lower realm? This was highly improbable. Generally, the presence of an Tiger-level force transforms a realm from lower to middle tier. Its own strength was equally formidable, exuding bizarre black mist as it clashed intensely with the Aesaeusly man. Swoosh. The Aesaeusly man's figure flickered, moving outside the realm. The Kyler followed closely, engaging him in combat outside the realm. Through its probes, it already knew this realm was immensely terrifying, possibly harboring unimaginable powers. It did not dare to instigate life or death battles inside this realm, partly due to respect and partly to avoid killing off large numbers of beings, something neither it nor the netherworld wanted. After all, the inhabitants of this realm were sources of power and strength for them. Wasting lives was against their interests. Asterisk boom. Boom. Asterisk. Outside the realm, even more terrifying explosions echoed. The Aesaeusly man and the Kyler engaged in extremely fierce combat. Their clash far exceeded anything that had happened within the realm. Both were exceptionally powerful, trading thousands of blows in an instant. Neither gained an advantage, resulting in a stalemate. A strange light flashed in the Kyler's eyes. Its strength was formidable, and in battles with tigers from other realms, it had always emerged victorious easily. This was the first time it faced such difficulty. I'm no longer in my prime. Old, truly old. The Aesaeusly man sighed lightly. In his younger days, he was invincible among his peers, never losing when battling other realms' beings. Compared to those past foes, the netherworld, though a top-tier middle realm, paled in comparison. He had once battled top-tier elites from higher realms, emerging victorious despite their formidable power. By comparison, the gap between the netherworld and those higher realms was immense, yet now he was merely fighting to a draw with netherworld creatures. Truly, he had aged, and his peak condition was long gone. Roar. The Kyler roared, emitting even more intense black radiance. It began to erupt, with waves of overwhelming aura rising as it unleashed devastating techniques, supreme Tiger-level skills, and terrifying powers. The Aesaeusly man remained calm, striking out with one powerful technique after another, countering the Kyler's attacks head-on. Such clashes were undoubtedly even more terrifying, nearly collapsing the entire starry universe. Terrifying forces spread everywhere. This was only possible outside the realm. If this level of combat had taken place inside, who knows what chaos it would have wrought. Chapter 624, Celestial Tiger Technique. The terrifying and horrifying explosions echoed incessantly, heard very clearly even within the domain as if these blasts were exploding right before their eyes. The starfield was punctured, black holes appearing one after another as the Briggs and the Kyler unleashed their deadly attacks, the battle process being exceedingly perilous and horrifying. Phantom sand. The Briggs shouted loudly, making hand seals to exhibit an even more horrifying and powerful technique. Celestial Tiger Technique. The Kyler's face changed drastically, never expecting the Briggs to actually possess the Celestial Tiger Technique. Celestial Tigers, what supreme beings they were. There weren't many even in the upper three realms. It hadn't anticipated that it would see the Celestial Tiger Technique here. By now, it no longer had any doubts. This domain surely had a colossal background. Perhaps the three upper realms of Virokana were indeed only three states within this domain, splitting off from it. Otherwise, how could the Briggs possibly possess the Celestial Tiger Technique? Without a Celestial Tiger ever appearing, how could the Celestial Tiger Technique come into existence? Undoubtedly, a Celestial Tiger had once emerged from this domain. Roar. It roared loudly, not daring to be the least bit careless, with purple light shooting out from its body, growing eerie purple fur. After the purple fur grew, its aura immediately changed dramatically, becoming inexplicably more terrifying and fearsome than before, its combat power increasing exponentially. Facing the Celestial Tiger Technique, it truly didn't dare to be the least bit careless, employing all the strength it could muster. It summoned an ancient shield from the Nether Realm, renowned supreme treasure from the Nether Realm. But even so, it still had no confidence. The Celestial Tiger Technique was too formidable. How could it have confidence? It had never faced the Celestial Tiger Technique before. Boom, boom, boom. Extremely terrifying fluctuations of power rippled outwards. The might of the Celestial Tiger Technique was horrifying and reached unimaginable heights, with the entire starry sky disintegrating instantly, boundless stars turning into light dust and then completely vanishing. Roar. The purple-furred Kyler roared loudly, its own aura reaching a horrifying degree. It held nothing back, colliding with the plummeting Celestial Tiger Technique. This was an extremely terrifying collision, more fearsome and horrifying than when the stunningly Quinlan self-detonated, channeling all her life essence power into the eternal sword. Even the beings within the domain were affected by such power fluctuations. The earth kept cracking open, large holes appeared in the sky, and countless beings were blasted away, spewing mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, this happened outside the domain. Although the transmitted force was still incredibly terrifying and frightening, it had diminished considerably. If this force fluctuation were not reduced before entering the domain, without doubt, this realm would turn into an apocalyptic wasteland, with all beings dying. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the domain, even more horrifying and terrifying explosions sounded as the battle between the Briggs and the purple-furred Kyler intensified. Though the beings inside the domain couldn't see the battle, they could still imagine just how terrifying and astonishing it was. A long time passed before the intense glow finally dissipated, and calm was restored outside the domain. The purple Kyler was slain, its corpse falling from outside the domain into it. What? The porcupine was completely dumbfounded, never expecting such a result. The purple-furred Kyler was an existence capable of strutting around freely in an ordinary medium-sized domain. Yet it fell here, thoroughly killed. Swish. The Briggs descended in scathe before the porcupine. His power was evidently extraordinarily terrifying. After slaying the purple-furred Kyler, he showed no sign of weakness. The porcupine was frightened speechless. How powerful was this person? Help me deliver a message. The Briggs looked at the porcupine and said, those who aren't afraid of death can come. Though this domain has declined, it is absolutely not a place for anyone to act recklessly. He remained calm, striking fear into the porcupine's heart. It feared being slapped dead by the Briggs. Daring not hesitate, the porcupine quickly contacted the Nether Realm's inhabitants, relaying the Briggs' words. What? Even purple fur can't? Shock spread through the Nether Realm. None expected purple fur's level of combat strength to fail and be completely slain. They questioned the situation on the other side, seeking precise information from the porcupine. Why would an inferior domain be so terrifying and extreme? They began to take this low-tier domain seriously. Previously, the porcupine had merely sent out a distress signal without explaining the situation of this domain. On the other side, after receiving messages from the Nether inhabitants, the porcupine cautiously asked the Briggs if it could relay information about this domain. It dared not make decisions on its own. To the Briggs, killing it was as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Sure. The Briggs remained calm. This battle was unavoidable, and he also wished for an early confrontation, as prolonging time would greatly disadvantage him. Now, he felt the oppressive force of time. He couldn't stay in this world for long. Once the force of time began to reckon with him, he wouldn't be able to resist and would be utterly erased. It was a joke. Forget him. Even a celestial tiger couldn't withstand the force of time. Or else people wouldn't aspire to become immortals. Only immortals could resist the force of time. With the Briggs' permission, the porcupine dared to report the situation of this domain. What? The 3 upper realms of Virokana originated from there, once part of its 3 states. There's also immortal artifacts? The entire Nether Realm was shaken. The news from the porcupine was too astounding, leaving them unable to calm down. If we could establish a connection to that domain, it already indicates that it has become very weak. Otherwise, it would be impossible for us to do so. Desmond's, no matter how glorious and terrifying it was before, it has declined today. This is undoubtedly a great opportunity for us. We cannot miss it. Becoming a high-level domain has always been our goal. With the chance right before us, how can we abandon it? Many Netherrealm experts express their opinions, all insisting on not giving up and intending to invade and conquer the domain. Then we shall fight. Our Netherrealm has never been afraid of anything. Otherwise, we wouldn't have developed to this extent. The Elliot spoke, confirming that they would wage an endless war against the domain. Recall all members stationed outside. Conquering this domain is our top priority. He issued orders for all Netherrealm inhabitants outside to return. The Netherrealm was always waging wars. There weren't many inhabitants within it, most of whom were fighting in other domains. Hashtag chapter 625, the first realm. They're gone? They actually retreated. Echoes of surprise resounded across countless realms. They had been battling the denizens of the Netherworld realm, but suddenly, all these creatures withdrew. Though they didn't know what happened, this was undoubtedly a good thing for them. They now had a chance to catch their breath. Mostly composed of lower or ordinary middle-tier realms, they had been struggling under the onslaught from the Netherworld realm. With this unexpected reprieve, everyone felt an immense surge of excitement and relief. However, many realms sensed something amiss. Why would the Netherworld realm retreat so abruptly? There must be something significant happening within it. Investigate. This might be our chance to completely rid ourselves of the threat from the Netherworld realm. Believing that the Netherworld realm could be in trouble, they considered launching a counterattack. Meanwhile, 5 more Isaiahs with white hair, exuding a deep sense of ancient history, appeared beside the Briggs. This news had reached the Netherworld realm, which would not take this lying down. Undoubtedly, a great battle was looming. Thus, the Briggs roused the other slumbering sealers. Ella, alas. Upon learning about the state of the Nubia, the awakened sealers sighed deeply. Ella was too young, thinking she could resolve the calamity on her own, unaware that matters were far more complicated. They consoled the Briggs, as Ella was his disciple. A myriad Ian sword is no ordinary weapon. It has nurtured immortality aura. Ella won't die completely. There's still hope, the Briggs said. How can this be easily achieved? Another sealer shook his head, saying, we are all people who should have long perished. Time will not spare us. Without the protection of immortality aura, Ella might indeed have a chance at rebirth. However, being spared by time once, the reckoning would now come for all of them. Ella couldn't escape this either, and would face the reckoning of time. Under such circumstances, how could Ella possibly be reborn? The difficulty was unimaginable. There's still hope, the Briggs insisted with sparkling eyes. He knew it was nearly impossible for Ella to be reborn, but he clung to this hope. He wanted Ella to have another chance at life. The other sealers looked at him, but said nothing more. At their level, they had experienced everything. The Briggs didn't need their comfort. He understood the situation clearly. Meanwhile, Yuan watched these awakened sealers in complete disbelief. Each one of them was terrifyingly powerful, and it couldn't fathom their true strength. Desmond, it sensed that each of these sealers was as strong, if not stronger, than the Briggs. If I had known, I wouldn't have acted so arrogantly. It recalled its initial disdain towards the Nubia and its own arrogance. Now, it realized how foolish and ignorant it had been. Its very survival was nothing short of a miracle. Rumble. Suddenly, a massive black hole appeared in the sky, almost covering the entire heavens. An incredibly fearsome force emanated from it, causing countless beings within the realm to feel their skin crawl. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Figures began emerging from the black hole, human, beast, and various other races. The Netherworld wasn't just home to fierce beasts. So many. Heaven forbid. Every being present was shocked at the sheer number of figures emerging from the black hole, seemingly countless. They were utterly terrified. Was the netherworld realm mobilizing its full might? Heaven forbid. How could they possibly survive this disaster? The Lord of the Realm has arrived, a sealer chuckled, eyeing a human figure emerging from the black hole. They all knew much about the netherworld realm. This sealer recognized the human figure as the Lord of the netherworld realm from his attire. The attire of the Ernon had remained unchanged from ancient times, symbolizing the authority of the Jackson, who always presided over the netherworld realm. His presence here indicated a significant concern. What a robust chaos energy. Ignoring the sealer, the Jackson's formidable soul power spread out, enveloping the entire realm. Shock filled his face as he sensed it. Chaos, the most supreme and transcendent power in existence. All things originated from chaos, including all realms. Such a force was unimaginably powerful and sublime. He sensed a very robust chaos energy here, astonishing him. Just by this energy alone, this realm could become as powerful as the 3 upper realms of Avon Heaven, surpassing all other realms. Even the 3 upper realms of Avon Heaven didn't have such robust chaos energy. Could this be the first realm created by chaos? The Lord pondered, his expression heavy. So robust, it led him to suspect this was the first realm ever formed from chaos. The Lord indeed has keen eyesight. The brig spoke, confirming, Desmond's, this is indeed the first realm among all realms, from which all others derive. First realm. The Lord trembled, realizing how extraordinary this realm truly was. Could they conquer it? Doubts arose in his heart, eroding the confidence he initially had. What incredible forces might lie hidden here? For a moment, he entertained the idea of retreating. Think carefully. Don't you think the 3 upper realms of Avon Heaven understand more than you? Why don't they dare to covet this realm? The Briggs added, you still have a chance to withdraw. Don't let greed ruin everything you've built. Cultivation is hard won, and becoming a middle-tier realm is even harder. Do not throw away your achievements for nothing. Chapter 626. Using the heavenly tiger techniques and immortal artifacts to compensate. The Ernon fell silent. All signs indicated that this realm was extraordinarily complex. Could their Desmalo Springs realm truly swallow this domain? This thought reappeared in his mind. Ernon, do not waver. If we, of the Desmalo Springs realm, were fearful, would we have achieved what we have now? If we dared not act, we'd still be a lowly realm with no means to defend against invasions by other realms. Other powerful figures from the Desmalo Springs realm echoed incessantly. Indeed, they too realized how terrifying and formidable this realm was. However, they were reluctant to change their original intentions. As they had said, the Desmalo Springs realm had always taken daring actions. If they were afraid, they would remain an ordinary, low-ranking realm, forced to submit without any resistance to those mid- or high-level invading realms. Although the roots of this realm were extremely terrifying, once they took control of it, the Desmalo Springs realm would undoubtedly transform drastically. By then, the Desmalo Springs realm would genuinely rise to prominence, becoming one of the top high-level realms, possibly even rivaling the 3 upper realms of Brahma Heaven. Desmond's. The eyes of the Ernon shone as all doubts vanished. He was determined to fully claim this realm. This was an incredibly rare opportunity. Missing it could mean a much longer time for the Desmalo Springs realm to become a leading high-level realm, if ever. Realm invasions were common, not only among the Desmalo Springs, but also between other realms. Any day, they could be targeted by another realm and end up as a vassal. It seems you've made your choice, the Briggs sighed, already expecting this outcome. Greed is an unshakable trait inherent in all living beings. Given the astonishing nature of this realm, it would be strange if the Desmalo Springs realm gave up easily. Understanding this, he directly awakened 5 more seal beings. You shouldn't resist anymore. 6 of you cannot possibly stand against us. The Desmalo Springs Ernon spoke. This time, all strong entities from their realm had arrived, creating an overwhelmingly powerful force. Though the Briggs and company were strong, they were merely 6. No matter how formidable, they couldn't withstand such power. If that's the case, there's nothing else to say. The Briggs spoke, and then dozens of terrifying beams shot into the sky, with numerous fearsome figures descending. Not just them, other slumbering sealed entities from this realm joined the fray. No use, the Desmalo Springs Ernon said. You cannot resist. How will we know unless we try? The Isaeus' eyes gleamed fearlessly. He advanced first, launching an assault on the Desmalo Springs forces. Boom. At the same moment, all the sealed entities attacked, hurling strikes towards the Desmalo Springs forces. You're courting death. Kill. Desmalo Springs forces roared, filled with overwhelming killing intent, leaving nothing to chance as each exerted their full strength. Aware of this realm's complexity, they did not underestimate their opponents. Despite the few numbers before them, they exerted every ounce of power, with fur of different colors growing on their bodies. A power extracted from fear, significantly enhancing their strength. Boom. Terrifying explosions erupted immediately as both sides moved out of this realm into outer space for battle. This battle proved more terrifying than expected, with unimaginably powerful participants. Outer space, already in chaos, became even more disordered due to this clash. Boom. The Desmalo Springs Ernon personally engaged, proving far stronger than others. Only he bore red fur. I'll fight you. An Isaeus-ly figure stepped forward, engaging him. His ancient age and immense power made him the strongest here, and upon seeing the Desmalo Springs Lord's might, he instantly attacked. Though fewer in number, their combat ability far exceeded that of the Desmalo Springs forces. Boom. They unleashed countless heavenly tiger techniques and wielded artifacts exuding immortal aura, forcing Desmalo Springs forces to retreat bleeding. How many heavenly tigers have emerged here? Damn. The Desmalo Springs forces' faces changed. With so many unique heavenly tiger techniques, how many emperors must have existed here? Achieving the title of Heavenly Tiger was incredibly challenging, with very few historically. Desmond, these sealed beings used numerous techniques, shattering their understanding and defying expectations. Perhaps they simply didn't know enough about the true number of emperors. Otherwise, how could there be so many unique techniques? Each technique symbolized an emperor. Under normal circumstances, victory should have been theirs, their numbers being far greater. However, under the support of these techniques and artifacts, they faced massive threats instead. Capture them, and the techniques and artifacts are ours. Kill. A yell boosted morale among the Desmond Springs, making their auras more intense. The allure of Heavenly Tiger techniques and immortal artifacts was enormous. If they possessed these, they could potentially challenge the 3 upper realms of Brahma Heaven. Kill. Excitement grew, and along with it, their resolve and ferocity intensified as they unleashed all available abilities and powers. Blood splattered everywhere, both from them and from the Briggs and the sealed beings. The battle was fiercely brutal, with neither side gaining absolute advantage, both suffering varying degrees of casualties. Chapter 627. Ambush. Boom, boom, boom. Asterisk. The terrifying explosions echoed through the starry universe. The battle they were involved in was too horrific and fearsome, forcing them to retreat further away from that boundary realm. If they had stayed and continued fighting here, this realm would have faced catastrophic devastation. Even outside the boundaries, it wouldn't be safe. This was a truly terrifying and formidable battle. Cough. Blood sprayed out as the Isaias fighting the Grey sustained injuries. Indeed, I am too old. The Isaias spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He was injured, but so was the Grey, who couldn't hold back the surge of blood gushing out, staining his clothes red. How tenacious. The Grey's face darkened with displeasure, utterly shocked by the strength of these beings. He had thought that with the full might of their nether realm combined, capturing the Briggs and other sealed sleepers would be an easy task. He brought all the strong figures from the nether realm with no initial expectation that this realm could stand against them. His main concern was the potential existence of unimaginably terrifying forces within this realm. However, reality proved vastly different. This realm possessed forces capable of countering theirs. Damn! His face turned even uglier. To be held back like this, how would they ever explore this realm? Kill. We must capture them at all costs, he shouted sternly. After reaching this level of engagement, retreating wasn't an option. They had to capture the Briggs and the others. More horrifying explosions shook the surroundings, sending shockwaves of immense power rippling outwards. Everything beyond the realm boundaries was destroyed beyond recognition. What do we possess here? Who are they? Within the realm, countless beings showed great interest in the identity of the powerful figures like the Briggs. How could they not be intrigued by such suddenly emerging, powerful entities? Isn't becoming a tiger the pinnacle? What lies beyond the path of cultivation? All the tigers fell silent. They had always believed that achieving the imperial realm was the peak, and breaking through beyond that made one an eternal immortal. But now, their preconceptions were shattered. What they once considered the apex was far from it. Many layers of realms awaited them below the immortal level. This era is just too ancient. Otherwise, such a monumental battle would certainly have been recorded. Denny sighed. Simultaneously, he stopped doubting whether this was an illusion or reality. Everything happening was real, not an illusion. Could an illusion conjure up such a horrifying battle? If so, how terrifying must that illusion be, and what kind of unfathomable entity could create such an illusion? Did such incomprehensible beings really exist? In his mind, if all this was an illusion, the creator must be on the level of an immortal. Even celestial tigers' combat prowess couldn't create such a terrifying and fearful battle. No celestial tiger could produce such an illusion with their techniques or artifacts imbued with immortal energy. Desmond, immortals had never appeared before humanity, and whether they truly existed remained uncertain. Thus, he no longer doubted. This was real, not an illusion. This is an opportunity. Focus on comprehending it. Many beings within the realm realized this. The battles beyond offered significant opportunities for enlightenment. The Briggs and other sealed sleepers unleashed incredible Heavenly Tiger techniques. Anyone who could grasp some understanding from these would benefit immensely. Without hesitation, those who understood quickly sat down, focusing intently on comprehending the various Heavenly Tiger techniques. However, such Heavenly Tiger techniques weren't easily comprehended. Even at the Tiger level, grasping these techniques was extremely challenging, making any progress exceedingly difficult. Explosions grew more terrifying, the battle outside reaching its climax. Beings died, their blood raining down, covering the entire realm as if it were a crimson downpour. This battle lasted for months. The Nether Realm suffered heavy losses, with many of its mighty figures falling here. Nearly half of the Briggs and other sealed sleepers perished. Ultimately, the Nether Grey declared a retreat, leading the remaining strong beings of the Nether Realm away from this domain. They had no choice but to leave. If they didn't, though they might completely slay the Briggs and others, they could all be annihilated themselves. The surviving Briggs and sealed sleepers returned to their resting places without delay, resealing themselves. Time's force would surely come for them if they didn't seal themselves immediately. At that point, time would obliterate them entirely. Their strength was already inadequate to resist time's force, let alone after engaging in a fierce battle with the Nether Realm's might. The aftermath left them severely weakened, making them powerless against the reckoning of time. Meanwhile, just as the Nether Realm's powerful figures returned through the passage to the Nether Realm, they were ambushed. The realms they had invaded earlier were lying in wait. Seeing the dire state of the Nether Realm invaders, these realms launched immediate attacks without hesitation. This was a rare chance to possibly destroy the Nether Realm entirely. How could they let it slip away? Absolutely impossible. The Nether Realm's invasion had driven these realms into a deadly struggle. If the Nether Realm recovered, they would face renewed threats. The Nether Realm would never spare them. Earlier, These realms stood no chance against the Nether realm. Most were low-tier or average mid-tier realms, weak compared to the Nether realm. But now, with numerous strong figures dead and the survivors heavily wounded, the situation drastically changed. These realms now posed a significant threat. End of Chapter 627. Chapter 628. Constantly returning to the past. A kneeling camel is still bigger than a horse. The Desmondlow Spring Realm Master sneered. Ultimately, this was their territory. Though they were in poor condition, they still held a certain advantage on their home turf. Relying on this advantage, they finally managed to push back the creatures from other realms one by one. However, they also lost many powerful beings in the process. It would undoubtedly take a long time for them to recover and launch another invasion into the various realms. It's finally over. Carlo sighed deeply, never expecting his actions would lead to such a terrifying and devastating battle. His heart sank. He couldn't feel any joy at all. The retreat of the Desmondlow Spring Realm was certainly something to celebrate. But no matter what, he couldn't bring himself to be happy. Because the Desmondlow Spring Realm wasn't completely annihilated, and the passage it had opened still existed. This meant that the Desmondlow Spring Realm could potentially revive and launch another assault. He could see that the Briggs and other sleeping sealers were in very poor condition. He didn't know if they could withstand another attack from the Desmondlow Spring Realm next time. They might have passed down their power, or lived to this era themselves. Carlo suddenly recalled something from the past. It was when he first received the inheritance from Senior Fletcher. Senior Fletcher had created an incomparable technique capable of exposing members of the Desmondlow Spring organization, leading to the arrest of all spies within various factions. After receiving such an inheritance, the Desmondlow Spring organization would normally not let him off easily, and he had been on guard against them at the time. But unexpectedly, he did not wait for any assassination attempt from the Desmondlow Spring organization. It seemed as though they weren't bothered by the matter at all, taking no action. At the time, he was very puzzled because it was too abnormal. Now, however, he had a different perspective. Back then, the Desmondlow Spring organization might not have been inactive, but could have been blocked by some force. Previously, he didn't know of any force that could rival the Desmondlow Spring organization. But now, knowing about the existence of the Briggs and other sleeping sealers, he realized there was a power that could contend with the Desmondlow Spring organization. Therefore, his new view was more reasonable. After all, it was too strange for the Desmondlow Spring organization to give up so easily. With this war concluding, the creatures from the Desmondlow Spring realm withdrew, and the original Desmondlow Spring organization left as well. But Carlo knew clearly that the Desmondlow Spring realm would come back stronger. Because in the next era, there were still shadows of the Desmondlow Spring organization. No wonder the Desmondlow Spring organization wasn't as arrogant in previous eras. They were actually concerned in testing whether the Briggs and other sleeping sealers still existed. Carlo mused. He stayed in this era for some time. One day, a massive lane lotus appeared, and Carlo knew he had to leave this era and travel to an even more ancient one. Why do I keep returning to different eras? Carlo frowned as he turned into light and merged into the spatio-temporal expanse opened by the lane lotus. He pondered why all of this was happening. Earlier, he couldn't tell if these were illusions or reality, so he didn't think much about it. But now things were different. He had confirmed everything was real and couldn't help but reflect on these issues. Why him? Not someone else? Was it just because he was the first to approach the lane lotus? He couldn't understand or figure it out. While contemplating these questions, he fell out of the river of time and arrived in an even older era. This was the era before the primeval age. He didn't even know its name or what kind of era it was. There were no records of such an era in the current world, and it was far too distant. Even the primeval age had no records, let alone this even more ancient era. In this era, Carlo encountered all sorts of magical races that no longer existed in the present time. He clashed and battled with the top geniuses of this era. He underwent tremendous trials and improvements, advancing to higher realms of cultivation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Space twisted as the enormous lane lotus reappeared, piercing through the heavens and earth. Carlo once again transformed into light and merged into the river of time. Within the river of time, he witnessed one genius after another, seeing one horrifically fierce battle after another. Becoming a tiger was not the end of cultivation. There were even higher realms beyond. Carlo saw countless beings of such caliber in these visions. Meanwhile, Carlo was deeply touched. He had experienced countless battles, crushing one peer genius after another, displaying unparalleled prowess among his peers. But in this more ancient era, his invincibility among peers grew weaker. Because in these ancient times, the laws and order of the universe were more complete, and the cultivation materials available were even more exceptional. Geniuses born under such circumstances were truly heaven-defying, reaching unimaginable heights. The sleeping sealers did not lie. This realm was indeed astonishing in ancient times. Carlo remarked, deeply moved. He lingered in one era after another, undergoing trials and rapid growth. His cultivation realm improved astonishingly. 9 kings to become a sage, sage to become a tiger, tiger to become a great tiger, ultimately becoming a heavenly tiger. He reached the 9th king realm. By breaking through the 9th king realm, he could achieve the sage realm. If I return now, those people in the Lane Spring secret realm wouldn't stand a chance against me, Carlo said aloud. Let alone them. How could the holy clans possibly stop me? He entered the Lane Spring secret realm with geniuses from various holy clans who clearly intended to kill him. At that time, the gap between him and those geniuses was enormous. Even with the super amplification array platform, he struggled to match them. But now everything had changed. He had entered the 9th king realm, vastly surpassing those geniuses in strength and cultivation. If he returned now, none could match him. In that era, there were no sages, at least not among the holy clans. The highest cultivation realm was only the 9th king realm. To him, the holy clans now posed little threat. Grayson, Georgina, we will soon be reunited. Carlo's eyes gleamed. Originally, his mother's race seemed unattainable. But now, he had the confidence. His journey through time was clearly not over yet. He hadn't returned to the most ancient primordial era. He believed that after all this, his cultivation and strength would reach even greater heights. When that time came, even if he didn't become a tiger, he would surely enter the sage realm. Chapter 629. The Celestial Tiger. Denny traveled through one era after another, refining and enhancing himself with each passage. His strength advanced rapidly. The ancient era contained astonishing order and principles, and its matter was incredibly transcendent. With his extraordinary talent and perseverance, he simply couldn't progress slowly even if he wanted to. Holy Realm. Denny's eyes glowed with holiness. After passing through several eras, he broke through the 9th sovereign realm, entering the Holy Realm and becoming a sage. A sage at such a young age. This was undoubtedly unprecedented. No matter how remarkable the geniuses in history were, none had become sages at such a tender age. His journey through time and space obviously wasn't over yet. It continued. How many eras did this realm have? Denny was utterly amazed. He originally thought that he should have returned to the desolate ancient era long ago. However, every time he returned, it wasn't the desolate ancient era. Perhaps when I return, I will have already become an emperor. Denny chuckled, not ruling out the possibility. The heaven and earth environment in these ancient eras was too good, making achieving the tiger realm not so difficult. Finally back to the desolate ancient era. Denny's eyes shone as he felt the boundless chaotic energy and learned that this era had beings with the combat power of a celestial tiger. The upper 3 realms indeed originated from this realm. Denny's eyes lit up as he gained more understanding. The era he returned to was towards the end of the desolate ancient era. During the middle period, the desolate ancient era had 3 continents split off from this realm. These 3 continents were precisely the Brahma Heaven upper 3 realms. Can I achieve the celestial tiger realm? Excitement and anticipation filled Denny's face. His goal was no longer just the great tiger realm but the true pinnacle, the celestial tiger realm. He had already entered the tiger realm and was infinitely close to the great tiger realm. Achieving the great tiger realm was not difficult for him. The desolate ancient era was undoubtedly far more perfect than any other era, with chaotic energy so abundant it defied imagination. Under such conditions, cultivation was naturally much simpler. Chaos being the source of all things, approaching this source would only make cultivation easy and straightforward. As it turned out, this was indeed the case. Denny didn't spend much time in the desolate ancient era before entering the great tiger realm. However, his previous thoughts were too naive. Achieving the supreme celestial tiger realm was not something that could be done easily, not even in this era. He didn't know how long he stayed in the desolate ancient era, but he never reached the celestial tiger domain. There was still a vast gap between him and that realm. Why hasn't Chance Cyrian appeared after such a long time? Denny's expression was puzzled. He had been in the desolate ancient era for 5 years, which was the longest he had stayed anywhere. Desmond, there was still no sign of Chance Cyrian. Is she going to leave me here? Denny's expression changed. Although the desolate ancient era was great for cultivation, he had too many attachments in his own era and did not want to stay here. Another 5 years passed without any sign of Chance Cyrian. Is she really leaving me here? Denny became increasingly anxious. 10 years had passed, and Chance Cyrian still hadn't shown up. He was truly worried and afraid of being left in this era forever. Despite his growing fear and anxiety, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't force Chance Cyrian to appear. Time flew by swiftly. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Let me go back. Even after a century, Denny hadn't forgotten about his friends in his own era. He still wanted to return. Time passed again. Another century went by, and Chance Cyrian still hadn't appeared. However, over the 2 centuries, Denny had made significant progress in cultivation. He touched upon the celestial tiger domain and was very close to reaching it. Boom. After another century, Denny finally broke through the barrier and successfully entered the celestial tiger realm. It's really hard to achieve. Denny's face was full of bitterness. 100 years ago, he had touched the celestial tiger domain, but it took him a whole century of cultivation to break through. Whoosh. At that moment, Chance Cyrian appeared, transforming into a ray of light and merging into the river of time. This time, she wasn't moving backward but forward. He was returning. Did she not appear because I hadn't achieved the celestial tiger realm? In the river of time, Denny mused thoughtfully. He really returned. When he emerged from the river of time again, he found himself back in the Lane Spring mystic realm. These experiences feel like a dream. Denny looked at Chance Cyrian, filled with emotion. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, terrifying thunderbolts descended upon Denny. He hadn't undergone heavenly tribulations during his ascension in past eras. Now that he had returned, the heavenly tribulation immediately found him. It was an awe-inspiring sight. He had ascended through countless realms in those past eras, and now, all these tribulations fell upon him simultaneously. An unimaginable scenario. What is a celestial tiger? One whom even the heavens must respect. Denny remained calm, extending a hand to dissipate all the thunderbolts. He was too powerful. Even the heavenly tribulation couldn't challenge him. Various Holy Clan's prodigies were still in the Lane Spring mystic realm, but Denny paid them no heed as he walked straight out of the mystic realm. He ignored even the mighty experts guarding outside. Now a celestial tiger, his mindset had profoundly changed. He no longer cared to tangle with the Holy Clans. Grayson, Georgina, I'm here. Excitement filled his face. Leaving the mystic realm, he used his powerful soul force to cover the entire world, searching for his parents. Ultimately, he found them. They were safe and alive. Whoosh. With a step, he instantly arrived where his parents were. His mother belonged to an exceptionally ancient race, akin to the Tao race, primordial and profound. No sages or tigers in this era? Denny gently shook his head. It wasn't that there were no sages or tigers in the current era. They were merely in deep slumber, unknown to the world. Right in front of him, in this heavenly race, lay many sleeping emperors, including those surpassing the great tiger realm. They are the ones who are sealed away. As a celestial tiger, everything was clear to Denny's eyes. Chapter 630, the grand finale. The later generations of the Netherworld realm did not launch a large-scale attack. Those who were in a deep slumber under seal never awoke. Carlo was filled with emotion, realizing just how significant his mother's background truly was. Grayson is truly formidable. He couldn't help but exclaim. No matter how significant his mother's background, she was ultimately resolved by his father. His admiration could not be more evident. Who are you? Guards tried to intercept Carlo, but he paid them no heed. In one step, he arrived at the heart of the clan. Grayson, Georgina, I've come to find you. Carlo stood in the square, shouting loudly for his parents. Is that you, Ava? A beautiful middle-aged woman flew out from within, visibly moved. Ava was none other than Carlo's mother. It's me. Carlo, equally emotional, finally saw his mother once more. To dare barge into the Sky Clan. You're courting death. Sky Clan's powerhouse discovered Carlo and immediately rushed over. Don't. Carlo's mother cried out in protest but was stopped by Carlo himself. Georgina, it's unnecessary. Carlo chuckled lightly, raising a hand effortlessly. Instantly, all the strong figures rushing toward him were frozen in place, unable to move an inch. The current patriarch of the Sky Clan stepped forward, his gaze upon Carlo heavy and cautious. Please bring my father here, Carlo said to the patriarch. His father had always been detained within the clan. In fact, the Sky Clan wanted to directly execute his father, but his mother blocked their actions with her life. Thus, they reluctantly imprisoned Carlo's father. Don't entertain delusions. Although you have become an emperor in this era, you're far from my match, Carlo told the patriarch. The patriarch's face darkened in shock. He couldn't fathom Carlo's strength. This was impossible. He was already an emperor-level existence, yet he couldn't gauge Carlo? But it was true. He really couldn't penetrate Carlo's strength. He could hardly believe it. How old was Carlo? Desmond, he possessed such terrifying and fearsome strength? In the end, he brought Carlo's father out. Good thing nothing happened to my father, otherwise, this matter wouldn't be easily resolved. Carlo looked at the patriarch and said, everyone is equal. There should be no distinctions of rank or nobility. Many achieve supreme realms despite their humble origins. One mustn't be overly pragmatic. He finally reunited with his parents. After spending some time with them, he bid farewell, as he still had unfinished business. With swift movements, he appeared at a location. Zyrefting a hand gently, the entire area erupted in chaos, every living being dying instantly. This was none other than the base of the Netherworld organization. You're still scheming? Carlo coldly hummed, stepping away, leaving this domain through the passage left by the Netherworld realm, arriving at its very core. Who are you? The Netherworld realm was alarmed. Carlo had entered their realm unnoticed, a development entirely unexpected. Over time, the Netherworld realm had recovered, even becoming stronger than before. But in front of Carlo, it amounted to nothing. Tiger-level power crushed everything. You should have thought about retribution when invading and slaughtering other realms. Carlo's expression remained calm as he obliterated the Netherworld realm. A realm dedicated to hunting fear-driven beings didn't deserve to exist. It was too evil. After wiping out the Netherworld realm, he returned. Using his immense heavenly tiger power, he fortified this world so that other realms could not easily invade through portals. With me here, even the three upper realms of Brahma heaven cannot enter. Carlo's eyes gleamed as he anchored himself in this realm. Even as a heavenly tiger, he couldn't unravel all the secrets of this realm. However, he unraveled many mysteries, releasing sealed powers, elevating this world immensely. Supernatural energies permeated throughout, heralding an age of enlightenment. Countless prodigies soared to higher realms. Saints and emperors were no longer legends. This world produced numerous saints and emperors. Even great tiger levels existed. Desmond, no one could transcend to heavenly tiger. Ultimately, not all secrets can be unveiled, Carlo sighed. Without fully understanding these enigmas, achieving heavenly tiger level strength seemed impossible. Reflecting on his journey during ancient times, the challenging conditions made his ascent difficult. Naturally, it would be even harder now. Tinslane, do they truly exist? Throughout this period, Carlo trained tirelessly, hoping to break through to a higher realm and become an eternal Tinslane. Desmond, he never succeeded, always finding the path to immortality elusive. Germain, Moira, and others became great tigers, but couldn't reach the heavenly tiger level. Germain's background was astounding. He was a reincarnation of a heavenly tiger from ancient times. Through countless lifetimes, he used incomparable power to explore the mysteries of immortality but continually failed. I'll lend you a hand to understand your past life. Carlo helped Germain unlock memories of his past, guiding him to reclaim his status as a heavenly tiger. Tinslane, the first words after regaining his memory, accompanied by a deep sigh. Having endured from ancient times, his strength was awe-inspiring, yet he still couldn't decipher the secret of immortality. No rush. Carlo spoke calmly. Time was on his side. The existence of Tinslanes would eventually be revealed to him. Even after tens of thousands of years, Carlo still couldn't unravel the mystery of immortality. Despite significant advancements in strength nearing the limits of the heavenly tiger level, he remained unable to break through. Cause and effect scroll doesn't work either, he sighed, having long probed its secrets without success. What is the origin of the cause and effect scroll? He pondered deeply, yet no answers emerged. Not even his heavenly tiger strength allowed him to fully comprehend or harness the scroll's power. Then, one day, the cause and effect scroll inside his mind suddenly vibrated intensely, displaying a single character, Tinslane. Carlo felt profound enlightenment. His earlier confusions vanished, and he grasped the path of immortality. Following this, a grand path appeared before him. The path to immortality, leading to true Tinslanehood. I'll wait for you there. Carlo chuckled, leaving behind insights on the path of immortality for Germain and others. Finally, he stepped onto the path to immortality. Tinslain, is this the beginning? Following the path, he found himself in an expansive world where he learned that immortality wasn't the end but the beginning. What is the true end? I, Carlo, will uncover it. Carlo's eyes shone with confidence as he declared this final statement. The end.